Lin Qi finds himself reborn 6 years in the past, and, at the outset, he decisively slaps his manipulative superior across the face, inadvertently activating the laid-back system. With each day of leisurely work, he earns mysterious treasure chest rewards. The remuneration derived from labor pales in comparison to the profits gleaned from idly lounging about on paid time. Confronted by an array of captivating women, including a spirited young lady, a dance internet celebrity, an alluring landlord, and a renowned actress, Lin Qi asserts, "I merely seek to provide them with a home. What wrong have I committed?" This narrative unfolds as a tale of rejecting the relentless grind, steadfastly exploiting the capitalist system, while simultaneously embracing the joys of life. Chapter 1. Why not have your mother come to work? On Blue Star, in Huaxia, within the bustling metropolis, a 23-year-old man abruptly awakens in an office spanning over 60 square meters. Wasn't I just accompanying a client for drinks? Am I reborn? As a wave of dizziness subsides, countless memories flood his mind, and Lin Qi finally confirms the astonishing reality of his rebirth 6 years prior. Having faced manipulation leading to a hasty resignation, a breakup with a materialistic girlfriend, and a tumultuous 3 years of job hunting amidst mounting debts, he ultimately squandered his parents' savings in a failed entrepreneurial endeavor, only to die suddenly from overindulgence while entertaining clients. In his previous life, Lin Qi embodied the archetype of relentless ambition, colloquially dubbed the Grind King, who thrived on motivational platitudes, finding amusement in the 996 work culture. Yet, the exertions he poured forth yielded nothing but a series of failures, his individual talents rendered insignificant in the face of a daunting environment. Ultimately, his father passed away, his mother remarried, and he met his own untimely demise, a stark epitome of tragedy. Must such a life be relived? No, I shall never again be a victim of relentless striving. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a fist rapping against the desk jolts Lin Qi from his reverie. A balding, bespectacled man with a rotund visage stands beside the desk, his expression unfriendly as he retracts the hand that just rapped the table. Lin, do you have no sense of responsibility? It's barely the end of office hours, and you're already thinking of resting. How can I promote you like this? Lin Qi, still somewhat dazed, momentarily forgets his name. The small leader from his first company, who was perpetually weaving empty promises, bore a significant share of the blame for his prior resignation. Was it, Wang Yid? Why are you silent? Do you not recognize me as your superior? He shifts to a more earnest expression. You have just entered the workforce. This is your prime time to exert effort. If you don't capitalize on your youth to work overtime and enhance your skills, how will you ever manage a team? Go prepare this month's report. I need to pick up my child. Upon hearing this familiar, tiresome corporate jargon, Lin Qi's blood pressure skyrockets. Were it not for this imbecile's excessive exploitation, he would not have met such a tragic fate. He retorts angrily, "What am I, your servant? Can't you use your own hands?" You. Wang Yud's oily face turns a ghastly shade of purple, his small eyes darting around the room, aware that he had lost face before the many interns. Such audacity. What kind of attitude is this? I take it you no longer wish to work here. If so, then so be it. This is utterly ridiculous. You expect me to toil for a meager salary of 3,000, working from dawn till dusk with no breaks at noon? Why not have your mother come to work instead? Get lost. You. Say that again. While Wang Yud may not be a paragon of virtue, as a self-proclaimed elite capitalist, he could not allow a mere new employee to challenge his authority. He raised his hand with the intent to strike. However, Lin Qi's response was swifter, delivering a resounding slap to Wang Yud's face. The sound echoed through the office, leaving everyone in stunned silence as they bore witness to the scene. Wow, what a bold move. Lin Qi usually keeps a low profile. Who knew he could be so tempestuous? What a relief. But now, there's no doubt he'll lose his job. What are you worried about? We can all testify that Wang Yud struck first. I saw him raise his arm. But this might offend the boss. Let's not act rashly, brother. You coward. It's one thing to be spineless, but now that we have a brother standing up for us, if you can't even testify, don't ever say you know me again. I never said I wouldn't testify. Ignoring the gossiping colleagues, Wang Yud stood bewildered by the slap. He stood frozen for several seconds before finally reacting. You dare to hit me? His greasy, rotund face contorted in rage. I will make you understand just how costly that slap was. Yet, Lin Qi, oblivious to Wang Yud's outrage, found his mind flooded with a peculiar voice. The laid-back system is now activated. Upon acquiring this system, the host will receive a mysterious treasure chest for each day spent in leisure. The rewards obtained through this system are absolutely secure. The host may use them without worry. Striving for wages may win you paychecks, but it can cost you your life and health. Embracing idleness is the remedy against the alienation of life by capitalism. Please focus on leisure, host, and persist in exploiting the capitalist system. The host rejects Wang Yud's assigned overtime task and punishes the corporate saboteur, earning a bronze treasure chest. Indeed, Rebirth must come with a system. How profoundly true. The remuneration earned through diligent work is merely what you are owed. Only the money acquired from idly lounging is truly your gain. A moment of leisure is delightful, and perpetual leisure is eternally gratifying. With the support of the system, shall I continue to be a workhorse in this life? Mias treibe. Leisure can yield wealth. Who needs to toil? With money, what cannot be acquired? Do not speak of buying time or love. If you cannot obtain them, it is merely due to insufficient funds. Resign. Immediately resign. Are you rendered speechless? Let me tell you, this is not over. Prepare for the consequences. Wang Yud, believing he had intimidated Lin Qi, suddenly felt emboldened, pulling out his phone to dial. Are you calling the police? Lin Qi grinned. Now you feel fear? Let me assure you, it is too late. What? What do you intend to do? Stay back. What do you want? Since I'm destined for prison, I might as well enjoy myself first. Lin Qi lunged forward like a famished tiger, seizing Wang Yud by his thinning hair. Two resounding slaps left him momentarily dazed, and his plump face visibly swelled. Delightful. You foolish creature dare to lay hands on me. I shall not let you escape my wrath. Lin Qi cackled menacingly, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to Wang Yud. Unprovoked assault typically results in a mere fine and a few days of detention. But today, Lin Qi was determined to assert his dominance over Wang. Damn it, as long as I don't kill or severely injure him, I shall let this imbecile experience the iron fist of the proletariat. Lin Qi, you madman, please stop hitting me. Wang Yud, a white-collar worker accustomed to a decade of office life, was unprepared for such brutality and quickly succumbed to the onslaught. Terrified, he curled up on the ground, clutching his head. It turned out that Lin Qi was not the only instigator. As he crouched down, a colleague from the adjacent workstation kicked him. The man shouted, Lin Qi, let's discuss this calmly. No need for violence. What the hell? Is there another expert among them? Others soon joined the fray, rushing in with fervor, loudly attempting to mediate while trampling over one another. Even Lin Qi found himself pushed aside by this enthusiastic crowd, unable to retaliate. Who the hell threw the first punch? None of you will escape unscathed. Stop hitting me. I won't call the police. Stop. Please, no more. Wang Yud's cries echoed relentlessly. The very colleague who initiated the scuffle firmly patted Lin Qi on the shoulder. Don't worry, Brother Qi. When the police arrive, we will all testify that Wang started it. If there are reparations, count me in. And me too. Count me as well. Brother Qi, please accept this 2,000 via WeChat. It's all I can spare this month. I'll contribute 2,000 as well. Today, my friend, feels incredibly cathartic. After the altercation, the employees swiftly returned to their desks, while Wang Yud remained on the floor searching for his glasses. Heads bowed, they began transferring money. Lin Qi heard a flurry of notifications sounds from his phone, a stream of transfer notifications flooding his WeChat. Some sent 3 to 5,000, while others sent 7 to 800. Even the female employees who hadn't participated in the brawl sent money. Everyone understood the reality. Fighting could have varying consequences, yet compensation was inevitable. Had it not been for Lin Qi's intervention today, they might have endured that pent-up frustration for much longer. Wang Yud was utterly insufferable. The company clearly operated from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, yet this scoundrel had them working from 7 until 9 at night, with not a penny of overtime pay. If he were the boss, one could at least comprehend the rationale, as the hierarchy dictates such exploitation of employees. However, he was merely a minor departmental supervisor, not even overseeing critical operations. Completing his department's tasks, he shamelessly sought additional work from other departments to prove his loyalty, hoping to be elevated by the boss one day. A quintessential traitor, a spiritual capitalist. Damn it all. You all deserve to perish. Are you plotting a rebellion? I warn you, not a single one of you will escape. You wretched creatures, how dare you strike me? Do you even know who my brother-in-law is? Chapter 2, aren't you going to report this? Go ahead, let us see who perishes first. Wang Yud was on the brink of madness, his clothes torn and tattered. His glasses were shattered, hanging askew on his pig-like face. Now, like a rabid dog, he pointed at the crowd, barking incessantly, listening to his profanities. Lin Qi's expression darkened as he stepped forward. What do you intend to do? I warn you, someone must have called the police just now. There's no escaping. You clearly don't understand the meaning of death. Murder is a crime. Don't come any closer. Crime? So, while murder is illegal, forced overtime isn't. You wretched creature. Without further ado, Wang Yud was met with another blow. He was nearly reduced to tears as he crawled toward the door in a frantic escape. At that moment, a grim-faced, middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. Lu Qingsong, the owner of the company. What is all this ruckus? Is this a marketplace? Wang Yud, what on earth happened to you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the employees immediately shrank like quails, burying their heads beneath their desks. Wang Yud struggled to open his swollen eyes, and, upon recognizing the boss, tears streamed down his face. Boss, they are completely lawless. They beat me up. You must call the police. Who? Who did this? They all attacked me. Boss, call the police and have them arrested. I'm in so much pain, cough, cough. Wang Yude's distress was genuine. He hadn't felt the pain during the beating, but now every part of him ached, especially his abdomen and inner thighs. He had no idea who had stepped on him. At this moment, he even felt a pressing urgency to relieve himself. Stop your whimpering. Lu Qingsong glared, turning to the office. Whoever did this, step forward. I did. So what? Lin Qi held his head high, nonchalantly replying. You're Lin Qi? Lu Qingsong's expression darkened. Why did you assault him? Because he deserved it. There's no such thing as forced overtime. It's a mercy not to have killed him. Cough. Even with Lu Qingsong's thick skin, being publicly exposed like this was somewhat awkward. That is not a valid reason for violence. We live in a society governed by law. Assaulting someone can lead to imprisonment. Now, come with me to the office. And what about them? They attacked me too. Boss, arrest them all. Upon hearing that his boss was willing to support him, Wang Yude felt invigorated. Silence. You can't even manage one department. You worthless fool. Lu Qingsong reprimanded with evident displeasure. You think I can have you all arrested and still expect someone to work? Rely on you, of all people? So you're aware we live in a society governed by law? Fine, I admit to the assault. I'll pay for it. But what about the overtime, pay, and social insurance? Can we discuss that? Having lived 2 lives, Lin Qi could easily discern the ulterior motives of this shameless boss and immediately countered. Cough. Let us discuss this in the office. To hell with that. Say it here in front of all the employees, who issued the order that social insurance only starts 6 months after confirmation. If that's not clarified, I might just take a swing at you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsong felt an even greater disdain for Wang Yude. Damn it, everything was going smoothly. Saving 6 months of social insurance for each of the hundreds of employees amounts to a substantial sum. Other departments have no issues. Yet here you're making such a fuss? Now, it wasn't just Wang Yude's department. Employees from other departments, having finished work, gathered at the door to witness the spectacle. Previously, they had been too afraid to voice their frustrations, but with someone leading the charge, they were suddenly emboldened. Lu Qingsong thought to himself that he must suppress this troublemaker. I discussed this with finance last year, but they've been understaffed and haven't implemented it. I'll urge them to address it by the end of the month. However, one thing does not justify another. You can voice your grievances regarding company policies, but it is not an excuse to resort to violence. Wang Yude had been with the company for some time. While he may not have made notable contributions, his efforts were recognized. I want to use my position against you. Speak in front of the police if there is an issue. What do you think? In his mind, he envisioned a fresh graduate who, upon hearing the word police, would surely kneel in fear. This was a matter that could lead to imprisonment. If he held firm, Lin Qi could end up behind bars for months, unable to provide a certificate of no criminal record, ruining his life entirely. After that, the other employees would certainly be deterred from speaking out. Perhaps they could delay the social insurance issue for a few more months. Fine. I also want to report this to the police. Lin Qi replied with a sardonic smile. You assaulted him. No matter what you say today, you're going to jail. Don't think I'll write you a letter of understanding. Prepare for prison. Wang Yude hid behind his boss, his fierce demeanor crumbling, completely shedding his usual facade of righteousness. Lu Qingsong's expression darkened as he slapped him across the face. Shut up. Stay quiet. How? After being struck, Wang Yude was rendered speechless, but he dared not lash out at his boss. He could only glare furiously at Lin Qi. It's all your fault, you little brat. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be humiliated like this. Now, what do you intend to report? Of course, it's about the overtime pay. Our department has 18 employees working from 7 in the morning until 9 at night. If we're not compensated, I'll seek arbitration and report your tax evasion. Lu Qingsong's face darkened. Damn it, is this kid that stubborn? In this day and age, what business owner doesn't manipulate finances a bit? Some things are unquantifiable. Once they are, it could lead to a downfall. Can finance even be investigated? Who knows what might come to light? Damn Wang Yude. Why did he provoke this reckless youth? Although Wang Yude acted on his own, the company wouldn't shortchange any employee. I will ensure finance compensates you. And in what? I want to report the company for withholding the employee's housing fund. What the hell? Lu Qingsong grabbed Lin Qi, his expression shifting multiple times before he managed to force a smile. Lin Qi, let us discuss this calmly. We're all civilized people. There's no need to bicker like fishwives. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you'd call the police? It's too late to backtrack now. Lin Qi feigned reaching for his phone. Wait, don't be impulsive. Lu Qingsong quickly pulled Lin Qi aside, trying to placate him with a smile while speaking softly. The other employees were bewildered. What's going on? Why is the boss acting so meek? Didn't he hear Lin Qi mention the housing fund? He hasn't contributed to it. Of course, he is afraid. Hey, don't we have social insurance? Have you never read the labor law? Let us discuss this further. The employee looked around, noticing many faces filled with confusion. Really? You didn't know the labor law mandates that the housing fund must be paid? Only paying social insurance is illegal. What? Is that true? Don't fool me. Exactly. I've been here for 3 years and never heard of any housing fund. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Huh? I thought you all knew. I brought it up with the management, but they brushed me off. I didn't dare to mention it again when no one else did. At this moment, several people began searching for information on the housing fund on their phones. Upon discovering the truth, they were taken aback. According to Article 15, Clause 1 of the Housing Fund Management Regulations, the housing fund must be paid. Damn, these capitalistic bastards. They've been exploiting me for years. This matter cannot end here. We need to clarify everything today. Lin Qi, who was still murmuring with Lin Qi, was suddenly alarmed by the commotion at the door. Damn it, do you have any idea how much it costs to supplement the Provident Fund for over 100 employees? There are also more than a decade's worth of veteran employees involved. The company would have to sacrifice several years' profits to cover that amount. Chapter 3. Brother, I was wrong. There were too many people outside, just now. Damn Wang Yud, what a mess you've made. Brother, I was wrong. There were too many people outside. Wang Yud deserves his fate, and I assure you he won't call the police. What about my resignation? Compensation. Maximum compensation. 2 and 5. Calculated from a moment you were dispatched to the company. The so-called 2 and 5 refers to the number of years worked. Lin Qi had been with the company for almost a year since graduating. In other words, he was demanding compensation equivalent to 7 months' salary. He was all in. If it didn't quickly send this pest away, the situation at the door would become uncontrollable. He needed to hurry and placate the agitated employees. That's better. You better keep your word, right? Wang Yu wants to make a fuss. He dares. Lin Qi shouted, then quietly promised, I'll message finance right away. You just need to go upstairs and handle your resignation. All right then, I'll take my leave. Be careful. As soon as Lin Qi departed, Lin Qi hurried toward the entrance. At this moment, the owner, Wang Yud, was still in a daze. He didn't understand why Lin Qi had left and looked on helplessly. Damn it, Wang Yud. Lin Qi gathered his strength and delivered a resounding slap that sent the rotund man spinning twice before collapsing to the ground with a thud. I'll deal with you later. If you dare to call the police, I'll make sure you regret it. But Lin Qi didn't even spare him a glance. Instantly adopting a different expression, tears welling up in his eyes as he began to lament the challenges of running the company. Meanwhile, the instigator Lin Qi whistled as he pressed the button for the elevator to the finance floor. Brother Tongzi, open today, bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest opened. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Ding dong. A notification sound from his phone echoed, and Lin Qi picked it up, instantly overwhelmed with joy, dancing with excitement. Business is thriving. 24 years, 06 month, 3 day, 1738. Your account ending in 888 receive 100,000,000 yuan balance. 100,000,178 yuan. Holy moly. Incredible. In that fleeting moment of reading the message, Lin Qi realized that he was destined to soar in life. Standing in the elevator, he couldn't suppress a hearty laugh. Once his excitement subsided, he finally had time to explore the system's specific mechanisms. The instructions provided by the system were straightforward. As long as he found a job, he could lie down for a day and earn a treasure chest. The chests were categorized into wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold, with several yet to be unlocked. The more thoroughly he relaxed, the higher the chest value. According to the system, today's chest was originally supposed to be wooden. However, since he had beaten up the traitor Wang Yud, the reward was temporarily upgraded to bronze. Good man, Wang Yud. I used to misjudge you, brother. Lin Qi stepped out of the elevator with a cheerful demeanor, not forgetting to collect all the WeChat transfers. He then headed straight to the finance office. With the owner's instructions, the finance manager's efficiency skyrocketed. There was no need for HR signatures. They directly transferred Lin Qi 7 months' salary on the spot, totaling less than 30,000 yuan. Having resolved this matter, he had no intention of lingering. He held no fond memories of this wretched company. He directly descended and exited. Upon arriving at the bike-sharing station, several workers just getting off their shifts were queuing to scan their codes. Lin Qi let out a cold laugh, drawing the attention of many. A bunch of impoverished fools. After saying this, he proudly scanned a shared electric bike and, with a crooked smile, swaggered away. Damn, aren't you also riding a shared bike? What is the big deal? But he was riding an electric bike. Isn't that different? It is different. His starting fare is 3 yuan. Damn, do I care about that 3 yuan? Today, I'll indulge. I'll ride an electric bike too. Just as Lin Qi was about to find a place for dinner, a WeChat message popped up. The sender's name, beloved treasure, sent shivers down his spine. I've set my eyes on a handbag. 12-month interest-free Gucci GG Marmont series small handbag for $17,999. Damn, I actually forgot to break up with this woman. I will never let you leech off me again. Just as he was about to block her directly, another message appeared. I know you just paid your rent, but this handbag can be bought on credit, and I remember your limit is about $30,000. You wouldn't want to miss out, would you? Lin Qi checked his history and was instantly filled with rage. Was he out of his mind in the past? This woman was only after money or gifts. How could he have been so infatuated with such an obvious gold digger? He vividly recalled how, after being drained of everything, she seamlessly transitioned to another target. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and typed fool, then promptly blocked her. Within 5 seconds, a call came in from a contact named Baby, which he blocked again. Feels great. Go eat your heart out, foolish woman. With a clear mind, Lin Qi casually chose a street-side restaurant specializing in spicy chicken. He didn't care if he could finish it all. He ordered the most expensive dishes, and under the bewildered gaze of the waitress, he added 2 jugs of freshly squeezed juice. Shortly after, the waitress served a feast that was a delight to the eyes and palate. Just as he lifted his bowl to take a few bites, his phone rang again. Hello, Lin Qi. How can you treat your girlfriend like this? With such a wonderful girl like Kirsten agreeing to be your girlfriend, you should cherish her, yet you dare to block her. You better call her back and apologize, or we can't be friends anymore. For a moment, Lin Qi couldn't recall who this person was, but that didn't stop him from blocking her. Who she thinks she is? I'm breaking up. It's none of your business, you brainless idiot. On the other side of the city, in a luxurious apartment, a charming young woman in pajamas was applying makeup. Behind her, a stunning beauty sat on the sofa, staring incredulously at the disconnected call. Kirsten, did he agree to buy that bag? If he did, I can tease him for a few more days. He is handsome and kind-hearted, so I'll temporarily forgive him. Kirsten turned with a playful smile and continued. Can you believe it? Just a few days ago, he wanted to return his apartment and move in with me. You should take a good look in the mirror. How could a country bumpkin like him possibly match up to me, right, Pepe? Pepe? Kirsten looked back in confusion. He hung up on me. What? Kirsten's face flushed bright red, her chest rising and falling with agitation. How dare he? First, he blocks me, then hangs up on you, Pepe. Has this fool lost his mind? Wang Peitzen scoffed disdainfully. He is the first man to hang up on me. Kirsten, didn't you say he was spineless? Kirsten's expression shifted between anger and frustration as she gritted her teeth. I'll go cause a scene at his company one day. If he dares to offend me, I can ruin him. Are we still going out tonight? Of course. I heard that young Master Wang will also be there. With our sisterhood combined, we can definitely outshine those other vixens. Then hurry up. I'm going to balcony for a smoke. Go ahead, go ahead. Suppressing her anger, Kirsten resumed her makeup. Unlike the frantic distress of the others, Lin Qi remained utterly unfazed, his hunger having intensified after a long day. He devoured 2 bowls of rice with the fervor of a tempest, leaving more than half the dishes untouched without a shred of remorse. Raising his glass of juice, he gulped down a considerable portion. Waiter, the bill, please. Without hesitation, he swiftly transferred 500 via WeChat. No need for change. Sir, your total is 681. Lin Qi displayed no embarrassment. You should have mentioned that earlier. Here, take an additional 200. Consider the excess as a tip. Chapter 4. 800 a month? What kind of servitude is this? The waiter wore a look of deep dismay. Well, you've already sent 500 to the boss via WeChat. How am I supposed to accept the tip now? Ignoring the waiter, who seemed to have more to say, Lin Qi exited the restaurant. Having appeased his hunger, Lin Qi began to ponder his employment situation. The system's original intent was to exploit the capitalist framework and to trigger system rewards. Having a job was essential. Mere idleness would not suffice. Ideally, he sought a position devoid of oversight. One with a low base salary was inconsequential. What he desired was an environment conducive to leisure. However, there was a hidden condition. Piecework was out of the question. For instance, delivery drivers who were compensated based on the number of orders could not align with the system's ethos of exploitation. Wait a moment. What about becoming a boss myself? With $1 million in hand, couldn't he simply open a shop and lounge about, thereby soaring to success? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the system swiftly extinguished it. The system's response was a firm no. In simpler terms, exploiting oneself was not permissible. You must fish from someone else's pond, right? Lin Qi lamented. However, his grievances fell on deaf ears as the system ignored him entirely. With no other option, Lin Qi retrieved his phone and opened a job recruitment app. Yet, as a recent graduate from a non-prestigious institution, young and lacking experience, securing a 9-to-5 job with weekends off was nothing short of a fantasy. In this city women were treated as equals, while men were relegated to the status of beasts of burden. There was no room for complacency. After browsing for a while, Lin Qi angrily closed the app. What nonsense is this? Is there not a single job that requires only an hour of work each day? How am I supposed to relax? After walking for over 10 minutes, the juice he had consumed began to take effect, causing an uncomfortable pressure in his abdomen. Coincidentally, he spotted a weathered sign by the roadside. Agile Internet Cafe? It was decided. Lin Qi pushed open the door, and a dense cloud of smoke greeted him. The worn-out sofas hinted that this internet cafe had seen better days. 60 or 70 computers were crammed into the main hall, with a handful of patrons lingering, exhaling clouds of smoke. Despite being late August, the temperature inside soared above 30 degrees, and the air conditioning was conspicuously absent. Only a few ceiling fans whirred overhead. Such establishments had fallen out of favor with the youth. Modern patrons preferred internet cafes with better environments. A bald man emerged from behind the counter. Here to use the internet? Need to borrow the restroom? Lin Qi casually replied, striding toward the interior. No service without purchase, the bald man replied darkly, his beady eyes scrutinizing Lin Qi as if fearing he might exploit the restroom without paying. Damn it, no wonder business is poor, Lin Qi thought, ready to turn away when the bald man interjected. And I'll take a pack of soft clouds. 30. Isn't it 23? There's a public restroom 500 meters ahead. Damn, you're ruthless. Lin Qi gritted his teeth and paid 30. Put it on the counter. I'll pick it up later. After entering the restroom and feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Lin Qi exited only to be met with the bald man's insufferable expression. Damn, does he think my money comes from the wind? Wait, it seems it actually does, Lin Qi mused, conceding defeat. He approached the counter, opened a pack of cigarettes, and lit one, taking a deep drag. Brother, care for a puff? Gazing at the bald man's shamelessly outstretched hand, Lin Qi was nearly amused by his audacity. Just as he was about to refuse, he noticed a hiring notice posted on the counter. High salary sought for night shift network administrator. Easy work, salary negotiable. Interest peaked. Lin Qi thought, of course, being a network administrator would work. Although the term high salary was likely a mere lure, the lack of supervision was enticing. He could simply lie down in a decrepit internet cafe and sleep through the night. Even if the equipment were stolen, he would have earned it. Lin Qi casually handed the bald man a soft cloud. The man grinned broadly, opening a drawer to retrieve a lighter. Lin Qi's expression soured upon seeing a pack of open Huazi cigarettes inside. Damn it, this guy is so stingy, smoking my clouds for free. So, about this network administrator position, night shift from 10 at night to 8 in the morning, no meals provided, and a monthly salary of 800. Lin Qi gasped. What kind of slave labor is this? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Are you serious? Don't let the low salary fool you. You can surf the internet for free, and there are 1 TB many customers at night. Why not just close the shop if no one is around? This is my establishment. Every little bit helps. So are you in or not? If not, don't disturb my gaming. Lin Qi crushed the cigarette, but underfoot with frustration. But do you really think you can hire anyone for 800? The bald man smiled, appearing confident. Are you unemployed, my friend? Well, sort of. Let me break it down for you. 800 a month is a bit low, but I have a boosting group that can provide you with orders. If customers come in, just give them a shout. Plus, there's a small room in the back where you can sleep. I need not elaborate on how expensive housing is in this city. You could save $2,000 a month, and after 6 months, you could be back on your feet. Gasping, Lin Qi asked, and what about meals? I'll have my wife cook more. You just need to pay 30 a day, and you'll eat well. But just to be clear, that S for 2 meals. Breakfast you'll have to buy at the corner. Seriously? Lin Qi was taken aback. So if I don't boost, I'll be losing money? You want to have to clean? Just keep an eye on the store and make sure nothing goes missing. What do you say? The bald man's shrewd eyes sparkled with excitement. In the late hours, Lin Qi was reluctant to remain in that sauna-like establishment. Returning home to rest was far more appealing. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that despite the bald man's stinginess, this job seemed to align perfectly with the system's requirements. He could simply lie down in the room, and the night would pass in no time. For good measure, he confirmed with the system in his mind. Job detected, night shift network administrator. The host may lounge about and reap treasure chest rewards for the day. Perfect. I'll take it. When do I start? The bald man beamed with joy. Tomorrow night. No need for a contract. That's a hassle. Just don't let anything go missing. After all, we have surveillance. Prepare your ID and come in tomorrow. He pointed to a small door. That's your room. You can sleep there during the day. Just so you know, the lock is broken. So keep an eye on your valuables. If anything goes missing, I'm not responsible. Fine, this guy really can't spit out ivory, Lin Qi thought. All right, let us exchange WeChat. I'll be back tomorrow. Sure thing. They exchanged WeChat information. And the bald man even inquired if Lin Qi wanted to have meals at his place. After receiving a negative response, he regretfully remarked that his wife was an excellent cook, suggesting that she could taste her culinary skills in the future. Taste? What nonsense! He could just as well die from the disappointment. Having secured a job, Lin Qi returned to his cramped little rental flat, a loft-style apartment barely measuring 4 square meters. Below was the bathroom with a sink, while a ladder led up to the bedroom. This environment was still priced at $1,800 without negotiation. As the landlord bluntly put it, if you have so much to say, you can choose not to stay. The landlord owned all the dilapidated houses in the area, and he had illegally converted a 200-square-meter building into over 10 tiny apartments. The walls were thin, and he could hear the clamor of neighbors all day long. Even a whisper could be heard by 5 or 6 people. If it weren't for the proximity to his workplace, Lin Qi would never have agreed to live there. Oh well, just one more night of endurance. He would change apartments tomorrow, with his severance pay and the transfers from over a dozen colleagues. He now had a whopping 1,600,000 yuan in his pocket, though he couldn't afford to buy a house. Renting a more upscale place was certainly within reach. With a new life and a system backing him, he saw no reason to compromise on his living conditions. Upon waking, the first light of dawn revealed his drenched t-shirt, which he removed with a sigh. The air conditioning in the apartment was broken, and the unscrupulous landlord absurdly claimed it was Lin Qi's fault, refusing to send someone to fix it for over a month. Never mind, he was moving out today anyway. After washing up, he stuffed a few newly purchased clothes into a suitcase and hailed a taxi to a real estate agency. "Welcome, sir. Are you looking to rent or buy?" Casting a glance at the real estate agent's black stockings, Lin Qi confidently declared, "I'm here to rent." He plopped down on the sofa with a casual demeanor. What upscale communities are located within 3 kilometers of XX Street? The agent, who had initially appeared somewhat indifferent to the rental inquiry, suddenly perked up. With a swift motion, she adjusted her fitted skirt and settled herself on the adjacent sofa. The best community nearby is Xinghua City. All the apartments are newly built within the last 3 years, featuring various layouts. "Are you living alone, sir?" Inhaling the faint fragrance of her perfume, Lin Qi silently acknowledged her professionalism. He was a typical man, gauging the competence of a real estate agent by the attractiveness and figure of the woman. More importantly, he was discerning regarding their demeanor. If she was as arrogant as Liu Kersin, with beauty and a great figure, it wouldn't compare to a fleeting romance worth 500 yuan in his eyes. Lin Qi discreetly assessed her. She was above an 85 in his book. "I'm living alone. Let us take a look at apartments over 100 square meters." The agent's excitement was palpable, and she instinctively leaned closer. "Here are the properties that meet your criteria," she said, pulling up her phone gallery and presenting it to Lin Qi. "Please take your time. I'll fetch you a glass of water." "Yes, let me check the decor," he replied, accepting her Apple 13 and swiping through the photos. "This won't do. The decor is too outdated, clearly designed by someone elderly. This one is also unsuitable. The partitions are excessive, making the space feel cramped for a single occupant. Oh, this one is enormous. No, it's just exceptionally bright." The agent, holding a cup of tea, approached the sofa, her face flushing at the sight of Lin Qi's scrutiny. "I apologize, sir. I forgot to delete a selfie. Please continue scrolling." Lin Qi met her gaze, appraising her for a moment, causing her to blush even deeper. "I underestimated you. Are you perhaps not just a C-cup?" He marveled at her professionalism. Even after his comment, she managed to sit beside him, maintaining her composure. "If you're living alone, I recommend this unit, 128 square meters with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms. This indeed seems excellent. When can I view the apartment?" "It's available anytime. The landlord is at home during the day." Lin Qi stood, returning her phone. "Let's go check it out." The agent was instantly thrilled, knowing the monthly rent started at 13,000, and she would earn a significant commission if the contract was signed. "Sir, did you drive here?" "I walked." Unperturbed by his response, she chirped, "My car is just outside. Let us take my vehicle." Grateful for the free ride, Lin Qi allowed her to drive. Within 2 minutes, a charming pink Good cat pulled up. This model was targeted towards the female market, and its price was modest. Lin Qi, standing nearly 6 feet tall, felt slightly cramped in the small car. The agent quickly adjusted the seat back by 10 centimeters. The confined space inevitably resulted in a bit of physical contact, yet Lin Qi remained unfazed. While the agent's cheeks flushed, perhaps from an innocent misunderstanding. As they drove, the agent, lively and engaging, kept the conversation flowing. Lin Qi learned her name was Shi Xiaoyan, a rather uncommon surname. "Mr. Lin, you are truly impressive. At just over 20, you can afford such a splendid apartment." Shi Xiaoyan smiled brightly, showering him with compliments that cost her nothing. In contrast, most would feel the urge to downplay such flattery from a beautiful woman. However, Lin Qi had no intention of indulging in modesty. He simply thumped his chest and remarked, You have excellent taste. I was initially prepared to buy, but alas, the purchase limits prevented me. Shi Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Mr. Lin, that is remarkable. To save up for a down payment at such a young age. The down payment for a Xinghui city apartment starts at 3 million yuan. Not quite. I'm still a little short. You're too modest. Surely you're not far off. Otherwise, you would spend so much on renting. Right? Just a couple million short, he quipped, clearing his throat. Shi Xiaoyan nearly choked, giving him an indignant look. She wasn't upset at Lin Qi's bravado. Rather, she was astonished at how someone so young could possess such wealth. Having spent years in the workforce, she understood how challenging it was to come across large sums of money. However, she had not expected him to twist his words so cleverly. How cunning. Yet, compared to the balding, pot-bellied men she often encountered, Lin Qi's appearance was refreshingly appealing. Mr. Lin, what do you do for a living? Me? Just a wandering vagabond. You're quite the jokester, she chuckled softly, subconsciously labeling him as a wealthy heir. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the community. Shi Xiaoyan made a call, and within 5 minutes, a beautiful young woman in casual attire emerged. With an oval face, alluring curves, and not an ounce of excess fat, she stood there, captivating the attention of the security guard. Miska? Shi Xiaoyan greeted. I'm from XX Real Estate. I arranged this viewing with you. After exchanging pleasantries, they re-entered the car. The security guard, following the owner's instructions, opened the community gate, allowing them entry. Mr. Lin, this is the landlord of the apartment you're interested in, Miss Chu Manning. This is Mr. Lin Qi, who has taken an immediate liking to your property, Miss Chu. I must say, your taste in decoration is absolutely remarkable. Half of the visitors to our store have expressed interest in your house. Lin Qi observed through the rearview mirror as Chu Manning sat demurely in the back seat, offering a faint smile. No matter how exquisitely decorated, what good is it if it cannot be rented out? Rest assured, Mr. Lin is quite sincere in his intentions. Isn't that right, Mr. Lin? Shi Xiaoyan winked at Lin Qi. Indeed, I am quite fond of the style. However, I may not be able to rent it for an extended period. With the system at hand, one can never be certain if a treasure chest might yield a house in the future. Lin Qi felt it prudent to clarify matters up front. However, my property requires at least a quarter's rental, with a deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. Chu Manning immediately grew anxious and hastily replied. Lin Qi found her panic puzzling, considering she possessed properties worth tens of millions. A quarter is perfectly acceptable. If I need to vacate, you may simply return the deposit, and I shall forego the remaining rent. Chu Manning was taken aback, instantly relieved. She nodded lightly, stating that it would be unfair to him, and suggested they would re-evaluate later, promising to refund him a portion. Agreed, responded Lin Qi. Shi Xiaoyan noted Lin Qi's gaze repeatedly darting to the rearview mirror and mused that he might have developed an interest in the young widow. This simply would not do. Having unearthed such a gem, she had yet to assess it herself before facing competition. Chapter 6, A Lifetime Acquired. At once, she interjected to steer the conversation back to the rental issue. Lin Qi was not particularly concerned about finances. Renting was merely a temporary solution, and a few hundred less each month was of little consequence. Let us view the property. If it aligns with the photographs, a 1T haggle. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Lin. Entering the elevator from the underground parking lot, the layout featured 2 units per floor, ensuring a commendable level of privacy. Upon reaching the 13th floor, Chu Manning pressed her finger on the fingerprint lock, which promptly opened. Lin Qi followed suit, entering the residence at a leisurely pace. After a cursory glance, he nodded in approval. It was indeed as depicted in the photos, aside from a more lived-in atmosphere. It mirrored the images on Shi Xiaoyan's phone precisely. The custom-made wooden furniture and the artwork adorning the walls conveyed the landlord's meticulous care for the property. Elegant and sophisticated, Lin Qi felt he had stumbled upon a bargain at this price. No wonder you dare to charge 2,000 more than others. It is indeed well thought out. Hearing Lin Qi's praise, Chu Manning exhaled with relief, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Please don't jest. The manager of my company has contacted me several times to lower the rent, but I simply cannot bear to lease out this home, into which I have poured so much effort. Wow, Sister Manning has such a keen artistic sense. In my years of work, I have never encountered such exquisite decoration. Shi Xiaoyan chimed in, sensing mutual satisfaction. Not at all. I major in sculpture in university, so I have a modicum of understanding of painting. The artwork on the walls is merely something I created during my leisure, with no disputes regarding the crucial rental terms. The contract was signed with ease. The rent was set at $13,500 per month, with a deposit and 3 months rent up front. Since Chu Manning had yet to vacate, Shi Xiaoyan noted the contract's commencement for the following day, as she observed the transfer of 54,000 yuan into her account. Chu Manning let out a long sigh of relief. I'll assist you in registering your fingerprint. It will be quite convenient to exit without carrying keys. Will you have enough time to move today? Rest assured, I have arranged to stay with a neighbor. If I rent this out, I can simply relocate there. Most of my belongings have already been moved. Only a few changes of clothes remain. I can wrap everything up in a few minutes, and you can sleep here tonight. That sounds splendid. I have no desire to linger in that dreadful place. Chu Manning was quick and efficient, packing her belongings into a small bag in under 10 minutes. Before leaving, she assisted Lin Qi in registering his fingerprint for the lock, exchanged contact information, and bid farewell. The space was now left with only Lin Qi and Shi Xiaoyan. Now that she is gone, you're still staring at the door. How reluctant you seem. Shi Xiaoyan teased. Lin Qi shrugged nonchalantly in response. Don't be ridiculous. I'm merely curious as to why she wishes to rent out her property. Oh, I know. This house belonged to her late husband. She was married. Lin Qi exclaimed instinctively, a hint of regret creeping in. Though he harbored ambitions akin to a prime minister, it was perhaps best to avoid becoming a rival for affection. Shi Xiaoyan chuckled softly, playfully tapping his leg. You can't tell me you have no feelings for her. To be frank, her husband passed away several years ago. She is undeniably single. How do you know that? Lin Qi asked, intrigued. Because she doesn't work. This home is decorated with such care, it's evident she lives here, and she is always present when showing the property. I've never seen her with any male friends, so she is certainly single. That doesn't necessarily mean, Lin Qi began, but Shi Xiaoyan shot him a disapproving look, questioning his judgment. With her discernment, it's clear she hasn't had a lively night out in years. Believe it or not, that's entirely up to you. I've merely shared the facts. Why are you so invested in this matter? Lin Qi scrutinized her. That is for me to know. Shi Xiaoyan winked, then stretched lazily, her figure subtly outlined. Their eyes met in a lingering gaze. As 6 o'clock approached, Lin Qi wrapped his arm around Shi Xiaoyan as they descended the stairs. They found a restaurant with a pleasant ambience near the community entrance. After dinner, Shi Xiaoyan finally felt rejuvenated. The two returned to the parking lot to retrieve the car. How did you get up here? Why are you out so late? Please take me to XX Street. I have a night shift. What? Shi Xiaoyan stared at him in disbelief. You can't be serious. No wonder you're so handsome and physically fit. You're quite the catch. The realization made everything seem more reasonable. I sense you're thinking something inappropriate. I'm not in that line of work. You startled me. I thought I was being taken advantage of. I'm an IT administrator. Don't tease me. Shi Xiaoyan was not the type to be frivolous. She had merely been spurred on by Chu Mannin's example, initially intending to flirt playfully and draw closer. She had anticipated his boldness leading to such a turn of events. At this moment, she was feeling vulnerable, not quite able to withstand his teasing. Lin Qi gently patted her back. Shu, let us avoid discussing adult matters. I'm older than you. Lin Qi made a shushing gesture, pulling out his phone to transfer 20,000 yuan to her. Shi Xiaoyan's face paled. What do you take me for? What are you thinking? This is your pocket money. Come pick me up in the morning. I want to do it. Though she feigned defiance, her beaming expression clearly indicated her acceptance. Lin Qi reclined his seat and promptly fell asleep. Shi Xiaoyan drove for a while before pulling over, glancing at Lin Qi's sleeping face and playfully spat. You're not worried about catching a cold. Subsequently, she draped her crumpled blazer over him before accelerating back onto the road. Chapter 7. I can't support him. We've arrived. Sleepyhead, time to wake up. Already? Lin Qi rubbed his sleepy eyes, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Just a bit further. That nimble internet cafe. Are you the network administrator? Of course, my greatest virtue is honesty. Shi Xiaoyan, undeterred by any misgivings, followed closely behind Lin Qi as they exited the vehicle. Upon entering the internet cafe, her brows furrowed at the overwhelming stench of smoke. A balding figure emerged from behind the counter. You're here so early? Just so you know, there's no overtime pay for early arrivals. I scoffed at him. Lin Qi was nearly exasperated with this old trickster. There was no time for idle chatter. They needed to settle the aftermath swiftly. Just as the old man began to speak, he noticed a delicate girl trailing behind Lin Qi, adorned in a figure-hugging OL skirt. Miss, here to surf the web? The proprietor's demeanor brightened as he swiftly extinguished his cigarette. Such a beautiful girl deserved the utmost attention. Once she logged on, a mere phone call from her would surely draw all the lecherous gamers in the vicinity to the cafe for an all-nighter. It seemed today would be a lucrative day. The handful of gamers already in the cafe craned their necks, their eyes gleaming with desire. A few others discreetly repositioned their legs from the sofa, hastily wiping the nearby keyboard with their sleeves. The boss contemplated whether to send Lin Qi back when suddenly someone obstructed his view. This is my girlfriend. So don't gawk. Puffed, as if you could pull that off. What do you mean? She came with me. Are your eyes deceiving you? The balding man scrutinized Lin Qi from head to toe. His counterfeit sneakers, his Hongxing tracksuit. Altogether, he didn't even look like he was worth 500 yuan. And he thought he could charm a girl? He'd be lucky if she even glanced his way without disdain. Go on. Don't cause a scene and scare away the customers. Miss, may I see your ID? Don't misinterpret. He is not from our establishment. You can surf in peace without any hassle. Hey, Lin Qi was amused, realizing this guy was not only stingy, but also had a contemptuous eye for people. Without a second thought, he planted a kiss on Shi Xiaoyan's cheek, right in front of the balding man. Hey you, your breath reeks. Shi Xiaoyan, being a perceptive woman, was well aware that it was her moment to shine. While she feigned disgust, she playfully took Lin Qi's sleeve and wiped her face with it. You're filthy. I'll wash this for you tomorrow. Lin Qi beamed at her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Old dang, do you believe me now? The boss scrutinized the pair for a while, appearing torn between words. What? Say it plainly. Don't interrupt. I'm speaking with this lady. Lin Qi smacked his lips, eager to hear the boss's next words. Miss, this fellow is my night shift network administrator, you know? I know. Shi Xiaoyan winked at Lin Qi with a smile. Truth be told, she had only learned this 5 minutes prior. Ahem. The boss hesitated, sensing that speaking ill of someone in love could bring misfortune. But as he caught sight of Lin Qi's roguish demeanor, he steeled himself. This kid earns 800 yuan a month here. Did you know that? Shi Xiaoyan paused for a moment, then replied with a laugh. So what? Love can nourish the soul. I truly care for him. The boss nearly choked. 800 yuan. Barely enough to rent a place in this city. I earn 15,000 a month. I can support him. As soon as she finished, a chorus of gasps erupted from the corner of the cafe. All the patrons glared at Lin Qi, their eyes ablaze. Where did this guy come from? Spending a woman's money. How shameless. What a disgrace for a young man to be a kept man. He could easily be replaced. Damn kid, you've got guts. The boss, scowling, hesitated before pulling out a cigarette from his drawer and offering one to Lin Qi. Damn it, after all these years in the business, this is the first time I've given a cigarette to this brat. One soft cloud in exchange for a hard one. What a loss. Lin Qi chuckled, kissing Shi Xiaoyan a few more times under her disapproving glare, causing the onlookers in the cafe to nearly combust with envy. Damn it, are you trying to deceive us all? We agreed to remain single until old age, yet you sneakily got a girlfriend. How unjust the heavens are. Lin Qi was overjoyed, having not expected the girl he flirted with earlier to possess such high emotional intelligence. He had struck gold. All right, enough of those looks. Let us get the handover done. I'm waiting to sleep. If anything goes missing, don't blame me for docking your pay. The boss's face remained stormy as he quickly checked the stock, taking most of the cash from the drawer, leaving less than 100 yuan in change. 76 yuan and 80 cents. Transfer it to me via WeChat. Lin Qi looked incredulous. Are you even human? Leaving a few dozen yuan in the account and expecting me to transfer it? What if you take the money and run? The balding boss now regarded Lin Qi with utter disdain. Fine, you got guts. Just take the money and scram. TCH, just don't lose anything. I'm rather meticulous. Lin Qi shrugged, nonchalantly, more like stingy. Now hurry up and leave. The boss, still scowling, briefly instructed him on how to use the cafe's system. And don't let anyone sleep here if they're not paying for the night. He then exited the shop, even neglecting to hand over the promised gaming group details. Babe, I'm off to work. Come pick me up tomorrow morning. All right, darling. I'll see you later. Shi Xiaoyan stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed a kiss on Lin Qi's cheek. Clacking in her high heels, she gracefully exited. Barely 2 seconds after her departure, a dull thud echoed from the corner of the hall. Clearly, someone had slammed their fist onto a computer desk. Damn it, kid. You're too arrogant. Lin Qi glanced up to see a furious man with dark circles under his eyes glaring at him. He looked like a seasoned warrior. What's the matter? Is it not allowed for my girlfriend to kiss me? Surely, no one here is without a woman? Damn it, you're asking for it. No way, no way. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, another man in the corner stood up. Calm down, brother. We have pretty girls too. Remember that blue-haired one? Lin Qi's interest peaked. Are you into anime? No, I'm talking about real people. Right, that girl. Her looks are just as good as her girlfriend's. We've seen her several times. Exactly. Acting like no one has ever seen a woman before. Please, who cares? Lin Qi studied them skeptically, noticing the glances exchanged among these gaming addicts, and chuckled. You've seen her a few times. Yet none of you dare ask for her contact information. Huh? Who said that? The dark-eyed man slammed his fist on the table again. Oh, just rejected, that's all. It's fine to deceive your buddies, but don't fool yourself. The conversation devolved into a series of incoherent ramblings about how they might have a chance, their voices dwindling until they faded into muffled murmurs. Lin Qi, feeling a twinge of sympathy, turned and plopped onto the bed in the small room, closing his eyes. Chapter 8. Are you sure you've reached adulthood? The balding boss displayed a modicum of decency. The sheets and bedding had been freshly washed. Breathing in the sunlight-infused fragrance, Lin Qi drifted off to sleep. The internet users, accustomed to this scene, paid no mind. They were regulars. Occasionally, even the balding boss would sneak into the bedroom for a quick nap, knowing that the surveillance cameras would prevent any theft. Time passed, though how much, Lin Qi could not tell, until he felt someone tugging at his pant leg. In a daze, he murmured, "Stop messing around. I'm exhausted today. Let me rest for a while." "Hey, wake up. I need to get online. You can't even climb a tree, so stop bothering me. You, get up right now." With a sudden clap, Lin Qi sat up, clutching his backside, nearly delivering a rocket punch to the blue-haired girl in a hoodie before him. "Who are you?" The blue-haired girl, looking quite spirited, wiped her face, and under the dim yellow light, one could vaguely perceive the youthful collagen-rich glow of her cheeks. She was undeniably striking. Even though her extravagant hairstyle and heavy makeup attempted to mask her natural beauty, it remained evident. The only unfortunate aspect was her rather ordinary demeanor. Had Lin Qi not seen her face, he might have struggled to distinguish front from back at that moment. "What are you staring at?" the girl exclaimed, panic written all over her face as she retreated several steps. "You're not even that big. You're blocking nothing," Lin Qi responded, exasperated, rising to his feet and walking out without casting a sideways glance. "Aren't you going online? Keep up." After a moment's hesitation, the girl finally gritted her teeth and followed suit. Upon reaching the counter, the lights illuminated, allowing Lin Qi to scrutinize the girl more closely. She possessed a delicate oval face, a petite nose, and a pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes that seemed to communicate their own language. This had to be the blue-haired girl the online enthusiasts had been speaking of. Nevertheless, was she truly an adult? "Let me see your ID." "Oh." The girl obediently handed over her identification. Lin Qi took a glance and remarked, "Hey, Li Sufan, born on May 7th, 2005. You are indeed of age, though your name carries a certain charm reminiscent of the 1980s. Don't laugh." The girl blushed, her large peach blossom eyes glaring at him. Although Lin Qi had not intended to laugh, her indignant expression resembled that of a hamster with its cheeks stuffed with nuts, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "You're still laughing at me. I'm going to file a complaint. I was simply reminded of something amusing." "Really?" Lin Qi gave her a peculiar look, wondering if this girl was somewhat simple-minded. Casually, he swiped her ID on the card reader. $12 for an overnight stay. Just scan the code. The previously fierce girl suddenly became bashful. "Huh, now that it's midnight, can it be a bit cheaper?" Lin Qi glanced at the bottom right corner of the computer screen, noting it was only 11:35. Goodness, had she actually slept that long? It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Until 8 in the morning. $10 will do, all right? I only have 5. The girl, her face flushed, produced a crumpled bill. "Are you joking? I can reduce my playtime. How about $5 for playing until 4? Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, sensing that things were not as simple as they appeared. He remembered Lu Dan had explicitly warned him before leaving. Don't let anyone sleep on the couch if they haven't paid for an overnight stay. Could this be the reason for her presence? "You aren't here just to sleep, are you?" Who's here to sleep? "I'm here to go online and play games. Don't slander me. Besides, I'm an adult. Why shouldn't I be allowed to go online?" "Hold on, stop yelling. Your voice lacks any bass." Lin Qi covered his ears, nearly deafened, and waited for the girl to finally quiet down before he started the machines. $5 won't cover the overnight system. You can only use it for 2 hours. "Well, that's acceptable," the girl replied, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she struggled not to smile. Lin Qi naturally noticed her unmistakable expression, but he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. He added $5 to her account on the system. "The store has surveillance. Once you log out, just leave, understood?" "Huh?" The girl stared wide-eyed at him, scanning the corners of the shop. Her intent to sneakily nap on the couch was as clear as day. Lin Qi didn't intend to be particularly harsh. He merely followed Lu Dan's instructions. Whether the girl left afterward was beyond his concern. "Keep your ID safe. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me unless necessary." "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" Lin Qi turned back to assess her. "And no, nothing. How peculiar." With that, he turned away and headed to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed in an instant. The girl, clutching her ID, found a computer near the small bedroom and logged on. The group of guys, seeing the young beauty not sit beside them, immediately felt deflated. Paper dolls are so much better. After booting up, she started playing an FPS game. Just a short while into the game, her head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains. "It's fine. It's just been 2 days without sleep. For me, it's a breeze. After playing for a while, I'll stroll outside for a few minutes, and all drowsiness will vanish." The game continued, and with the girl's addition. Her shooting accuracy was nothing short of divine. In less than 15 minutes, the score was 6-5 against them. Another loss would lead to their downfall. Her teammates, having endured an entire match, finally snapped. Blue, what are you doing standing there? Are you a bot? If you don't want to play, just quit. The sudden roar from the headset jolted the girl awake, and just as she was about to react, a sniper took her out. CT team wins. The girl couldn't even make out the result screen. Maybe I should just sleep for a bit? I can play for 2 hours. And sleeping for an hour and a half shouldn't be a problem, right? Surely that fierce-looking boss won't find out if I take a small nap. No, I would definitely sleep through it. The shop had surveillance. If caught, the consequences would be dire. In her mind, the internet cafe owner was akin to a strict homeroom teacher. If caught, it would be disastrous. That boss was so intimidating, he would surely scold her harshly, perhaps even resorting to physical punishment. The mere thought of this made her restless. She quietly removed her headphones, her eyes scanning for the position of the surveillance cameras. That mean person seems to be asleep. If I sneak in beside him for a quick nap, he probably won't notice, right? With that thought, she could no longer suppress her longing for the bed. She hadn't had a decent night's sleep in over 10 days, wandering around in a daze. If only there were a bed where she could sleep soundly. She crouched down, fearful of being caught on camera, and stealthily approached the small bedroom door. Sure enough, this bed is so wide. I'm small, so I won't be discovered. Chapter 9. The Rewarding Strength Pill. Unable to resist her drowsiness any longer, she carefully slipped off her shoes. After wearing them for over 10 consecutive days, they had developed a slight odor. She removed her yellowing socks and stuffed them into her shoes before placing them outside the door, shutting it behind her. The air was much fresher now. I truly am a little genius. With a contented sigh, she lay down. Ah, the blanket is so soft. In less than 3 seconds, the softest of snores began to escape her lips. Lin Qi enjoyed a remarkably comfortable sleep in his drowsy state just as he reached out to pull the blanket closer. A sudden gasp startled him awake. What was that sound? Who are you? He felt the blanket and pillow come crashing down upon him. Get out. Quickly. Get out. Instinctively, Lin Qi raised his hands to shield his face, barely catching a glimpse of her features as he frantically searched for his shoes. A sense of unease crept over me as I heard a woman's voice. In a moment of sheer instinct, I opted for retreat. After all, discretion is the better part of valor. As I flung open the door, I was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? This is my bed. It was only then, illuminated by the faint light from the hall, that I caught a glimpse of Blue. What on earth? Are you that girl with blue hair? Why are you crying? This is my bed. Oh, is it your bed? The girl tilted her head in contemplation. It seemed she had indeed wandered over in her stupor. But you can't just invade my space. I thought it was just the blankets. Enough of the tears. I was startled awake without having done anything to you. You're not a good person. The girl huffed angrily and dashed out barefoot. Hey, do you have a screw loose? Why is this my problem? Wait, are you leaving your shoes behind? I picked up the small boots from the floor, and an overwhelming odor hit me. What does that smell? None of your business. The girl snatched her boots back, clutching her chest as she fled. Oh my goodness, how embarrassing. I grimaced and hurried to wash my hands multiple times. What a lunatic. Showing up at my place in the middle of the night and making me have nightmares. Glancing at my phone, it was only 4 a.m. I rolled back into bed and drifted off once more. Li Sufin, the girl with blue hair, sprinted 200 meters before her stomach audibly protested. She and T felt it while falling asleep, but now her stomach ached as if pricked by needles. It's just one day without food. Why are you being so troublesome? Pouting, she plopped down on the curb to catch her breath. After 5 long minutes, the pain subsided somewhat. Like a zombie, she slowly donned her boots, her gaze lingering on a treasure chest by the roadside. No way. I can't let him have the last laugh. He must know the strength of this girl. Ensuring no one was around, she stealthily returned to the internet cafe. The counter was deserted. What? Did he fall asleep again? Standing at the small bedroom door, she hesitated, lacking the courage to knock. Yet, leaving without taking action felt unsatisfactory. After much internal conflict, her eyes fell upon the snack-laden counter. Perfect. I'm hungry too. I'll take some food as compensation. In her hunger-induced haze, she even forgot about the surveillance cameras. Yanking open her hoodie to stuff her arms with snacks. Beef jerky, stinky dried tofu, small buns. She took everything she could carry, even grabbing 2 bottles of mineral water on her way out. The night owls indulging in their online adventures stared in shock as the girl seized her spoils. What should we do? Should we call the boss? No, the manager is here. It's none of my concern if he doesn't take care. What are you looking at? Li Sufin shot a glare at the onlookers, clutching her snacks as she dashed out of the cafe. When Lin Qi awoke, the sun had already risen. Congratulations, host. You have successfully relaxed. Reward. 1 black iron treasure chest. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a strength pill. Surprisingly, It was a house or a car, and the name of the pill sounded rather dubious. Are you sure it will work? Rest assured, host. The items provided by the system are guaranteed authentic with a reliable source. Use with confidence. Still skeptical, Lin Qi delved into the system's details. Strength pill, a low-tier medicinal item from a certain fantastical realm, primarily used by martial artists to refine their vitality. Consuming it can significantly enhance strength and improve physical condition. Wow, even items from fantastical world have made their way here. I hope it doesn't start producing foundation stones for cultivation. That would be absurd. Fortunately, the system reassured him that it wouldn't deviate too far from a technological focus. With a sigh of relief, Lin Qi tossed the strength pill into his mouth and instinctively chewed a couple of times before swallowing. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping him. His temperature skyrocketing past 40 degrees. His muscles twitched as the power of the pill began to reshape his body. In this world devoid of spiritual energy, the energy required for physical enhancement could only be derived from fat stores. In just 10 minutes, his physique transformed from slightly chubby to sculpted muscle. The excess fat vanished, revealing an impressive set of abs. Goodness, this strength pill is incredible. Clenching his fist, he felt an explosive force within him. His strength had more than doubled, and his cardiovascular function had significantly improved. Just as he began to revel in this newfound vigor, a sudden grimace crossed his face. Oh no, my stomach hurts. He rushed out of his room towards the bathroom. Awake, are you? How come you sold so many snacks last night? The cafe owner, Lu Dan, had taken a seat at the counter without Lin Qi realizing it. I need to use the restroom. I'll explain later. The ensuing relief nearly made Lin Qi expel his entire dinner from the previous night. It was overwhelmingly stinky. The pill had not only transformed his body, but had also expelled much of the impurities within him. After several rounds of flushing, the stench finally began to dissipate. After a quick splash of water on his face, Lin Qi emerged. I calculated your sales. You sold 15 packs of beef jerky and 8 buns overnight. Hold on. How much is that? Lu Dan raised an eyebrow. $136.50. I'll pay via QR code. All right then. The owner smiled as he watched Lin Qi leave, unconcerned with the specifics of how he had lost or sold the items, as long as Lin Qi paid. He didn't even mind that there were still 15 minutes left in his shift. Just as Lin Qi was about to buy a few buns from a nearby shop, he spotted that familiar Aura-good cat parked outside the store. He hopped in the passenger seat. You arrived just in time. I was about to make the payment. Let us find a place for breakfast. Why are you silent? Lin Qi turned to look at the hesitant Shi Xiaoyan. Goodness, those dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep at all last night? Shi Xiaoyan looked utterly worn out, layers of foundation failing to conceal her fatigue. Chapter 10. I didn't expect you to be this way, Shi Xiaoyan. Who bullied you? No one. Then why the long face? After much inner turmoil, Shi Xiaoyan finally gathered the courage to speak. I thought about it all night in bed, and I've decided to return the money to you. Did you miss me? I'm being serious. She playfully hit him. You must have just lost your job, right? It can't be easy to save money, even if I seem materialistic. Accepting your hard-earned money doesn't sit well with my conscience. Given the current employment climate, don't lose hope. Save your money and wait for an opportunity. You'll surely find one. Before she could finish, Lin Qi grinned and placed his hand on her thigh. Shi Xiaoyan shot him an exasperated glance, but didn't pull away. Oh, what a nuisance. Just so you know, if I end up with a rich guy, I won't be with you anymore. What? Now that I have you in my palm, you want to run away? Shi Xiaoyan's face flushed, and she quickly moved his wandering hand back to her own lap. Whether you call me materialistic or gold-digging, I've managed to stay virtuous all these years. I've consistently maintained my figure, spending most of my earnings on upkeep. However, I refuse to chase after an elusive notion of love. I apologize, but this is the reality of society. People mock the poor, but not the promiscuous. And I never wished for it. Lin Qi gazed at her in surprise, sensing that perhaps her compassion had been stirred by witnessing his true identity as the cafe manager last night. Although this woman is also fond of money, she is not like my ex-girlfriend, Kursin, who is universally despised for her mercenary ways. I have no desire to merely follow my brother and indulge in lavish comforts. Rest assured, you can hold on to the money. The speed at which I earn is beyond your imagination. Please, let us not jest. I am speaking seriously. Heed my advice and save your funds for entrepreneurial endeavors, as I currently lack any concrete goals. At worst, we can continue being a couple for a few more months. I have not a shred of faith in what Lin Qi says. I overheard the boss of the marinated egg shop last night. Lin Qi's financial situation is hardly enviable. This facade is merely a pretense. Enough of the chatter, just trust me. Let us swiftly find a place for breakfast, preferably a high-end one. Do not skimp on my behalf. You're capable, but I hope you won't regret it later. Shi Xiaoyan pursed her lips, thinking What good is being an older sister? I have warned you. Since you insist on saving face, do not blame me if it costs you dearly. With a press of the accelerator, she drove directly towards Chinching Plaza. There's a prestigious French restaurant there, renowned for its ingredients, which are said to be air-freighted. The meat is delivered within 4 hours of slaughter. A colleague of mine dined there once and raved about it for over a month. Upon arrival, we ascended to the second floor. You made up your mind, right? The prices here are exorbitant. Lin Qi shrugged indifferently. Let us go. Better to finish early and return to sleep. Shi Xiaoyan stomped her foot, her high heels clicking as she followed. Upon reaching the second floor, a Grand Jean-Georges sign hung prominently. Is this the place? Indeed. It is the most famous French restaurant in the vicinity. A single meal could cost 1 or 2 months' salary. Shi Xiaoyan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. What if we couldn't cover the bill? It would be quite the spectacle if they had to wash dishes. Let us go in and sample the fare. Lin Qi took the lead, grasping Shi Xiaoyan's hand as they entered. Bienvenue. A blonde waitress in a tailored suit greeted them at the entrance and promptly led the way. What did she just say? I don't know. Something about a pig? Shi Xiaoyan, unfamiliar with French, merely observed the restaurant's decor with curiosity. Massive crystal chandeliers and the classic European aesthetic of the flooring and furniture were evident. Before they even began, she couldn't resist snapping photos with her phone. The blonde waitress frowned and paused, speaking fluent Chinese. Miss, we ask that you refrain from taking photos inside. Why? Lin Qi casually inquired. It may infringe on others' privacy. Ah, my apologies, I won't take any more. Shi Xiaoyan hastily tucked her phone away. Though her beauty rivaled that of the waitress, she suddenly felt self-conscious after the comment. Lin Qi scoffed. It's early morning, and the place is devoid of patrons. Who has privacy are we invading? The blonde waitress was taken aback. She had never encountered someone who dared to rebut her. Due to past disputes over photography, the restaurant had established a no-photos policy. Usually a simple reminder sufficed, but this was her first experience with resistance. However, there were hardly any diners at this hour. What? Is your restaurant averse to customers? No, that's not it. Then it's settled. Go ahead and take pictures. Capture everything for your social media and let your colleagues envy you. Although it was rather awkward, the thought of her envious colleagues spurred Shi Xiaoyan to disregard her hesitation. She grabbed her phone and headed toward the grand piano at the center of the hall. The blonde waitress muttered under her breath, "That's a 600,000 yuan piano." Lin Qi pretended not to hear, thinking if it gets broken, I'll just pay for it. No need to make a fuss. Following this, they settled at a window side table, and the blonde waitress presented them with a menu. In Huaxia, you don't prepare a Chinese menu? The menu displayed not only the dish names but also prices in foreign currency, as if fearing he might understand. The waitress, now accustomed to such requests, quickly fetched a bilingual menu. Once the food arrived, a satisfied Shi Xiaoyan began snapping photos again, relentlessly capturing every dish. The meal stretched on for nearly 2 hours. Sir, may I inquire if you're satisfied with your meal? The blonde waitress approached once they finished. My assessment is that it pales in comparison to soy milk and fried dough sticks. Bring the bill. That's just a flaw in your taste. Yet, the waitress only dared to think this silently. The meal totaled over 18,000 yuan, and they hadn't even ordered drinks, with an array of desserts and salads. They nearly overindulged, but seeing Shi Xiaoyan revel in the experience, Lin Qi chose to let it be. Stop playing on your phone and take me home. Wait a moment. I'm almost done editing. Shi Xiaoyan's slender fingers danced across the keyboard as she meticulously selected 9 stunning images, retouching a few and crafting a caption before finally clicking send. All set. Let us go. Aren't you working today? I took a day off to accompany you the whole day. Shi Xiaoyan felt elated at the unexpected fortune, allowing Lin Qi's hand to wander. What does it matter? Let us enjoy today. I've made my intentions clear. Upon returning to Xinghui City, the moment they stepped inside, they tumbled into each other's arms. Shi Xiaoyan, now more enthusiastic than the day before, let her delicate hands explore freely. Hey, where did you get those 8-pack apps? Chapter 11. My money is not easily acquired. Huh, how dare you underestimate me? Today, I shall have you assist me in my cultivation. Hold on a moment. An hour later, Lin Qi leaned against the headboard, bare-chested and smoking. Shi Xiaoyan, glowing with springtime vitality, busily scrolled through her phone beside him. Within just over an hour, her social media was flooded with notifications. Sister Xiaoyan, ISNT that the expensive French restaurant? Where did you come into money? Wow, I thought we were good friends. You didn't invite me to the grand feast. Xiaoyan, do you enjoy French cuisine? Why get my paycheck next month? I'll treat you. Miss Xiaoyan, have you given any thought to that previous matter? If you agree, we can certainly arrange 30 to 50,000. Xiaoyan, didn't you call in sick? How did you end up at a French restaurant? with both admiration and skepticism swirling around. The comments range from flattering to disparaging. ISNT that the white lotus from our branch? Which boss treated you? Please don't say such things. Fang Jia. Ordinary bosses don't catch Xiaoyan SI. In my opinion, she must have spent her own money. Come on. With her charms, she must have wormed her way into some old man's bed, utterly shameless. The banter between the two nearly drove Shi Xiaoyan to her wit's end. Old man? With Lin Qi's incredible physique, he could be a model. Those two hideous creatures are just envious they can't have a taste. I'm so furious. Those two wretched women. What's wrong? Lin Qi casually asked. Those two vile colleagues of mine. They've developed a grudge against me because a client snatched 2 of their orders. They talk behind my back every day. Why do they blame you for the client leaving? Because they came to me. Lin Qi looked at her incredulously. ISNT that what you deserve? What is the difference between stealing someone's order and cutting off their livelihood? Please, do not look at me that way. It was a client who specifically sought me out for this task. I am merely following orders. Nonsense. He is practically your father, assigning the achievements to you directly. Noticing his skepticism, Shi Xiaoyan promptly produced a photograph and handed it to him. Here, these are the 2 women. Gosh, is that demon bogan? All right, I believe you. This truly isn't your fault. Satisfied, Shi Xiaoyan nestled into his embrace. Yet a lingering tension remained within her. She decided to take a selfie with her phone. What are you doing? Just posting on social media. You don't mind, do you? Go ahead. With that, Lin Qi also retrieved his phone and began to play with it. Having secured a new residence, it was time to vacate the previous cramped rental. Especially since he had just paid a quarter's rent and could not let that miserly landlord take advantage of him. After arranging to meet the landlord in the afternoon for the inspection, he felt the girl in his arms giggling uncontrollably. What is so funny? Look, Shi Xiaoyan handed him her phone, displaying her freshly posted social media update. The caption read, "My boyfriend is so wonderful, treating me to such an extravagant French meal." The accompanying photo showcased her sensuously lounging on her stomach, revealing only one shoulder. Most strikingly, Lin Qi's chiseled physique was laid bare, his prominent 8-pack abs and muscular chest eliciting a flurry of astonished comments. Wow, Xiaoyan, where did you find that duck? Sister Xiaoyan, please share your WeChat. Thank you. I don't believe it. It must be edited. My fitness coach doesn't even have abs this impressive. The two who had previously scoffed now realized their blunder and remained silent in the comment section. Once Shi Xiaoyan had her fill of enjoyment, Lin Qi suggested she accompany him to the old place. Without hesitation, she began to dress. These stockings are from Balenciaga. Next time, don't be so hasty. They're quite expensive. Glancing at the torn stockings, Shi Xiaoyan felt a twinge of regret. It's just black stockings. I'll buy you a dozen tomorrow. No. You should save your money. I can simply go without them next time. Absolutely not. They enhance my speed. I must wear them. Half an hour later, the couple arrived at the old rental unit, where the landlord was already waiting at the door. Ah, so you're vacating because you've hitched onto a wealthy woman. The plump landlord, dressed in shorts and a tank top, sneered at the car parked outside. Lin Qi frowned. Enough chatter. Let us get this over with and refund my deposit. Huh? The landlord scoffed, trailing behind Lin Qi into the apartment. A car worth over 100,000? I would take it if it were given to me. The place is barely a few square meters and hardly worth a second glance. What else there to scrutinize? Besides the air conditioning issue, what else warrants such detail? Why rush? It's not your property, so of course you wouldn't care. The overweight landlord rolled his eyes, his gaze lingering on Shi Xiaoyan's long, slender legs. I'll wait in the car. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Shi Xiaoyan promptly declared, "Go ahead." Lin Qi playfully patted her backside. Once she left, the landlord's demeanor shifted, and his gaze towards Lin Qi grew increasingly hostile. What is this? A significant chip out of the paint? That is due to moisture. Your property never sees sunlight. Can you blame me for that? If not you, then who? It was pristine when I rented it to you. I'll deduct 200. Damn it. You want to throw a punch? Better think twice about whether your pockets can afford the damages. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes. Say another word, and I'll make sure you're crippled, even if it lands me in prison. The landlord quickly shrank back, deciding it wise to keep his mouth shut. He thought to himself how precious his life was. There was no need to pick a fight with this country bumpkin. He could just deduct a bit more from the rent later. There are 11 damages total. Each will cost you 200. Plus, with your sudden departure, I'll deduct a month's rent. Since 5 days have passed this month, I'll deduct for those 5 days too, and after returning your deposit, you'll receive 2,900. Is that acceptable? Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him for a moment before grinning. No problem. Just hand over the money. Heh, at least you're sensible. The landlord silently sighed in relief, inwardly thinking how easily he could swindle this unsophisticated rural fellow out of a few thousand. People can indeed be categorized into ranks. Those of lower status are destined to remain impoverished. Lin Qi pulled out his phone, accepted the transfer of 2,900, then tossed the keys to the ground. I'm leaving. The landlord's expression changed as he bent down to pick up the keys. Once Lin Qi was far enough away, he muttered, "That little brat will never afford a house." As the vehicle started, Shi Xiaoyan noticed his troubled expression and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Didn't you get the money? I paid 7,200 a week ago for 3 months' rent, along with the deposit, and that scoundrel deducted more than half." Shi Xiaoyan slammed on the brakes. "I'll help you get it back." She had plenty of experience dealing with unreasonable landlords. "No rush. Just park at the alley's entrance." "My money isn't easily taken." Chapter 12. Let him lose both his wife and his soldiers. Once the car was parked, Lin Qi calmly took out his phone and dialed the fire department. "This is the fire department of XX District in Magic City. How may I assist you?" "I wish to report illegal construction and modifications at XX Road, XX number. Several households are crammed into one building without any fire safety measures." The operator on the other end immediately took the matter seriously. Just a few days ago, a fire occurred in a similar situation in a neighboring district, resulting in several houses being reduced to ashes, caused by villagers illegally modifying their properties for rental purposes. There have been multiple meetings regarding this issue, and the leaders have issued stern orders to crack down on such practices. The operator continued, "We will dispatch a team immediately. Please keep your line open. If the situation is confirmed, there will be a reward for your report." "That sounds splendid. Please hurry, as I'm about to start dinner, and it might catch fire." Lin Qi was not exaggerating. With multiple households cooking together, he often feared the place would ignite. After hanging up, Lin Qi shot a sly smile at Shi Xiaoyan, who wore an odd expression. "You realize you probably want to get your rent back now, right? A few thousand isn't a concern for me. It's worth it to see that scoundrel detained. He was just peeking at you, so consider it a way to relieve your grievances." "Hee, I thought you hadn't noticed." Hearing this, Shi Xiaoyan felt a warmth in her heart. That scoundrel was notorious for his lewd behavior. He had been caught peering into young women's bathrooms multiple times, and if there had been evidence, he would have already been jailed. With your beauty, how could he possibly resist? At least you have a bit of conscience. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. "Of course I have a conscience, but do you?" "What do you mean I don't?" Shi Xiaoyan shot him a glare with her beautiful eyes. "Really? I don't believe it. Let me inspect you thoroughly." "Ah, you." Half an hour later, 2 fire department vehicles arrived at the alley's entrance, from which 7 or 8 serious-looking middle-aged men emerged. "Director, over here. Lead the way." "Yes." "Good heavens. Even the director is here. That scoundrel is in for big trouble." Lin Qi, blushing and huddled in the driver's seat with Shi Xiaoyan, hoped to remain unnoticed. Within half an hour, a group of officials emerged, dragging out a middle-aged man with a hefty frame. It was none other than the plump landlord. At this moment, his earlier cunning demeanor had vanished, replaced instead by an incessant smile as he sought to ingratiate himself with the group. "Leader, would you care for a smoke? I have been preparing for rectification, but the numerous tenants have made it difficult to find an opportunity." He continued, "Oh, look at my forgetful mind. It's just about mealtime. How about we head over to the nearby Drunken Flower Pavilion for a meal?" Under normal circumstances, a minor fine and an order for rectification would have sufficed. However, the authorities had recently intensified their crackdown on illegal constructions, leaving him no chance for leniency. Silence. You know when the stocks rise. You know when to repent after making mistakes. Where have you been all this time? Come, accompany me to the bureau. Oh dear, this is an outrageous injustice. The rotund landlord, bowing and scraping, suddenly recognized the vehicle parked at the roadside. Isn't that the rustic fellow's car from earlier? Damn it, he must have reported me. You, Lin Qi, come out. What are you shouting about? Hurry up and leave. The director shot him a fierce glare, yet consumed by rage. The landlord failed to register the warning. Don't hide in there and stay silent. I know you're in the car. Lin Qi, get your ass out here. With a click, the car door opened, revealing a handsome young man in his 20s, cradling a voluptuous beauty in his arms. What did you just say? His tone appeared calm. Yet the landlord felt an inexplicable tremor within. Originally standing at a modest height of 175 meters, Lin Qi had grown to an impressive 180 after taking strength-enhancing pills, his body now a solid mass of muscle, exuding the aura of a poised predator ready to pounce. I ask you again, what did you just say? A few junior officials from the fire department sensed the escalating tension and quickly stepped in between the two. Young man, please refrain from anger. This fat man has committed an offense and will face at least a few months of detention. There's no need to resort to violence. What? That can't be. Leader, I don't need to go to jail for this. The landlord, who had been intimidated by Lin Qi, was now in a state of panic. He had thought a fine would be the worst outcome, but now the prospect of jail sent a wave of weakness through his legs. Those who went to prison were criminals guilty of heinous acts. He feared being bullied to death in there. No, I absolutely cannot go to jail. Leader, I am willing to pay a fine. I can pay more, just please don't send me to jail. Oh, how bold you were when it came to our rent. Now you cower like a dog. Lin Qi flashed him a grin before explaining the situation to the fire department officials. To his surprise, they did not perceive themselves as mere pawns in his game. The director even affectionately patted Lin Qi on the shoulder. Well done, young man. When faced with injustice, you know to seek help from the government. As for the rent issue, you can file a complaint with the Housing Management Office. The law will not let any evildoer escape. The director's smile vanished as he turned to glare at the landlord, his disdain unmistakable. Take him away. We need to catch a few typical offenders in the district. Let's see if they dare to continue their illegal expansions. Understood. As Lin Qi watched the two vehicles drive away, clarity dawned upon him. Let's go find a place for dinner. I'll drive. Ever since Shi Xiaoyan had laid her cards on the table with Lin Qi, she had completely let loose. She no longer fretted about saving money, reveling in the pleasures of life alongside Lin Qi. For this openly materialistic woman, Lin Qi found this arrangement quite agreeable. I seek your body, you seek my wealth. We each take what we need, both with bright futures ahead. Far better than those who masquerade under the guise of love, only to seek a share of the family fortune. The duo indulged in a dinner that cost nearly 8,000, with Shi Xiaoyan dutifully taking countless photos to share on social media, captioning, "My boyfriend treated me to a private chef meal. The taste was delightful, but a bit pricey. One dish of mapo tofu cost 400. It was all about flaunting." Lin Qi, however, paid little mind as he brought her back home. After a refreshing shower, Shi Xiaoyan was drying her hair when she remarked, "I have to work tomorrow, so I won't be able to accompany you during the day." "No worries, I'll switch to a daytime job soon," Lin Qi reassured her. Their work schedules completely overlapped, which made things inconvenient. After drying her hair and changing clothes, Shi Xiaoyan retrieved her car keys. "Let us go, I'll drive you to work." "I'll be right there." 15 minutes later, they arrived at the internet cafe. Shi Xiaoyan gently pecked him on the cheek. "I'll come pick you up after work tomorrow." "No need, I can take a taxi back. You should sleep in a bit longer." "All right then, I'll be off now." Lin Qi waved goodbye as he exited the car and entered the cafe. After waiting a while in the car, Shi Xiaoyan, seeing he had no intention of looking back, let out a soft huff and drove away. Chapter 13. Don't use too much force. "Why are you late today?" The egghead manager popped out from behind the counter. "What can I say? My girlfriend is a bit clingy." Lin Qi shrugged, opening a bottle of water from the fridge. Being half an hour late, he faced a 10 yuan deduction from his wages, plus the 3.5 yuan for the bottle of water. "This is going to bankrupt you." Seeing he offered no resistance, the manager chuckled as he began counting the money. "The amount is here. Check it." Lin Qi glanced over, finding the count fairly accurate. "That is fine. I can't be bothered to tally it." "Haha, you can choose not to check, but it won't affect my pay," the manager quipped, taking most of the cash from the counter before heading to the door. Suddenly, recalling a regular customer had mentioned Lin Qi was asleep all night. He turned back to remind him, "If you're tired, I don't mind if you take a nap, but you will be responsible if anything goes missing from the store. As long as no one steals your store, I can cover the costs." "Haha, keep talking big. If you really had that much money, would you be working here? Just don't cry when you have to pay for lost items." Lin Qi dismissed the jab, immersing himself in a game. "Why are you all so terrible? Even I can't carry the team." He cursed at his teammates before quitting a game with a score of 0-13. "What bad luck. Why do I keep getting matched with noobs all day? I only died a few times." Frustrated, he tossed the keyboard aside and randomly started watching a video. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by, and before he knew it, it was noon. Just as he stood up to head to bed, a group of girls squeezed into the cafe. Though their clothes weren't from high-end brands, their youthful vibrance and natural beauty were striking. "Boss, I want to go online." "ID, please," Lin Qi responded flatly. "I didn't bring it." The speaker was a round-faced girl with a rosy complexion, brimming with youthful collagen. "Without an ID, you can't go online. Go home and sleep." "Oh, come on, big brother. Just help me out and let me use your ID." The girl clearly had experience in charming her way through, her pleas well rehearsed. "You all came without a single ID? Why are you here again?" He suddenly recognized the blue-haired girl, Li Sufan, from last night, who was now shrinking away at the back. Hello. Hello. You stole so many of my things, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Last night, nobody had purchased snacks, yet in the morning, the manager discovered over 100 yuan worth of items missing. Besides this girl, there was no one else. "I didn't take anything. I have surveillance footage." "Are you sure you want to deny it?" The round-faced girl quickly stepped forward. All right, I only took a few snacks." "Is it such a big deal for a man to be so petty?" "Hey, so stealing is justified, is it?" Lynch was utterly amused. These young girls seemed to embody the essence of rebellious youth, barely stepping into society, yet devoid of any sense of reverence. What does it mean to steal? If you don't understand, refrain from making baseless accusations. This is clearly taking. Moreover, you provoked this situation first. Really, my friend, how can you blame me? Lynch was taken aback. Would a rational person ever invade a stranger's bed? After stealing, to turn the tables and accuse him. This was characteristic of someone who only responds to gentleness, not firmness. Just because they were young, did that give him the right to act recklessly and steal? He waved his hands at them, as if shooing away flies. Go, go, go. If you keep lingering here, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Do you believe me? Little girl, you wouldn't want to end up in jail, would you? The girls immediately displayed expressions of panic. Li Sufin was almost in tears, desperately clutching the round-faced girl's clothing. Xiao Yuan, what are you panicking about? Stay composed. Have you forgotten what I told you during the day? But no buts. Just watch how I handle this and learn from it. Lynch didn't concern himself with their murmurs. Just as he was about to reach for a cigarette, he felt a hand clasp around his arm. Good brother, please let us off this time. Sufin has been away from home for several days without food. She didn't mean to. First, let go of my hand. No, no. Brother, please forgive Sufin, all right? What the hell? Are you out of your mind? You think it's justified to steal just because you're hungry? Yet, given that the stolen items were worth merely over 100 yuan, Lynch didn't wish to stoop to their level. Fine, considering your youth, I'll report this. But heed my warning, never steal again. Okay, brother, I'll discipline her. The round-faced girl vowed, thumping her chest in assurance. That is more like it. Wouldn't it'd have been simpler to apologize sincerely from the start? Lynch then noticed that the claim of running away from home was likely true. Aside from the round-faced girl, who had tidied herself up, the others appeared disheveled, their faces betraying a lack of rest and nourishment. All right, you may leave. I want to pursue the matter of the snacks. Lynch waved his hand dismissively. Hey, we still need to go online. Brother, could you turn on the computer for us? Lynch cast a suspicious glance at her. The round-faced girl's gaze was quite innocent, and he didn't detect anything amiss. After swiping the IDs of the other girls, only the round-faced girl and Li Sufin remained. Brother, may I borrow your ID? Lynch's expression darkened. He was being made to wait, so he refused. To his surprise, this girl changed her demeanor faster than one could turn a page in a book. Greedy, the round-faced girl dashed off. She approached a man who was tidying the table and seemed to say something. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and the man, still smiling, left without shutting down his computer. With the computer now in hand, the round-faced girl beckoned to Li Sufin, and they huddled together, whispering, occasionally glancing towards Lynch at the counter. Is this really okay? Of course. Don't you trust me? He is definitely a good person. But what if he doesn't agree? Li Sufin seemed conflicted. Just wear him down. Don't worry. I have a knack for reading people. And don't you think he is quite handsome? He really is. Li Sufin brightened again. The round-faced girl patted her shoulder encouragingly. I believe in you. Go for it, Sufin. Then I'll go. Li Sufin straightened her small frame and marched towards the counter. Sufin, hurry up. The game is waiting for you. You all go ahead. I'll be there shortly. All right, but be quick. Lynch finally understood. This group of girls was a band of rebellious youths without a stable home. Under the blazing summer sun, one of them was still wearing clothes from the previous day. Brother, may I sit next to you? Li Sufin dragged a chair and settled in at the counter, treating it as if it were her own home. What do you want? Let me play on the computer for a bit. She plopped down in front of the computer, skillfully launching the game software. Hey, you're quite forward, treating this place like your own, aren't you? Oh please, are you scared of me? I could be your girlfriend, you know. What? Li Sufin's face flushed. The previous night's events had left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, but a comment from Xiao Yuan during the day had awakened her perspective. That internet manager is quite the handsome fellow. Isn't you wouldn't be at a loss, since you can't even afford meals. Why not just be his girlfriend? You'd have a place to sleep and access to the computer. Indeed, he is good-looking and works as an internet manager. Isn't he the perfect boyfriend candidate? In the whimsical world of this spirited girl, a perfect boyfriend was either a rebellious youth on a motorcycle or an internet manager. Having run away from home for half a month, her pockets were practically empty, and the only substantial meal she had was the one she had pilfered from the counter the day before. Yet, lacking in romantic experience, she thought that sitting closer couldn't hurt. After all, isn't that how those early bloomers in school managed to pair up? With my beauty, are you sure you want to give it a try? Sorry, but I'm not interested in flat-chested girls. Li Sufin eagerly joined the round-faced girl's room. Her friends are all set. I just haven't developed yet. I'll definitely have a great figure in the future. How do you know? Lynch's gaze was quizzical. Because my mother is like that. The villagers say she is easy to bear children, so it must run in the family. Don't worry, you won't regret it. As she spoke, she clumsily took Lynch's hand. So how about it? Are you feeling excited? Excited my foot. Aren't you from around here? No. I'm from Guizhou province. Then how did you end up here? Lin Qi asked curiously. I got accepted into a college in Shanghai. But the tuition is 26,000 a year. My dad Lin Qi let me continue, giving me 500 yuan to work instead. I thought since I got accepted, at least I should see the school first. So I came here. Lin Qi's hand, which had been idly fiddling, froze. Do you not want to continue your studies? Not really. Lin Qi was taken aback. Why? School is tough and exhausting. I don't want to go. Playing on the computer every day is much more interesting. Damn. I was still feeling sympathetic towards you, you brainless child. He couldn't help but pinch her arm harshly. Ouch. That hurts. It's all your fault. Victory for the CT faction. Sufan, what is wrong with you? Can't you take a hit? The round-faced girl shouted. He pinched me. Ugh, you shameless couple. Lin Qi was furious. This stubborn girl was impervious to reason. You can't just play on the computer all day. Where does the money come from? Xiao Yuan can earn money. She can make several hundred a night, enough for us to spend for several days. What the hell, that's illegal. How can you do that at such a young age? What are you thinking? She sells beer at the night market. One sale can keep us entertained for days. Chapter 14. Rewarding luxury cars. Watch the store for me. I'm going to sleep. Go ahead. The girl didn't look back. Can I have some snacks? If you want something to eat, take it yourself, but don't steal again. Got it. Lin Qi shook his head and walked straight into the small bedroom. He had no idea how long he had slept when he felt his soft body crawl into his blankets, carrying with it a distinctive scent of youthful sweat. Goodness. When was the last time you bathed? 3 or 4 days ago. Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a bit. Li Sufan mumbled and promptly fell asleep again. Lin Qi furiously got up, glancing at the time. It was already 6 in the morning. Stepping out of the small room, several girls were still chattering excitedly while engrossed in their game. The departure of Li Sufan seemed to have made no impact on them. Lin Qi retrieved a few cans of cola from the freezer and placed them on the table. What ulterior motive do you have with such unsolicited generosity? The round-faced girl glanced at the unopened cans of cola, confirmed their status, and then opened one to take a sip. Are you called Xiao Yuan? Zhang Xiaoyuan, 18 years old, hailing from Aklan province. How did you come to know each other? Lin Qi pulled open the nearby sofa and settled onto it. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyuan's character was eliminated by the opponent, prompting her to remove her headphones. We met at the night market. I was on the verge of fainting from hunger when I saw her looking pitiful, so I took her home. Foolish, isn't it? She dared to come to the bustling metropolis with just 500 bucks. If it weren't for my kindness, who knows where she would have ended up, perhaps locked away in some basement as a weapon of war. Young yet surprisingly insightful. Otherwise, how could she be the leader? Zhang Xiaoyuan wore a proud expression. Why don't you take them along to sell beer? They're all too dim-witted, especially that silly Sufan. I took her once, and she spilled beer on customers 3 times. A few girls nearby chimed in. Xiao Yuan, I never spilled any. How bad could you possibly be? You wouldn't even shout if someone touched you. You're worse than Sufan. The girl stuck out her tongue and returned her game. See? If it weren't for me, they'd have starved long ago. Lin Qi chuckled. This girl seemed carefree, yet unexpectedly loyal. No wonder so many people followed her. After playing on his phone for a while, the system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved a state of relaxation, earning a bronze treasure chest. Is it time to clock out? Sure enough, the owner with the egg-shaped head entered the shop just on cue. Noticing Lin Qi sitting among the girls, he spat at him and busied himself with the supplies. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have received a Yangwang U8 rugged off-road vehicle, complete with all necessary documentation. Please use it with confidence. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qi felt a weight in his pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a beautifully textured pebble. Upon closer examination, it was not a pebble at all, but the key to the Yangwang U8. The entire key was pitch black like obsidian, and beneath its semi-transparent material was a striking lightning emblem. Lin Qi was instantly exhilarated. He had coveted this domestic luxury car for quite some time. Every time he came across a video of it, he couldn't help but drool. He never expected the system to be so generous, directly presenting him with a vehicle from the treasure chest. Lin Qi, come over and settle the accounts. The egg-headed boss, after wrapping up his accounting, stood at the counter glaring at him. Lin Qi suppressed his excitement and walked over. Why is there a shortfall of 267.5 in your accounts tonight? Did someone steal from you? Lin Qi turned back to see the pile of packaging bags on Zhang Xiaoyuan's table. They were likely given to them by Li Sufan. I'll cover it for you. Not bad. Lin Qi, you managed to do such a brisk business in one night. Upon hearing this, the boss's irritation dissipated. He didn't care whether it was theft or consumption, as long as he was making money. Once the transaction was completed, in the astonished gaze of the egg-headed boss, Lin Qi emerged from the small bedroom, carrying a petite girl. Holy cow, Lin Qi, are you out of your mind? Is she even of age? Of course. She is. What kind of sordid thoughts are you having? I merely offered her my bed for a good night's sleep. The egg-headed boss regarded him with skepticism. Do you expect me to believe that? Just then, Li Sufin stirred awake, groggily asking, what is going on? Where's your ID? I'm so sleepy. I don't want to go online. Stop dawdling, get out quickly. Li Sufin simply closed her eyes again, burrowing into his arms. Having not slept well for several consecutive days, she could barely keep her eyes open. It's in my pocket. You get it yourself. After much effort, he finally retrieved her ID from her back pocket. Here, a proper adult. The egg-headed boss checked it repeatedly before finally feeling reassured. You better not cause any trouble in my shop. If something happens to you, I want to be implicated. Damn, is everything fine now? If so, I'm clocking out. TCH, do you think it's that easy to enjoy the benefits of a crowd? What if your girlfriend finds out I was with you? The egg-headed boss thought maliciously, just as a round-faced girl emerged from the back, yawning, followed by 3 others. I'm so tired, I'm going back to sleep. Can Xiao Yuan sleep at your place tonight? My roommate is home today, so she can't sleep in her room. We can squeeze 3 into mine. Still short too. Zhang Xiaoyuan winked at Lin Qi. Bro, does your place have enough space? My house is quite spacious. Then we'll stay at your place tonight. Lin Qi squinted at her, uncertain of her intentions. However, Starry City's residence was a secret base with Shi Xiaoyan. Bringing so many girls over could lead to unforeseen complications. Surely, he wouldn't actually end up compromising the blue-haired girl, would he? Let's head to a hotel instead. Oh, you want to share a bed? Zhang Xiaoyuan feigned fear, huddling with the other girls. What dreams are you cooking up, Bean Sprout? The egg-headed boss was nearly souring in the counter. Damn it, it's just that he is a bit more handsome, taller, and has a better figure than me. Where does this kid get all these admirers? Yet no matter how many admirers he has, they still have to work here for 800 a month. The egg-headed boss consoled himself, only to be taken aback the next moment as Lin Qi swung open the door of a Yangwang U8. Holy cow, there wasn't a car parked here when he entered, right? Could it be that he had indulged too much lately and was seeing things? Wow, a luxury car worth over $1 million. How did you get so rich? Zhang Xiaoyuan was utterly astonished. She had merely suggested a pairing between Sufin and Lin Qi before, never realizing he was a wealthy man. She had seen this car a few times at the night market and heard it cost around $2 million. It was undoubtedly a luxury vehicle, and being domestic, its configurations and technology could rival even those costing millions. Enough with the chatter, get in the car already. With a sleepy Li Sufin secured in the passenger seat, the eager girls climbed into the back. The 5-meter-long vehicle accommodated the 4 of them without a hint of crowding. Wow, there's even a television. This leather sofa is so comfortable. Chapter 15, The Reluctant Scholar. The group, previously yawning continuously, suddenly found their drowsiness evaporate. Curiously exploring the interior of the car, they felt a sense of novelty everywhere. Where are we headed? The groggy Li Sufin turned around and asked. I'm finding you a place to sleep. Lin Qi opened the navigation and searched for the nearest star-rated hotel. Is there water? I'm so thirsty. None. Zhang Xiaoyuan poked her head from the back. Wow. You stingy person. You must have water in your fridge. Wow, there's really a fridge. So cool. Without any hesitation, Sufin shared the bottled water from the mini-fridge with her friends. Twisting off the cap, she gulped down a few mouthfuls. Wow, this water is so sweet. No kidding. It's Evian. It costs over $10 a bottle. No wonder you wouldn't let us drink. Rich people are so stingy. Sufin slyly glanced at Lin Qi, pouting. Lin Qi shot her a sidelong glance, aware of her stinginess, yet still allowing her to drink. I'm your boyfriend, so why can't I drink? Since when did you become my boyfriend? With a fierce glare from Sufin, she exclaimed, after what you've done. Are you planning to act like a rogue if we don't become friends? Lin Qi, equally irritated, reflected on how this girl had been the one to snuggle into his bed since the day before yesterday. Yesterday, she had merely sat beside him, browsing the internet without engaging in any indecorous behavior. Her audacity was truly astonishing. Did she really think he had no temper? As for how things developed between them, it was she who climbed into bed with him. Besides, he hadn't done anything inappropriate. A girl with neither curves nor charm should focus on her studies. He would cover her tuition when the time came. I won tea. Sufin retorted, her eyes reddening as she defiantly shouted. She even attempted to open the car door with her hands. However, the vehicle's self-protection mechanism prevented it from opening, even sparking as she pressed the button. Shut up and sit still. Zhang Xiaoyuan, sensing the tension in the air from the back seat, quickly interjected. You, as a grown man, should say less. Sufin is only speaking out of anger. Yes, elder brother, don't scold her. Sufin just doesn't like school. Both of you be quiet. You'll all attend class with me later. The car fell silent, the girls exchanging glances, with only the demure girl in the corner suddenly brightening her eyes. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Lin Qi led them out of the car, while Sufin stubbornly remained in the passenger seat. Sufin, We arrived at the hotel. Hurry up and get out, Zhang Xiaoyuan urged. I want to go. You all go without me. And I'll take you upstairs first. Lin Qi said, his expression stern. Internally, he thought, I'm not your father. I've already given you a chance. If you refuse to help yourself, it's no one's fault. The departing crowd failed to notice the glimmer of cunning in Su Fun's eyes at that moment. Humph. Try and trick me into going to school. I want to fall for it. But now that Xiao Yuan has betrayed me, I need to think of a way to dissuade him from that notion. Book 2 double rooms. The two receptionists exchanged strange glances as they watched the group ascend the elevator. TSK, rich people really know how to have fun, bringing 4 girls at once. How do you know they're rich? He doesn't even wear designer brands. Did you not see the car at the entrance? That's worth over $1 million. Wow, those girls are so lucky. One particularly attractive receptionist rolled her eyes. What is so great about it? With so many people, even if he is rich, there is hardly anything left for himself. As they continued their gossip, they noticed the same group of people descending from the elevator shortly after. Who would have thought someone so young could look this frail? Wasn't he at barely 2 minutes? Adding an elevator time, that's about 1.5 minutes. Pitiful. Indeed, Lin Qi remained blissfully unaware that he had become known as the kidney-deficient guy in the eyes of the hotel staff. He casually instructed, have the kitchen send some breakfast up. Understood, sir. After leaving the hotel, they got back into the car and headed to a nearby Chinese dim sum restaurant, guided by the navigation. Since the moment Su Fan got into the car, she had been anxious. Hey, why aren't you talking? What is there to say? Don't you want to go to school? She couldn't comprehend the connection between the two matters and stubbornly replied, I just don't like studying. I can't understand what the teacher is saying in class, and I often fail my exams. Then how did you get into college? Xiao Yuan inquired for me. That school accepts anyone with money. They're everywhere, handing out admission notices to students who didn't pass. They deceive anyone they can. Lin Qi was at a loss for words. Many colleges are actually quite good. Compared to universities, one focuses on specific skills while the other offers a well-rounded education. However, it's true that many colleges, in pursuit of profit, offer a wide array of majors, misleading students. At the very least, college is higher education. It's on par with regular universities and far better than just having a high school diploma. But I still want to go. Lin Qi had lost his patience. If you want to go, then fine. Do you really think I'm your father? Get out. Huh? You can't just leave me like this. Do you really think society is that easy to navigate? Can Xiao Yuan support you for life? You foolish girl, get out. Su Fan immediately panicked. Can you at least drop me off at Xiao Yuan's hotel? Walk back yourself. It's broad daylight. Are you afraid of being kidnapped? Please stop scolding me. Boo-hoo. I'll even let you touch me again. Can you just take me there? Lin Qi's face darkened. What do you take me for? Unable to find a turning point, he reluctantly veered into a nearby open community, planning to navigate through the alley. But as soon as the car entered the alley, Su Fan suddenly lunged at him. What are you doing? Ugh, with her slender arms and legs. Su Fan was no match for Lin Qi and was easily lifted by the scruff of her neck. Lin Qi rubbed his face in frustration. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? What if we hit someone? Who taught you to climb into the driver's seat? The alley was deserted. With his seatbelt fastened, Lin Qi didn't notice her escaping his grasp. Fearing he might hurt her, he knew his strength was considerable. He could easily break her arm with bare hands. This girl, with her unexpected strength, took advantage of Lin Qi's distraction as he unbuckled his seatbelt and clung to him recklessly. Damn it, do you really think I'm some kind of good person? Just then a honk echoed. Hey, you eight driver, please make way. Lin Qi leaned out of the window, shouted an apology, and quickly moved the car aside. The vehicle resumed its journey toward the dim sum restaurant. So what are your thoughts? Su Fan pouted, turning her head away. I just don't want to go to school. Is that all? Yes. Su Fan looked innocent. You foolish woman. Lin Qi scolded. Does it still hurt? A little. Chapter 16. Betrayed by Desire. Shi Xiaoyan. After treating Su Fan to breakfast, Lin Qi returned her to the hotel. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take her home. Although he was a good person, he wasn't devoid of compassion. Unfortunately, the girl herself was unwilling. Room number 1846. You can find it yourself. I've transferred you 10,000 RMB. Stay in the hotel for the next few days. Then I don't have to go to school, right? Su Fan asked eagerly. Shut up. If you say one more word, I want to care about you in the future. Understood. Don't be angry. Su Fan cheerfully rushed into the hotel, holding up a phone with a shattered screen, showing no signs of distress. What a carefree girl. Starting the car, Lin Qi decided to pay a visit to Shi Xiaoyan. 30 minutes later, he parked in front of a real estate agency. A stunning young woman, upon seeing Lin Qi step out of the luxury car, was immediately captivated. A young man driving such an impressive U8. Today must be my lucky day. She promptly approached him. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a house? I'm looking for someone. The young woman's expression shifted, forcing a smile. Who are you looking for? Perhaps I know them. Lin Qi paused, taking a moment to appraise her. With skin as smooth as cream and brows like ink paintings, she nearly caused him to lose his composure. She Xiaoyan. Do you know her? The young woman's eyes lit up, of course. I'm good friends with Xiaoyan. She is currently in the office being scolded by the boss. Let me take you to her. Oh, what happened? It's about her taking leave yesterday. The boss feels deceived. The store's performance has been poor lately, and he is tightening attendance rules, and Xiaoyan unfortunately found herself in the line of fire. Lin Qi nodded, realizing that Xiaoyan had sacrificed her time to accompany him yesterday. He couldn't let her face reprimand alone. As I approached the office door, the cacophony of an argument reached my ears from within. What date is it this month? Not a single deal has been secured. She Xiaoyan. Are you considering quitting? With 13 employees in the store, none have closed a deal. Why am I being singled out for reproach? And you dare to retort. At least others who haven't secured a deal maintain a decent attitude. But you? Taking sick leave for a date. And this is how you repay the company that provides you with a job? Shi Xiaoyan was at a loss for words, her body trembling with indignation. Just as she was ready to confront him, the door swung open. Who is it? Don't you know to knock? Bai Bingjie. Who is this gentleman? The spittle-flying manager, upon noticing Lin Qi standing behind the young woman, immediately fell silent. Manager Hao, this gentleman wishes to view the villa. I brought him to collect the information. The young woman winked at Lin Qi, then whispered in his ear. Manager Hao feared losing a client, hoarding all the prime listings. Anyone wishing to view properties had to apply through him. Lin Qi seized the opportunity to say, I just arrived in the Magic City for development and don't have much time for renovations, so I thought I'd take a look at some second-hand villas. But it seems your store is rather discordant. Manager Hao felt a sudden rush of anxiety. Business people tend to be somewhat superstitious if a real estate agent is at odds. Wouldn't that suggest a troubled home? He hastily waved his hands, saying misunderstanding. Xiaoxi just started working here not long ago. I was merely teaching her how to receive clients, and my tone was a bit harsh. Right, Xiaoxi? Huh. Shi Xiaoyan, still trying to process the situation, nodded blankly. What are you dawdling for? Quickly serve our esteemed guest some tea. Oh, right. Shi Xiaoyan suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing Lin Qi signaling to her. And she exited with a look of confusion. Lin Qi tossed his phone, wallet, and car keys onto the coffee table and lit a cigarette. Manager Hao glanced at the no smoking sign on the wall, forcing a smile. Goodness, with the keys to a Yangwang U8, he must be a significant client. Once outside, Shi Xiaoyan quickly pulled by Bingjie aside. Sister, why did you bring him into the office? Are you that concerned about him? What is your relationship? Bai Bingjie teased, her alabaster arm playfully poking at Shi Xiaoyan's waist. Oh, Bingjie, come on, just admit it. Bai Bingjie feigned anger. It's that kind of relationship, right? A fleeting glimmer of envy flashed in Bai Bingjie's eyes. Is it the same guy you were with yesterday? Yes, Shi Xiaoyan admitted shyly. He is so muscular. Can you handle it? Tell me, what is it like? Oh, Bingjie, please stop asking. All right, I won't pry anymore. I truly envy you, being young and prosperous. And he cares so much about you. Shi Xiaoyan was taken aback. Why do you say that? Bai Bingjie recounted the earlier incident, noting how he didn't hesitate to enter the office, clearly concerned for her. But Shi Xiaoyan's thoughts were already consumed by that Yangwang U8. She and heard the rest of what Bai Bingjie said. When did that scoundrel get a car? Could it be a rental? Oh no. He wouldn't have taken out a loan to buy a villa just for appearances, would he? I must hurry back to the office and bring him out. Hey, where are you going? Bai Bingjie exclaimed, watching Shi Xiaoyan rush away, stamping her foot. That heartless girl. Inside the office, Manager Hao was diligently showcasing property listings to Lin Qi, page by page. Just then, Shi Xiaoyan pushed the door open. Xiaoxi, where's the tea? Forget the tea. Let this young lady show me villas number 4 and 6. Huh? Manager Hao's expression turned sour. What? Is that not acceptable? Of course it's acceptable. Xiaoxi, ensure you show the client around thoroughly. Invite this esteemed boss to dinner tonight, and I'll reimburse you tomorrow. Be proactive, do you understand? Shi Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. You don't want to miss out on a good deal. Manager Hao was unusually generous, seemingly willing to resort to any means for a sale. All right, let us go then. I drove here, Miss She can ride with me. Okay, the two of them got into the car, proceeding to an isolated area where they exchanged glances. So what is the deal with this car? Did you rent it? Lin Qi flashed her a charming smile. Of course I bought it. Spacious, isn't it? Room for 2 in the front seat without feeling cramped. Ugh, that expression is so cheesy. Shi Xiaoyan rolled her eyes in mockery. Why don't you take a seat in the back and feel for yourself? A few minutes later, Lin Qi opened the window. Shi Xiaoyan was busy touching up her makeup with a small mirror. At that moment, she finally ceased to doubt Lin Qi's financial prowess, feeling a warm glow inside. Who would have thought that with just a casual encounter? She snagged a wealthy and handsome man. This is exhilarating. No, I must increase my gym visits. Maintaining my figure is a requisite for being beautiful. Chapter 17, Encountering the Ex. After spending the evening with Shi Xiaoyan, they found a mid-range Chinese restaurant to replenish the energy expended during the afternoon. After Lin Qi settled the bill, Shi Xiaoyan promptly asked the server for a receipt. What do you need that for? Didn't team manager How say he reimburse us tonight? Why not accept free money? I'll transfer it to you once he approves it tomorrow, Shi Xiaoyan giggled. Just keep it. It's only a little over 1,000. Darling, you're so good to me. Shi Xiaoyan pecked him on the cheek. A few diners covertly observing her felt a pang of envy. Damn it. What am I lacking compared to this guy? Not closing any deals and still asking him for reimbursement. Are you sure that's wise? Who cares? He agreed to it. Worst case, I can just resign. She had achieved her primary goal in the real estate agency and felt no attachment to it. After all, I can support myself. Do as you please. Lin Qi chuckled, pinching her nose. I'll take you to pick up your car. I need to get to work. Although he was fixated on that online management job, Shi Xiaoyan's greatest virtue was her clarity of thought. When it came to cohabitation, Lin Qi would never bring it up. She wouldn't propose moving into Xinhui City without his prompting. All right then, I appreciate your efforts. Driving isn't difficult. What was tough was earlier in the car. You're so annoying. After dropping Shi Xiaoyan off at the company to retrieve her car, they lingered for a bit longer. Finally, Lin Qi reluctantly headed to the internet cafe. Half an hour later, at the Agile Internet Cafe, the owner, Lu Dan, had been giving him a peculiar look since he entered. Is he planning to give me a raise? Huh, dream on. Lu Dan scoffed, gathering his belongings from the drawer and heading home, no longer mentioning any inventory matters. Upon opening the drawer, Lin Qi discovered at least 1,000 in cash. He thought to himself how Lu Dan was truly ungrateful. After imposing so many rules before, his attitude completely shifted upon seeing Lin Qi's wealth. No wonder the affluent require luxury cars and name-brand watches. Indeed, one's identity is self-created. Even a mere internet cafe manager treats you differently based on whether you arrive on a shared bike or in a luxury vehicle. Scanning the cafe, he noticed the same few gamers pulling an all-nighter. Forget it. Let us play a few rounds defeat. Damn, I can't carry the team. Today's league players really are getting worse. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly midnight. Odd. Why haven't those girls shown up today? Just as Lin Qi was about to call and inquire, his phone rang at an opportune moment. Hello, my dear. I find myself short of funds at the KTV. Could you possibly transfer some money to me? Click. The call ends abruptly. What a fool I was to fall for this trick. Why do I have a scammer's number saved? Lin Qi paused for a moment and the phone rang again. Darling, you must come and rescue me. I can't pay the bill and I'm being held at the KTV. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it was Li Sufan. Damn it. What happened to that 10,000 yuan I sent you this morning? Is it insufficient to settle the bill? I certainly didn't anticipate it would amount to 26,700. Laughter echoed from the other end of the line. What happened to that arrogant attitude just now? Why the sudden silence? If you can't pay, just stay there and be a princess for the night. With your looks, you could easily earn a couple of thousand. Haha. Lin Qi felt a headache coming on. Have you been drinking some fairy brew? What's the address? It's on XX Road, XXX. Hurry, come and confront them. They're mocking me. You wasteful thing, shut up. He grabbed his keys and dashed out the door, leaving a few bewildered friends behind. What's going on? Is the place being abandoned? Lin Qi sped through the streets, arriving at his destination half an hour later. Several parking attendants brightened at the sight of the U8 and hurried over. Welcome, sir. Do you need assistance with parking? Just find someone to help me park it properly. The attendant was thrilled, accustomed to high-end brands like Porsche and Mercedes, but this was his first opportunity to handle a domestic U8. All right. He even tucked away his QR code badge. Lin Qi happily saved a tip and strode into the establishment. Wow, the U8. Monkey. Let me get a feel of it later. Don't be ridiculous. You parked one last time. It's my turn now. Oh, you were on leave last time. How can you blame me? Let me drive it for a bit. Get lost. The service at this upscale establishment in the magical city was impeccable, with every attendant polished and well-groomed. Had Lin Qi not been preoccupied with rescuing someone, he would have engaged in conversation with them. Guided by a youthful beauty, he finally reached the room. Through the door, he could hear a chorus of giggles. Oh dear, your boyfriend isn't too cowardly to show up, is he? Humph. If it weren't for young Master Wang, you wouldn't even have the chance to make a phone call. It wouldn't matter even if he called. It's been over half an hour. Is he still looking for a shared bicycle? Uffed. My husband drives a luxury car worth over $1 million. Can you afford that? Li Sufan's voice, sweet yet tinged with innocence, was remarkably distinctive. $1 million? Ha ha ha. You're killing me with laughter. Do you know how much young Master Wang's 911 costs? You'd be shocked. Lin Qi entered the room with a dark expression. He saw Li Sufin and her friends huddled on a small sofa, with a young man lounging confidently across from them, flanked by two strikingly different beauties. A female staff member stood by the entrance with a POS machine. Darling. Lin Qi caught Li Sufin as she leaped towards him, hesitating for a moment before not pushing her away. What on earth happened? I had too much to drink and accidentally entered the wrong room. Then I broke their wine, and now I can't afford to pay for it. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others, who looked too scared to breathe. It seemed to be true. What did you break? A bottle of Ace of Spades champagne. This item was worth several thousand. How could she possibly be broke? They said I couldn't afford it, so I asked for 2 more bottles. Damn, this brainless woman. Just as he was about to call the waiter to settle the bill, the woman opposite stood up. Oh, you didn't just pay your rent and are now broke. Did you? This place doesn't accept Huabei, you know. The woman was attractive, but spoke with a mocking tone. Lin Qi sized her up, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. What? Trying to pretend you don't know me? The young man finally spoke up, casually patting the rear of the beauty beside him. Kersin, is this your ex-boyfriend? Not bad, huh? What a twist of fate. It was Liu Kersin, the so-called money grubber. The other was her ever-present best friend, Wang Peitzen. Gone was her previously aloof demeanor. Now she sat bashfully on the man's lap, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Oh, so it's you. Finally dropping the act? Heh, you still haven't changed, have you? Wang Peitzen chimed in sweetly. Kersin, at least show some respect for your ex-boyfriend in front of his new girlfriend. This woman was still as annoying as ever, publicly chastising Liu Kersin while subtly hinting at her loss of face. Li Sufin and the others were equally astonished, huddled together in silence. Do I need you, this harlot, to save my face? What a grandiose sense of self-importance you have. What nonsense are you spouting? We barely held hands during our months together. Liu Kersin's expression shifted, quickly turning to the young man for clarification. Young Master Wang, please don't listen to his nonsense. I am innocent. What a ridiculous farce this was. As if Lin Qi's face had been rubbed into the ground. Yet young Master Wang's smile remained unchanged. Why are you explaining yourself to your ex-boyfriend? I'm not your father. Liu Kersin bit her lip, displaying a hint of allure as she made a 2-finger gesture. She indeed had a peculiar obsession. Who taught her that? You're talking nonsense. Pei can vouch for me. Wang Peitzen hesitated, but nodded at Wang. Kersin, we're not here to discuss this. Right, we need compensation. This little girl broke our champagne and must pay. Lin Qi had lost interest. He couldn't fathom what had attracted him to this woman. She was nothing but a foolish harlot, even less clever than her friend Wang Peitzen. Waiter, come over and scan a pay. Certainly, sir. Liu Kersin smirked, unable to contain her mockery. You, who need to pay in installments for a bag, are trying to act tough here? Say one more word, and I will wash my hands of this matter. You dare. Why should I be afraid? I owe you nothing. Since entering, her insults had not ceased. She turned to young Master Wang. You can actually stomach this low-class place? It's nauseating just to watch. Young Master Wang's expression darkened instantly. What did you just say? Boom. Lin Qi's face hardened as he kicked the coffee table across the room. Do you think I won't destroy you? Holy shit. Young Master Wang nearly lost control of his bladder. How could this man kick a tempered glass and metal table, surely weighing over 200 pounds, with such ease? Wang Peitzen was equally stunned. When did he become so powerful? He had always been submissive in front of Kersin. Who would have thought he had such strength? I. Young Master Wang found himself at a loss for words. What? You don't accept it, do you? I accept. Damn it. I was wrong, big brother. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, and young Master Wang felt a chill run down his spine. Really wrong? Truly wrong, brother. I was blind and couldn't see the mountain. The woman has yet to be touched by me. If you fancy her, feel free to take her. Wang Xiao. Liu Kersin, having recovered from her earlier shock, gazed incredulously at Wang Xiao. Shut your mouth, you filthy wench. Were it not for your antics, would I demand compensation from these ladies? You are the one who broke it yourself. Li Sufin, immediately indignant, stood up in protest. It was I who broke it. Lin Qi. Are you out of your mind? Wang Xiao smacked his forehead. Right, it was you who broke it, but we've already consumed half of it. It's unreasonable to ask for compensation now. Do I really need this paltry sum? Lin Qi summoned the stunned waitress and transferred 30,000 yuan via WeChat. Anything extra shall be considered a tip for the tea table. He promptly dragged the still protesting Li Sufin out of the room, with Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others hastily following suit. In no time, the private room was left with only Wang Xiao and the 2 women. Wang Xiao, trembling, fumbled for a cigarette, attempting several times to light it unsuccessfully. Damn, this fool is far too arrogant. Liu Kersin exclaimed indignantly. Slap. A resounding slap struck her squarely, instantly swelling her delicate face. Shut your filthy mouth. With a brain like yours, you think you can use me? Go to hell. Though my family's assets exceed $1 billion, we hardly rank in the Magic City. I typically pursue only those without owners or backgrounds, fearing to encounter formidable foes. Can't you see how ruthless they can be? Kicking a few hundred pounds of weight so far? Our head bodyguard doesn't even possess such strength. Lu Kurson, stung by the blow, did not dare utter a word. Only Wang Paitson's eyes flickered with an inscrutable glimmer. In the car, as soon as Li Sufan entered, Lin Qi seized her knee and delivered several sharp knocks to her forehead, causing tears to spill forth. At such a tender age, you've already taken to drinking. Let me knock some sense into you. Zhang Xiyuan and the others squeezed into the back seat, watching Li Sufan, who was tearful and beaten, too frightened to utter a sound. It hurts. It hurts so much. Still complaining about pain, Li Sufan promptly fell silent, her tears continuing to well up in her eyes. Is this how you squandered 10,000 yuan? Bringing them to KTV, do you think it's a respectable place? Sniff. Speak up. Xiao Yuan is so generous to us. Surely we must treat her well now that we have money. Well, at least you understand the importance of gratitude. But let us not stray from the topic. What did you do to consume over 20,000? A few bottles of wine and some snacks. Behave. Lie to me, and I'll knock your head crooked. No, no. Li Sufan fearfully shielded her vital areas, calling out for several accompanying girls. Were they? Just the girls for singing and drinking. I didn't realize they were 3,000 each. I promise I won't do it again. Lin Qi couldn't help but laugh in anger. You think you can mimic others just because they do something? Xiao Yuan, didn't you stop her? I tried, but I couldn't. Honestly, we wanted to see what KTV princesses are like. Lin Qi's face darkened. How could Zhang Xiao Yuan be so unreliable? Is the princess beautiful? Very beautiful. She smells delightful. Darling, I want perfume and cosmetics too. Upon mentioning the princess, Li Sufan suddenly perked up, forgetting her pain. You look like a princess, you silly girl. Slap, slap, slap. Stop hitting me. I don't want the perfume anymore. Am I talking about the perfume? Lin Qi lifted her with one hand and tossed her into the passenger seat. Perhaps due to the earlier punishment, Li Sufan sat sideways, tears glistening, her small hands constantly rubbing her swollen cheek. He realized she was a bit slow-witted. How she had survived thus far baffled him. I'll drop you back at the hotel first. You all stay in tonight? I need to work later. I want to go online. What nonsense. Go back and sleep. Chapter 19. The Female Assassin. After escorting the 5 girls back to the hotel, just to be safe, Lin Qi transferred another 10,000 to Li Sufan. The silly girl immediately broke into a smile, as if she hadn't just been beaten. Darling, you treat me the best. Li Sufan wrapped her arms around Lin Qi's neck and gently pecked his cheek. Oh, Sufan, how shameless. Zhang Xiaoyuan blushed, resorting to teasing to mask her own embarrassment. Shut it. Lin Qi pried her off him. Get some rest. I'm heading back. All right, darling, take care. Brother, drive slowly. As soon as he left, the girls erupted into cheers, tossing pillows and blankets into the air. Ah, another 10,000. We're rich again. Li Sufan laughed like a fool. How about going to Ocean Park? I heard they even have yachts. We can rent one and sail out. Zhang Xiaoyuan's big eyes sparkled. Do we have enough money? Don't worry. This time we'll confirm the price before boarding. Nothing will go wrong. A yacht? I've only seen them in short videos before. Imagine filming a few videos on it for Douyin. Everyone will be so envious. I heard if we're lucky, we might even see dolphins at the estuary. Is this really appropriate? It's not easy for brother to earn money, and we're spending it so freely, a demure girl hesitated. Though each of them came from peculiar families, this girl had a slightly more mature mindset. However, she was also socially anxious, lacking presence and voice. Oh, Ching Ching. Why think so much? Didn't we agree to go wild together once we start making money? Now that I've got a wealthy boyfriend. I can't forget my good sisters, Li Sufan declared, patting her flat chest. You're too kind, Sufan, good sisters. Zhang Xiaoyuan's eyes glistened with tears. Yes, good sisters for life. The 5 girls immediately embraced. Despite having 2 rooms, they all squeezed together to sleep. Lin Qi sighed as he descended the stairs. The girl's essence wasn't inherently bad. She simply lacked a systematic worldview, her logic still lingering in the realm of seeking immediate gratification. Yet, how much better could he himself be? Not entirely bad, but not truly good either. Had he not considered the second brother's ideas, he wouldn't have entangled himself with that girl, though she seemed to enjoy it. Forget it. I'll just teach her well from now on. Nurturing her will feel more fulfilling. Glancing at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning. After some deliberation, Lin Qi decided that returning to the internet cafe would yield only a few hours of sleep, so he opted to return home instead. He parked in the underground garage, entered the house, and turned on the lights. Opening his suitcase, he searched for a set of clean clothes. Having been so busy these past few days, his clothes still remained in the suitcase since moving in. Stepping into the master bedroom's bathroom, warm water cascaded down from above. What a shame not to be a duck with his physique. After taking a stamina-enhancing pill, he had grown a little taller. It seemed he would need to buy some high-end clothing tomorrow. Having struggled as a mere citizen living paycheck to paycheck in both this life and his past, he now held over $1 million in his pocket and drove a luxury car worth millions. Surely, wearing clothes priced in the 4,000 to 5,000 range wasn't excessive? As he pondered whether to take Shi Xiaoyan or Li Sufan shopping tomorrow, he suddenly heard a faint mechanical click. A thief. Lin Qi discreetly turned off the faucet, straining to listen to the sounds from the bedroom. Rustle. There were footsteps. The movements were subtle, clearly indicating that the intruder was being cautious. A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Qi's eyes. Which fool dared to trespass into my home, believing my fists to be soft? He stealthily approached the door, wrapping a towel around the doorknob. With this layer of cushioning, the sound of the door opening would diminish significantly. With a gentle turn, he opened the door, standing barefoot on the floor, peering around the corner. Sitting on the bed. Damn it, is this a death wish? Lin Qi's heart hardened, and like a leopard, he pounced, pinning the figure onto the bed. Huh? Help! A young female voice cried out. Lin Qi sneered. Fortunate that he was clever enough to push her head into the blanket. Scream all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Dare to lay a hand on me. You must be tired of living. The woman beneath him struggled fiercely, but how could she match Lin Qi? His right hand clamped down like a vice around her wrists, while his other hand gripped her long hair tightly, forcing her deeper into the bedding. However, one peculiar detail stood out. This woman possessed an extraordinary figure. Delicate arms, slender legs, and a remarkably alluring curve. Lin Qi, having hurried out of the bathroom, was clad only in a towel. She was dressed rather provocatively as well. His knee pressed firmly against her, and should she show any signs of resistance, he had no qualms about teaching her a lesson. Oof. You dare to move? Lin Qi seized the towel, swiftly covering her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue in desperation. The woman struggled even more vigorously, but Lin Qi showed no mercy. Without a hint of tenderness, he clutched her slender neck, flipping her over. Their eyes met instantly. Speak. Who sent you? Lin Qi's gaze was as frigid as ice, as if he were ready to eliminate her at any moment. The woman's eyes were filled with terror and tears, muffled MMS, escaping her lips. Oh, with her mouth blocked. He loosened the towel, warning, no screams. Otherwise, I'll send you to your grave with a single punch. She nodded frantically. As he loosened the towel, Lin Qi sensed something amiss. This woman seemed vaguely familiar. I need help. In an instant, Lin Qi covered her mouth again. Don't think I won't act against you. Scream once more, and I'll kill you. Using his body weight to firmly pin her down, he reached for the bedside lamp, striking it against the cabinet to fashion a makeshift dagger. The woman's eyes widened in fear, tears flowing like a river, and she nodded quickly. Then I'll let go. Please let me go. Are you Miss Chu? Upon closer inspection, Lin Qi realized she bore a striking resemblance to the landlord's young widow. Kumanya, I am Chu Manin. Let me go. I won't scream anymore. This situation left Lin Qi bewildered. He had no grievances with this alluring widow. Their interactions had merely been a few exchanges while communicating with Shi Xiaoyan in her house. Surely, she wouldn't come to assassinate him at night? Kuging asisoni, kumanya. As soon as Lin Qi loosened his grip, couldn't help but choke. Just moments ago, she had almost suffocated under his hold. He wondered where she had acquired such strength. Why are you not dressed? What kind of question is that? How can I wear clothes while taking a shower? Now tell me, why did you sneak in here at night? Don't say it was to steal something. Chapter 20. The Contrast Queen, Paitson. What if I said I made a wrong turn? Would you believe me? Do you think I would? Could you please put on some clothes first? Chu Manin covered her eyes with her hands, too shy to look ahead. No, this is my house. You better come clean, or I won't hold back. With that, Lin Qi wrapped the towel around himself. He was no pervert, and he had no inclination to give anyone a show. Honestly, believe me, I drank too much today and stumbled back here. I truly didn't mean to. Please just put on some clothes. As she spoke, she couldn't help but try to rise, but Lin Qi remained skeptical, showing no intention of releasing her grip. I'm sorry. Can you let me go? Lin Qi wrestled internally for a moment before slowly retreating. It wasn't that he felt empathy. If something posed a threat to him, he would eliminate it regardless of beauty. Yet, the pungent scent of alcohol wafted from her, prompting him to decide to hear her out. You didn't suspect anything with the lights on in the bedroom? I'm used to sleeping with the lights on. I apologize. I truly didn't mean any harm. I was just muddled from drinking. Chu Manin scrambled off the bed, hurriedly fixing her clothes. Lin Qi scrutinized her with suspicion. Her logic was baffling. Getting drunk and entering the wrong apartment was far-fetched. However, since nothing was missing and she was the landlord, even if she insisted she had walked into the wrong place, calling the police would result in nothing more than a reprimand. After a brief moment of silence, he pondered, was it truly that simple? Did Miss Chu harbor some intentions towards him? It's too late today. I'll come back to apologize tomorrow. So late. Why not just stay here? Huh? Kumanyam blushed slightly. Just kidding, you can leave. Chu Manin, as if released from a great burden, walked away quickly. And soon the sound of the door closing echoed through the air. Lin Qi, with an impassive expression, took another shower, spending over half an hour calming his anger. This woman, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had ulterior motives. Huh, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Lin Qi glanced at the shattered lamp beside the bed, tidied up a bit, and then lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, just after finishing his grooming, a call from the boiled egg vendor came in. Lin Qi, why did you leave without waiting for me? What about the things that went missing from the store? Don't worry, I'll compensate for anything lost. Just let me know the total once you finish the accounts. $46. I've transferred it to you. After hanging up, Lin Qi finally had the time to check the system for updates. Due to the host's absence from work, a wooden treasure chest has been awarded. System reminder. Taking advantage of opportunities does not equate to neglecting responsibilities. Prolonged absence may lead to exposure. The host is advised to plan life and work schedules wisely. Great. It seemed there were no loopholes whatsoever. Last night's escapade had indeed been a significant loss. Opening the treasure chest, he found, congratulations, host. You have received a certain model smartphone, Mate 60 Pro X3. Not bad. Although this phone had been out for over half a year, it still boasted top-tier specifications. Moreover, with its signature back panel design, it held its own in any setting. Lin Qi happily switched to the new phone, grabbed a sky blue one as well, and headed out. Arriving at the real estate agency, where Shi Xiaoyan worked, he was greeted with surprise. Oh, what are you doing here? Shi Xiaoyan, clutching a pile of documents, brightened at the sight of Lin Qi. I'm here to take you shopping. Shi Xiaoyan's face instantly fell. No way. An inspection team just arrived, and I need to organize the property listings. Really can't leave? Really, let us go tomorrow. I have a day off then. Why not just quit? I can support you. Lin Qi suggested. Shi Xiaoyan shook her head. Let us talk about it later. It's hard to find a boss that's easy to deal with. Just now, they even reimbursed my invoice. All right then, here, this is for you. Lin Qi handed her the phone. How did you know I wanted this model? Shi Xiaoyan exclaimed, lovingly examining the phone box. In truth, what she desired was the iPhone 15. However, therein lies her brilliance. She consistently manages to provide emotional value in the minutiae. Even if Lin Qi were to present her with a basic mobile phone, she would graciously express her gratitude, saying she had always wanted such a gift from her husband. I shall come to fetch you tonight. All right, I deliberately didn't drive today. As she watched Lin Qi depart, Bai Bingjie swayed her hips and approached. Oh dear, your beloved has wandered off, and yet you're reluctant to turn back? Sister Bingbing, what brings you here? Sister Feng asked for the documents. Seeing you hadn't returned for a while, she sent me to check. Bai Bingjie cast a glance at the phone case in her hand. A surge of envy filling her heart. Half an hour later, at Global Harbor, the largest comprehensive shopping mall in the vicinity, boasting a total construction area of 480,000 square meters and an annual sales revenue exceeding 25 billion, housing numerous prestigious luxury brands. After parking the car, Lin Qi stepped out, casting a glance at the throngs of people ahead, and entered Global Harbor. Not far away, a stunning woman observed his retreating figure, lost in thought. Subsequently, she took out her phone and sent a message. Cursin, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let us postpone our outing. Didn't your aunt just arrive? Perhaps I caught a chill. I'll go home and take some cold medicine. All right then. Wang Peitzen smirked, striding forward with her long legs. Along the way, she turned heads aplenty. The brand new Yangwang U8 still bore the license plate of the magical city. Lu Cursin, oh Lu Cursin, do you realize what you missed? Unbeknownst to Lin Qi, who was searching for a menswear store, he passed by an Armani boutique. Lin Qi had little concept of luxury brands and was indifferent to selecting labels, so he decided, this one will do. Welcome to the Armani Global Harbor store. How may I assist you, sir? The sales associate greeted him with a polite smile. These luxury store attendants are typically well-trained, and it is almost inconceivable for them to belittle customers, particularly in a city where a single brick can topple several local residents. As the saying goes, money gives one courage. Lin Qi, undeterred, waved his hand grandly. Pick out a few outfits for me. Something that screams charisma. The sales associate's eyes lit up, sir. You're already quite dashing. However, donning our Armani attire will undoubtedly elevate your charm by at least 10%. Flattery will get you everywhere. Go ahead. I'll let you rack up some sales today. Certainly, sir. Please have a seat over here. The sales associate beamed widely, rushing off to select garments. As Lin Qi settled onto the sofa and examined his new phone, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ouch, that hurts. He looked up to see a fair-skinned, stunning woman with long legs. a striking beauty, scoring above 85, was awkwardly seated on the floor, one hand pressed against her ankle. "Isn't that Wang Peitzen?" he mused. "Haha, twisted your ankle, did you? Perhaps you should reconsider those sky-high heels. That skirt is so short, it's practically indecent." Having seen her maintain an aloof demeanor around Lu Kursin, Lin Qi had no intention of offering assistance. "Brother Qi, could you give me a hand?" What did you call me?" Lin Qi inquired incredulously. "Brother Qi, I've twisted my ankle." He nearly burst into laughter. This woman wore a bashful expression that would make her a natural on stage. All right, I'm coming." Chapter 21. Embracing Affection. As Lin Qi reached out, Wang Peitzen leaned into his embrace, further affirming his suspicions. This woman, who had previously shown him indifference, had now altered her demeanor, likely due to newfound awareness. Yet, she differed from Lu Kursin. While she too valued material wealth, she had no interest in playing the field. Her ambitions were clear and disciplined. She spent her days either at social gatherings or in the gym. In terms of allure, Wang Peitzen epitomized the definition of beauty far more than Lu Kursin. Standing over 170 centimeters tall, her physique was sculpted from consistent workouts, showcasing a well-defined waist and hips that indicated her dedication. The stares from passers-by confirmed her appeal, with some men nearly captivated to the point of distraction. Aside from occasionally aligning with Lu Kursin's sardonic remarks, she had no significant conflicts with Lin Qi. Particularly today, her abrupt shift in attitude was rather amusing. "Wang Peitzen, shall I assist you to a nearby seat?" Lin Qi said with a knowing smile. "That would be most kind of you," she replied, offering a bashful smile while her arm instinctively wrapped around his neck. Wang Peitzen secretly scrutinized him, a flicker of curiosity igniting within. As a woman who was acutely aware of her advantages, she was sensitive to the desires men held. They had crossed paths before when Lin Qi was in the company of her friend. At that time, he had hidden his intentions well. Yet, she was certain Lin Qi harbored feelings for her, a mix of infatuation and insecurity. She had previously thought it would be too easy to manipulate someone like him. A mere hint of opportunity would surely send him scrambling to her side. However, upon their reunion, she detected only mockery and teasing in his gaze. What is going on? Can a person truly change so dramatically in just a few days? No, adjustments to my strategy are imperative. This man is not so easily swayed. Wang Peitzen fluttered her eyelashes, feigning a hint of remorse. "I owe you an apology for my previous actions." For what exactly? Lin Qi, having lived 2 lifetimes, had seldom interacted with beautiful women. Yet, his intellect was sharp enough to discern her pretense. But what does it matter? Does it affect my turf? It does not. I shall observe and remain steadfast, neither proactive nor dismissive. It's about your breakup with Kursin. I never anticipated she would be that type of woman. After much pleading that night, I succumbed to her request to call you. Oh, that matter is long forgotten. But is it appropriate for you to speak of your friend in such a manner? Lin Qi smirked as he helped her onto a chair. Wang Peitzen recognized the underlying sarcasm, yet she remained unfazed. She had endured far worse insults, and when it came to her benefactor, acknowledging his brilliance was commendable, while any misstep was simply a misunderstanding on her part. My relationship with Kursin isn't as amicable as it appears. I only recently arrived in this city, and she is my sole acquaintance. It was she who invited me to last night's gathering with Wang Xiao, but rest assured, he departed early, and Kursin was not taken along. I'm indifferent to whom she associates with. At that moment, the sales associate returned, carrying a garment, and, upon seeing Wang Peitzen, showed no surprise, assuming she was merely Lin Qi's companion. "Sir, are you ready to try on the clothes? I've selected a few options, but I'm uncertain about their fit. Are you here to shop? Would you like me to assist?" Wang Peitzen interjected at the opportune moment. "Sure, please do," Lin Qi responded, rising and neglecting to inquire about her injury. As expected of an international brand, the moment he donned the clothing, his entire demeanor transformed. It wasn't that Lin Qi was enamored with foreign labels. It was simply that his previous attire leaned more towards casual sportswear, exuding youthful vigor. Now, clad in a meticulously tailored blazer that exuded sophistication, coupled with a newfound confidence, his presence instantly commanded attention. Even Wang Peitzen, who fancied herself well acquainted with him, found herself momentarily taken aback. How peculiar. How had she never noticed his striking appeal before? Otherwise, how could Lu Kursin ever have a chance? Wow, sir. You exude such charisma in this attire. You are undoubtedly a heartthrob. The sales assistant's eyes nearly sparkled. On one hand, Lynch possesses an inherently striking appearance, which is why he has been chosen as Lu Kursin's nominal boyfriend. More importantly, after taking the strength-enhancing pills, his physique has improved remarkably. Not only has he grown several centimeters taller, but his muscles have also become more defined. Otherwise, the suit would not fit well on his shoulders and chest, leading to an unflattering appearance. What do you think? Lynch stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror, showcasing himself to Wang Peitzen. He radiates such elegance. I believe handsome does not suffice. Stylish man is far more fitting. However, it seems slightly snug. Do you have it a larger size? Wang Peitzen clapped her hands in excitement. Yes, we do. Allow me a moment to fetch it. The sales assistant's smile widened. She had initially worried that this woman might cause trouble, but was pleasantly surprised by her enthusiastic compliments. This ensured her commission. 10 minutes later, after putting on a larger size, Lynch's charm escalated even further. Initially, he felt a slight tightness at the shoulders, but now his entire upper body felt relaxed. Wang Peitzen gracefully approached him, gently resting her hand on his shoulder. Such a size fits him perfectly. He exudes an incredible aura. I have never encountered a client who requires no alterations. Sir, your physique is impeccably maintained. The sales assistant couldn't help but nod in approval. Lynch felt quite satisfied, though the weather seemed unsuitable for such layers, especially as he was not in sales. Excellent. I will take this set. Please assist me in selecting a few more casual outfits. Certainly, sir. I shall lend a hand as well, Wang Peitzen chimed in. After nearly 40 minutes, they had chosen 5 outfits, including the suit. Under the eager gaze of the sales assistant, Lynch scanned the code with calmness. Wang Peitzen watched him, her eyes wide and breath quickening as he spent over 100,000. Unconsciously, she linked her arm with his. Sir, would it be convenient for us to connect on WeChat? I would like to notify you first about any store events. The sales assistant was quite attractive, and Lynch smiled, deciding to give her a chance. As they exited the Armani store, Wang Peitzen remarked, It's almost noon. How about we grab a quick bite? Let us leave the items in the car. Lynch chuckled inwardly, realizing she had noticed his impressive yawning U8, which explained her sudden change in demeanor. Since that was the case, he thought it wise to indulge her a little. No rush. You've been such a great help. Let me treat you to something nice. It's merely a small gesture, especially since I fell earlier, and you assisted me. However, Lynch, as if he hadn't heard, pointed toward an enormous LV sign across the street, saying, Let us get you a bag. Choose whichever you prefer. Wang Peitzen was momentarily taken aback. Hesitating, it seems inappropriate. Doesn't he it? If you keep talking, I might change my mind. With that, she headed straight inside. Wang Peitzen hesitated for half a second, but quickly followed him in her towering heels. It wasn't that she particularly needed the bag. She simply feared upsetting Lynch. She was all too familiar with the logic of the affluent. You could act however you pleased, as long as you did not provoke the other party. Chapter 22, Mutual Affection. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you today? The LV sales assistant was also a beauty, scoring over 80 in looks, though it was uncertain how much of it was enhanced by makeup. Observing the duo carrying their Armani bags, the assistant knew this sale was likely to succeed. Hence her enthusiastic demeanor. Let us start by browsing the bags. Certainly this way, please. A massive glass wall displayed a myriad of women's bags in various styles. Most were priced in the thousands to tens of thousands, which was not exorbitant. Perhaps this was the regular section, as the more expensive items were likely elsewhere. Do either of you have a specific style in mind? If not, I could provide some recommendations. Lynch glanced at Wang Peitzen, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and said, You choose. I am not well versed in this. Wang Peitzen hesitated for a few seconds before pointing to a white handbag. Can we take a look at that one? Of course. Please hold on. Lynch caught a glimpse of the price tag, slightly over 7,000, and was taken aback. He had previously seen Wang Peitzen carry bags of far superior quality in both aesthetics and style, clearly indicating that her financial situation was quite robust, with her bags likely costing 5 figures at the very least. The reason she chose a bag priced in the thousands was likely to cultivate an impression of modesty. But do I actually need this? Surely she doesn't think I'm trying to pursue a romantic relationship with her. At that moment, he noticed that while she held the white bag, her attention was drawn to the wall. Lynch focused his gaze and saw several brown styles displayed. While he could not ascertain her specific preference, he knew that selecting the most expensive option would be a safe bet. Let us also bring over that brown one. The one priced at over 60,000. Certainly, sir. Wang Peitzen's face lit up with delight as she looked at him. Lynch shrugged. My instincts appear to be accurate. I tend to be quite spontaneous, purchasing what I like immediately, now that I have the system at my disposal. Despite having spent a considerable portion of the 1 million cash, I remain unfazed. After all, it has only been a few days since acquiring the system. And given that wooden treasure chests can yield several Mate 60 Pros, even in the worst-case scenario, I should be able to glean around 10 to 20,000 a day. Wang Peitzen felt a stir of excitement as she took the bag from the sales assistant, unable to put it down. It's lovely, truly suits you. Please wrap it up. Certainly, sir. The sales assistant beamed. This was her first encounter with such a straightforward customer. Typically, those pretending to be socialites merely touched items without purchasing, and it often took half an hour of service to make a single sale. Today was a stroke of luck, starting off with such a substantial transaction. Wrap up the white one as well, since we are fortunate to be purchasing together. Listen, this is what it means to be wealthy. This is how the affluent behave. A simple phrase about fate, and the purchase is made spontaneously. Wang Peitzen was about to refuse, but Lynch smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I intend to gift it. You keep the brown one. I want to know how to thank you for a single bag, so please don't think I'm being greedy. I wouldn't dare to take more than I deserve. Let us head out then. Allow me to treat you to a meal. After receiving such an extravagant gift, I must show my appreciation." Lynch grinned. It would take more than just a meal to repay this. "Ha, it's noon. Let us just fill our stomachs first." Wang Peitzen understood. Did she? She did. Any objections? One could only say it was a welcomed opportunity. Receiving a bag worth over 60,000 upon their first meeting was impressive. Even Lu Kersin, the person she most wished to associate with, had never been so generous. Young, handsome, and affluent. Wasn't this the ideal boyfriend she had always dreamed of? As for whether he was single, was that question truly significant? Wang Peitzen chose a rather upscale, all-you-can-eat barbecue. From the moment they sat down, she was bustling about. "Your grilling skills are quite impressive. Do you come here often?" Wang Peitzen, upon hearing this, picked up a piece of tender, well-cooked snowflake beef and placed it on Lynch's plate. "The ambience here is pleasant. Sometimes, when I'm tired from shopping, I come here for a meal, though I don't come too often. This piece of lamb will become tough if grilled any longer. Here, have it." She placed another piece of lamb on his plate. Lynch indulged in the delectable fare without guilt. This dining experience was utterly enjoyable, with Wang Peitzen ensuring he never had to lift a finger. As soon as one plate was empty, she already had the next piece ready for him. 90% of the food ended up in his mouth. At the adjacent table, a young man's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. He was perplexed, unable to fathom why he and his girlfriend had switched roles. Each time they went out on a date, he bore the financial and physical burdens while his girlfriend languished, passively accepting everything as if she were incapacitated. Where was her gaze directed? She didn't seem to notice the other couples around, hastily grilling meat. Suddenly, she slammed her phone, which was engaged in a video call, onto the table, glaring coldly at her boyfriend. "I wasn't watching, you've misunderstood." "Yeah." The boyfriend quickly apologized, hurriedly transferring the fatty beef from the plate to the grill. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind," she retorted, instantly donning a sweet demeanor as she muted the microphone on the video call. "Senior, I'm counting on you for my piece. Teacher Zoe adores you. And if you speak on my behalf, he will surely agree." A male voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Of course, but after it's done, you'll have to treat me to a meal." Yeah, absolutely. If it weren't for you, senior, I wouldn't have had the qualifications to participate in the art exhibition. I promise you'll be satisfied." A few minutes later, the video call concluded. Yaya reverted to her icy demeanor. "Why is the grilling so slow? I thought you were still on your call and was afraid it would overcook, so I was keeping it on low heat. I'll turn it up now." Lin Qi observed their interaction keenly. In the past, such a scene would have gnawed at him, for he had once been in a similar situation with Lu Kersin. However, he no longer needed to play the role of a sycophant. He placed his chopsticks down on the table, satisfied with his meal. "Let us have some cold tea to soothe our throats." Wang Peitzen quickly handed him a cup of tea. After chatting for a bit, they noticed it had begun to rain outside. As the saying goes, warmth breeds intimacy. Lin Qi clapped his hands. "I recall there's a hotel upstairs. There's a 3-star hotel." Wang Peitzen feigned shyness. "Perfect timing with the rain. Let us go rest for a while." "Sure." 2 hours later, Lin Qi stood bare-chested before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window as the rain poured increasingly harder. The entire city appeared shrouded in a gray haze, rendering even the buildings across the street nearly invisible. Wang Peitzen sat at the edge of the bed, admiring his silhouette. His muscular form, accentuated by occasional flashes of lightning, highlighted Lin Qi's chiseled features. "This rain can't last all day, can it?" Lin Qi turned around and effortlessly scooped her up into the air. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made Wang Peitzen gasp. Looking down from such a height in this weather offers a unique perspective. "Come, let us enjoy the view." With that, he placed her before the grand window. It wasn't until nearly 7 o'clock that they finally descended to have a bite. Chapter 23, Damn It. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Wang Peitzen followed Lin Qi towards the parking lot. Spotting the Yingguang, you ate not far away. She couldn't help but strategize on how to avoid being seen by Lu Kersin on their way back. "I'm off to work. You can take a cab back." "All right." Lin Qi hadn't intended to drive her home. However, Wang Peitzen quickly adjusted her demeanor. resembling a wife bidding farewell to her husband. Standing by the roadside, she smiled and waved. Remember to call me. Got it. I'm leaving now. Lin Qi waved and departed. Without hesitation, he added her number to his blacklist. Before long, he arrived at the shop, only to find that the owner of the braised egg was already gone. It seemed he had observed Lin Qi for several days and was now completely at ease. Lin Qi enjoyed the tranquility and immediately dove into a game. At 9 o'clock that evening, the shop door swung open, and Li Sufin entered with her girlfriends. What brings you here? To keep you company at work. Li Sufin replied with a playful smile, her eyes fixated on the computer at the counter. Good evening, brother, the girls greeted politely. After helping them log in, Li Sufin took a seat at the counter, comfortably monopolizing the computer. Why don't you go play on your phone? I want to join Xiao Yuan and the others. Do you have to squeeze onto the same stool as me? Hee, you can always move to another one. Ever since their relationship crossed a boundary, she had become quite at ease with him. Fortunately, the sofa was spacious enough. She, being petite, managed to perch half her weight on the armrest while the other half rested on Lin Qi's sturdy thigh. I'm logging into the game now. Xiao Yuan, hurry up and add me. Coming right up, no need to rush. Recently, a group of beautiful girls had come to the shop, and the nearby gaming enthusiasts had already caught wind of it. A few daring fellows, not wanting to play themselves, stood behind Siyuan and the others, directing them. Hubby, could you buy me this? Li Sufin was unabashed, wriggling in his embrace. Lin Qi looked up to see a small green dagger displayed on the screen. Buy it yourself. It's not like you're short on money. It's just a game item. How valuable can it be? I'm afraid you'll think I'm splurging. What if I buy it? Go ahead, buy it. You're so good to me, hubby. She turned and pecked him on the cheek, pouting. Lin Qi wiped his face in mild distaste. What are you up to now? Can I buy one for Xiao Yuan and the others too? Since you're being so considerate. Go ahead. Great. It's 7,800 each, and I still need 30,000. What? Hearing that price, he nearly threw his phone. 7,008? That totals 40,000. The little girl smiled cunningly. Xiao Yuan's plan was indeed reliable. What on earth is so expensive? Lin Qi, skeptical, snatched the mouse and began to browse the website. This was a site dedicated to trading game items, and the prices were outrageous. Even those unremarkable little daggers were often in the thousands. Is it all right? The little girl worried he might back out, clinging to his arm. Damn, who invented this game? I'll transfer you 50,000. You buy it. I knew you were the best to me. Li Sufin quickly opened her crack screen phone and accepted the 50,000. She then began to fiddle with the website. Before long, Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others erupted in cheers. Then, Li Sufin hurried over and planted a kiss on Lin Qi's cheek. Caught off guard, Lin Qi nearly punched her. What the hell are you doing? Just thanking you on behalf of my friends. Lin Qi, you're truly amazing. Lin Qi glanced at Sufin, who was nodding in agreement. All right. Thanks have been expressed. Now go back to your game. Okay, I'll grab some snacks. Xiaoyuan was not shy at all, immediately starting to raid the counter for goodies. After all, they weren't worth much, and Lin Qi let her be. Having already given away game items worth several tens of thousands, what were a few snacks in comparison? A guy observing from the sidelines exchanged glances with his friend, casting a sorrowful look at his own phone balance. He stepped in front of the snack-laden Zhang Xiaoyuan. What is up? I'll buy you a dagger too. No way. Damn, heartless. The young man ruefully glanced at the counter. This dog's shopkeeper is getting all cozy with the beauties. It's infuriating. He resolved, no, I must grind hard to make money. One day I'll find such a beautiful girlfriend too. Lin Qi watched videos for several hours before lifting the little girl and placing her on the sofa. I'm going to take a nap. You can keep playing. All right, hubby, you sleep first. I'll be right there. As he drifted into a light slumber, he felt a soft, delicate body snuggle into his arms. Why aren't you playing anymore? Would you like me to keep you company? Her petite hand naturally reached out. Lin Qi opened his eyes and shot her a glare. Don't move around, just sleep quietly. Oh, the little girl obediently replied, then tightly grasped his large hand, finally closing her eyes contentedly. Darling, do you know? We had originally planned to go to the beach yesterday. Why didn't we go? Lin Qi was now struggling to keep his eyes open. It suddenly rained, and I wasn't sure if we had enough money. Darling, next time, please take us. Xiaoyuan and the others want to rent a yacht too. You're so nice. Hee. Li Sufin waited for a moment. What? You fell asleep so quickly. The night passed in silence, and when dawn broke, the boss of the shop arrived. He found a crowd gathered around several computers and curiously walked over. Watch out. He has got a stun gun. He is going to zap you. Wow, this old six. The crowd collectively sighed in disappointment. How about I take you ladies instead? I usually play C-rank games. I can easily crush this role. Zhang Xiaoyuan, with dark circles under her eyes, turned around. Are you implying we're bad? I'm not playing anymore. Let's catch the deserter and retreat. Okay, Captain. I'm going now. A few equally stunning girls squeezed through the crowd, heading towards the small bedroom. The boss suddenly understood. So that's why it's so lively this morning. The shop is graced by beautiful ladies. He glanced at the register and discovered they had sold nearly 300 items overnight. Good heavens, Lin Qi is indeed my lucky star. Shortly after, a man and a woman sleepily emerged from the small bedroom. The boss's face darkened. This brat really deserves a beating. How much is it? 368. I'll transfer it to you. Just as Lin Qi was about to take out his phone, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaoyuan. Many people scanned the code to buy things this morning. Boss, check the payment records. The boss's mouth twitched, reluctantly pulling out his phone to calculate the money. Thinking to himself that this girl was meddlesome, Lin Qi smiled and gave her a thumbs up. He was merely disinclined to argue with the boss. He was aware that there was something amiss. Since Zhang Xiaoyuan was willing to bring it up, he decided to indulge her. They all got into the car, and Lin Qi, as usual, drove them towards the hotel. It was only then that he had the opportunity to check yesterday's system records. Congratulations, host. You successfully relaxed yesterday and have obtained a silver treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Silver treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a street-facing storefront in Kangxiao, Pudong, with an area of 123 square meters. Wow, a storefront in the bustling district of Magic City. Over 100 square meters. In a city where land is at a premium, such a storefront would rent for at least $1 million a year. If it were in a better location, it could even fetch $2 million. However, Lin Qi realized he was being overly optimistic. Most of Kangxiao was industrial. And while storefront weren't cheap, they weren't worth that much either. Still, its value wouldn't be less than $10 million. The fact that this caliber of asset was only classified as silver in the system was astonishing. What would be the worth of higher-tier golden or platinum treasure chests? Lin Qi felt a shift in his thoughts, suddenly sensing something was off. If one were to assess the degree of relaxation he achieved, he had practically collapsed in his sleep on his first night as a network administrator, which should have garnered the highest rating. Yet, he had only received a bronze treasure chest then. But last night, he had clearly spent so much time at the counter. Why did it yield a higher silver treasure chest? However, the system, which was akin to an artificial intelligence, offered no response to his queries. Whatever. I have no worries about food and drink right now. Why waste brain cells? Besides, the rewards 1T diminish. He pondered how much that storefront would be worth and thought to ask Shi Xiaoyan for help selling it on their platform. Having over 10 million cash in hand was far more appealing than collecting rent slowly. He could also help them rent a place. Living in a hotel wasn't sustainable. Lin Qi inquired, and Li Sufan nodded repeatedly. The staff knocks on the door every day, asking us to keep it down. It's so annoying. We're being quiet. Exactly. I've always been bothered by their attitude. Last time, a guy kept peeking into our room. It was disgusting. Li Sufan suddenly threw herself from the passenger seat onto his neck, pouting. Darling, I want to live in a villa. Behave. Can't you see I'm driving? Lin Qi pushed her away, feeling exasperated. This girl truly lacked common sense and never considered the consequences. If it weren't for his years of experience, he might have nearly grazed the car beside them. Then promise me first. If not, I'll knock your head. Li Sufan instantly became obedient, returning to her seat and fastening her seatbelt. Darling, are you angry? No. Yes, you are. You're ignoring me. Lin Qi glanced at her and suddenly found it amusing. Just moments ago, she had been so bold, yet now she looked like a frightened kitten with red-rimmed eyes after receiving a scolding. If you behave, I'll rent you a villa. Li Sufan's face lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. Watching her cautiously avoid touching him, Lin Qi couldn't bring himself to scold her. The girls in the back seat erupted in cheers. Wow, Sufan, you're so lucky. Qi good treats you so well. Is this what being kept feels like? I'm so envious. Li Sufan boasted. If you include me, you're all covered. My husband has plenty of money. We'll go wild together until the end of time. Yay. Sufan, I love you so much. Lin Qi felt a headache coming on. Shut up. Once school starts, you all better attend class. Anyone who doesn't do well in their studies 1T get to eat. Oh, why is it like this? Sufan, I don't want to go to class. Why don't you go by yourself? No matter how they pouted or acted cute, Lin Qi remained unmoved. These girls were too troublesome. Locking them up at school was the best solution. If it were anyone else, they would have kicked them out long ago. At the hotel entrance, the girls got out of the car, looking pensive. Only Li Sufan hesitated, still lingering in the car. Xiaoyuan and the others have already gone in. Aren't you coming? Darling, it's been 2 days. Li Sufan pouted, showing no sign of shyness. Today, isn't convenient. You go ahead. Are you on your period? Of course not. Hurry up. Oh. After receiving a scolding, Li Sufan reluctantly walked into the hotel, glancing back 3 times. As soon as she entered, she was surrounded by Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others. So, Sufan, did it happen? A delicate girl asked curiously. Zhang Xiaoyuan smacked her head. It can't be that quick. I saw online that it usually takes 1 or 2 hours. It definitely didn't happen. Ah, Sufin, you're so useless. Didn't I tell you to be more proactive? Last night, I think I went in at 3 in the morning, Li Sufin said dejectedly. He only held me while sleeping. Nothing else happened. Oh, Sufin, you're so silly. You couldn't manage that? Xiao Yuan said men can't resist. Was he too tired yesterday? Zhang Xiao Yuan blinked her big eyes. I know. It's definitely because you're too flat. He doesn't like it. Indeed. Sufin is quite flat. What should we do? Li Sufin hurriedly inquired, recalling how Lin Qi had always referred to her as Bean Sprout. Do not fret. Let us prepare for both scenarios. Ching Ching, your stature is more pronounced. Starting today, Sufin must consume 2 pounds of papaya daily, striving for a cup in 3 months. The women exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Li Sufin solemnly patted Bai Wanqing's frail shoulder, declaring, I entrust my husband to you. Ching Ching, you must succeed. Blushing, Bai Wanqing promised while grasping Li Sufin's delicate hand. I shall present my strongest self. Zhang Xiaoyuan nodded in satisfaction. Based on her experience from watching palace intrigue dramas, as long as the concubines around Sufin the empress remained loyal, the empress's status would be as stable as a mountain once she bore a son. Lin Qi could hardly anticipate that Zhang Xiaoyuan would become so engrossed in her dramas that he drove straight to the workplace of Shi Xiaoyan. Mr. Lin, are you here to see Xiaoyan again? Upon hearing her name, Lin Qi looked up and met Bai Bingjia's enchanting peach blossom eyes. Indeed. Could you kindly summon her for me? Ah, I truly owe you both a debt, she replied. Please wait here. I shall fetch Xiaoyan. Lin Qi felt a stirring in his heart and asked, Is it inconvenient to bring me inside? Bai Bingjia smiled alluringly. It's because of you. Last time Xiaoyan invited you to dinner and gained nothing. Our manager is rather irate. No worries. Just leave me inside. Very well, but you must keep a low profile. Do not let manager Hao see you. Chapter 25. Reunion with the charming landlord. Bai Bingjia swayed her willow-like waist, leaving a trail of fragrance as she led the way in her high heels. Many agents cast curious glances, but upon noticing Lin Qi's escort, they regretfully turned back. It was evident that the market had been sluggish lately. Within the vast shop, only a few customers lingered. What brings you here? Shi Xiaoyan, seated on a stool, playing with her phone, brightened at the sight of Lin Qi approaching. I thought you might have forgotten about me. You didn't contact me all day yesterday. Shi Xiaoyan pouted, then recalled something and discreetly glanced toward the office. Let us go outside to talk. Oh, I've worked hard to bring your suitor here, yet I receive no words of gratitude. Bai Bingjia feigned annoyance, hands on her hips. Oh, Bingjia, you tease me again. All right, you two go. I'll cover for you when the manager arrives. Lin Qi gently supported Shi Xiaoyan's slender waist, smiling, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. I'll hold you to that. Make sure you don't dodge the bill. How could I? You've taken such good care of me. Even 10 meals would be a mere token of my gratitude. Bai Bingjia finally smiled. I shall eagerly await it. Just as they prepared to exit, the office door suddenly swung open. Shi Xiaoyan, are you trying to slip away again? Manager Hao, is there something regarding your husband? Manager Hao was about to erupt, but noticed Lin Qi beside her, his demeanor softening considerably. He was uncertain whether Lin Qi was there to purchase a property or pursue a romantic interest. However, given that Lin Qi was a legitimate owner of a luxury U8 vehicle, and with the real estate market currently in a lull, he was reluctant to miss any opportunity. Shi Xiaoyan was about to concoct an excuse when Lin Qi intercepted her. A commercial property is up for sale, and I felt a connection with Xiaoyan, so I intend to entrust it to your company. Oh, please come in. Xiaoyan, prepare some tea. Manager Hao, beaming, ushered Lin Qi into the office, immediately inquiring about the property details. Upon learning that its area exceeded 100 square meters, his eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. My goodness, this gentleman is indeed from a wealthy background. An A-grade shop in the Pudong business district is worth at least 10 million. I just hope he is not like last time, merely seeking amusement. Lin Qi perceived manager Hao's thoughts and tossed the keys to Shi Xiaoyan, who had just finished preparing tea. Please retrieve the property rights certificate from my car. Huh? Oh. Shi Xiaoyan hurriedly dashed outside. Moments latte. She placed the document on the coffee table. Manager Hao rubbed his hands together in excitement, entering the shop's information into the system, exclaiming, excellent. A fantastic property. The shop across from yours sold earlier this year for 12 million, and it's even smaller than yours. Lin Qi felt reassured. The price aligned closely with his expectations. I'm rather laid back. I'll entrust the entire process to Xiaoyan. What is your expected price? Ask Xiaoyan. She calls the shots. Huh? Me? Shi Xiaoyan was bewildered. Manager Hao was equally perplexed. What's going on? Have these two perhaps become an item? Isn't Shi Xiaoyan always opposed to such arrangements? Perhaps she finds this wealthy, second-generation handsome. Thus, the selling price would be decided by Xiaoyan. The items will be left with you. I'll accompany Xiaoyan to inspect the shop. Absolutely. I'll see you off. Until they reached the car, Xiaoyan finally regained her composure, exhilarated as she threw herself into his arms. Huh, you have no idea how terrified Manager Hao was. I'm the one making the decisions on a shop worth over 10 million. How do you know? Xiaoyan displayed her phone, revealing dozens of messages received in that brief time, insisting she must retain him as a significant client and even stating she wouldn't need to work that afternoon. The frantic expression she wore dissipated all the grievances she had endured recently. Oomph. Even if my boyfriend is generous, you still want to come groveling. She shifted positions, comfortably lying in Lin Qi's embrace. P.S. Quite the strategist, still recalling your mention of buying a house. PLL earn a commission from selling the shop, and then profit from your home purchase. What a win-win. After all, you are the one receiving commission. It's only fair the profits stay within. You are the best. After indulging in sweet moments for a while, the vehicle finally started moving. Xiaoyan sat in the passenger seat, retouching her makeup. Lin Qi chose an upscale private kitchen for lunch, where they spent a lavish 4 hours dining before settling the bill. Shall we go to your place to rest for a bit? Xiaoyan shook her head in alarm. No, please take me home. I'm a bit tired today. Lin Qi, sensing her soft, delicate form, clicked his tongue in disappointment. Very well, but you must strengthen your constitution. Not at all. I diligently work out twice a week, okay? Jogging, yoga, and intensive training are all part of my routine. You think I'm weak? Are you serious? However, at that moment, Xiaoyan felt too drained to retort, merely nodding apprehensively. Soon, they arrived at the base of her building. Won't you come up for a while? No, I need to rest today. I promise I'll make it next time. Xiaoyan turned and dashed off, as though the car contained a ravenous beast. Remember to rent me a villa? I know. Xiaoyan fled in haste. Lin Qi could only drive away with a sense of regret, deciding to return home for a short nap with hours still left before work. Half an hour later, he arrived at Xinghui City. There was no need to honk. From a distance, the security guard opened the passageway. In the underground parking lot, Lin Qi secured his keys and made his way toward the elevator. Suddenly, a familiar female voice reached his ears. Let go of me. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Lin Qi's heart raced as he hastily approached. After a short distance, he spotted a scuffle occurring in a corner. A group of robust men surrounded a woman of stunning physique, engaged in a heated conversation. Chu Manin, how shameless can you be? You killed my cousin, and now you're squatting on his property. Do you think hiding will do you any good? Hand over the house, or you shall face the consequences. Lin Qi squinted, realizing that this was indeed the enchanting landlord, Chu Manin. Her alluring figure was undeniably distinctive. You're talking nonsense. The house is marital property. He has no parents and no descendants. Upon his death, it rightfully belongs to me. She retorted defiantly. What absurdity! Haven't you heard that an elder brother is like a father? I am his brother. Our family invested so much in his education. Do you expect me to let that go now? I assure you, even in death, you owe us. Chapter 26. This woman is extraordinary. Don't come any closer. I'll call the police. Chu Man-in exclaimed in fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. Damn it, this is a family matter of the Zhongs. The police want help. With that, she attempted to grab someone. Without hesitation, Lin Qi stepped out from the shadows. Is it appropriate for several hulking men to bully a single woman? The men turned to assess him, sneering, Kid, this is none of your business. Why don't you just go somewhere cooler? Oh, it's rare for someone to be so brazen in my presence. I intend to intervene. You're asking for trouble. The three burly men exchanged glances and lunged at him, closing the distance in an instant. Lin Qi stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Watch out. Chu Manning couldn't help but scream. With a swift kick, punch, and elbow strike, the trio fell to the ground before Lin Qi could even register their movements. Good grief. The only man who had not attacked instinctively took a couple of steps back. What on earth? Did I miss the memo today? Just when I was about to corner Chu Man-in, this unexpected hero shows up. And what extraordinary skills he possesses. Those three were notorious local thugs, known for their brawling tendencies. How could they be so easily bested? Lin Qi rushed forward, kicking one of the men over. The man groaned in agony, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. I detest those who bully the weak. If these men had approached him with reason, he might have refrained from such a severe response. However, their immediate aggression was intolerable. Are you all right? Chu Man-in was left astounded. Moments ago, she had felt hopeless. But this individual arrived like a hero from a martial arts film, resolving the situation with a few swift moves. Do I appear to be in distress? He retorted. Well, clearly, the ones suffering the most are those four on the ground. His current concern was whether they would call the police. What do they want from you? Chu Man Yin recounted the entire story without hesitation. The last man Lin Qi had incapacitated was her fiancé's cousin. The latter had been raised by his uncle's family under the guise of adoption, which was essentially child labor. He had never been properly fed as a child. But as he grew older and excelled academically, life improved slightly for him, not out of kindness from his uncle, but rather because the school recognized his potential and facilitated a student loan. After graduating from university, he was spotted by an investment bank during a favorable market trend, amassing millions and purchasing a property in Xinghua City. However, following his untimely demise in a reckless driving accident after a night of drinking, his family fixated on the property. Within 10 days of his death, they began to harass her. Chu Man Yin's reference to the deceased as that person implied a troubled relationship. Yet Lin Qi chose not to pry further. With a property worth over 10 million, it was no wonder they were eager to claim it. In reality, the mortgage on the house had not been fully paid off, and several million was still owed. It would be quite simple for a few idle men from the village to confront her. It was clear why those thugs had rushed at her upon receiving a mere glance from him. I was wondering who you were. What is the matter? Do you really think you're some sort of gang member? Lin Qi approached the man still groaning on the ground and delivered another kick. Please stop. Just stop. The man whimpered. What's your name? P.S.E. Jinfu. Very well, Jinfu. Do try to keep your wits about you next time. Lin Qi squatted down and gently patted his face. I understand. I'll leave at once. In this era of the rule of law, Lin Qi could not simply eliminate the threat for Chu Man Yin's sake. Seeing he Jinfu cower, he decided to let him go. Thank you for earlier. Had you not arrived, that would have been a loss, Chu Man Yin said, following closely behind him, still shaken. Lin Qi remained silent, deep in thought about whether he should consider relocating. Judging by He Jinfu's expression, it was evident that this matter would not end peacefully. A woman like Chu Man Yin could hardly contend with such scoundrels alone. How about I treat you to a meal? Chu Man Yin suggested, noticing his silence. A meal? Do you even have the means? Lin Qi replied flatly. As a woman without a job, burdened with a mortgage of several million, having rented out her property, her financial situation could hardly be favorable. Most importantly, he did not wish to entangle himself further with her. Undeniably, her beauty surpassed that of any woman he had encountered. Her figure, ripe and alluring, resembled a succulent peach. She was more attractive than Shi Xiaoyan and more voluptuous than Wang Peitzen, while Li Sufan was simply uncomparable. Yet, Lin Qi felt an underlying complexity to her character. Shi Xiaoyan had mentioned that her property had been on the market for quite some time. How had a seemingly fragile woman managed to withstand the harassment of thugs for so long without a scratch? And was it truly an accident that she had ended up at the wrong door that night? Most importantly, it was highly likely that she did not own a car. So what brought her to the underground parking lot today? A plethora of questions rang alarm bells in Lin Qi's mind. Chu Man Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly admitted, You caught me. With the mortgage and rent to pay, I'm indeed not in the best financial situation. But treating you to a meal as a gesture of thanks should not be a problem. That is not necessary. It was merely a trifling matter, he replied. As the elevator arrived, Lin Qi entered with a stoic expression. Chu Man Yin pretended to be fearful, glancing back before hastily following him inside. Noticing his silence, she began to engage him in conversation. I have to get to work soon, so I'll take my leave now, Lin Qi stated, exiting the elevator without looking back. Chu Man Yin's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Lin Qi hardly dwelled on this encounter, resting for a few hours at home before heading to the Mingji Internet Cafe. By 9 o'clock that evening, several young women arrived, filling the cafe with chatter and bringing a surge of customers. Even the nighttime gamers had increased in number. Lin Qi vacated his computer at the counter for Li Sufan and began playing on his phone. Upon opening WeChat, a friend request popped up. This is Wang Peitzen. Please add me, Lin Ge. Can't resist any longer, can you? A smirk crept across Lin Qi's lips. He generally treated women he had been involved with well. However, Wang Peitzen was a unique case, perhaps due to lingering feelings from his past life. As the best friend of his ex-girlfriend, he subconsciously felt a desire to educate her. The aloof and elegant type, is it? Sorry, I prefer contrast. He thought as he clicked to accept the request. In less than half a minute, a message arrived from the other side. Brother Lin, have you been busy these past few days? Chapter 27, A Stark Contrast. On the other side of the city, Wang Peitzen glanced at Lu Kersin, who was removing her makeup, and bit her lip. Brother Lin, tomorrow is my birthday. Can you come? Unavailable. Wang Peitzen's breath caught, but she dared not express her frustration. I prepared a surprise. Image. Lin Qi stared at the lively photo on the screen. Just as he was about to comment, he noticed it had already been retracted. Are you toying with me? Hee. What nonsense is this, you fool? Wang Peitzen was momentarily at a loss, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry, brother. I was just joking. How about I come see you tomorrow? The message was sent, but was rejected by the recipient. Wang Peitzen immediately panicked and picked up her phone, heading toward the balcony. Pei, where you going? Nothing. Just going out for a smoke. Lu Kersen glanced back at her alluring silhouette, feeling that her friend was hiding something. This little minx ISNT contacting young Master Wang again. Is she? Although the last attempt didn't pan out, young Master Wang's gaze towards her was unmistakably fond, clearly preferring Pei over herself. To avoid offending Lin Qi, it seemed reasonable for young Master Wang to reach out to Pei instead. The mere thought of Lin Qi darkened Lu Kersen's expression. She couldn't comprehend why young Master Wang was afraid of him. Was it simply because he was stronger? Surely, a few tricks could easily deal with him. Outside on the balcony, Wang Peitzen confirmed through the curtain that Lu Kersen hadn't followed her and swiftly dialed Lin Qi's number. In the internet cafe, Lin Qi found it somewhat amusing as the screen lit up. The role reversal of infatuation was indeed quite entertaining. Hello, brother Lin, I momentarily lost my mind. I didn't mean to upset you. So, could you give me another chance? I promise to behave. While playing a game, Li Sufin subtly moved her headphone aside, straining to hear the voice on the phone. Lin Qi playfully pinched her cheek. Focus on your game. What are you eavesdropping for? I just want to listen. Who is calling? Li Sufin snuggled into his embrace, her eyes wide with curiosity to see the caller's name. Who will be named Contrast Marker? What does that even mean? Lin Qi wasn't concerned about Wang Peitzen hearing. He patted the little girl to keep her still. Just a random name. Go back to your game. On the other end, Wang Peitzen struggled to suppress her embarrassment and anger. After several deep breaths, she finally spoke. Brother Lin, can I come see you tomorrow? I've learned a few yoga poses and would love your guidance. Oh, after just a few days, are you sure you can manage? Hearing his apparent interest, Wang Peitzen felt encouraged. She wasn't merely a novice. Since the day she resolved to marry a wealthy man, she and missed a single yoga class each month. Actually, I've been practicing for quite some time. I just never had the chance to showcase it. Is it intentional concealment or mere forgetfulness? However, Lin Qi wasn't upset. This was a promising beginning. All right, let us meet at Global Harbor tomorrow. Don't come too early. I need to buy something for the little girl. Okay, I'll contact you at 10 tomorrow morning. Wang Peitzen didn't dare to ask who the little girl was, fearing he might change his mind. Then it's settled. I'll hang up now. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. Once the call ended, Wang Peitzen let out a sigh of relief. Who are you just talking to? Kersen, you scared me. Who are you just talking to? Lu Kersen stared at her with a peculiar expression, repeating the question. Wang Peitzen forced a smile. Oh, just a small-time businessman with a bit of money who asked me out shopping tomorrow. Is that so? Then are you canceling your birthday party? We can do it another day. After all, we celebrate several times a year. Fine. Lu Kersen casually returned to her room. Wang Peitzen ignored her and reopened WeChat to send a friend request, feeling relieved once it was accepted. In the agile internet cafe, as Lin Qi set his phone down, Li Sufin clung to him again. Who asked the little girl? Who else but you? You're so skinny. You should eat more. I'm not skinny. Li Sufin protesta. Puffing out her chest, Lin Qi shot her a disdainful glance. Well, I can't say you're entirely without it. Let us just say you could definitely start, child. All right, go play your game. Tomorrow, I'll take you shopping. But you have to buy something for Xiao Yuan and the others too. Lin Qi paused. Why? You're not lacking in money. After all, you can't show favoritism. He momentarily didn't grasp the meaning of favoritism, but shrugged indifferently. In a few days, a hefty sum would be credited, so he indeed wasn't short on funds. Then we'll all go together. After another half hour, Lin Qi stood up and returned to his small bedroom. Just as he left, Zhang Xiaoyuan arrived at the counter by walking. So Sufin, what did he say? A woman just called him. I didn't have the courage to say anything. Zhang Xiaoyuan stamped her foot in frustration. If we don't step up our game, the emperor will be swayed by Vixen. What? Cough. I mean, we need to be proactive. Otherwise, he might find another woman. Li Sufin didn't mind. The four sisters had already recognized each other, and adding a few more wouldn't be a big deal. Oh, we can't let anyone outshine us. Ching, you're up this time. Hum. Bai Wangking nodded, blushing. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaoyuan was perplexed. Hadn't they agreed on this yesterday? Did Sufin want to back out? I'll go today. I feel like I can do it this time. Are you sure? Of course. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyuan nodded. All right, go before he falls asleep. Ching, we will come back another time. Okay. A trace of regret flickered in Bai Wangking's eyes, but she didn't insist. Receiving the strategist's command, Li Sufin stealthily exited the game and tiptoed into the small bedroom. Zhang Xiaoyuan waited a moment until she heard movement from inside, then nodded in satisfaction. Let us go and continue leveling up. All right. The next morning, Li Sufan appeared in the lobby. She nodded at Zhang Xiaoyuan, who had dark circles under her eyes. Several girls gave her thumbs up. The boss of the egg shop had just arrived, and Lin Qi seized the opportunity to slip away to the restroom. Upon entering the lobby, the boss, while tallying accounts, scanned the counter with his small eyes. Nothing happened last night, right? What could possibly happen? I've been keeping a close eye on things for you. Just focus on your accounts. Hey, am I not allowed to ask as a boss? In any case, if anything is lacking, just let me know. The egg shop boss was fine in every aspect, but he had a bit of a petty streak. Chapter 28. The Unconventional Ideas of the Little Girls. The system rewards for lying down all day yesterday had arrived. Congratulations, host, for successfully lying down. You have received a silver treasure chest. Another silver treasure chest. Lin Qi felt a stir of excitement. Open. Silver treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for receiving a Patek Philippe 6002 watch. Why did I receive a watch? Lin Qi, having been a loser in his previous life, knew nothing about luxury watches. A thought crossed his mind, and he felt a weight in his pocket. The next moment, he pulled it out. Upon first laying eyes on it, Lin Qi immediately discerned that this item was anything but inexpensive. The watch radiated a celestial blue, embodying an industrial aesthetic while simultaneously exuding an unparalleled aura of mystery. Even though he had never worn a watch before, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it at first glance. Once adorned with the timepiece, he instinctively straightened his posture. Although he was unaware of its exact price, he surmised that the treasures emerging from a silver treasure chest would likely not fall below 10 million. It is often said that the affluent indulge in timepieces while the less fortunate gravitate towards automobiles, with just a subtle lift of his arm. Even if he were rummaging through a trash bin on the street, onlookers would perceive him as a wealthy gentleman savoring the essence of life. That'll be 276. Please settle the bill. The boss of the shop, who had been calculating the accounts, regarded Lin Qi's wristwatch with a hint of skepticism. Looks quite authentic, but must have cost a pretty penny, no? Indeed, it set me back several thousand, Lin Qi replied, not bothering to refute the implication, cheerfully passing the cash over. These young people today do love to flaunt their wealth, the boss thought to himself, choosing not to linger on the matter as he began sweeping the floor. Lin Qi shrugged nonchalantly and exited the store with several young ladies in tow. First, let us grab breakfast, then we can explore the global harbor. Make sure to think about what you intend to purchase, he instructed. Yay, thank you, Qi. You're the best, we adore you, Zhang Xiaoyuan exclaimed, unabashedly expressing her appreciation as if it were a given that Lin Qi would treat them. Lin Qi, not inclined to chide them, led the group to a Cantonese dim sum restaurant, beckoning everyone to disembark. With a large entourage of young beauties, they inevitably attracted the attention of numerous diners. While Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others were not so striking as to halt traffic, their youthful radiance was captivating. The lively chatter of the girls surrounding Lin Qi, even as they pointed at the restaurant's decor with exuberant exclamations, was not irksome. All right, Xiaoyuan, help them find a seat. The noise is quite bothersome, Lin Qi directed. Okay, let us sit over there by the window for a better view. Let us go. The waiter, maintaining a professional demeanor, presented Lin Qi with a menu. Please bring me one of everything on the signature list. If it's not enough, we'll order more. Certainly, sir. The breakfast feast totaled nearly 2,000 yuan. Yet Lin Qi remained unfazed as he scanned the payment and exited. The young ladies were nearly too full to move, blissfully unaware of dietary restraint at their age. Indulging heartily in the delectable offerings, Lin Qi found amusement in the thought of Li Sufan gaining a bit more weight, not feeling the need to intervene. Half an hour later, they arrived at the global harbor. Darling, where are we headed to shop? Li Sufan asked, wrapping her arms around Lin Qi's as soon as they stepped out of the car, her voice sweet and delicate. Lin Qi noted her growing clinginess and inquired, have you all discussed what you want to buy? Just clothes and shoes. Oh, and we need to get some lingerie too, Zhang Xiaoyuan counted on her fingers. Not for Sufan, she's too flat. Qing, what did you say? I'll take you on. Li Sufan playfully grappled with by Wan Qing. The two beauties engaged in a light-hearted scuffle. Lin Qi stood at the center of the plaza, pointing toward the Gucci store. Let's try this one, come on in. The sales associate at Gucci, noticing Lin Qi accompanied by a bevy of girls, lit up with excitement. She promptly approached them. Welcome to the Gucci store at Global Harbor. How may I assist you? Please show them around. It's their first visit, and they're not quite familiar. The sales associate, recognizing Lin Qi's exquisite Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist, was instantly aware that he was not merely a casual visitor. The specific model eluded her, but she knew it was undoubtedly from the illustrious brand. Each creation from this world-renowned watchmaker commanded a hefty price, often beginning in the hundreds of thousands, aimed squarely at those of substantial means. Given the watch's design, It was likely worth millions, a fact that made her breath quicken with anticipation. Please follow me, ladies. I'll introduce you to our women's collection. While the sales associate attended to the group, Lin Qi idly sat on a sofa, scrolling through his phone. In less than 10 minutes, the girls returned. Did you make your selections already? Not quite. We weren't fond of their clothing, the somewhat embarrassed sales associate replied. What do you like? Li Sufan pouted. They're not appealing at all. They're more suited for older women, completely inappropriate for us. Is that what you all think? Yes, they feel too mature and unattractive, Zhang Xiaoyuan chimed in. What brands do you prefer? Perhaps we could check out Chanel across the way? Li Sufan shook her head vigorously. No, I want to buy Anta. What on earth? Anta. Hongxing would do as well. The sales associate's mouth twitched. She was tempted to point out that Gucci also offered suitable options for younger customers. However, given the earlier critique, she refrained from speaking. This is outrageous. A patron willing to purchase from an international brand opts instead for domestic sportswear. You truly are unparalleled. She thought. Since we're here, let us pick out some perfumes as well, Lin Qi suggested, exasperated. All right, perfumes are fine. I've never used them before. Let us go. Pretty sister, lead us to the fragrance section. The sales associate quickly guided them. This way, please. Lin Qi followed suit as the girls unabashedly selected a plethora of cosmetics. A quick tally revealed that over 30,000 yuan had vanished. Thank you for your visit. Please take care. The sales associate smiled alluringly as she handed Lin Qi the shopping bags. Just as he was about to pass the bags to Li Sufan, he felt a note slip into his palm. Chuckling, Lin Qi remarked, if you wanted to add me on WeChat, you could have just asked. Here, scan my code. He promptly opened his QR code and presented it to her. The sales associate's cheeks flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Li Sufan, who merely glanced at the note before turning back to discuss cosmetics with the others. Could it be that I misjudged their relationship? They're not a couple, but rather sisters? The sales associate thought, hastily completing the code scan and returning the phone. Only Zhang Xian shot her a glare as they departed, but the moment had passed. The sales associate smiled, as if merely bidding farewell to a customer. Lin Qi continued to accompany the girls on their shopping spree, ultimately spending more than 40,000 yuan. The young ladies were nearly engulfed by their shopping bags, while Lin Qi, in contrast, had taken on the role of a carefree overseer, leisurely enjoying an ice cream cone. Darling, I want some too. Li Sufan's head peeked out from behind the bags, her eyes pleading. Just a taste. You can buy your own later. I want some too. Let me have a bite. Chapter 29. The Obedient Girl. In the end, Lin Qi could hardly resist the girl's enthusiasm, just after a couple of bites. The ice cream was swiftly claimed by them, each taking a mouthful. I can't believe it. When I asked earlier, you didn't want any. And now you're all after mine. Hee, suddenly craving it, huh? There's a Hongxing store ahead. Let us hurry. The domestic sports brand offered reasonably priced items, with the 6 of them each acquiring 2 sets for only 4,000 yuan. Even Lin Qi found himself coerced into selecting 2 identical outfits, dubbed couple wear. Who on earth wears matching couple outfits with 5 others? This is absurd. Had it not been for a phone call from Wang Peizhen, he would have undoubtedly sought a refund. All right, please pack our items, Lin Qi instructed after settling the bill, handing all the bags to Li Sufan. I have a little matter to attend to. Can you all take a taxi back to the hotel? All right. As soon as Li Sufan opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Zhang Xiaoyuan. We still want to stroll around a bit longer. Aren't you tired after staying up all night? Zhang Xiaoyuan thought to herself, of course. I can barely keep my eyes open. She resolved to muster her energy to see who he was meeting with today. Stop pretending. Let me book 2 rooms for you at the hotel nearby, so you can rest, Lin Qi declared with an undeniable tone, leading them into a 4-star hotel. He also sent the location information to Wang Peizhen. Before long, a striking woman dressed in a rather revealing outfit entered the hotel. The snug burgundy dress clung to her figure, the fabric adhering to her skin in the breeze. 2 young men, passing by, almost collided with the glass door. Lin Qi. I've arrived. Wang Peizhen approached confidently, tucking a long strand of hair behind her ear. She feigned nonchalance as she glanced at the group of lovely young ladies nearby. They were undoubtedly youthful and radiant, and most notably, they seemed quite close to Lin Qi, each carrying various bags. Aren't those the girls from the bar? So she's the little girl he mentioned on the phone last night. I wonder how he knows them. Good, you're not late. Lin Qi nodded and requested the front desk to prepare 2 suites. Li Sufan was busy with her phone, seemingly engrossed in something, and lost interest the moment Wang Peizhen entered. Only Zhang Xiaoyuan was intensely focused on her. Sufan, why are you still playing on your phone? What's wrong, Xiaoyuan? Li Sufan raplia, oblivios. Zhang Xiaoyuan pinched her waist in frustration. Ouch. You know that hurts. Well, you should know better. Men can easily be swayed by vixens. Li Sufan, confused, put down her phone and glanced toward Lin Qi. In that brief moment, the two had already struck up a conversation, appearing quite intimate. You said having multiple wives is normal for men, right? Oh my, you actually took that to heart? Zhang Xiaoyuan exclaimed. Her perception of romance clearly skewed by excessive viewing of period dramas. Li Sufan, on the other hand, seemed entirely oblivious to any issues. Her mind solely preoccupied with her phone. Lin Qi handed 2 room keys to the bewildered Li Sufan. Take them upstairs to rest. We'll be staying here today, and I'll take you to see the house in the afternoon. Okay, darling, Li Sufan giggled, obediently accepting the room keys. The 2 receptionists exchanged astonished glances. The lives of the wealthy are truly dull. They let Wang Peitzen advise them as they strolled for a while, procuring a few outfits for themselves, before finding a charming Western restaurant for lunch. Had it been Lin Qi alone, he would have undoubtedly chosen a Chinese restaurant. The portions in this wretched place were minuscule. The rules overly strict, and the wait for food often longer than the meal itself. However, Wang Peitzen delighted in such experiences, never missing an opportunity to capture the moment, which was quite enough. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Qi dialed Shi Xiaoyan's number. Darling, you finally called. How's the shop selling? I just hung up, and several people contacted me, but all the offers are too low, hovering around 12 million. Lin Qi pondered for a moment before replying, lower it to 11 million. But it must be a cash deal. There's no need to waste time over a small amount. Wow, that's over 1 million. That's not a small sum. Just follow my lead. The sooner the better. All right, it's your shop after all. I'll contact them right away. Have you found any leads on the villa I asked you to look for? I have 3 that meet your requirements. I'll have Sister Bing Bing take you to see them shortly. The property title is with our company, and you can sign a contract and move in the same day. Good. Send me her contact information. Shi Xiaoyan was quite attentive in helping him sell the shop, and upon hearing about the price drop and the cash requirement, she guessed he was in urgent need of funds. She even relinquished her afternoon meeting to buy Bingjia. Shi Xiaoyan's absence allowed Lin Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. Although he intended for his women to meet eventually, a gradual approach was best. If the 3 were to come together, it could lead to an unfortunate scene. After hanging up, Wang Peitzen sat quietly across from him. Should I buy you something? A bag? Or something else? Wang Peitzen hesitated for a moment before smiling. Just 2 pieces of clothing will suffice. I'm not picky. Lin Qi was never stingy with women, provided they did not cause trouble. I'll buy you some later. Perhaps a few sets. You're so generous, Lin Ge. Within 5 minutes, they had gathered their things and headed straight to Chanel. This one, and that one over there in teal. Bring them all for her to try on, Lin Qi said, gesturing casually. Do you have something in mind? These seem a bit heavy. Let us grab that light blue one as well. Lin Qi turned to see that the light blue dress was a sheer gown, typically requiring a lining beneath. This woman was audacious indeed. Since the bicycle wasn't his, he thought nothing of it and readily agreed. In one fell swoop, he spent 50,000, barely batting an eye as he transferred an additional 20,000 to her as pocket money. I appreciate obedient girls. Take this money for a few yoga classes, and next time I want to see results. Wang Peitzen clung to his arm, nodding vigorously. I will work hard. Although it seemed she was being treated like a canary, for Wang Peitzen, it was a lucrative arrangement. Lin Qi had spent over 100,000 in just 2 meetings. He even paid for her yoga classes, all of which were solid investments in her future. Even if Lin Qi grew weary of her, the clothes, bags, and improvements in her physique would not vanish. If she later found a decent man, she could demand several thousand more in dowry. This is precisely why so many attractive women gravitate towards the circles of the wealthy. Unlike men, their path to financial gain often simply involves investing in themselves. Some women invest in knowledge and skills, while others invest in their physique and appearance. Each path leads to a bright future. Later, I'll take the little girl to see the villa. You can head back on your own. Can I join you to see it? Lin Qi glanced at her, causing Wang Peitzen to feel a bit guilty. If not, I can go back by myself. It's not a problem. Did you drive here? I haven't bought a car yet. I took a taxi. Lin Qi chuckled upon hearing this. You've been working with Lu Kersen for so long, and you haven't managed to get a car? Implicitly suggesting that after all this time, she hadn't even secured a vehicle. Wang Peitzen, unbothered, retorted playfully, it's not easy to break into the wealthy circle, and besides, Kersen and I aren't a good match. If it weren't for her decent looks, I would have cut ties with her long ago. Oh, what do you mean by not a good match? If she were a bit more youthful or a bit more mature, it would be fine, but she's neither here nor there, which is quite awkward. Lin Qi nodded, understanding. Indeed, they did not resemble mother and daughter nor sisters. That partnership was indeed uncomfortable. Don't think it's simple to work in this industry. Without some flair, you want to get ahead. What styles can the wealthy not access? If others have unique features and you do not, you'll be left behind. Where could you possibly find such foolish rich heirs willing to be your sugar daddies? They're all out mingling, engaging in consensual exchanges. though she was eager to inquire whether Lin Qi still harbored feelings for Lu Curson. After all, the allure of an ex-girlfriend still has its market. She now approached everything with utmost caution and thus dared not broach the subject. Without a car, your fate would be left to chance. If the agent arriving shortly did not have a vehicle, you would have no choice but to hail a taxi and follow suit. I merely wish to behold the opulence of villas in the Magic City. I have no objections, Brother Lin. Is this preparation for your future as a wealthy matron? How annoying. Wang Peitzen playfully shoved him, prompting Lin Qi to burst into laughter. A flicker of disappointment washed over her heart. Lin Qi's intentions were unmistakable. The passenger seat was reserved for the young girl, leaving her to take a taxi if she wished to tag along. However, this disappointment quickly retreated into the recesses of her mind. Let us head back to the hotel. I'll go wake the young girl. All right. They waited in the lobby for 20 minutes until 5 lovely young ladies emerged from the elevator. Li Sufin didn't even glance at Wang Peitzen, dashing over to wrap her arms around Lin Qi's other arm. Darling, do we look beautiful? The 5 girls donned identical sportswear, exuding an exuberant youthful spirit. Wang Peitzen, observing from the side, internally scoffed at the absurdity of it all. She finally understood where her defeat lay. Allow me to introduce. This is the young lady Li Sufin, and this is Wang Peitzen. Just then, Lin Qi's phone rang, and he casually introduced them before answering. Hello, sister. Wang Peitzen bowed her head first, smiling as she greeted. To her surprise, Li Sufin burst into laughter. Huh, you're so silly, calling me sister when you're clearly older. Cough, cough. Sufin. Zhang Xiaoyuan shot her a glare and even extended her hand. Hello, Wang sister. I'm Zhang Xiaoyuan. This is by Wonking, Sang Mei, Mi Jian, and Ez. Greetings. Sisters, Wang Peitzen stood and offered a polite salutation. At that moment, an unusual scene unfolded in the lobby. A stunning beauty was bowing to 5 young ladies, calling them sisters. Could it be that this tall, elegant woman was simply extraordinarily gifted and had developed early? Fortunately, this peculiar moment did not linger for long, as Lin Qi had already ended the call and stood up. Sister Bai has arrived. You're in luck, she drove here. Lin Qi had not overheard the earlier conversation. Ultimately, Wang Peitzen and Mi Jian boarded by Bingjia's vehicle, while the others followed Lin Qi. It wasn't long before they arrived at the villa district of Longhu Mountain Villa. Despite its imposing name, it was merely a row of townhouse complexes. The central area featured a modestly sized artificial lake, giving it its name. Nevertheless, even if it were less than luxurious, it was still a villa district in a magic city, boasting a splendid environment with a large artificial park and over 70 greenery coverage. In a land where every inch is precious, this was indeed a rare find. Your requirement was proximity to your workplace, and the only villa district that met this criterion was this one. Fortunately, our platform has 5 units available for rent here. Bai Bingjie was nothing short of professional. As soon as they alighted, she began to detail the community as features. Her gaze, however, frequently wandered among the group of beauties, particularly lingering on Li Sufin and Wang Peitzen, who were flanked by Lin Qi. One exuded youthful charm, while the other radiated sultry sophistication. He was indeed enjoying the best of both worlds, unable to suppress a lick of her slightly parched lips. She mused how it was no wonder their figures were so enviable. Perhaps it was all honed in the bedroom. Let's first take a look at this 190 square meter unit. It's well decorated and has quite a few rooms, haha. Ultimately, considering that Li Sufin and her companions would be residing there, Lin Qi opted for a 3-story villa measuring a total of 370 square meters, luxuriously appointed, with a monthly rent of 42,000. The landlord was abroad, but required a deposit of 2 months' rent and 3 months' advance payment, prompting Lin Qi to transfer a total of 210,000 in one go. This was still the lowest price offered, thanks to Bai Bingjie's negotiation skills. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Bai Bingjie said, folding the contract and extending her delicate hand. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time, Lin Qi replied, giving her hand a gentle shake before preparing to release it. Bai Bingjie chuckled lightly, her fingers teasing his palm. I'll hold you to that, don't forget. How could I? My memory is quite sharp, especially when it comes to a beautiful woman like Sister Bai. Chapter 31. Refund? That sounds splendid. As Bai Bingjie departed, the vast villa was left with only Lin Qi and the girls. Wang Peitzen settled into the main seat of the first-floor tea room, caressing the rosewood furniture. Her eyes filled with envy. How wonderful it would be to host a tea party in such a place. The world of social climbers is indeed a circle. At the lowest tier, there are those who pool resources under pseudonyms to share a lavish platter costing over 1,000, taking turns to photograph it. Wang Peitzen, however, had elevated herself beyond that realm through her own merits. Yet, no matter how composed she feigned, a deep yearning for the admiration of others lingered within. In this line of work, being savvy and shrewd is simply part of the game. As long as one earns money, envy is inevitable. Do you still enjoy tea? Lin Qi inquired as he entered the room and took a seat. I cherish the ambience. May I take a few photos? Feel free. This candidness was precisely why Wang Peitzen remained beside Lin Qi. She was straightforward, never engaging in covert maneuvers behind the pretense of affection. After resting in the villa for a while, Lin Qi took Wang Peitzen out. Although Zhang Xiaoyuan was unreliable, she could still manage to have the others purchase some daily necessities and tidy up the house. Upon reaching the bustling city center, a reluctant Wang Peitzen exited the car. Brother Lin, don't hesitate to contact me if you need anything. Back at Xinhui City, the security guard, upon seeing the luxury car, promptly saluted. Welcome home. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback, turning off the engine before stepping out. Brother, care for smoke? Report. We do not smoke during work hours. Don't kid around. I've seen you smoke at the booth several times. It's best to make do with what you have. Lin Qi chuckled as he tossed a cigarette his way. The guard, feeling sheepish, scratched his head. It wouldn't look good if the boss saw me. No worries. Just say the owner permitted it. The boss can't possibly argue with the owner, can he? Of course not, of course not. Can I light one too? Do you have a lighter? Yes, yes. The young guard shielded the flame and offered his lighter to Lin Qi. As he lit the cigarette, conversation flowed easily. The guard, named Zhang Yi, had a middle school education and was placed here by his uncle, who was a minor leader in the property management. Despite being just a security guard, Xinhui City was considered a high-end community. The salary was a solid 6,000, with full benefits, including meals and accommodation, aside from slightly longer hours. It was quite an excellent job. I'm actually quite satisfied with this job. The residents here are of high quality and seldom treat us poorly. Surely there are a few rude ones, right? Occasionally. Lin Qi chuckled. The young man appeared cautious despite his youth. ISNT the security here pretty tight? Of course. While my academic record ISNT stellar, I have a remarkable memory. I can recognize the faces of the residents after just one glance. No riffraff is getting in here. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Yesterday, I spotted a few rather intimidating characters in the underground garage. Are they residents of our community? Intimidating characters? The guard pondered for a moment. Were they 3 tattooed brutes and a skinny one? Indeed, it is they, speaking rather brusquely. They are not the proprietors, but rather relatives of a female owner. Had she not been there to greet those individuals at the entrance, I would certainly have denied them entry. As anticipated, matters are not quite so straightforward. Fortunately, my caution prevailed. I narrowly avoided falling into that woman's trap. What is the matter? Did those people provoke you? No, we merely crossed paths in the parking lot and exchanged not a single word. Curiously, how did they even arrive at the parking lot? Lin Qi's mind stirred. Perhaps they accompanied the female owner to retrieve her vehicle. Who can say? After a few casual exchanges, Lin Qi slipped 2 freshly smoked cigarettes into the security guard's pocket. Take care, my friend. I'll treat you to a meal another day. You're too kind. Walk safely, the guard chuckled, patting his pocket before turning to return to the booth. This is yet another perk of being a security guard, occasional small tokens of appreciation from the residents, whether to inquire about their spouse's whereabouts or to request assistance in moving belongings. They always come with ulterior motives. He dutifully relayed the truth, knowing well that the flames of trouble would not reach him, a mere security guard. Lin Qi parked his car and ascended the stairs. Although he was uncertain of the intentions of that alluring widow, he had already prepared himself for departure. Upon reaching his floor, he was momentarily taken aback as he stepped out of the elevator. There stood an elegantly poised young woman. I was just contemplating whether to call you, and here you are, unexpectedly back, Chu Manning said with a smile. Lin Qi maintained his composure as he opened the door. Is Miss Landlord looking for me? Why not just give me a call? You know the circumstances at home. After much deliberation, I thought it best to speak in person. Please come in and have a seat. As they walked into the living room, Lin Qi tossed the items from his pocket onto the coffee table and gestured to the sofa. This is your home. Make yourself comfortable. Now, I am a guest. He added. Though he spoke courteously, she chose not to sit across from him, but rather beside him, their proximity less than a meter apart, her fragrance wafting into his nostrils. I still have to go to work later. Let us get to the point. Chu Manning, sensing a shift in his demeanor, felt a hint of surprise. Yet, pressed for time, she proceeded to articulate her purpose. As you are aware, given my family situation, they will not simply let this matter rest, and they may intrude upon your life. What do you wish to convey? Chu Manning, biting her lip, continued. I believe it would be best for me to refund your rent. I cannot allow my issues to disrupt your life. A strategy of retreat disguised as advance? Lin Qi stifled a chuckle. This woman may have been too clever for her own good. Initially, he had planned to forego the rent and simply vacate, but now, it seemed he might even receive a refund. That sounds reasonable. After all, I haven't packed much yet, so moving will be quite simple. Que mañana es expression shifted. And she forced a smile. However, it will be quite challenging to find a new tenant on such short notice. Your expectations seem rather high. Isn't it quite the coincidence? I just rented a villa at Longwu Mountain Villa today. I happen to have a place to stay. Oh, what prompted you to rent 2 properties? Lin Qi inquired with a teasing glint in his eye. Are you investigating my affairs, Miss Chu? Oh, you're insufferable. I truly was inebriated that night, and you still find a way to mock me. How cruel. Chu Manning playfully pouted, her delicate hand lightly tapping his leg. He nearly burst into laughter, remarking, your methods of seduction are remarkably similar. Shi Xiaoyan did the very same. Miss Chu, truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Yet since I have already resided here for a few days, let us consider this month's rent settled. Please refund my deposit and the remaining balance. Oh, that's quite the predicament. Is there a difficulty? Chapter 32, Calling the Police. Chu Manning was almost beside herself with frustration. Of course, there's a difficulty. If I refund the money, wouldn't all the arrangements I made be in vain? Yet, now that she was in a tight spot, she could only think of ways to stall. I'm truly sorry. The money you gave me has already gone toward the mortgage. Could I possibly write you an IOU? In her mind, she believed that most men harbored a touch of machismo, and in an effort to display their generosity before a beautiful woman, they would be unlikely to demand an IOU from her. Coincidentally, Chu Manning was quite confident in her physique and appearance. Of course, I happen to have pen and paper. Please write it down. Without hesitation, Lin Qi pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, which contained a multitude of English words he had yet to inquire about. It was perfect for writing the IOU. Chu Manning's lips twitched as she silently accepted the notebook. 2 minutes later, the IOU was completed and signed. All right, I am not in a rush for the money. Just transfer it to me via WeChat when the time comes. Lin Qi tucked the notebook back into his pocket and stood to leave. Shall I help you with your belongings? No need, I have just 1 suitcase. 10 minutes later, she exited with her suitcase in tow, leaving Chu Manning with a face full of regret. Lin Qi departed the community without a backward glance, and as he did, the security guard recognized him and saluted from his booth. Safe travels. Thank you. With only an hour remaining before work, he opted to dine at a nearby establishment. During this time, Shi Xiaoyan called to inform him that a buyer had been found and arranged for him to view the property the following day. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, the owner, Lu Dan, was savoring a hearty bowl of rice. You're here quite early today. It's already 7:40. Is that not early enough? Lin Qi replied, puzzled by Lu Dan's unusual demeanor. Well, just wait a moment. I'll finish my meal, and then we can settle the accounts. No problem. Lin Qi found a sofa to sit on and began to catch up on his WeChat messages. Having not checked his phone all afternoon, he was greeted by a sea of red notifications. Besides messages from his various female acquaintances, he exchanged a few words with Li Sufan, who seemed overjoyed at her first experience in a villa, sending a plethora of pictures. As the clock struck 8, Lin Qi glanced at the counter, noticing Lu Dan was still not finished, so he continued to scroll through his phone. Among the messages, he spotted a name he hadn't seen in quite some time, and his brows furrowed slightly upon recognition. Memories flooded back to him. This individual had originated from a well-off family. Their parents owned a supermarket in their hometown, with assets worth several million. Unfortunately, they had fallen into the clutches of online gambling, and during this period in his past life, they had also reached out to him, claiming to need funds for a business venture. In reality, they were seeking money to turn their luck around. At that time, Lin Qi had just entered society, naively believing he could forge a connection with the wealthy. As a result, he had not only maxed out his credit lines, but also taken out a bank loan. Unsurprisingly, it all went to waste, and after 3 months, the individual vanished without a trace. Later, through conversations with other classmates, he learned that this person had deceived over 10 classmates, with some losing amounts exceeding 100,000 and others a mere few thousand. He considered himself fortunate, having been conned out of over 16,000. To repay the debts, his parents sold their supermarket and home, and his wife took their child back to her family. Years later, they divorced through litigation, leaving him utterly isolated. Considering the timeline, it seemed this person was about to face serious repercussions. Opening their WeChat, he saw a slightly overweight boy sporting sunglasses leaning against a Porsche, noted as Li Wei. Where are you making your fortune these days? Lin Qi texted back. In a magic city, what is up? In less than 10 seconds, a message from the other party arrived, presumably waiting anxiously by the phone. Shanghai is indeed a splendid place. It appears my brother is faring quite well, unlike me, toiling away in this county town. Yet, the small county town has its own charm. What prompts you to reach out to me? Oh, nothing much. I've recently embarked on a venture. But my old man at home, isn't very supportive, so he lent me $2 million. Currently, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. Could you possibly lend me a few tens of thousands? I assure you, I will repay you as soon as the funds come through. Goodness, such familiar rhetoric. After 5 or 6 years without contact, he immediately attempts to ensnare me in a significant pitfall. In his past life, he had been impulsive, believing that the other party, coming from wealth, would not swindle him out of a few thousand. He gritted his teeth, not only overdrawing his Alipay account, but also scurrying to the bank for a loan. Having been deceived once in his previous life, he was determined not to fall for the same trick again. Lin Qi pondered for a moment and replied, "Isn't a few tens of thousands a bit too little? How about I lend you 200,000 instead?" "Really? That would be splendid." The excitement from the other end of the screen was palpable. "Please send me both sides of your ID. I can assist you. I happen to be involved in this line of work, and it's only fitting that I help a brother out." The other party was momentarily taken aback, and it took him half a minute to respond. "What exactly do you do in Shanghai?" "I'm in the microloan business. Rest assured, my boss holds me in high regard, and I do possess a modicum of authority. While others may take a cut of 13 out of 10, you can have 11. If 200,000 isn't sufficient, you can also use your property deeds and car as collateral. $1 million would be no problem." I'm not quite at that level yet. Let me think it over. If I need anything, I'll reach out." He even forgot about the loan. Li Wei simply vanished. It wasn't that he didn't want the loan, but his house and car had already been fully mortgaged, and his credit was in disarray. A simple inquiry would reveal a disastrous situation. Lin Qi chuckled as he deleted his WeChat and then opened his contact to remind a few classmates who had been deceived in his past life. Li Wei had swindled him so severely before. It was only prudent to give others a heads up. Before he could wait for responses from his classmates, he suddenly felt the light dim before his eyes. Looking up, he saw 2 police officers standing before him, having appeared unexpectedly. "Excuse me, are you Lin Qi?" "Yes, that's me. Is there something the matter?" Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. He didn't recall having been sought by the police in his previous life. Could it be that Li Wei's gambling debts had finally caught up with him? That seemed rather sudden. "We received a report stating that someone was injured by you. We kindly request your cooperation in coming with us to the station." Lin Qi's eyes sharpened immediately. The only recent conflict he had was with that relative of Chu Manin. Understanding the accusation of assault, he nodded. "I'll inform my boss." The boss, having observed the situation from the counter for quite some time, waved him off. "I'll handle things here. You go with the officers." "Very well." Seeing the mixture of confusion and apprehension in his boss's eyes, Lin Qi sighed. "Officers, let us proceed. By the way, may I drive my own car?" "Of course, we'll have a colleague sit in the passenger seat." "Thank you. No trouble at all. We haven't filed a case yet. We merely wish to clarify the circumstances." Chapter 33, Under Suspicion. Lin Qi nodded and opened the car door. Taking his seat in the driver's cabin, the officers paused briefly upon seeing the luxury vehicle, exchanging glances. By their reasoning, individuals driving such a car typically wouldn't be engaged in a job paying merely $800 a month. "Be careful and drive safely." "I understand." Once inside, the officer examined the interior, smiling. "Nice car. How much did it cost?" "Over $120 upon delivery. Not too pricey." "Why not purchase a luxury brand?" Lin Qi flashed a grin. "Isn't this a luxury brand?" "Haha, fair point. Domestic cars are indeed improving," the officer remarked, running his hand over the leather armrest. "Just navigate to the City Defense District Police Station." "All right." The vehicle set off, with another police car following closely behind. Since no formal case had been filed yet, their conversation remained relatively pleasant. The officer, Wang Yang, had been on the force for 8 years, possessing considerable experience. However, due to the excellent security in Shanghai, their daily encounters mostly involved trivial matters, leaving little room for career advancement. On that day, they instigated the altercation. I was merely acting in self-defense. We've gathered preliminary information, so there's no need for excessive concern. Let us head inside. Okay. Accompanied by the 2 officers, Lin Qi arrived at the police station. Before he could even meet the complainant, he was ushered into a small room. The space was modest, with a white table in the center, resembling more of an informal discussion area than an interrogation room. Officer Wang Yang entered with a female officer, gesturing toward chair. "Please take a seat. There is no need to be anxious. We're just here for a casual chat. Of course, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I'm innocent and have nothing to fear." "Haha, you're far too serious." Wang Yang smiled broadly, though his vigilance remained intact. "Could you elaborate on the events of that day?" "Certainly." Lin Qi recounted his encounter with the landlord, Chu Manin, in the underground parking garage. How he intervened to halt the situation, and how he subdued the few burly men who attempted to strike him. Oh, you managed to take down 3 grown men in quick succession. Mr. Lin, you possess considerable skill. I generally enjoy exercising and have self-taught some combat techniques. They were caught off guard and fell easily. And what happened afterward? You also injured He Jinfeng, correct? He asked the one who filed the report. Indeed. He was threatening my landlord, prompting me to teach him a lesson. Wang Yang flipped through his notes. However, He Jinfeng claims he was begging for mercy throughout. Lin Qi shook his head. I was rather agitated at the time and can't recall precisely, but he likely only pleaded for mercy after he was on the ground. I did not continue to harm him afterward. Understood. That aligns with Chu Mannin's account. It seems the other party will find it challenging to extort you. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes. Good. This woman spoke to the police without informing me. Was it due to time constraints or intentional? Wang Yang, suspecting Lin Qi, found his statements consistent with the truth, especially with Chu Manning as a witness present. He couldn't simply detain him as a suspect for questioning. Thus, Wang Yang opted to conduct a discreet investigation without alarming anyone. After gathering sufficient information, it appears this incident is not your fault. We apologize for interrupting your work. Not at all. Cooperating with the police is my duty. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Yang stood, shook Lin Qi's hand, and smiled. Mr. Lin, you seem to be in a stable financial position. Why take a job as an internet manager? Mostly because I was idle, without work. It's easy to become disconnected from society. Haha, quite true. As Lin Qi was escorted out of the police station, Wang Yang turned to a colleague and remarked, look into this individual. Back in the car, Lin Qi opened his phone to check messages. First, there was a belated reminder from Chu Manning, explaining that she had been occupied with the police and had no time to alert him. Additionally, there was a message from a boss. Brother, you've worked hard these past few days. My wife wants to come help at the store, so the internet manager position will no longer be needed. My apologies. Please accept this small amount as thanks for your assistance during this time. Accompanying the message was a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Lin Qi accepted it with a stoic expression, replying with a simple okay. The offer of his wife's help was a facade. The underlying concern was genuine. After all, the notion of arriving in a luxury car to serve as a network administrator is inherently dubious. And the unexpected visit from the police sent Lu Dan into a complete panic. He quickly sought an opportunity to distance himself, yet he was reluctant to offend Lin Qi. Despite having agreed on a monthly salary of 800, he had only worked a few days and had shockingly received 1,000 in wages. For the miserly Lu Dan, this was indeed a substantial financial loss. Host has been detected to have lost their job. No treasure chest reward for today. Alas, it seems I must prepare to search for employment once more. Lin Qi turned the steering wheel, heading towards Longhu Villa. The security here was even more stringent than at Xinghue City, with 2 guards at the entrance who were clearly veterans standing sentinel. After verifying his information, they allowed him entry. The vehicle and personnel information would be stored tonight, and starting tomorrow, Mr. Lin would have unrestricted access. Thank you, by the way. A few friends are still residing in my house. Please ensure they register in the facial recognition system at the property management office or the guard station tomorrow, and there will be no issues thereafter. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Qi called for the young lady to open the garage. However, after a lengthy examination, she could not discern the location of the switch. Ultimately, it was Zhang Xiaoyuan who, with her keen eyes, located the remote control. No sooner had Lin Qi stepped out of the vehicle than the alluring Li Sufan leapt into his arms. Husband, I miss you so much. Didn't we just see each other today? Lin Qi affectionately ruffled her hair. Although this girl was a bit simple-minded, her obedience and various other merits outweighed her minor flaws, aside from her slight stinginess. It's so boring here. I can only play on my phone and think of you. Lin Qi embraced her as they entered the living room. Several young beauties were gathered, dressed in light clothing, engrossed in mobile games. Upon his arrival, they all greeted him eagerly. Kuiye. Hello, Kuiye. Sufan, stop idling and hurry to defend the tower down lane. Li Sufan, as if awakening from a dream, quickly released his arm. I'm coming. Let us slow down the push from the opponents. Lin Qi glanced into the kitchen and noticed several takeout boxes, indicating that they had already dined. After confirming the location of Li Sufan's room and exchanging pleasantries, he retreated to his own quarters. As he lay in a drowsy state, someone slipped under the covers. Lin Qi inhaled the familiar fragrance and playfully pinched. Husband, when shall we rent a yacht? Let us wait a few days. I'm rather busy at the moment. Then let us go to the internet cafe tomorrow night to find you. I'll quit my job. Li Sufan turned in his embrace, facing him directly. Does that mean we can't access the internet for free? Lin Qi chuckled, gently scrunching her small nose. Silly girl, why not just buy a computer? But you must buy one for Xiao Yuan and the others too. It's no fun playing alone. As you wish, All your desires shall be fulfilled. Then I want to be on top of that. Chapter 34, What Gathering? The following morning, Lin Qi awoke feeling invigorated. Casting a glance at Li Sufan sprawled across the bed. Lazy pig, it's time to rise. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Li Sufan opened her eyes briefly before succumbing to slumber once more. His body, having been enhanced by a power pill, required only 4 hours of sleep to feel rejuvenated. But the young girl did not possess such fortitude. After finishing his morning routine, he descended the stairs, greeted by the boisterous cries of Zhang Xiaoyuan in the living room. You go. What are you afraid of? I've never seen such a timid AD. So pathetic, how could you miss that? Noticing someone descending, Zhang Xiaoyuan looked up. You're up. Whereas Sufan, still sleeping, probably 1T wake until noon. Why are you awake so early? How novel. I haven't slept a wink all night. Zhang Xiaoyuan proudly waved her charger. You're impressive. What about the others? Call them down for breakfast. Let us skip it. I just saw them return to their rooms. I'll call them for lunch instead. Are we leaving now? I'll go with you. TSK. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable. I remember when I was like that. Not only could I stay up all night, but I could also game for 30 consecutive hours and still feel vigorous afterward. Then go wash up. I'll wait for you for half an hour. 15 minutes will suffice. Zhang Xiaoyuan set down her phone and dashed back to her room. This villa, including the basement, had 3 levels with 8 bedrooms, each equipped with its own bathroom. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaoyuan returned to the living room. Her face flushed with youthful collagen, glowing even without makeup. Let's go. Lin Qi couldn't resist pinching her slightly chubby cheeks, the texture delightful. Hey, what are you doing? Haha, sorry, I couldn't help myself. Zhang Xiaoyuan's face turned crimson, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment, and she retaliated by stepping on his foot. Hurry up and drive. I'll wait outside. Despite her words, she patiently waited for him to drive out and close the garage door. With several lazy pigs still asleep at home, it was prudent to ensure no intruders would slip in. As they reached the entrance, Lin Qi recalled the facial recognition registration and reminded Zhang Xiaoyuan. Got it. Zhang Xiaoyuan pouted, reluctantly responding. Humph, I had decided not to talk to you this morning, but since you show some concern for me, I'll begrudgingly say a word. Lin Qi found her somewhat endearing and playfully pinched her again. Zhang Xiaoyuan, however, merely glared at him, her cheeks still flushed. If you don't let go, I'll bite you. That didn't count. I've decided to be angry for 10 minutes. Your little face feels quite nice to the touch. You really will bite me. Humph, I always keep my promises. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyuan's expression shifted. Wait, we agreed on 10 minutes. I'm still not talking to you. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyuan turn away, Lin Qi silently wiped his mouth on her clothing. Fortunately, she was gazing out the window and remained oblivious. Humph, pawing at me 1T work. I'll stick to my 10 minutes, not a second less. Arriving at a breakfast shop, Lin Qi perused the menu, ordering several baskets of soup dumplings and dumplings. What would you like to eat? Do you want soy milk? Lin Qi chuckled at her and returned the menu to the waiter. Just keep it simple. Prepare 4 cups of soy milk and 4 baskets of buns to go. Certainly. Sir, please hold on. While enjoying their meal, a bespectacled thin man approached. Initially, Lin Qi didn't pay him much mind, focused on devouring his food. A glance up, however, revealed the man's inquisitive gaze. You look somewhat familiar. Is it you, Lin Qi? Zhang? Oh my goodness, it really is you, brother. I almost didn't recognize you. Zhang beamed, taking a seat without waiting for an invitation. The two had been college roommates, often playing basketball together, and had maintained a solid friendship. However, as work took precedence, their communication had dwindled, and their bond had faded. Encountering a friend after several years, Lin Qi felt a surge of joy and quickly called the waiter over. No need. I've already finished. I'm just here to chat. This is... Zhang's gaze fell upon Zhang Xiaoyuan, whose youthful charm was accentuated by her innocent beauty. Is this your sister? Wow, brother, you're quite fortunate. Coughing, Zhang Xiaoyuan accidentally inhaled some soy milk, and without waiting for Lin Qi to clarify, she extended her small hand. Hello, Zhang Xiaoyuan. Zhang promptly extended his hand for a brief clasp before hastily releasing it. I am Zhang, Lin Qi's esteemed father. Oh, come now. You are my beloved eldest son. They both laughed heartily. Zhang Xiaoyuan gazed at the two in bemusement. Unlike the current trend in university dormitories where students often refer to one another as fathers, their camaraderie was characterized by a mutual father-son dynamic. The individual who assisted with signing in or bringing meals assumed the paternal role. It has been years since we last met. Where are you currently employed? I'm no longer employed. I couldn't keep up with others, so now I'm a vagrant. Impressive. I wish I could be as carefree as you, Zhang sighed, his envy evident in his eyes. Lin Qi swallowed a soup dumpling and remarked, contentment brings happiness. If you are willing to let go, you too can live so freely. Indeed, in these times, a single property costs millions. Without relentless effort, one cannot even secure a roof over their head in the city. Aren't you a local? Don't come to me with your financial woes. Your family owns who knows how many properties. Those belong to my parents, not to me, Zhang Yi replied, shaking his head in resignation, determined to steer clear of such heavy topics. By the way, are you attending the gathering next week? Gathering? What gathering? Lin Qi put down his chopsticks, puzzled. The one organized by the class monitor. It has been mentioned for a month. Haven't you seen the group chat? Lin Qi suddenly remembered his quarrel with a braggart in the group and had since left it. Since he hadn't received any notifications, he deemed it unnecessary to attend. After all, at his psychological age of over 30, he had no interest in flaunting wealth before former classmates. I'm out of that group. You all enjoy yourselves without me. Ah, don't mind Li Ji. That fool, you shouldn't take him seriously. Honestly, he should have been the one to leave the group. I don't know what he was trying to prove. Haha, at least I've vented my frustrations. I won't stoop to the level of petty individuals. Zhang Yi chuckled. Well, look at this. My dear Qi Gu has managed to swallow his pride. What am I angry about? Lin Qi replied, somewhat perplexed. After all, he had been the one pointing an accusatory finger at Li Ji, whose impotent rage in the group still lingered in his memory. If anyone should be angry, it was Li Ji. Chapter 35. She is not your sister-in-law. Come on, brother. So what if you're unemployed? Rest assured, come to the gathering. I'll borrow my father's car. And you can just say it's yours. You have a driver's license, right? Zhang Yi thought Lin Qi was merely concerned about losing face. So he revealed his trump card. Although his father was not a significant businessman, he drove an Audi A6. Even if it was an older model, it was still worth 400,000 to 500,000. At just over 20 years old, it wouldn't allow him to pose as a big shot. But it certainly wouldn't bring shame either. Really, no need, brother. I genuinely don't care. What are you being polite for? We're like brothers. Just you wait. Tomorrow, I'll have the car washed and filled with gas for you. Get familiar with it, so you don't slip up later. Seeing his sincerity, Lin Qi reluctantly retrieved the key to his Yangwang Yu-8 from his pocket. I just find gatherings tedious. I have my own car. Wow. The key to this recently popular domestic luxury SUV is incredibly distinctive. That unique lightning emblem is stunning. Goodness, Qi Ge, you've been hiding this from me. Zhang Yi snatched the key as if cradling a goddess's delicate hand, nearly drooling in excitement. So sleek, so beautiful. My goodness. I wondered why I hadn't seen you in 2 years. Turns out you struck it rich. No, today I must treat you. Zhang Yi's expression turned serious as he called over a waiter. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Bring me 2 baskets of soup dumplings. And put on his tab. The waiter cast an inquiring glance at Lin Qi. Come on. Is this all you can muster? Bring him 4 baskets. If he can't finish, charge him extra. Certainly, sir, it will be ready shortly. Zhang Xiaoyuan stifled a laugh, leaving Zhang Yi dumbfounded. However, he wasn't the type to covet his friend's girlfriend, so he quickly leaned in to whisper in Lin Qi's ear, just remember not to bring your girlfriend. Something good might happen. What are you being so secretive about? Hold on. When did I say I was going? Lin Qi quickly pushed him away. Zhang Yi slammed the table, stating seriously, wealth should not be flaunted, as if one were parading in fine clothes under the night sky. Kui Yi. This is the wisdom you imparted to me. Did I really say something so foolish? You did. Well, I was young then. Don't be like that, Qi Ge. Li Ji is still talking about how you wouldn't dare show up in the group today. Can you really tolerate that? Lin Qi looked at him quizzically. Why is this guy more anxious than I am? Something feels off. Why was he still harping on this after so long? I wouldn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my phone. Zhang Yi hurriedly pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. Here, see for yourself. Lin Qi leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, it was as he said. Li Ji had been taking jabs at Lin Qi, with the class monitor stating he couldn't reach Lin Qi. This fellow was either suggesting that Lin Qi might not be able to make it in Shanghai and would return home, or spreading rumors that he might be on the run for debts. When someone countered him, he would just brush it off as a joke, and only after Zhang Yi and the class monitor had confronted him did he quiet down. Who knows what kind of shock he has been through. After you scolded him, he calmed down for a while, but now that he has heard about the gathering, he has back at it. What an idiot, Lin Qi scoffed. Exactly. So you must come. Let's teach him a proper lesson this time. It seems I've been too lenient with him in the past. Lin Qi's expression darkened. Initially, he hadn't planned on stooping to Li Ji's level, but he could no longer tolerate the damage being done to his reputation behind his back. That's the spirit. Also, why haven't you accepted the class monitor's friend request yet? It's been years. Is that a thing? Why would she add me? I'm not sure. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted suddenly, feigning ignorance. Lin Qi, somewhat bewildered, took out his phone and noticed a plethora of unread messages. Ever since he acquired the car in the store, new friend requests from brokers and loan companies constantly flooded in. He had no idea how his information had been leaked. Which one is the class monitor? Let me see. Zhang Yi leaned in, surprised to see so many pending requests, but upon recalling Lin Qi's car, it all made sense. It's this one, nostalgia. Lin Qi had only passed his English Level 4 exam and had mostly forgotten it by now, so he did not understand the meaning. He clicked to accept the request and sent a message. Class monitor? He figured she was checking her phone right now and would chat with her later. Good. Now that you've accepted, I'm almost late for work. Then why are you just sitting there, waiting for you to give me a ride? Damn it. Xiao Yuan is leaving. Oh. As the three stepped outside, Zhang Yi mischievously called out to Zhang Xiaoyuan. So, sister-in-law, may I sit in the passenger seat? You've misunderstood. She is ahem. No waities. I'll just sit in the back. Before Lin Qi could react, Zhang Xiaoyuan swiftly opened the rear door and hopped in. Hee, my beloved U8, here I come. If he weren't in such a hurry for work, he would have begged for the keys just to take a spin. But as it was, he wasted no time and immediately started recording on his phone. Family. Today, I ran into an old buddy while having breakfast. It's been years since we last met, and he insisted on driving me to work. I told him it was unnecessary, but look at what is happening here. He spoke while filming the interior excitedly. Lin Qi, both amused and exasperated, started the car, asking where to. In the Star River Mansion. You can simply drop me off at the entrance. Nonsense. Am I supposed to escort you upstairs? Are you filming a short video? Just a casual hobby. It's rare to come across such good material. Let me tell you. Despite having just over 10,000 followers, I have quite a few lovely female fans. Once I post my video, there will definitely be someone asking for your contact information. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaoyuan in the back seat unceremoniously kicked the chair. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered there was indeed a living person in the back. Turning around, he was met with a face full of resentment and quickly apologized. My apologies, sister-in-law. I was just joking. Please don't misunderstand. Don't shout nonsense. This girl is not my girlfriend. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Xiaoyuan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. What's wrong? Am I embarrassing you by being your girlfriend? I wouldn't want that anyway. Zhang Yi was a bit bewildered, glancing this way and that, wondering what was going on. Perhaps she hadn't slept all night and was in a foul mood. I've always regarded her as a sister. Is that so? Zhang Yi curiously turned to look back, inwardly scoffing that even readers could see the beautiful girl had feelings for him. A sister, indeed. A sister of the romantic variety? 10 minutes later, outside the Star River Mansion, Wei arrived. Are you not getting out? Just a moment. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to be late? Zhang Yi was leaning against the window, observing the hurried office workers. As soon as he spotted a man and woman in uniform, he quickly pushed the door open and stepped out. Oh, isn't that Xiaofu and my fourth brother? What a coincidence that you two are working as well. Zhang Yi, what are you doing here? Aren't you heading to Yangwang U8? Is this your car? The woman exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 36, The Extraordinary Deal. The other young man nodded grimly. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, waving his hands dismissively. I overslept today, so I had the driver take me. We can't afford to be late, can we? I didn't realize you had a dedicated driver. Why didn't you mention it before? The woman, who possessed considerable beauty, casually tossed her hair and curiously scrutinized the interior of the car. Lin Qi nearly spewed blood in disbelief. This kid is really putting on airs. You're calling me the driver, huh? I'm your driver, and I'm also your father. He grimly rolled down the window of the passenger seat. Zhang Yi turned and winked at him, clasping his hands together in a mock gesture of prayer. I'm about to head to work. You don't need to worry about me. Son, make sure to work hard. Zhang Xiaoyuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. The man and woman outside wore puzzled expressions. Your dad is so young. Stepdad, we're about to clock in. Let us hurry upstairs. Ignoring the curious pair, Zhang Yi dragged them away, fearing Lin Qi would continue to expose the ruse. Ha, this person is so funny. I'm dying of laughter. Are you happy now? Zhang Xiaoyuan quickly adopted a serious demeanor, tilting her head and huffing. She had resolved to be angry for 2 whole hours. After returning to Longhu Manor and dropping Zhang Xiaoyuan off at home, Lin Qi sent a text to Shi Xiaoyan and set off again. Half an hour later, he arrived at the store location and found an empty parking spot. No sooner had he exited the car than Shi Xiaoyan rushed over, arms laden with documents. With a hint of reproach, she said, You, the aloof manager, finally decided to show up. I was a bit busy yesterday. I'll make it up to you later. Have the people arrived? They're waiting over there. Shi Xiaoyan promptly led the way, and 2 minutes later, they arrived in front of the shop. It was Lin Qi's first time here, and he curiously peered inside. The storefront stretched nearly 15 meters, adorned with a sign for XX Hot Pot. The glass wall facing the street revealed sparse tables and chairs within. Allow me to introduce, this is Miss Wang and Miss Su. This gentleman is Mr. Lin Qi, the shop's owner. 2 stylishly dressed women wearing sunglasses stood nearby, eyeing Lin Qi with curiosity. Hello. Greetings. Lin Qi likewise assessed them. Their striking beauty drew the attention of passers-by. Are you two interested in my establishment? Certainly. Otherwise we wouldn't have rushed over. Allow me to introduce myself. Yi aim Su Yaoyan. With that, Su Xiaoqian extended her hand. Lin Qi shook it. Pleased to meet you. I believe Xiaoyan has informed you that I only accept full payment. Full payment is not an issue, but isn't the price a bit excessive? Su Xiaoqian sta decisively. Adhering to the notion that those who demand full payment often do so to secure quick cash. Furthermore, she was concerned that this shop might have disputes, and the owner was eager to offload it. Lin Qi saw through the fact that these two had little business acumen and naturally refused to lower his price further. Actually, you are misunderstanding. I am not in a hurry for money. I simply find it tedious to delay over trivial amounts. If you find it too expensive, you are welcome to purchase another shop. With that, he prepared to leave directly. This left Xiaoyan dumbfounded. What is going on? Is a deal worth over 10 million being handled so casually? What she didn't expect was that things would become even more casual. Wait a moment. Su Xiaoqian quickly spoke up. Mr. Lin's price is indeed quite sincere. If that is the case, may we take a look inside? Of course. Lin Qi, without hesitation, unlocked the door. The key had been placed in the car when receiving the reward, and he naturally remembered to retrieve it when exiting. The four entered in single file, with the two women exchanging greetings before wandering off on their own. After 2 days of exhausting phone calls, you must make up to me properly. Xiaoyan giggled as she clung to his arm. Lin Qi playfully pinched her nose and asked, what kind of compensation do you want? Just compensate me. Xiaoyan's face flushed as she tiptoed to whisper something in his ear. Are you serious? Absolutely. How come I remember you always begging for mercy? Xiaoyan, indignant, clenched her little fist. That's because I wasn't prepared. Today, I'm full of energy. All right, let us see who's better later. Who's afraid of whom? Xiaoyan smiled charmingly, elegantly spinning around. Lin Qi stared in surprise at her perfectly proportioned legs, exclaiming, wow, those are stunning. Hee, do you like them? Indeed. If only they were paired with a pair of Valentino heels. Wow, I don't have money to buy them. Don't be silly. There's no way I would let you pay. We're going shopping later. Lin Qi rubbed his hands together, easily swayed by Xiaoyan's playful words. Just then, Su Xiaoqian returned with her friend, stating, after taking a look, I believe there are no issues, right, Xiaoya? Yes, the woman beside her nodded. Xiaoyan nearly burst into laughter. What could they possibly discern in just 2 minutes? These two women were likely inexperienced in business. Shall we sign a contract then? Certainly. Within 10 minutes, the group completed the contract in Lin Qi's car, agreeing on a transfer for the following day. Shortly afterward, the finance department messaged to inform Xiaoyan that the funds had been received. As the two women joyfully departed, Xiaoyan remarked, it's fortunate this shop is not problematic. If they encountered a shady deal, they might end up losing their undergarments. After all, it's not their money, so they wouldn't feel the sting of loss. Lin Qi shrugged nonchalantly. Why do you say that? Lin Qi pulled out his phone to show her. Due to the fact that the bank card holder is neither of them. It seems likely that one of them is responsible for maintaining a beautiful appearance at home while also managing the finances. By the way, what is the purpose of their purchase of a commercial property? It appears they intend to open a hand-brewed coffee shop. Are you certain? Spending over 10 million to open a cafe. Isn't that a Starbucks franchise? No, it isn't. Impressive. All he could utter was impressive. Having encountered these two extraordinary women, Lin Qi resolutely decided that under no circumstances should women be entrusted with financial matters. This isn't due to any form of discrimination on his part, but rather because an individual who does not generate profit is indeed ill-suited for investment ventures. Many women, serving as full-time homemakers, even require a nanny for their daily needs and possess little societal experience. The most concerning aspect is that they wield control over the family's economic power. Those who are dutiful may be fine, but it is worrisome when those who overestimate their own capabilities find earning money to be effortless, thus utilizing their husband's finances for investments. Since his partner does not need to work for a living, he simply eliminated this possibility. Whatever, the money is in hand, and the contract is signed. Let's go shopping. Come on, today's expenses are on Master Lin. Chapter 37. It's you, delivery man. If Xiaoyan once harbored doubts about his identity as a wealthy heir, now she could awaken from dreams filled with laughter. This is precisely the life she has always desired. Isn't it? A handsome and affluent boyfriend who is exceedingly generous towards her. What more could one possibly wish for? They stormed into the shopping mall. Balenciaga? Purchase. Valentino? Purchase. As for the Chanel handbag, that seems a tad extravagant. Lin Qi interjected, buy it. As long as you like it. Enough is enough. You've already spent 30 to 40,000. Do you have to spend money like this? Xiaoyan was thoroughly satisfied, clutching her bag with affection. Is this all it takes to satisfy you? I call this a steady stream of wealth. I fear depleting you all at once. Lin Qi widened his eyes. Who do you look down upon? Am I to be afraid? Huh? Hold on. Don't forget there's a hotel over there. Hurry. Move swiftly. Within a short time, they had ordered lunch to be delivered to their hotel room. I can hardly lift my arms. Feed me. Shi Xiaoyan gazed at him with her enchanting eyes. Feed you? Are you sure? Lin Qi smirked as he sauntered over to the edge of the bed. Shi Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. I meant feed me food. Haha, what else could it be? A meal lingered on for an hour. After dining, Shi Xiaoyan fell into a deep slumber. Lin Qi had the dishes cleared away and then snuggled in a bed. Don't disturb me. Let me sleep for a while. I'm accustomed to hugging something while I sleep. 2 hours passed before Lin Qi abruptly opened his eyes. He felt the emptiness of the bed and, puzzled, got up. You're awake? Would you like to take a bath? Shi Xiaoyan half reclined in the bathtub by the window, lazily patting the space beside her. Lin Qi chuckled and settled down beside her. Before long, flushed and giggling, Shi Xiaoyan playfully shoved him. Go bother other women. I'm definitely done for. But didn't you provoke me first? No, you remembered incorrectly. All right, it was my fault. Is that satisfactory? Shi Xiaoyan scoffed, uncertain of what she had eaten. What did you say? Nothing. I meant you should save your energy for your other women. I'm already full. As a seasoned real estate agent accustomed to various characters, she could naturally sense that Lin Qi had other women in his life. While she would love to monopolize this man, her capabilities simply do not allow for it. She feared that without anyone to share his abundant energy, it could lead to disaster. Lin Qi reclined in the bathtub, his hands busy while his mind pondered systemic issues. Although a substantial sum of over 10 million was about to arrive, relying solely on it was ultimately unsustainable. To support his extravagant daily expenditures, he needed to find employment. Ouch, you're pinching me too hard. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Xiaoyan, may I ask you something? What is it? Shi Xiaoyan turned her head. Do you think there exists a job that is close to home, involves little work, and has no one overseeing it? Aren't you a network administrator? I was dismissed. The boss said I ate too much. Shi Xiaoyan chuckled. Why do you insist on working? In truth, she was hinting at the absurdity of taking a job like that. With over 10 million in his pocket, it would be utterly ridiculous to work as an administrator earning only 800 a month. Just consider me restless. Help me brainstorm. This is easy. Become a delivery man. I want to work without a base salary. Shi Xiaoyan quickly turned around, smiling. I know a delivery service with a base salary. Lin Qi's eyes brightened. Do tell me more. Previously, when helping a delivery guy find a place, he told me that their boss is quite crafty. Generally, delivery workers don't receive a base salary, but if you purchase his electric bike, you'll receive a base salary of $1,200 for a month. Is there such a good deal? What's the catch? His electric bike is probably sourced from some scrapyard. It's worth at most $800, but he sells it to you for $4,008. Moreover, the base salary only lasts for 3 months. If your order volume isn't sufficient by then, you'll be dismissed. Perfect, we'll go with this one. You contact that delivery guy. Shi Xiaoyan felt somewhat speechless. This man truly has money to burn. However, this was her man-ass decision, and no matter how absurd it seemed, she would support it. With no other choice, she climbed out of the bathtub and walked towards the bed, leaving a trail of damp footprints on the floor. Let me ask him first. I'm not sure if their boss still has this arrangement. All right. Shi Xiaoyan located the delivery guy as profile and sent a message. Are you there? On the other side of the city, beside a small culinary street, delivery man Wang Xiaowu had just concluded a tense and exhilarating lunch rush. Clutching a bowl of fried sauce noodles, his eyes fixated on the enticing figure of a lady dancing on his phone screen. Haha, this is thrilling. I can do some spatial magic, though not much. I got tonight's spell materials. Wang Xiaowu smacked his lips, a drop of chili oil accidentally splattering on the screen, which he wiped away carelessly with his sleeve before continuing to watch the live stream. Just as he was about to discard the empty food container, a WeChat notification popped up on his screen. AA Love Home Xiaoyan. Are you there? What the heck? That's the beautiful agent with the long legs. Wang Xiaowu trembled with excitement, causing the container to drop straight to the floor. He quickly bent down to retrieve it, tossing it into the trash with a few hurried steps. Then, with trembling hands, he picked up his phone. Even after nearly half a year, the lovely visage of Miss Xiaoyan remained vividly etched in his memory. Her physique, honed through years of training, coupled with her already outstanding appearance, was undoubtedly more striking than the campus beauty from his university days. She could easily hold her own against those from the neighboring film academy. Why would such a stunning woman reach out to me? How should I respond to convey that I have depth? I wonder what type of man she prefers. Could it be that she still remembers me? Wang Xiaowu felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, fearful of coming across as too forward. He crafted a single line and deleted it 4 or 5 times before finally sending. Is there something you need? No sooner had he sent it than he regretted his choice. Damn it, why put on such a cold facade? I hope she isn't mad. This is bad. My hand truly deserves to be cursed. Wang Xiaowu vigorously shook his right hand and hurriedly typed. I was eating just now. Did the beautiful Xiaoyan want to talk to me about something? Love home Xiaoyan. I wanted to inquire about the job situation. Didn't you mention before that buying your boss's electric bike would guarantee a base salary? Is that still the case? Upon reading this, Wang Xiaowu's spirits soared. Thankfully, he had shamelessly added her on WeChat before. Wasn't this opportunity just knocking at his door? If she needed my assistance, of course, I would oblige. And then I could treat her to a meal later. How seamless that would be. Chapter 38. Where did I, Wang Xiaowu, go wrong? Whirlwind Xiaowu, yes, indeed. Do you have a friend who wants to deliver food? But honestly, it's best to avoid that base salary. That scoundrel the boss has raised it to 5,200. Please, don't buy it. Love home Xiaoyan. No problem, as long as there's an opportunity. Where's your station located? Whirlwind Xiaowu. Right next to the Mayday Square. When does your friend plan to come? I can take him there. Love home Xiaoyan. Thank you. Let me ask him. Wang Xiaowu set his phone down, grinning from ear to ear. The charming beauty effortlessly captured. Though he said such things, deep down he knew it was unrealistic. To be honest, Wang Xiaowu was quite unfortunate. Though he was a university student, he graduated only to collide with the peculiar 3 years. All industries were clamoring to cut costs and enhance efficiency, leading to fierce competition for every position. Initially, he thought he would deliver food for a while, seeking a better opportunity, but 6 months had passed, and he had yet to find a steed. He had even replaced the battery of his donkey 3 times. Were it not for the solace provided by the lovely ladies on Douyin during his leisure time, he might have already given up. As the saying goes, he who toils shall not be forsaken by heaven. And lo and behold, spring had arrived. Before long, another message from Shi Xiaoyan pinged in. Wang Xiaowu eagerly opened it. Love home Xiaoyan. Are you free this afternoon? My boyfriend will be available. He can come over. What the? Boyfriend? Wang Xiaowu felt as if a hand had grasped his throat, almost choking him. Could be a typo. Did she mean to type friend but accidentally hit boyfriend due to a shaky hand? Unwilling to accept defeat, he replied, You have a boyfriend now? Love home Xiaoyan, yes. I'm helping him find a job. It's really quite a hassle. Just when I finally felt my heart flutter, you leave me utterly defeated. Damn it. Wang Xiaowu felt his face flush with frustration. As a fellow food delivery worker, how could he possibly have landed such a stunning girlfriend? Just looking at her beauty could add years to one's life. No, Miss Xiaoyan must have been deceived. That man wasn't even a delivery worker. He was unemployed. What a despicable fellow. A fraud. A scoundrel. Wang Xiaowu was filled with righteous indignation and resolved to expose his lies in front of Shi Xiaoyan. Whirlwind Xiaowu. Haha. How can your boyfriend not even have a job? What was he doing before? Love home Xiaoyan. Oh, he used to be a network administrator. What? Not even as good as a delivery worker. Delivering food, if one is willing to work hard, one can easily earn 6,000 or 7,000 a month. How much can a network administrator make? 2,000 or 3,000 at best. Could it be that such a beauty had never been to an internet cafe and didn't know what a network administrator does? It's possible nowadays. Many girls are so accustomed to their phones that they hardly know how to use a computer. No, I absolutely cannot let her be fooled. Whirlwind Xiaowu, Miss Xiaoyan. Do you know how much you could earn as a network administrator? Love home Xiaoyan. Of course I know. About 800 a month. Why? Wang Xiaowu was momentarily dumbfounded. 800? What kind of pathetic job is that? His monthly rent exceeds 800. This guy is truly despicable. Could he be a kept man? Love home Xiaoyan. I can't chat anymore. We're about to leave from the XX hotel to the station. It only takes half an hour. We're on our way now. What? They already booked a room. I'm so angry. Excited. Wang Xiaowu nearly smashed his phone. At this moment, everything around him looked bleak, and a surge of frustration burned within him, seeking an outlet. Hey, the order's been out for 5 minutes. Why haven't you picked it up yet? A head popped out from a nearby shop, frowning at him. If you don't hurry, you'll be late, and don't blame us. Wang Xiaowu's face darkened. Screw it. I'm not delivering anymore. The boss's eyes widened in disbelief. What? If you don't deliver, the customer will complain, and you'll lose 200. Are you really okay with that? Who cares? He snapped. I've just been dumped. A flicker of sympathy crossed the boss's eyes as he quickly took out his phone to apply for the system to assign the order to another delivery worker. Fine. I'll help if I can. Just don't let him lose a whole day's wages. Meanwhile, Lin Qi was driving an unenthusiastic Shi Xiaoyan through the streets. Following the navigation, they turned onto a side road. Mayday Square, is that the one on the right? Yes, just drive up there. There are parking spots. Lin Qi casually observed his surroundings as he slowly drove up the incline. After a turn, he indeed spotted a row of parking spaces. This was an old square. 10 years ago, it had been drained of foot traffic by the newly built Wanda and Maoya nearby, and gradually fell into decline. However, it provided a free parking lot for the residents of the surrounding neighborhoods. Lin Qi drove on for over 30 meters and finally spotted an empty parking spot. A delivery worker dressed in a yellow uniform was just pulling out his keys from the ignition. "Brother, could you do me a favor and let me park here?" Wang Xiaowu, filled with pent-up frustration, was about to curse when he saw a hand extending a pack of soft cloud cigarettes towards him. "Help me out, will you?" Looking up, he found a handsome man smiling at him. Following the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Wang Xiaowu, who wasn't typically ill-tempered, felt his anger dissipate by half. "No need, I'll move right away. I can park beside it." "What? You're Wang Xiaowu?" A melodious female voice chimed from the passenger seat, like a lark, causing Wang Xiaowu to nearly drop his car. "You're the beautiful Xiaoyan?" Xiaoyan cheerfully opened the door and got out. "What a coincidence. I was just about to call you." Lin Qi chuckled, saying, "I didn't expect that Xiaoyan was looking for you. Thanks a lot, brother. Once you start, I'll treat you to a meal." The good news was that he would get to dine with a beautiful woman. The bad news was that her boyfriend was treating them, making it a party of three. What a coincidence. Wang Xiaowu, feeling like a zombie, pushed his electric bike out. Still in a daze as Lin Qi locked the car without him realizing. He recognized that SUV. It was worth over $1 million. And he knew it couldn't possibly belong to Xiaoyan, as he had had the fortune of riding in her car once before, a lovely or a good cat. "Lin Qi, brother. You're calling him Wang Xiaowu, right?" Yes. Wang Xiaowu numbly shook his hand. "Where's our station? Can you take us there now?" Sure. Wang Xiaowu walked towards the station in silence, head bowed, too shy to look up. Seeing him quiet, Lin Qi and Xiaoyan assumed he was just shy and didn't press him, happily walking hand in hand behind him, giggling. As they neared their destination, Wang Xiaowu finally mustered the courage to ask, "With such wealth, why do you still deliver takeout?" It seemed he was merely bored, with excess funds to squander. At that moment, Wang Xiaowu was at a loss to comprehend the notion of having too much money to burn. This confusion lingered until he witnessed the individual in question proactively requesting to purchase an electric bicycle in front of his boss. Chapter 39. The delivery worker, are you certain? The electric bicycle costs 200 yuan. The boss, a balding middle-aged man, sat at a greasy table, clutching a ledger in his hands. The base salary is only available for 3 months at 200 yuan per month. He asked incredulously. He was friends with the owner of a nearby repair shop, where they sold second-hand electric bicycles. A fully charged bike could barely travel 20 kilometers. It wasn't worth 5,000, let alone 500. He typically gauged people, only enthusiastically recommending to those who appeared naive and inexperienced in society. This was the first time he had encountered someone who actively sought to buy an electric bicycle. Lin Qi chuckled, dismissing any concerns about the cleanliness of the chair as he slid into a greasy seat. "I relish jobs with a base salary. You don't have any performance requirements, do you?" "Not for the first 3 months, the boss replied, calculating the risks and benefits in silence. Suddenly, he noticed the watch on Lin Qi's wrist, and his eyes widened. "Apatek Philippe, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? What nonsense. I'm merely here for a job. I enjoy being a delivery worker." "Very well, I'll state in the employment contract that you voluntarily purchase a 7/10 new electric bicycle for 200 yuan. That agreeable?" Lin Qi insisted. "Also, include the base salary and the absence of performance requirements, along with an 8-hour workday." The boss, gritting his teeth, nodded reluctantly. He had begun to grasp the situation. Wearing a watch worth millions and accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman to deliver takeout, his demands were rather excessive. It was likely that this wealthy gentleman was indulging in some sort of game, realizing he might as well earn from it. "You should deliver a few orders each day, or else your account might face restrictions, which would be quite troublesome." "Deliver a few orders? That's acceptable. Prepare the contract." The contract was already prepared. The boss merely added 2 clauses, and both signed on the spot. Lin Qi, with a sly smile, turned to Xiaoyan and said, "Come on, darling. You help me pay." Xiaoyan, puzzled but compliant, promptly transferred 200 yuan. The boss's expression became even more peculiar. Had he not recognized Lin Qi's watch, he might have suspected he had encountered a freeloader. "The money has been transferred, right? You've received it?" Yes, indeed." "Haha. Let me take you to retrieve the electric bicycle." The boss slowly put away his phone. "No need. You can keep the bicycle for now. I'll come to collect it when necessary." "Understood. You don't need me to arrange accommodation, I presume?" "No, I live at my own home." Lin Qi waved dismissively, taking a set of delivery attire and leaving the small office with Xiaoyan. She shot him a curious glance. Was it really such a joyous occasion to become a delivery worker? You wouldn't understand. It's a noble profession. Every lonely night, only the delivery workers brave the elements, genuinely caring whether you're eating well or if you need medicine for a cold. Apart from your parents, They're the only ones who truly care about your struggles in a foreign land. All right, you make a compelling argument. Shi Xiaoyan recalled a time when she had a stomach ache. Had it not been for the courier from the delivery platform bringing her medicine, she might have had to call for an ambulance. Lin Qi tucked the contract away and opened the Rider app. The boss had already registered him earlier. His order history and rating were both at 0. New job detected, delivery worker. The host may lounge and earn treasure box reward for a day. It was indeed possible. As long as it was a job with a base salary, the system could be activated. Shall we head back now? Shi Xiaoyan inquired. Wait a moment, that's Xiaowu just now. I promised to treat him to a meal. I'll ask him on WeChat. Shi Xiaoyan took out her phone and, after a few moments of fiddling, shook her head in resignation. He said he has too many orders and is out delivering. Perhaps we can treat him another time. And shall we return? Lin Qi shook his head. You can take a taxi back. What about you? Is there a beautiful woman seeking you out? Shi Xiaoyan sounded a bit jealous. No, I'm off to deliver takeout. You're impressive. Ultimately, Lin Qi drove her back to the company, as carrying numerous bags made it unreasonable for her to take a taxi. As she entered, clutching a pile of luxury goods, Shi Xiaoyan immediately attracted the attention of her colleagues. The women were either envious or admiring, while several male co-workers felt bitter, knowing that with Shi Xiaoyan's looks, she had more than a few admirers. Previously, they had wagered on who could win her affection, promising a meal for the victor. Yet, it seemed an outsider had plucked the fruit. Had it been someone else, they might have had a fighting chance, but considering the luxury items she brought back, which roughly totaled over 30,000 yuan, they felt a pang of regret. Why am I so broke? They speculated it was yet another rich heir. Those wealthy fellows were truly infuriating. They lamented their father's lack of ambition. Unbeknownst to Lin Qi, seated in his car, multiple women had already taken pictures of his license plate, preparing to track down his contact information. At that moment, he was engrossed in exploring the Rider software. You have a new delivery order. Accept. Hey, this is quite user-friendly. Presumably, to avoid scaring off newcomers. The system only assigned him one order at a time with his newly registered account. The fare was a generous 12 yuan, with an additional 10 yuan delivery bonus for bringing the order upstairs. Just from this one delivery, he could earn 22 yuan. It was no surprise. Modern delivery platforms were data-driven, where the more orders you completed, the lower the fare became. However, he was indifferent to such matters. The vehicle started, heading toward the cake shop as the destination. 5 kilometers vanished in an instant. This cake shop exuded opulence in its decor, yet its scant customers. A small blackboard at the entrance advertised a 30 discount, with custom cakes starting at 368 yuan. Opening such a high-end cake shop near a farmer's market was bewildering. One could only wonder what the owner's thought process was. A young man stood at the entrance, holding a box of cake. This must be the owner. Lin Qi surmised as he approached. Where are you? You're going to make me miss my deadline. The young man was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Qi exit his car, he quickly donned a smile. Sir, are you here to order cake? No, I'm here to deliver takeout. Is the order 11:45 ready? What? The young man glanced back at Lin Qi's car. You're a delivery worker? Indeed. Does it not appear so? You look like anything but, he mused. You're not wearing a uniform or a mask, and you don't even have an electric bicycle. How do you resemble a delivery worker at all? Though he thought this, the young man hesitated, contemplating whether to hand over the cake. Lin Qi, exasperated, pulled out his phone to show the Rider interface. I have no need to deceive you. You really are a delivery worker. Unbelievable, driving a luxury car to deliver takeout. He had only heard of wealthy individuals using luxury cars to attract women, not for delivering food. What could possibly be enjoyable about that? Right, I'll take it now. The customer is in a hurry. Oh yes, please hurry. I only have these few loyal customers. If I upset them, the shop might not survive. Understood. Lin Qi placed the cake in the passenger seat, started the vehicle, and exited the market. Chapter 40. A narrow path of enmity. As he sped towards the destination, he arrived at the entrance of the community. Ahead, a delivery worker on an electric bicycle was engaged in a heated argument with the security guard. Why is entry prohibited? Is my registration insufficient? Who will take responsibility if something goes awry? If anyone could enter the community, we would face an overwhelming increase in workload. Please, call the customer to come and collect it. The delivery person was visibly flustered, his face flushed with anxiety. He had already received 3 complaints for this community, all due to the failure to deliver to the door. Each complaint incurs a fine of 150, rendering his day's work futile. With no other option, he pleaded, brother, have mercy. The customer noted that delivery should be made upstairs. I have 4 more orders to deliver, and, if I'm delayed, my earnings for the past few days will be deducted. That is not my concern. I am merely a security guard. If you have an issue, take it up with our captain. Frustrated, Lin Qi silently listened to the entire exchange before driving forward. The guard immediately perked up, ignoring the vehicle identification system that displayed the words unauthorized vehicle, and gave a standard salute. Welcome home, esteemed resident. The delivery person, exasperated, was about to turn around to deliver his other orders when he heard someone call out to him. Brother, let me help you take it inside? Huh? The delivery person looked at the young man in the luxury car, who winked at him while holding a large takeout box. Oh man, you just saved my life. Without hesitation, the young man swiftly handed over one of the meals. No need for further words, my savior. Let us exchange WeChat. I'll owe you one. Sure. Lin Qi took out his phone for the scan. Don't waste time. You should deliver the food first. I have another urgent order. I'll be on my way then. Thanks, bro. After saying this, he sped off on his electric bike. Lin Qi successfully arrived at the community and glanced at the two orders. The cake was on the 4th floor of Building 12, while the other was on the 17th floor of Building 20. Weighing his options, he decided to assist the delivery person first, due to his unfamiliarity with the layout. It took him 5 minutes to locate Building 20. He parked by the roadside and took the food upstairs. Hello, delivery. One moment. He heard footsteps inside, and soon the door opened just a crack, a hand reaching out. The meal was snatched back almost instantly with a terse thank you, and the door was promptly shut. Lin Qi scratched his head in disbelief. Is this brother so adept? He even caught a glimpse of the recipient before the food was taken away. However, delivering the cake was now his priority, so he hurried downstairs without delay. Drawing from his previous experience, he quickly located Building 12, taking the cake into the elevator. A young woman inside scrutinized him from head to toe. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she exited the elevator, prompting Lin Qi to follow closely behind. Do you live here too? She asked, pausing in confusion. Am I encountering creep? Had she not noticed Lin Qi's designer attire, she might have shouted for help. No, I'm a delivery person, Lin Qi replied, displaying the order slip. For 102? What a coincidence. The girl's brow furrowed with suspicion as she didn't retrieve her keys, but instead pulled out her phone to make a call. Moments latte. A girl's voice came through. Hello, Yang. Is there something up? You order takeout again? A cake, no less. How did you know? Ugh. Just open the door. The cake is at the entrance. Fine, but you didn't even call me when it arrived. I'm going to file a complaint. Lin Qi then heard the sound of slippers shuffling, and soon the door swung open. Yang, you're back. Is this your boyfriend? Her roommate looked on, speechless. Lin Qi handed over the cake. I'm just the delivery guy. Here you go. Thanks. Not at all. Enjoy. Lin Qi turned to leave, swiftly stepping into the elevator before it descended. The two girls exchanged bewildered glances. Is he really a delivery person? I have no idea. I thought he was just another one of those guys looking for a contact. No way. He's wearing Armani. That outfit must cost at least 10 grand. Strange occurrences happen every year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. Back in his car, Lin Qi opened the rider platform. He marked the order as completed. But just as he was about to put his phone away, another order came in. Damn, I forgot to cancel the accepted status. Fortunately, this new order was nearby, destined for the Xinghua city where he had previously resided, so he accepted it. After successfully retrieving the meal, which appeared to be enough for several people with 4 or 5 dishes, he found the staff at the restaurant quite busy. The takeout was placed on a designated table for easy pickup, and no one questioned his identity. 15 minutes later, he arrived at Xinghua city. The security guard, spotting the familiar U8, began waving from afar. Welcome home, esteemed resident. Haha, much appreciated. What resident? He was merely a delivery person. Successfully entering the community, he headed towards Building 7. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door. Hello, delivery. Click. The door swung open. Why so slow? Damn it, I'm not cursing at you. Huh? Lin Qi's gaze sharpened as he instantly recognized the individuals before him. Were these not the same 3 thugs he had dealt with in the underground parking lot? They had even called the police on him afterward. Initially intending to let them off the hook, he was surprised by this unfortunate encounter while delivering food. What do you want? What's going on? At that moment, 2 burly men emerged from within, trembling at the sight of Lin Qi. I warn you, I've already called the police. This is a society governed by law, so don't act recklessly. The memory of being taken down in less than 5 seconds by Lin Qi haunted them, especially since they had reported him to the authorities. Shit, is this guy here to silence us? Lin Qi had not anticipated running into these men in this community. Hadn't the guard said they didn't reside here? However, now that he was here, he needed to clarify some matters. Resolute, he darkened his expression and raised his fist, striking the security door. With a resounding crash, a clear fist imprint appeared on the sturdy metal door. The thug's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What the hell, is this guy a monster? This was not just any alloy door, it was the finest standard delivered by the developer. The entire community was equipped with fingerprint security doors, with solid wood on the inside and an 8mm layer of high-strength alloy on the outside. How can he leave a mark with a single punch? After striking the door, Lin Qi discreetly concealed his hand behind him. Damn, that was careless. This thing is tougher than I thought. I'm not here to cause you trouble, and you dare call the police? Please don't come any closer. Quick, shut the door. The group snapped out of their daze and rushed to close the door. Yet Lin Qi's strength was beyond their capacity. With just a fraction of his power, he pushed one of the burly men down to the ground. Chapter 41. You're quite the talent. Please don't come any closer. Even with a room full of strong men, they trembled in fear at the sight of a single young man. This bizarre scene would be hard to believe if recounted. Lin Qi remained silent, playing the part of the formidable figure, and walked straight into the room. Under the anxious gazes of the others, he closed the door behind him. I ask you this, do you dare to lie in front of me? This time, he had learned his lesson, emulating the characters from martial arts dramas by ascending the dining table flying with a swift kick. The furnishings in this rental property were of rather substandard quality, yet the intended effect was achieved. A dining table, weighing several dozen pounds with a glass surface, was propelled several meters before shattering against the wall. The alloy support beneath was severely deformed, rendering it utterly unusable. Brother, please don't resort to violence. Just ask, and we shall reveal everything. We would never dare to conceal the truth. Indeed, whoever dares to lie shall meet a dire fate. A chorus of voices echoed in agreement, some nearly bowing in submission. Lin Qi nodded in satisfaction. The first question, who called the police? The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling on a frail young man, who happened to be the cousin of the widow, Chu Manin. Realizing he could not evade the inquiry, the young man bowed 3 times, exclaiming, Brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please spare my life. Not so fast. What were you thinking at that moment? I'm sorry, brother, please forgive me. Silence. A glint of menace flashed in Lin Qi's eyes, causing the young man to feel a sudden warmth in his lower region. Answer my questions directly. Do not divert the topic. The man repeatedly affirmed, I thought there were no cameras down there, and since we were all injured, calling the police might lead to your arrest. Forgive me, brother. I failed to recognize your might. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, pondering if this was not orchestrated by Chu Manin. Was this idea your own? No. It was a collective thought. It wasn't solely my idea. Damn it. Don't slander me. Indeed, you are the sole villain here. You were trying to eliminate witnesses. You heartless scoundrel. Lin Qi barked, everyone shut your mouths. I did not permit you to speak. At last, the crowd fell silent, though the 3 others glared menacingly at the frail man. What brings you to Modu? The young man, unable to fabricate a lie, confessed, I had no income back home and couldn't find a wife, so I set my sights on my cousin's house. I brought a few people with me to claim it, thinking Chu Manin, being a woman, would be easily intimidated. This aligned closely with what Chu Manin had previously stated. Lin Qi nodded, and then, my cousin had severed all ties with his family long ago. It took us over a month to find this community. When the guards Wun-Ti let us in, I called Chu Manin, and she eventually allowed us access. Proceed. The woman initially agreed, but refused to take us to her room. After over half an hour, she finally suggested we talk in the underground garage. Once we descended, she turned hostile, declaring that I should give up hope on that house. It belonged to her. Indeed, that woman had deliberately led them there to create a chance encounter. Chu Manin was aware that he possessed a vehicle, as he had contacted her once to inquire about parking space after obtaining the car from the treasure chest. And then, I encountered you, the young man said, his face plastered with a desperate smile. I thought you were her lover, and I aimed to cause some trouble for you. So I boldly called the police. I never anticipated that the woman would testify on your behalf. After taking our statements, the police let us go. Lin Qi's expression turned peculiar, realizing the depth of her cunning. She might very well reach out to him later. He was eager to see what scheme she would concoct. If this were his previous life, he would have eagerly approached her, for such a beautiful woman could make even a cat drool. But times had changed. Now that he possessed wealth, he sought to act in accordance with his true desires. He wouldn't mind being a groom every night if it weren't for the fear of diseases. Why did you come to this community? Well, we noticed you didn't show up the day we called the police, leading us to believe you two were not in a relationship. So, I devised a plan. What plan? Don't keep me in suspense. I thought, since Chu Manin is single, if I married her, I would acquire the house and solve my wife problem simultaneously, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thus, I rented an apartment in this community. Lin Qi could hardly suppress his laughter. Regardless of the likelihood of success, this young man was indeed resourceful. You, my friend, always managed to surprise me with your ingenuity. Hearing this, the young man quickly replied, Please, don't hold my previous ignorance against me. I was unaware she was your woman. Rest assured, I will never disturb her again. Lin Qi, too weary to explain, had gleaned enough from the situation. They appeared too terrified to be lying. As for Chu Manin, He would wait to see what she had in store. Standing up, Lin Qi declared, "We have never met today, understood?" The young man shivered. "Understood, understood. We were at home playing cards the entire time, never encountering you." "Smart. Now, take out your phone." The young man, bewildered, unlocked his phone. Lin Qi transferred 10,000 yuan, saying, "For the damage to your table." No, brother. We broke it ourselves. Take it. It'll save you from further trouble with the police." "I wouldn't dare. I assure you, I want to report this." "All right, that's settled." Lin Qi turned to leave, only to suddenly pivot and shock them all. "Oh, and here is your takeaway. Remember to leave a good review." It was only then that they noticed the bag of food he had been holding. A chill ran down their spines. Damn, he went to such lengths just to find out where we live. His methods are ruthless. The group exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Minutes after Lin Qi departed, they finally mustered the courage to rise. That was terrifying. He is undoubtedly a cold-blooded killer, perhaps affiliated with some international assassin organization. How do you know? Didn't you see the fist imprint on the door? Does an ordinary person possess such strength? The young man, finally calming his racing heart, hastily retrieved his phone to contact the customer service of the delivery platform. Damn, are you insane? You're not planning to report him, are you? If you dare, I'll make sure you regret it. Shut up. I can't stand your noise. The young man impatiently pushed him aside. The call connected. Hello, sir. Do you have a question regarding your recent order? I see that your order was delayed by 11 minutes. Would you like to file a complaint? No complaints. The delivery person provided excellent service, and nothing was spilled. Please don't deduct his pay. Sir, our platform has regulations that mandate penalties for delays. If there are extenuating circumstances, the delivery personnel can appeal through the Rider app, and the company will verify before waiving the penalty. The young man's face paled. He recalled Lin Qi's earlier insistence on leaving a good review. No, I want to allow you to penalize him. If you must deduct, take it from me. Sir, is there an issue you're facing? The issue is you. Don't waste my time. If you dare to deduct his performance pay, I'll report you to the mayor's hotline. The customer service representative fell silent for a few seconds before finally responding. Understood. I will apply for a waiver of the penalty for your delivery person. Please rest assured, he will not lose any pay. Once the call ended, the young man exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I glanced at the delivery order earlier. He swore it was not merely to check the delivery person's name. Little did he expect that a mere glance would save his life. The men nearby finally grasped the situation and began to praise him for his courage and meticulousness. At that moment, Lin Qi sat in his car, observing the previous order marked with a timeout penalty, which, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a normal order. Assuming it was merely a result of his inexperience, he decided to disregard it. Having delivered 2 orders today, he thought it would suffice and resolved to return home for a nap, hoping to unlock a treasure chest. Upon returning to Longhu Manor, he found that Li Sufin and the others had already risen and were gathered around the dining table in the living room, engrossed in a game. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoyuan had retreated to her room for some rest. Darling, you're back. Hello, Lin Yi. Hello, Lin Yi. No worries. Continue playing your game. I'll head upstairs for a bit of rest. After exchanging greetings, Lin Qi retreated to Li Sufin's room and slept soundly until past 10 that evening. Congratulations, host. For successfully lying down, you have earned a silver treasure chest. Instantly invigorated, Lin Qi opened the chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of beginner's beauty-enhancing elixir. What on earth is a beauty-enhancing elixir? The beauty-enhancing elixir is a medication created using cutting-edge biotechnology, containing various rare biological medicinal materials such as deer antler, rhinoceros horn, paclitaxel, and bezoar. It is designed to regulate the body, improve female hormone levels, and prevent cancer while enhancing beauty. Why can't men take it? Are you discriminating against men? Tongzi Ge? How absurd. Taking it would cause an imbalance in male estrogen levels, leading to feminization with prolonged use. Lin Qi shuddered and hastily shook his head. No way. I would take it even if it killed me. Though the name of the medication seemed fantastical, it was grounded in scientific fact. For instance, paclitaxel, an extract from a yew tree, has been scientifically proven to possess anti-cancer properties. Similarly, bezoar and rhinoceros horn are both components of the miraculous and Gongniu Huang Wan, a renowned emergency remedy that can reduce stroke-related complications by up to 80% for patients. Many individuals even return to a state of normalcy post-recovery. Unfortunately, due to the prohibition against poaching rhinoceroses, rhinoceros horn was replaced with water buffalo horn, significantly diminishing the remedy's potency, and it can no longer be deemed miraculous. However, a substantial quantity of Gongniu Huang Wan was produced in the early days of the Republic, and many people still possess these pills, sealed in wax, which retain much of their efficacy even past their expiration dates, selling for as much as 100,000 each. having previously taken Dolly pills. Lin Qi could easily imagine the remarkable effects of the beauty-enhancing elixir, and he solemnly picked up the bottle. As he poured it into his hand, 5 wax-sealed pills, each the size of a glass marble, slipped into his palm. After all that, there were only 5 pills in the bottle. If one silver treasure chest is worth over 10 million, does that mean each pill is worth 2 million? Although the price of the medication was steep, he felt no remorse. Money is only valuable to the extent that it is efficient, but such a drug, which transcends modern technology, is indeed a rare find. With a soft click, the bedroom door creaked open. Li Sufin entered, barefoot, tiptoeing cautiously. "Why are you sneaking around like a thief?" Li Sufin exclaimed, startled, and patted her ordinary chest. "I thought you were asleep. You scared me. Come here, I have something good for you." "What is it, darling?" Li Sufin's eyes sparkled as she leaped onto the bed, nearly crushing his leg. "Ouch! Can't you be more careful?" Sorry, darling. Quickly show me what it is." With a resigned expression, Lin Qi produced a pill and began to rub off the wax seal. "Take this pill. Don't worry. I won't harm you." Gulp. Li Sufin swallowed hard. "What did you say? You just swallow it?" "Of course. Didn't you tell me to take it?" Lin Qi was at a loss for words. He had prepared an entire speech to persuade her. He never anticipated that this carefree girl would consume it so thoughtlessly. "Aren't you worried it might be toxic? Do you want to poison me?" Li Sufin's face was filled with panic as she hurriedly extended her finger, ready to induce vomiting. "Wah, darling, do you have other women outside? Please don't poison me. What are you even talking about? Calm down." Lin Qi pulled her into his embrace, bemused by her tearful demeanor. "What on earth goes on in this silly girl's mind? I love you too much to harm you. Rest assured that a medication to improve your health and enhance your beauty. I knew it, darling. You will always treat me well." With a grin, Li Sufin suddenly broke into laughter, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Darling, give me a kiss." "Wait a moment. Why did you think I would poison you?" Lin Qi asked seriously, doubting that this girl's intellect could lead her to such conclusions. "It's what you said about being afraid it might be toxic." Li Sufin's gaze faltered slightly. "Let us talk this through. I can tell if you're lying." Realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, she whispered, "It was Xiao Yuan who said that." Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. "What did she tell you?" "She said I should be wary of those women trying to seduce you. Concubines will go to any lengths to compete for the position of queen." "What does that even mean?" "It's true. She even showed me empresses in the palace, where the women resorted to poison and schemes to vie for favor." Lin Qi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He nearly lost his composure. No wonder she had such a peculiar expression during their meal today. It stemmed from this. These girls spend their days watching the strangest things. Don't listen to her. This isn't a feudal society anymore. Such things are not permitted. Chapter 43. Let us hire a maid. Hey, what about having 3 or 4 wives? That is not allowed. But aren't you? Cough. Cough. Don't say such things. We'll get censored. Oh. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Li Sufin's eyes as she traced circles on his chest with her finger. "Darling, I want a new phone." "Why do you need a new phone?" "Look." Li Sufin pouted, holding up her phone. Half of the screen shattered. "See, I can't even play games anymore." "Then don't play. What is the point of gaming? It's better to read more books. I recall there are plenty in the study, right?" "I don't want to." All right, stop fussing." Lin Qi quickly restrained her restless legs. "I have a new phone in my car. You can go grab it." "Great." Li Sufin perked up immediately, snatching the keys from the table and dashing out of the room. Lin Qi shook his head helplessly. Thankfully, he had opened 3 phones from the treasure chest. One for himself and one for Shi Xiaoyan. Otherwise, this girl would not have settled down tonight. After a long afternoon nap, Lin Qi opened WeChat to see if anyone had tried to contact him. Indeed, as soon as he unlocked his phone, messages flooded in. He was accustomed to setting his phone to do not disturb before sleeping, so now all the notifications came rushing in. Wang Peisan, Lin Yi. What are you busy with today? Wang Peisan. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Shi Xiaoyan. Why aren't you replying? Are you asleep? Shi Xiaoyan. Are you really asleep? You pig. Nostalgia. Adding you on WeChat has been quite a challenge, Nostalgia. Lin Qi. I didn't add the wrong person, did I? Nostalgia. Zhang, he said it was correct. Why aren't you responding? Nostalgia. Are you coming to the gathering? Lin Qi took a few seconds to realize that this was the account of the class monitor he had communicated with during the day. He quickly replied, "If I have time, I will go." Unexpectedly, a response arrived just moments later. Nostalgia. "Oh dear, it's quite a challenge to reach you. How is work treating you?" Lin Qi, what is there to say? "I'm unemployed now and currently delivering takeout." Nostalgia, what happened? Lin Qi, nothing much. Just letting things go. Delivering food is quite nice. I have the freedom of time. After a brief silence, she typed again. Nostalgia. Our company has some open positions. Shall I refer you? Lin Qi, No thanks, monitor. I'm doing quite well at the moment. Since I resigned, all the pressure has lifted. I eat well and sleep soundly. Nostalgia, you. I don't even know what to say to you. Let us chat more at the gathering. I'm off to take a bath now. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Lin Qi found her attitude somewhat perplexing and replied with an acknowledgement. He recalled that his relationship with the class monitor wasn't particularly close. Unlike him, a mere inconspicuous presence in class, Xue Junyu, the class monitor, was strikingly beautiful and actively participated in various events. By their junior year, she ascended to the position of student council president, a woman of considerable conviction. Their lives were like two parallel lines, with hardly any intersection after their freshman and sophomore years. They didn't even add each other on WeChat until graduation. Perhaps her eagerness was a touch excessive. Or maybe he was overthinking it. She might have simply been extending a hand to a classmate. Lin Qi shook his head and set his phone down. The door opened once more, and Li Sufan rushed in, cradling his smartphone. Darling, what's wrong? Can't you use this phone? I don't want this one. Buy me the iPhone 15, okay? Lin Qi was exasperated. Why do you have so many complaints? This is the Mate 60 Pro, high-end, costing over $9,000. It's far superior to that iPhone 15. No way, I want an iPhone. Then tell me your reasons. If they're reasonable, I'll buy you one. I read on Xiaolan Shu that iPhones are high-end. Using this phone is embarrassing. You have no reason to be embarrassed. I'll give you a piece of my mind. Lin Qi was fuming. He expected a valid reason, but this was just a trivial excuse. I want tea. Li Sufan pouted, stubbornly standing by the bed. I'll see about that. Lin Qi caught her as one would a chick. Are you still set on the iPhone? Yes. Bang. I want to buy it. Bang bang. Why the silence? Are you still wanting it? Bang. Oh, why the sudden quiet? Lin Qi, curious, turned her over. Li Sufan, still pouting, had reddened eyes. I don't want to buy it anymore. Now that's more like it. Good children, listen. It wasn't he that he was cruel, but dealing with her kind of stubbornness required more than mere words. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Lin Qi descended the stairs and, unsurprisingly, encountered Zhang Xiaoyuan. Did you not sleep again last night? I woke up at 11 last night. I couldn't fall asleep. By the way, did you bully Sufan last night? Not all, Lin Qi replied, perplexed. I heard her shouting Don T hit me repeatedly. Ahem, you must have misheard. Entering the kitchen, he found only some oatmeal and milk in the fridge, likely bought by Zhang Xiaoyuan. His culinary skills barely sufficed for boiling water. Perhaps it was time to hire a cook? He was fine on his own, as he could always drive out for a meal. But for night owls like Zhang Xiaoyuan, going hungry all night would inevitably lead to stomach issues. Can any of you cook? ISNT that a given? Oh, it's certainly not for me, Lin Qi replied, somewhat speechless. I'll hire a cook. After all, there is plenty of room in the house, and I doubt you all want to clean. Zhang Xiaoyuan put down her phone and pondered seriously for 10 seconds. You're right. I would want to. Absurd. How do you manage to eat and drink my provisions without lifting a finger, yet act so self-righteous about it? But then he remembered that these girls had just turned 18. Back when he was their age, he was still in the ivory tower, and he felt a sense of resignation. Fine, I'll consider it as raising daughters. He took out his phone and found a nanny service platform to call. Hello, this is XX Nanny Center. Are you looking to hire a nanny? Yes, for daily meals and cleaning. Sir, do you have a specific nanny in mind? No, just send a few recommendations over so I can assess their skills. Certainly, sir. Please provide your address. The platform would arrange for 3 nannies to come for interviews, and they would bring their own ingredients for cooking. Of course, he would need to reimburse them, $500 each. Lin Qi requested younger candidates with good skills and pleasant personalities. Price was not an issue. The platform, eager to please such a well-off client, assured him over the phone that they would send the best nannies. After hanging up, Lin Qi rose. Are you going for breakfast? No, just bring me a portion. All right, I'll wait here. He drove out, deciding to revisit the dumpling shop from yesterday, which had been quite delightful. He regretted not running into Zhang Yi that day. And upon returning home, he found that everyone, including Li Sufan, was already awake and gathered together playing games. Chapter 44. Interviewing nannies. Stop playing for a moment. Come over for breakfast. Just one more round. I'll be right there, Lin Ge. Lin Qi sat at the table, popping a small dumpling into his mouth, watching the girls huddle together in their gaming frenzy. Hit him. Use your ultimate, Sufan. My ultimate isn't ready yet. Switch to AD. Don't just focus on the front line, Mi Jian. Observing their carefree and innocent demeanor, Lin Qi couldn't help but shake his head. These girls truly seemed blissfully unaware of the world around them. Even the closest of friendships didn't justify the audacity to occupy another boyfriend's space. Yet they seemed to embody the spirit of shared possessions, taking it to the extreme. For instance, the 20,000 yuan he had transferred to Li Sufan was all spent collectively. The silly girl always bought 5 of everything, ensuring no one was left out. Moreover, they all regarded this as perfectly normal. Sure enough, when they finished their game and came over for breakfast, Li Sufin proposed buying everyone new phone. Darling, how about it? All right. However, seeing the four other girls looking at him expectantly, Lin Qi ultimately nodded. Let us buy online later. Let us all get the same model as Sufin. That should be fine, right? Yay. Thank you, Lin Qi. Lin Qi, I love you so much. Mijan. You're so shameless. After setting Li Sufin down, Lin Qi said seriously, I have a few nannies coming over for interviews at noon. Make a note of anything you want to buy, and once we finalize the staff, we can have the nanny help you. Okay. After breakfast, Lin Qi found himself dragged into playing a few rounds of games. With Li Sufin as his strategist, he never once gained an advantage in his lane. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered that there was no computer set up at home and hurriedly returned the phone to Li Sufin. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall make a trip to the computer store to procure a computer for you. The crowd erupted in cheers. After all, they preferred gaming on computers to mobile devices. After extricating himself from a few clingy girls, Lin Qi drove off. It seemed that there was no specific room designated for a computer at home. He decided to visit a renovation company first. The lease agreement explicitly stated that minor renovations could be carried out without the landlord's consent. So he was not concerned about potential future troubles. Arriving at a street known for building materials, he noted that design companies usually clustered in such areas. Unlike those grandiose firms that flaunted pretentious terminology, the small studios in this locale had long been weeded out if they lacked skill. Lin Qi favored these personal studios. Cruising leisurely along the street, his gaze remained fixed on the billboards lining the roadside. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally spotted a company that caught his eye. The sign was remarkably distinctive, a stark contrast to the uniformity of template advertisements. Bold Chinese characters proclaimed Qingyue house design, adorned with a few mosaic tiles beneath a cutout acrylic panel. The stylish design suggested that the designer was likely quite young, as the clientele comprised predominantly young individuals, thus minimizing communication barriers. Pulling over to the side, Lin Qi exited the vehicle and strode into the establishment. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the ambience. It was not that the decor was extravagant. On the contrary, the arrangement was quite simple. Unlike those advertising agencies filled with furniture, this space exuded a welcoming charm at first glance. Hello, how may I assist you? A young man peered out from behind a computer, inquiring. I wish to create an esports room at home. Is your boss available? Hello, I am a boss. Please have a seat. The young man perked up, quickly fetching a stool from nearby. Lin Qi scrutinized his youthful face with mild skepticism. Are you serious? I knew you would say that. This shop is genuinely mine. But fret not, the designer is my older sister. After saying this, the young man produced a photograph from his desk to showcase. What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it? You mean to say, aesthetically pleasing with extraordinary design capabilities? That's not quite it. The young man appeared somewhat flustered. I primarily use this tactic frequently, as most of the customers who approach us are male. Once I present the photograph, the deal is nearly sealed at 70%. The rest depends on the budget. Relying on this approach, he had managed to establish himself in this area. Otherwise, with his family's prices generally exceeding those of competitors by 30%, they would have long since gone out of business. I meant to imply that the designer is someone else, to alleviate any concerns regarding my youth and capabilities. Given his candidness, Lin Qi directly stated his intentions. Through their conversation, he learned that the young man's name was Zhou Shi, who was in charge of managing construction, akin to a foreman. His sister, Zhou Yun, had worked for 2 years at a renowned design firm before their parents, now aging, passed the business down to the siblings. Zhou Yun had resigned from her job to return home and assist her brother in running the shop, which had been operational for 2.5 years. I wish to set up an esports room that can accommodate the internet needs of 7 to 8 people. You may handle the materials as you see fit, Lin Qi casually remarked, as he was not particularly constrained financially, though he did not want anyone to perceive him as a naive benefactor. Upon hearing that he only intended to make some renovations, Zhou Shi's enthusiasm waned. Had business not been so poor recently, he would have preferred to decline such small projects. Very well, I will message my sister. She needs to see the site to provide a quote. All right, I will wait here. Great. 10 minutes later, a stylishly dressed and attractive woman entered the shop. Zhou Shi quickly stood up. Sister, this is Mr. Lin, who wishes to renovate his house. Could you accompany him to assess the site? Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Yun greeted with a smile, extending her hand. Lin Qi shook it gently. Hello, when shall we depart? I only need to grab a few things. I'm ready at any time. Excellent, I shall wait. Just then, a call came in from the housekeeping agency, informing him that the several prospective nannies he had scheduled were about to arrive. Zhou Yun acted swiftly, grabbing a notebook and a tape measure. Let's go. As she followed Lin Qi to the front of the car, her joy was unmistakable. It was not because she harbored any particular feelings for him, but rather that individuals who drove luxury vehicles typically opted for high-quality materials, thereby ensuring greater profitability. Mr. Lin, you intend to create an esports room, correct? Indeed, as I need to set up several computers, the wiring can be quite cumbersome, and I prefer not to handle it myself. That is true. Although computers may seem inconspicuous, high-end desktops can have power supplies that consume several hundred watts, posing potential hazards if not managed properly. Lin Qi smiled, choosing not to respond. While that was correct, the materials for villa renovations were certainly designed with redundancies in mind. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, they indeed spotted 3 women holding groceries, looking around. Lin Qi pulled up alongside them and rolled down the window. Are you here for the interview? Yes, sir. Are you the one who scheduled the XX nanny service? Yes. Please place your things in the trunk. I will take you inside. Opening the trunk, the prospective nannies hurriedly placed their items inside. The spacious rear seat of the U8 allowed the 3 slender women to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. During the drive, Lin Qi engaged them in brief conversation to gather some background information. All 3 women were relatively young. 2 were 42-year-old aunts with extensive experience, having worked in the field for 5 to 6 years and served 4 to 5 employers. The other was only 34, a former full-time housewife with little work experience. After parking in the garage, Lin Qi signaled for them to exit the vehicle. Zhou Yun, the designer, quickly immersed herself in her task, observing the details of the house while the 3 prospective nannies exhibited varied expressions. The 2 experienced aunts appeared composed, unpacking the groceries from the trunk and organizing the items, while the less experienced housewife seemed somewhat anxious, her grip on the plastic bag turning pale. At that moment, Lin Qi noticed that she was quite attractive. Cool me. I will take you inside. Yes, sir. Upon entering the living room, Li Sufin and the others, who were engrossed in their game, turned to him with surprise and waved enthusiastically. Continue playing. I will arrange their work. He then began directing the nannies to the kitchen to prepare. Following that, he accompanied Zhou Yun on a tour of the house. Ultimately, they settled on a storage room in the basement. Will this be a bit small? If we add several computers, it seems there won't be room for anything else. I have reviewed the blueprints. This wall can be opened up. Combining it with the adjacent space will suffice, and it will not significantly damage the existing decor. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Zhou Yun took notes in her notebook, and before long, she provided a quote of 170,000. Lin Qi nodded in agreement without attempting to negotiate. Simultaneously, she admonished, it is only right that you earn a profit, yet the quality must never be compromised. The pace should be brisk, and the quality must be impeccable. Do you understand my meaning? Rest assured, boss, I will ensure everything is executed splendidly, and you shall have it completed within 10 days. Zhou Yun appeared exceedingly pleased. She had initially reserved a bargaining margin of approximately 30,000, but unexpectedly encountered a client who was not financially constrained. Moreover, there was a detail she had yet to disclose. Her brother, Zhou Shi, was an exceptionally talented carpenter. The custom cabinets and tabletops could be crafted by him, matching the style and quality of top-tier brands, thereby further reducing costs. With no need to work on the flooring and only focusing on plumbing, electricity, and other soft furnishings, the process would be swift. In 10 days, the 2 would potentially earn 70 to 80,000. How could they not be elated? They reached an agreement, and Lin Qi made a deposit of 20,000 yuan. I will commence contacting suppliers and workers today. We can begin tomorrow. All right, as you've seen, I have numerous matters to attend to at home. I must trouble you to take a taxi back. No problem at all. I shall take my leave. Zhou Yun hurriedly dashed off with her notebook. Lin Qi returned to the living room, awaiting the arrival of several maids with the dishes. An hour later, Lin Qi, along with 5 young women, sat ready for the meal. Each had a bowl of glistening rice before them, accompanied by 9 dishes that were both visually appealing and fragrant. 3 maids, donning aprons, stood across from them, awaiting the judge's evaluation. I shall begin with a taste of the ribs. Li Sufin was the first to act, picking up a piece of the braised ribs. Oh, delicious. What makes it so delightful? Lin Qi inquired. I don't know. It's just delicious. Very well. I suppose I shouldn't have asked you. The others wasted no time and began to indulge in the food. Lin Qi, at a loss, took a spoon and served himself a bowl of corn rib soup. Indeed, it is exquisite, neither fishy nor greasy, rich yet not overwhelming. Who prepared this dish? One of the 42-year-old maids beamed with pride and slightly bowed, saying, Sir, that would be my creation. I hail from Guangdong, where making soup is my specialty. The other 2 seafood soups were also prepared by me. Lin Qi nodded appreciatively and proceeded to sample the next dish. Wow, this stir-fried pork with chili is quite impressive. A Hunan dish? A maid promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, Sir, You truly are well-versed. Most people do not even know this dish is called stir-fried pork. The renowned 8 major Chinese cuisines include Shandong, Sichuan, Cantonese, Jiangsu, Fujian, Zhejiang, Hunan, and Anhui, with Shandong cuisine, known for its strict technical requirements, featuring famous dishes like 9-turn intestines and sweet and sour carp. Sichuan's mapo tofu and fish-flavored shredded pork are also world-renowned. Yet, Hunan cuisine is seldom mentioned, with stir-fried pork being a favorite among the people of Hunan, distinctly different in preparation from its Sichuan counterparts, often eschewing fermented bean paste, and sometimes even black bean sauce, resulting in a dish that pairs perfectly with rice, even with just a hint of oil broth. Lin Qi, relishing the meal, sipped from his tea and continued to sample the next dish. It was a plate of pan-fried tender tofu. As he took a piece and placed it in his mouth, a frown creased his brow. The flavor was acceptable, yet it was nearly cold. However, with a home kitchen preparing 9 dishes at once, it was to be expected. The maids applying for the position displayed commendable culinary skills. Lin Qi even consumed 2.5 bowls of rice. May I inquire who prepared the pan-fried tofu, scallion lamb, and egg drop soup? A timid young maid raised her hand. You made all of them? Yes. Lin Qi could see the despair in her eyes. As a homemaker, how could she be oblivious to the dishes having cooled down? The tofu and soup were manageable, particularly in summer when soup cools slowly, and the tofu's taste is mild. However, the scallion lamb was another matter. Cold lamb inevitably carries a somewhat gamey odor. Surprisingly to her, Lin Qi merely smiled. He addressed the other 2 maids. Both of your skills are commendable. One excels in home-style Hunan cuisine, while the other specializes in Cantonese soups. Thank you for your efforts today. It is our duty, sir. You flatter us. They beamed with delight, secretly thinking they had at least secured half of the job. Simultaneously, they cast glances at the young woman they had previously mocked. How ludicrous. She is not even a professional cook, wearing such a tight-fitting dress to prepare meals. Does she think her figure is appealing? They concluded she had likely misstepped. However, what Lin Qi said next sent chills down their spines. Since you've brought so many supplies, I will transfer 1,000 yuan to each of you. The excess shall serve as compensation for your time. You have both worked hard, and I shall contact you again should I require your services in the future. Chapter 46. Why should you not comply? Sir, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Are we not qualified? Indeed, sir, is there some confusion? Those 3 cold dishes were not prepared by us. The corners of Lin Qi's mouth curled into a smile, realizing that these 2 were indeed attempting to play tricks. He waved his hand, stating, there is no misunderstanding. I have decided to hire her. Please take out your phones so I can transfer the payment. The 2 abruptly turned their heads, glaring at the young maid in a fit of rage. The tight-fitting dress they had previously mocked now seemed glaringly conspicuous. I refuse to accept this. She is merely younger and prettier. I am far superior in capability. Why should I lose to her? I refuse as well. She dresses as if she is here to be a mistress, not a maid. The young maid's face flushed crimson, instinctively stepping back. Even Zhang Xiaoyuan scrutinized her exaggerated figure with skepticism, unable to suppress a mental retort about her indecorous appearance. Lin Qi regarded them with a perplexed expression. Do you have some sort of issue? What do you mean? The 2 maids instinctively responded. It is I who am hiring a maid. Do I not have the right to choose? The 2 maids suddenly realized their error and quickly apologized. We apologize, sir. We did not mean any offense. It's just that I am genuinely perplexed. I have been a maid for 6 years and have always enjoyed pleasant relationships with my employers. Could you enlighten me on where I fell short? If the food did not suit your palate, I am well-versed in various cuisines and can readily adapt. In recent years, the economy had not been particularly favorable, making it increasingly difficult for maids to find work. After all, being a live-in maid is not a job one can secure for just 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Their salaries had never dipped below 15,000. With financial needs at home, they were eager to seize any opportunity that arose. Her words, delivered with a balance of humility and confidence, even prompted Li Sufin to nod in agreement. I believe she has a point, and I must say her dishes were the most delectable. Lin Qi shot her a sidelong glance, thinking her lack of discernment was quite evident. Had it been Wang Peitzen or Shi Xiaoyan, they would have immediately supported him, raising questions only afterward. Fortunately, Lin Qi recognized her lack of malice and merely pushed her aside with mild disdain. While I am not obligated to answer your inquiry, since you pose a question, I shall respond. Lin Qi smiled and pointed at the young maid, asking, what is your name? Jiang Qiuyue. My name is Jiang Qiuyue. Life is as splendid as summer blooms, and death as serene as autumn leaves. A beautiful name that suits you well. A hint of pink graced the young maid's cheeks. Zhang Xiaoyuan could hardly contain her exasperation, rolling her eyes at the 2. What a shameless pair. All right, Jiang Shiyue, may I ask if they instructed you to begin cooking first? She told them she was unfamiliar with the kitchen utensils and that she would take the lead, as they wanted to observe how to use the cooking tools. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Shiyue suddenly realized, looking incredulously at the two of them. So you were deliberately cooking slowly to let my dishes cool down? The two older maids responded nonchalantly. And what of it? You seemed quite pleased at the time. We didn't force you into anything. You two. Enough. Lin Qi stood up, deeming the argument pointless. I have prepared everything. Please proceed. You still haven't explained why you chose her. Is it even necessary to ask? You're playing mind games over a simple meal. How could I entrust you with the kitchen? With all these ulterior motives, I'd have to be on guard against you every day. And also, Lin Qi's expression turned slightly mocking. Since you were so entangled in this, don't blame me for being ruthless. 6 years with 6 employers. Do you think that indicates experience? To me, it suggests that all 6 employers found issues with your work. If you continue this nonsense, I'll call your agency right away. Fortunately, another maid quickly realized the situation and hurriedly pulled her away, not even bothering to collect the 1,000 yuan. Lin Qi shook his head indifferently and made a call to the maid agency. He didn't actually report them. Instead, he indicated that he would provide each of them with 1,000 yuan for lost wages, which would be transferred along with the contract signing. Lin Qi smiled at Li Sufan and the others. Now do you understand why? You know I'm not the brightest, so please don't be mad at me. Li Sufan rushed over, clinging to his arm and shaking it excitedly. Oh, has your skin improved? Lin Qi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Sufan, how did you suddenly become so fair? Wow, your face is so smooth. Let me pinch it. Let me see, Sufan, don't run away. And your chest has also grown. Wow, what have you been eating lately, Sufan? Li Sufan turned beet red, hurriedly protecting her chest with her hands. You rascals, I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she turned and dashed upstairs. The other girls, as if they had discovered a new continent, immediately chased after her. In just a minute, the living room was left with only him and Jiang Shiyue. Starting work tomorrow is fine, right? Yes, sir, I'm ready at any time. Just call me Lin Qi. I will transfer 3,000 yuan to you shortly, and please prepare the bedding and groceries for tomorrow. Anything extra will be a tip. Okay. Jiang Shiyue nodded eagerly. Having found a job, she walked with a lighter step. Just then, her phone rang, and she quickly answered it. Mom, when are you coming back? I'll be home soon. Chi, don't run around. I'll make you something delicious when I return. Yay, bye. Mom. Jiang Shiyue put away her phone and hurried towards the community entrance. Is this Miss Jiang? Please come and record your facial recognition as instructed by Mr. Lin. Oh, I'll be right there. Jiang Shiyue quickly followed the security guard into the security room. In the villa, Lin Qi showered then drove out, ready to continue his food delivery career. To ensure his account wasn't restricted, the delivery station owner had advised him to make a few deliveries daily. Otherwise, the system would stop assigning orders. Lin Qi didn't mind, turning on order acceptance mode as he drove out of the community. His first order was for fried rice, and the vendor stall was located in a narrow alley next to a school, bustling with crowds. So Lin Qi had to walk there. When it comes to delivery efficiency, electric bikes have a clear advantage over traditional vehicles. Some non-motorized lanes and alleyways were inaccessible to cars, but were free for electric bikes. Fortunately, Lin Qi only accepted one order at a time, making a large detour to ensure he completed the order before the time limit. Ding, you have a new food delivery order. Wow. For pounds of spicy crayfish and 2 bottles of beer, should I buy something for the girls? After arriving at the pickup location, he quietly noted the spot, then drove towards the customer's address. Chapter 47. Just apologize and let us consider this matter settled. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of an apartment building. Lin Qi gazed up, somewhat dazed. A massive crescent moon hung above the rooftop plaza, but it was still early, and the lights were not yet on. I can't believe I ended up here. Does the city have such a small area? It was no wonder Lin Qi was complaining. This was precisely the apartment building where his ex-girlfriend, Liu Qi, lived. Due to purchasing restrictions, those from outside wanting to settle in the city had to settle for less and opt for such small ownership apartments. They didn't come with school districts, lacked natural gas, had a 40-year property right, yet still attracted a throng of young men and women. Liu Qi had managed to buy one of the 57 square meter apartments using her adept money-making skills. Despite the 57 square meters, after deducting 11 square meters for shared space, she effectively had only 46 square meters. However, it was still quite spacious to furnish as a one-bedroom or an open-plan studio. Just imagine how large a living room with a bathroom would be in a space of over 40 square meters. Such a small area cost Liu Qi over 500,000 at the time, as the apartment's down payment required over 50, plus various taxes, bringing the total to just over 50. One could only wonder how much Lin Qi had contributed. He lost his mind back then. He actually considered moving in to help her pay the mortgage. He must have been out of his wits. After half a year of dating without even a hint of intimacy, all his salary had gone to her. Now he could only ask himself, was this truly necessary? Looking back, he felt a wave of frustration as he walked into the apartment building, carrying the crayfish. These open-plan apartments, with businesses on the ground floor and residences above, lacked security. Thus, he moved freely to the elevator. Arriving at door 402, Lin Qi knocked. Food delivery. Inside, he heard the sound of slippers scraping against the floor. Then the door opened. A slightly familiar scent of perfume wafted out. Why so slow? It's you, Lu Curson. What are you doing here? Lin Qi was taken aback. Checking the food delivery order again. It was indeed 402. Wasn't he Lu Curson supposed to live on the 11th floor? Upon seeing him again, Lu Curson appeared anxious. Clearly still haunted by the brutal methods he had displayed at the KTV. What do you want? We've already broken up. Please don't harass me anymore. Huh? Lin Qi was utterly confused. No, buddy, don't flatter yourself too much. At that moment, the door across the hall swung open, revealing a tall, thin young man wearing glasses. The moment he saw Lu Curson, his eyes lit up. Curson, what is going on? With someone standing up for her. Lu Curson instantly regained her confidence. Lin Qi, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. We've been broken up for so long. And you still come to bother me. Lu Curson glanced dismissively at the takeout box, scoffing. You're not trying to get close to me by delivering food, are you? Don't make me laugh. With your meager monthly salary, no amount of part-time work could ever measure up to me. The bespectacled man chuckled, reaching out to pat Lin Qi on the shoulder, but Lin Qi sidestepped. The man paused for a moment, but didn't seem bothered. Listen, buddy, it's important to know your place. A beauty like Curson is simply not someone you can aspire to. The bespectacled man, namely Sure, owned a mobile service center nearby and earned over $300,000 a year selling phone cards, a quintessential example of a high-quality male. Moreover, with an appearance that cannot be deemed unattractive and attire that, if improved, could easily evoke the image of a successful individual. He found himself compelled to settle for an apartment due to the inadequacy of Social Security to meet the requirements for purchasing a home. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him when he discovered that a stunningly beautiful woman resided directly across the hall. The aloof demeanor of this enchanting lady struck a chord deep within his heart. Although it took him half a year to establish a mere acquaintanceship, he was convinced she remained oblivious to her own allure. Earning $30,000 a month, he stood firmly among the top 1% in this bustling metropolis. Whenever he found a moment to spare, he would keenly observe the activity at the door, eagerly awaiting the chance to create a serendipitous encounter as she passed by. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he could even persuade her to join him for a meal. Today, fate seemed to favor him. Although he did not encounter the enchanting lady, he came across her friend, Lu Curson. In stark contrast to the frosty Wang Peitzen, Lu Curson was far more approachable. Had it not been for his infatuation with the aloof beauty, he might have already turned his attention to Lu Curson. Li Shi mused inwardly that Wang Peitzen's previous disdain was undoubtedly due to her lack of understanding regarding his capabilities. Today, fortune was indeed on his side. He could utilize Lu Curson, the ex-girlfriend, as a stepping stone to showcase his qualities as a high-caliber man. Lin Qi, you should leave. I do not wish to make this situation any more awkward. Please do not harass me further, Lu Curson said, reaching for the takeout in Lin Qi's hands. Unexpectedly, he stepped back, causing Lu Curson, clad in slippers, to stumble against the threshold. What are you doing? Why are you so lacking in grace? Just a few words, and you become upset. How childish. Hey, buddy, it's rather unkind to bully Curson like this. How could you let such a beauty be harmed? Apologize to her, and we can consider this matter settled. Lin Qi scoffed, pointing at his own nose. Apologize to her? Really? Li Shi shot Lu Curson a reassuring glance and held his head high. Are you planning to let me off the hook? Of course. I'm a man of my word. I'm not trying to frighten you. I have over 100 employees working under me. If this escalates, it benefits no one. Lu Curson's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she began to harbor some resentment toward Wang Peitzen. How could she not share such a valuable resource right across the hallway? Noticing Lu Curson's alluring gaze, Li Shi felt invigorated, thumping his chest confidently. Curson, fear not, for I am here. Brother Li Shi, you are truly impressive. The two of them exchanged playful banter, nearly causing Lin Qi to retch. At that moment, he remained oblivious as to why Lu Curson had come to apartment 402. But he was not about to allow anyone to trample over him. He cast a disdainful glance at the pair, wondering if he had given them too much leeway. Lu Curson's expression shifted, suddenly recalling that fateful night when her kick had landed with considerable force, and she quickly hid behind Li Shi. Lu Curson, Lin Qi bellowed. How dare you show such audacity? Do you really want me to apologize? If you come any closer, I will call the police. Lin Qi responded, his bravado faltering. The man's fury was indeed terrifying. Perhaps he was mentally unstable. Were it not for his concern regarding his image in Wang Peicen's eyes, he might have already retreated. What are you all arguing about? At that moment, a drenched beauty poked her head out from the door. Lin Qi's brat kikanat. What a sight! A beauty emerging from the bath. Peicen, do not be afraid. This man is merely a delivery worker. I will lodge a complaint against him shortly. You should go change, Li Shi proclaimed, though his eyes roamed over Wang Peicen, as if attempting to see through her bathrobe. Peipei, why are you out here? Lu Curson exclaimed, quickly adding, he is not someone I called. He is likely pretending to be a delivery person to pester me. This lobster is probably what you ordered, right? To her surprise, Wang Peicen ignored her entirely and approached Lin Qi, her face alight with joy. Brother Lin, why didn't you message me when you arrived? Excuse me? Li Shi was taken aback. How could this be? A mere delivery worker. And yet he evoked such elation in her. Surely, she must be acting this way out of consideration for Curson. Perhaps Wang Peicen was unaware that they had already broken up. Yes, it was certainly so. The woman Li Shi admire must have a kind heart. Meanwhile, Lu Curson was equally bewildered. She could swear that until their breakup, Lin Qi and Wang Peicen had exchanged no more than 10 words. The anger evident on Wang Peicen's face during their breakup had been genuine. How had they suddenly become so close? Damn it, that shameless woman is even holding his arm. Do you have no shame, Wang Peicen? Curson, do not be deceived by him. He is merely a delivery worker, Li Shi hurriedly warned. Shut up. Are we familiar enough for you to speak to me like that? Wang Peicen shot him a frosty glare, her expression swiftly melting into a warm smile directed at Lin Qi. Brother Lin, come in and sit for a while. This is your first time in my home, right? How intriguing, Lin Qi mused, allowing Wang Peicen to lead him into the room. Outside, Li Shi remained in disbelief, shouting, Wang Peicen, I have misjudged you. Even your best friend's ex-boyfriend you were flirting with. Are you done yet? Who I choose to be with is none of your business. Have we even exchanged 5 sentences? Stop being a nuisance and making me feel disgusted. Wang Peicen unleashed a tirade, nearly causing Li Shi to choke on his own outrage. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of their neighbors, living in an apartment complex. The acoustics were poor, and every cough echoed precisely into the adjacent rooms. Not to mention, they were shouting in the hallway. Several nosy neighbors peeked out, their expressions rife with amusement. This guy is far too nosy. Who someone chooses to be with is none of his concern. I know him. He lives in 403 and constantly boasts in the owner's group about his income. Who knew he was just a love-struck fool? Huh, what a pathetic sight. Dressed to impress. Yet he turns out to be this kind of person. Is the girl with the doll-like face the one in question? No, the one living there is a stunning beauty. Quite aloof. This round-faced girl must be her friend. The gossip reached Li Shi's ears, making him wish he could disappear into the ground. He had prided himself on his high income, looking down on others in the group. He would critique every pet photo shared, deeming them too cheap to consider. If he failed to reclaim his dignity today, he would truly face social death. No, he must devise a strategy to salvage his reputation. Continuing to pursue Wang Peicen was futile. That shameless woman had effectively closed the door on him. Persisting would only lead to humiliation. With a grim expression, Li Shi pondered rapidly, then glanced at the dazed Lu Curson, a plan forming in his mind. Yes, why not pursue Lu Curson as a backup? She was currently feeling betrayed by both her ex-boyfriend and her best friend, making her particularly vulnerable. Was this not the perfect opportunity? While Lu Curson may not rival Wang Peicen in beauty, she was still an adorable girl, easily scoring an 80 out of 100. Were they not a fitting match? With renewed confidence, Li Shi leaned in closer to Lu Curson and whispered, Curson, let us not concern ourselves with that pair any longer. It might dampen our spirits. How about we go out for a stroll? Lu Curson hesitated momentarily before turning to him. Upon noticing her interest, Li Shi seized the opportunity and quickly suggested, there's a newly opened Japanese restaurant. Shall we go and sample their offerings? Japanese cuisine? She replied, indeed, the average cost is quite steep, reportedly running in the thousands. I've heard the ingredients are sourced directly from Fukushima, ensuring authenticity. Seizing the moment while she contemplated, Li Shi subtly leaned his arm against Lu Curson's delicate, fair arm. To onlookers, such intimate gestures would undoubtedly suggest a romantic relationship. After a few moments of hesitation, Lu Curson ultimately shook her head. Brotherly, you go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. Is it that you're feeling down? Why not come to my place for a while? Let's watch something. After all, it was you who let him go. Your friend being with him is merely picking up what you discarded. Let's not concern ourselves with him. The moment those words left his lips, Lu Curson abruptly clapped her hands, realizing, yes, how could that wretched Wang Peicen possibly be interested in a mere office worker? Qi must have struck it rich. She then hastily distanced herself from Li Shi, saying, Li Shi, we don't seem that close. So it's better if we keep our distance. What? Lu Kursin's statement was loud enough for the nearby spectators to hear, provoking a chorus of laughter. This guy is utterly pathetic, transitioning from pursuing one girl to shamelessly chasing after a friend, only to face rejection again. It's like he is making a fool of himself. Li Shi could no longer contain his anger and turned sharply. However, his lanky physique offered no intimidation, leading to even louder laughter from the crowd. Huh. A walking stick is glaring at you, Xiaoya. Please, why should I fear him? This fool attempted to flirt with me in the elevator just days ago. Oblivious to his own shortcomings. Humiliated before the public, Li Shi's composure shattered. His face flushed crimson as he pointed accusingly at the crowd, shouting, You. At that moment, Lu Kursin delivered a decisive blow. Ignoring Li Shi entirely, she rushed to Wang Peitsen's door and began banging fervently. Pei, open the door. It's Kursin. Kui Yi. Open the door. It's Kursin. Li Shi was on the verge of exploding with rage. Trembling, he pointed at the crowd, screaming, You all wait. Just wait. He then turned to open his own door, but due to the sweat from their earlier altercation, the fingerprint lock stubbornly refused to budge. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Fingerprint input error. Please try again in 10 minutes. The neighbors nearly collapsed with laughter in the hallway. These two are absurd. Didn't I just hear her call her friend a wretched woman? Surely, I must have misheard. Misheard my foot. That's exactly what she called her. Truly a plastic sisterhood. Lu Kursin remained unfazed. Well, a plastic sisterhood. As long as there's wealth, sisterhood can thrive. Reflecting on the past, when Qi Gu adored her, she was certain he still cared. Otherwise, he wouldn't be flaunting his relationship with Pei to provoke her. If I agree to rekindle our romance, wouldn't all his riches become mine? With that thought, Lu Kursin commended her own cleverness, banging insistently on the door. Pei, please open the door. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Wang Peitsen wrapped in a large bath towel. Lu Kursin, have you lost your mind? Pei, why are you speaking to me like that? Aren't we best friends? Lu Kursin pouted. I have a guest right now. It's inconvenient, do you understand? Wang Peitsen struggled to conceal her disdain. She was uncertain of Lin Qi's feelings towards Lu Kursin and preferred not to escalate the situation. But you said you ordered crawfish and invited me for dinner. The crawfish isn't enough for 3 people, Wang Peitsen replied, her expression unyielding. Then I'll go buy some. There's a barbecue stall downstairs. Lu Kursin suddenly dashed off, providing no chance for refusal. Wait, where are you going? But by then, Lu Kursin had already vanished around the corner. Wang Peitsen clenched her teeth, contemplating how to handle the situation, only to encounter Li Shi's beady eyes staring back at her. She hastily adjusted the towel around her chest. What are you staring at? Bang! The door was slammed shut, and Wang Peitsen then donned a bashful smile as she approached the sofa. The layout of her apartment was a typical open studio, allowing a clear view from the entrance to the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony. The bedroom and living room were merely separated by a sheer curtain. At that moment, Lin Qi was fiddling with his pockets while holding a cigarette. Where's my lighter? I'll get it for you. Wang Peitsen quickly rushed to the bed and fished out a Zippo lighter from her bag. Lingu, here is the fire. She carefully shielded the flame with her hand while passing it to him, but as she withdrew her hands, the towel slipped and fell to the floor. Wang Peitsen's cheeks flushed, and she cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Qi. Upon noticing his gaze lingering on her chest, she felt a thrill of excitement. Lin Qi grunted in acknowledgement as he lit the cigarette. Wang Peitsen hastily retrieved an empty chip to serve as an ashtray. Though she occasionally smoked, she never lit up in her own home, and thus had no ashtray prepared. Go on, give me a good review. All right, I'll grab my phone. Wang Peitsen understood immediately and, disregarding the towel on the floor, dashed off to find her phone. She opened the food delivery app and confirmed the order. Glancing at the delivery person's name, which began with Lin, she mused, he wouldn't be trying to film something provocative with the delivery person, would he? After much deliberation, she finally decided to dig out a mask from her bag. If I wear this, no one will recognize me. Setting down her phone, Wang Peitsen gracefully approached the sofa, sitting closely beside Lin Qi. Lingu, do you eat crawfish? I can help peel them for you. Of course. Give me a bottle of beer. Okay. Wang Peitsen rummaged through the drawer of the coffee table, retrieving a bottle opener, and with a satisfying pop, opened a chilled beer. First, she held the beer bottle to Lin Qi's lips for a sip before donning gloves to start peeling the crawfish. I've ordered from this place before. The flavor is quite good. Right, Lingu? Very good. Lingu, your ash is about to fall. Let me flick it off for you. Wang Peitsen removed her gloves, took the cigarette from his mouth, flicked the ash into the ashtray, and then returned it to Lin Qi. I'm done with that. It'll affect my crawfish. All right, I'll dispose of it. Just as they had barely consumed half a pound of crawfish, there came another series of knocks on the door. Pepe, Pepe, open the door. I've brought back the barbecue. Wang Peitzen looked at Lin Qi with pleading eyes. Open the door. I want to see what nonsense she is up to. Chapter 49. Lu Kersin, you truly have no shame. Understood. Though Wang Peitzen was extremely reluctant, she obediently found a nightgown to put on and opened the door. Pepe, what are you two doing? As soon as the door opened, Lu Kersin eagerly peered inside. But with the sheer curtain, she could only make out a vague silhouette. Thank you for buying the barbecue. I'll transfer the money to you later, Wang Peitzen said, reaching for the food. Oh, come on. We're friends for. I bought it to treat you. With that, Lu Kersin boldly pushed her way into the room. You both started eating without waiting for me. How inconsiderate, Lu Kersin remarked. Chigo, I bought a plethora of barbecue treats. Which one do you fancy? Lin Qi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Kersin, whose attempt at composure was rather transparent, an amused smile playing on his lips. Lu Kersin, your audacity remains unparalleled. Chigo, please do not harbor any resentment toward Kersin. It was simply overwhelming outside, and I felt a tad bashful. It was not genuine dislike. Seeing that he still had no intention of inviting her to sit, Kersin's anxiety began to mount. She thought to herself, I've already apologized. What more does he desire? Am I to beg for his forgiveness? No, it must be that wicked Wang Peitzen's doing. He once adored me. He would never permit me to be humiliated like this. Pepe, do you have any cups at your place? Wang Peitzen merely shot her a glance, remaining silent as she settled beside Lin Qi to continue peeling shrimp. Oh, I recall now. There should be cups in the kitchen. I'll fetch them. Kersin feigned a moment of realization, skipping toward the kitchen area. However, the cabinets were designed to accommodate Wang Peitzen's height of 172 centimeters, rendering them inaccessible to her. Oh dear, the cabinet is rather high. Chigo, could you assist me? Wang Peitzen stifled a laugh, seemingly finding Kersin's predicament endearing. Lin Qi recalled a classic adage. When he is enamored, he finds you charming even in the most unflattering situations. When he is not, everything you do appears unbecoming. This was precisely how he felt about Lu Kersin now. Pretentious and self-important, even that once beloved innocent visage now seemed disingenuous. Who needs a cup for beer? How trivial. You speak the truth, Lin Ge. Let us toast, Wang Peitzen chimed in, popping open a bottle of beer and clinking it against Lin Qi's before taking a hearty swig. Lu Kersin's expression shifted. She forced a smile. Kersin prefers using cups. Then go home and drink from cup. Stop bringing your peculiarities here. Wang Peitzen quickly fed a succulent piece of lobster meat to Lin Qi. Her actions effortless and graceful. You too. If you can't stand it, then leave. Lu Kersin stood rooted, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. Let them mock. I've never been afraid of drinking. Noticing her determination, Lin Qi made no effort to dismiss her. Wang Peitzen naturally was obedient to him, focusing solely on peeling shrimp and pouring drinks. As Lu Kersin observed, she mimicked Wang Peitzen, persistently offering food to Lin Qi. Lin Qi accepted without reservation, reclining on the sofa, engrossed in his phone while indulging in the feast. You blind? Chili oil has dripped onto my clothes. EEM soda. Why on earth does the young lady feel the need to imitate my maid? Wang Peitzen quipped, her sarcasm unyielding. She deftly supported the lobster with one hand, while Lu Kersin, clearly inexperienced, clumsily thrust skewers toward Lin Qi's mouth, resulting in her rebuke. Lu Kersin felt dejected. Having been pampered all her life, she had never performed such menial tasks, especially not by that shameless Wang Peitzen, who had the audacity to pursue her boyfriend. Just wait. Once Lin Qi forgives me, I shall ensure he distances himself from you. Chigo, let me help you clean up, Lu Kersin said, her voice tinged with feigned innocence as she brandished a tissue toward him. This fabric cannot be wiped. It will be ruined. Wang Peitzen shot her a disdainful glance before gently suggesting, Lin Ge, why not remove your shirt for a wash? I have a dryer at home. All right. I'll help you with that. Witnessing Wang Peitzen assist Lin Qi with his clothing like a devoted partner, Lu Kersin felt compelled to compete but restrained herself, fearing a display of desperation would lead to further manipulation. As Lin Qi shed his jacket, revealing his muscular physique, Wang Peitzen's cheeks flushed. Yet for Lu Kersin, another sight captured her attention. Wow, Chigo, is it a Patek Philippe? It's stunning, she exclaimed, her eyes glued to his wrist as she instinctively grasped his left hand, utterly captivated. Get off me, Lin Qi said brusquely, shaking her off without hesitation. Wang Peitzen, discreetly cleaning her oil-absorbing stick, couldn't help but smile at Lu Kersin's ineptitude. Lu Kersin nearly stumbled as she was unexpectedly tossed aside. Undeterred, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Qi's watch, seizing the opportunity to covertly search online. Patek Philippe 6002. 14 million? Lu Kersin took several deep breaths to quell her excitement. No wonder that vile Wang Peitzen was so smitten. It seemed this so-called loser had indeed struck it rich. I must not allow that wretched woman to monopolize his affections. Immediately, she positioned herself beside Lin Qi, sweetly offering, "Chigo, let me peel the shrimp for you." The meal extended nearly 2 hours, to the point where Wang Peitzen had to support him as they left. "All right, this is where I bid you farewell. I've called for a designated driver." The two of them escorted him to the elevator before returning to the room. No sooner had they entered than Lin Qi interrupted. "Wang Peitzen, why are you trying to seduce my boyfriend?" Lin Qi was right. "You truly lack any sense." "What do you mean? Chigo loves me. He would never utter such words. Do not attempt to sow discord." This retort elicited laughter from Wang Peitzen. "Not only have you both broken up, but who I choose to be with is none of your concern." Lin Qi, maintaining a cold demeanor, retorted, "Do you think you've won? Don't think I wouldn't dare reveal your secrets to Chigo." "Haha, Chigo." Qi, you weren't always so formal in addressing him, were you? What did you usually call him? Loser? Lin Qi's expression darkened. She opened her mouth to retort, but was interrupted. "And don't you dare claim I joined you in mocking him. I, Wang Peitzen, have never spoken ill of anyone behind their back." Chapter 50. It's quite late. Why not stay at my place? The disparity between the two was staggering. If Lin Qi was a somewhat clever, but lacking bronze, ingratiating herself with the affluent while looking down on the less fortunate, Wang Peitzen was akin to a golden socialite, whether genuine or not, always leaving room for maneuver. "Chigo loves me. You are merely a substitute." "Exactly, you are right. So, can you now leave my home?" "You, just wait." Lin Qi stormed out, only to stumble over the threshold and embarrassingly fall. "Uft, what a laugh, you wretched girl." Wang Peitzen nonchalantly closed the door, quickly grabbing her phone to message Lin Qi. "Lin Qi, have you left? It's quite late. Why not spend the night at my place?" Sitting in the car, Lin Qi paused at the message, glancing at the time. 7:40. Indeed, it was rather late. It would be inconsiderate to disturb others at this hour. "Do you have any spare clothes?" "Wait for me. There's a convenience store downstairs. I'll be right down." Lynch canceled the ride-hailing order and reclined in his seat, drifting into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was roused by a gentle tapping on the window. "Lin Qi, wake up, or you might catch a cold." Wang Peitzen was still clad in that same nightgown, her hair elegantly tied up in a high ponytail. You arrived so soon? I was worried you might be anxious waiting. The clothing store is right across the street. Let us head over." As Lin Qi stepped out of the car, Wang Peitzen naturally wrapped her arms around his. He felt instantly enveloped by her softness and couldn't help but exclaim, "Pei, you have such a lovely figure." Wang Peitzen's cheeks flushed at his words. "As long as you like it, let us hurry along. The mosquitoes will be out tonight." Her delicate skin was prone to swelling with just a single bite, a significant detriment to her beauty. "Then let us walk." As the city lights began to twinkle, the pedestrian street was teeming with couples meandering hand in hand. The sight of so many affectionate pairs made Lin Qi feel his own steps quicken. "Ah, this is the essence of youth. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll pluck your eyes out." A girl not far away was furiously tugging at her boyfriend's ear, the two playfully wrestling in the middle of the street, much to Lin Qi's amusement. The boy was pleading for mercy, yet his gaze frequently darted over at them. "Still looking? What are you looking at?" "Ah, Xiaomei, I was wrong. I was just admiring how that outfit would suit you perfectly. That's a nightgown. You rogue." Wang Peitzen chuckled, resting her head on Lin Qi's shoulder. "You certainly draw attention in a crowd." Flushing, she grasped his hand behind her back, preventing him from mischief. All right. I'll wait until there's no one around to teach you a lesson. Let us just go buy some clothes first." They entered a large shopping mall and meandered until they arrived at the clothing section. Wang Peitzen instantly felt at home and insisted on showing him over a dozen styles of sleepwear. "We only need something similar. I'm not that picky. That's simply one tea do. These fabrics are uncomfortable. Does the attendant have anything more upscale?" "Certainly, madam. Please come this way." After purchasing clothes, she also ensured he had toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and even several boxes of underwear. She even considered razors and hairdryers. Watching her joyfully compare items against him while carrying a mountain of purchases, Lin Qi resigned himself to her whims. "Sir, that will be 2,372.6 yuan. I'll take care of it." Wang Peitzen hurried over, pulling out her phone from her bosom to make the payment. Lin Qi stared at her in astonishment. "Where did you hide your phone?" To his surprise, the typically obedient Wang Peitzen smiled mysteriously. "Hee, I want to tell you." "Oh, so you're hiding such a significant matter from me. All right, I want to do it again. I promise to tell you at home." That's more like it." The men in line nearby had their eyes nearly popping out. "That towel is so white. No, that toothbrush is enormous. Let us go home." Clutching their spoils, Wang Peitzen strutted forward like a victorious general, her belly slightly puffed out. I'll help you carry them. Sure, you can take the toiletries. As they passed a Zhou Dafu jewelry store, Lin Qi had an idea. Cool, mate. Let me get you something. Upon entering, a salesgirl in a Cheongsam approached with a radiant smile. Sir, madam, how may I assist you? Let's have a look at the pendants. Certainly, right this way. Arriving at the counter, Lin Qi was nearly dazzled by the array of gold jewelry. However, most appeared somewhat antiquated, not quite befitting the elegant Wang Peitzen. Wang Peitzen possessed a distinctly classical beauty, and when her expression was stern, she exuded a regal aura. Compared to gold, jadeite would suit her far better. Let us see that one. Lin Qi pointed to a jade pendant in the display case. Sir, your taste is impeccable. This is from our EVO Golden Laid Jade series, which complements this lady's complexion beautifully. Indeed, it's a perfect match. Lin Qi nodded approvingly as he observed Wang Peitzen donning the pendant. Her skin, as delicate as jade, was enhanced by the intricacies of the golden laid jade. The long curve of her neck gleamed brilliantly beneath the pendant's embrace. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Wang Peitzen caressed the jade pendant, inquiring. It's stunning. Absolutely stunning. The salesgirl exclaimed, her admiration entirely genuine. Lin Qi nodded in agreement, unable to distinguish which was the jadeite. Let us get it. Where do we pay? The salesgirl hadn't expected his promptness, and her smile widened even further. Please follow me. Having spent less than 10,000 yuan, Lin Qi felt it was an extraordinary value. Hand in hand, they strolled back, and upon reaching the ground floor, Wang Peitzen absent-mindedly turned around, spotting Lu Kersin standing beneath the supermarket sign. Hee. What are you laughing at? Lin Qi casually inquired. Nothing, I just think this jade pendant is too beautiful. If you like it, wear it. I'll buy you another one in the future. Hee. Thank you, Lin Ge. You're so kind. In the distance, Lu Kersin felt her fists clench with frustration. She had wrestled with her thoughts in the hallway for ages, ultimately deciding to descend and reconcile with Wang Peitzen. Despite her intellect being somewhat lacking, she understood she could not outsmart Wang Peitzen. Given this, she thought it better to concede, intending to reclaim her position as Lin Qi's girlfriend before eventually casting Wang Peitzen aside. However, she never anticipated colliding with the two, laden with bags. As they made their way back, that vile woman, how disgusting. And Lin Qi, didn't you claim to love only me? Even when I'm upset, you don't come to comfort me, and now you're falling for someone else. What a scoundrel. Chapter 51. The Acquisition of the Golden Treasure Chest. The following morning, Lin Qi sat on the sofa after completing his morning routine, eagerly awaiting Wang Peitzen's lovingly prepared breakfast. From his vantage point, he could fully appreciate her exquisite figure. Wang Peitzen shyly tightened her apron, glancing back at him with a flirtatious smile. You can have a smoke first. It'll be ready soon. I don't like egg yolks. All right, I'll set the yolks aside. Lin Qi shrugged, lazily resting his legs on a coffee table. His thoughts wandered to the system information in his mind. He had been too busy the previous night to check his messages. Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving a state of relaxation, earning a golden treasure chest. A golden treasure chest. This was indeed his first since binding to the system. The treasure chests of the relaxation system came in various tiers, with the unlocked types being wooden, bronze, silver, and gold. The higher tiers were still shrouded in mystery, their unlocking conditions unknown to him. He had previously opened a bronze chest that yielded $1 million in cash and a luxury car, and a silver chest that offered a spacious shop and a Patek Philippe watch, all worth over $10 million. By logic, wouldn't the golden chest be worth $100 million? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qi's breath quickened. System, open the golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 70 stake in ALX bar. What is this? Shares? Just as Lin Qi prepared to search for this bar, a call from an unknown number interrupted him. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Lin? I am Tian Shang, the manager of ALX bar, having overseen its operations for over 6 years. I am well acquainted with every facet of the establishment. Will you be able to visit us soon? This would allow us, the management team, to make necessary preparations. I will reach out to you. Very well, Mr. Lin. I won't disturb you further. I understand you are busy. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qi hurriedly opened his search bar and typed ALX bar. To his surprise, a myriad of enticing information flooded the screen. Numerous netizens from the metropolis shared their exhilarating experiences at ALX bar. Clicking on a random video, he observed a bustling hall illuminated by dazzling lights. Countless attractive men and women danced ecstatically in the dance floor, lost in the pulsating music. Wow, this bar is quite expansive. After 10 minutes of gathering information online, Lin Qi arrived at a conclusion that was both expected and unexpected. Firstly, regarding its value. Although ALX Bar boasts a vast area and luxurious decor, it is certainly not worth $1 billion. In fact, one might argue that 30 to 50 million would be its ceiling. However, establishing a bar in such a popular area of this international metropolis is not an endeavor for the ordinary individual, whether one operates within the legal realm or otherwise. If one fails to make a name for themselves, the business would close its doors within a fortnight. Thus, Lin Qi surmised that the treasures yielded from the golden chest could not be entirely measured in monetary terms, as connections and networks are inherently unquantifiable. Nevertheless, he realized that a definitive understanding could only be attained after witnessing the situation firsthand. Breakfast is ready. Are we eating here? Wang Peitzen stood before him, holding a plate with elegance. Her long, slender legs were exposed to the air. Hurry and finish so we can head to a place. All right, Brother Lin. Upon hearing that there was business to attend to, Wang Peitzen ceased her playful banter and promptly assisted him with his meal. 30 minutes later, both were appropriately dressed and seated in the car. Wang Peitzen did not inquire about their destination and instead took out her cosmetics to begin her makeup routine. When out in public, a woman serves as a man's visage. It is trivial if she embarrasses herself, but if she diminishes Lin Qi's reputation, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, during the morning rush hour, the incessant flow of vehicles provided her with ample time to prepare. 40 minutes later, the U8 parked, and they disembarked. Lin Qi stood beneath the enormous ALX sign, momentarily lost in thought. Isn't it too early for the bar to be open? Wang Peitzen whispered as she held her bag. It matters not. I am not here to patronize, Lin Qi replied, pulling out his phone to call Tian Sheng. Within 5 minutes, a sharply dressed young man hurried over, his forehead glistening with sweat. I apologize for being late, Mr. Lin. Not at all, Lin Qi said with a smile, scrutinizing the young man, whose face paled under his gaze. You seem rather anxious. Tian Sheng, unable to conceal his feelings, replied. You truly possess a discerning eye. I am primarily concerned that you might hand the bar over to someone from your circle, leaving me unemployed. Your honesty is refreshing. Lead the way. Let's take a look. Of course, please wait a moment. The main entrance can be a bit troublesome to open. It will take 2 minutes, Tian Sheng responded. Lin Qi waved his hand dismissively. Just take me through the entrance you came from. That one T do. You are the esteemed owner. How can you enter through a side door? Fearing he might offend the new boss, Tian Sheng hastily approached and knocked on the grand door. Hurry up inside. The boss is waiting. Almost done, came a muffled response from within. Tian Sheng wiped his brow and quickly explained. This grand door operates purely mechanically. It requires 2 people inside to manipulate a lever to open it. It's not that they are uncooperative. No waities. Let's proceed through the side door, Lin Qi insisted. All right. Tian Sheng hurriedly led the way, not casting a glance at Wang Peitzen throughout. It was not that his intentions were pure. Rather, few in this line of work are genuinely untainted. However, Lin Qi's arrival was shrouded in mystery. Having managed to acquire ALX from young Master Zhang, what a formidable background he must possess. Young Master Zhang is one of the city's top 3 figures. What kind of deity could compel him to bow down? Tian Sheng didn't dare to inquire about Lin Qi's background, fearing he might be perceived as a criminal and face dire consequences. Wang Peitzen followed behind, her gaze filled with astonishment as she observed Lin Qi's silhouette. The trio entered through a side door, traversing a narrow emergency passage, and arrived directly at the center of the bar's grand hall. The vast space was dominated by a conspicuous stage, surrounded by small tables littered with half-drunk iced tea and liquor. The raucous revelry from the previous night had stretched until 6 in the morning, leaving the place in disarray. Those present were employees, with 2/3 still resting. On a rotating schedule, Tian Sheng, with a cautious demeanor, promptly called over the employees who were tidying up. This is our new owner, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Greetings. Mr. Lin. After the introductions, Tian Sheng turned to Lin Qi. Mr. Lin, would you like to say a few words? Very well. I shall keep it brief. Lin Qi cleared his throat and raised his hand to quell the murmurs. Although I have taken over this bar, my schedule is rather demanding, so I will rely on each of you to contribute significantly moving forward. Therefore, Tian Sheng. Yes. Tian Sheng stood to attention. All employees will receive a 10% wage increase. Do not merely raise the base salary. Calculate it based on last month's actual payout. Understood. Chapter 52. The Connections of the Bar. Long live the boss. Long live Mr. Lin. I want to work at ALX until I die. Nothing invigorates employees more than a pay raise. Last night, upon hearing from a manager that the ownership had changed, many were apprehensive, but to their surprise, the first act of the new boss was to increase everyone's wages. All right, you may resume your duties. Tian Sheng then led Lin Qi to the office. I'd like to review the operational situation. Certainly, this way please. Tian Sheng guided them to a lavish office and proceeded to meticulously explain the management system's functionalities. They only rose to take their leave after half an hour. Boss, you take your time. I'll keep an eye on things downstairs. Go ahead. In the room, only Lin Qi, engrossed in accounts, and the spirited Wang Peitzen remained. Why are you looking at me like that? I am simply astonished. I had no idea ALX was your property. Wang Peitzen poured a cup of tea and gently placed it on the table. Is this bar quite famous? Did you not research before your acquisition? This is one of the most renowned bars in the metropolis. Several celebrated DJs have performed here, and it is rumored that many stars have exclusive private rooms. Lin Qi appeared nonchalant as he took a sip of tea. The monthly profit is just over $1 million. I expected it to be a more illustrious enterprise. The reports revealed that the largest expense was marketing costs, amounting to 10 times that of liquor procurement. Since ALX is not a publicly listed company, the reports are tailored for shareholders, leaving the specifics of those expenditures unaccounted for. In the employee dormitory area, Tian Sheng sank into a sofa, wiping his brow and exhaling deeply. Upon the manager's return, several department heads quickly gathered around. Brother Sheng, what did the new boss say? Is it just a wage increase? He won't turn on us later, will he? He wouldn't he dare. Over the years, I, the Black Tiger, have not idled away my time. If anyone dares to confront me, I am prepared to fight to the bitter end. Tian Sheng slammed his palm on the table, his voice filled with indignation. Are you out of your mind? What is wrong, Brother Sheng? Calm down, Brother Sheng. Is it that fellow Lin who's stirring up trouble? Just say the word, and we, your brothers, will follow you to the ends of the earth. We can even plead with young Master Zhang to run this establishment ourselves. Tian Sheng pointed at them. A look of exasperation etched across his face. You lot, why don't you think for once? Did you not hear me when I called young Master Zhang last night? Who is Zhang, after all? He is one of the 3 most influential figures in the Magic City. Even he shows deference to Mr. Lin. Do you really think you have more clout than Zhang? Tian Sheng rose from his seat, instinctively pacing the room. You all know the profits our establishment generates. A significant portion is allocated for bribes. Young Master Zhang was particularly interested in ALX as profitability. Our current task is to gauge Mr. Lin as intentions. He is the proverbial dragon crossing the river, and he might disregard even Zhang as face. We must be wary of him being steadfast in his position. The group felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, as the premier bar in the Magic City, coupled with young Master Zhang's status, this place has practically become a stronghold for the city's elite rascals. Zhang's rule is that anyone who meets the standards need not notify him, regardless of whether they are indulging in Remy Martin or Martel. Any woman they desire, provided ALX can facilitate it, is on the house. The profits earned by the bar are largely used to entertain these individuals, enabling young Master Zhang to command respect within the southern elite circle. If a new owner were to alter this operational strategy, it would equate to offending all second-generation heirs in the Magic City. The mere thought sent shivers down everyone's spines. Nowadays, the underworld is a place where everyone collaborates. The era of brute force claiming territory has long passed. The saying the people do not contend with the government aptly illustrates the current societal landscape. How could they not be anxious? Brother Sheng, I, the Black Tiger, am but a simple man. Whatever you decide goes. We are all in your hands. Should we consult young Master Zhang again? Tian Sheng's expression darkened. Consult what? Zhang has already blocked me. The background of this Mr. Lin is likely something even he cannot provoke. Do not entertain any petty schemes. We will act according to Mr. Lin's directives, and if it comes to it, we can simply resign. Wait here. I suspect Mr. Lin has finished reviewing the reports. I shall go see. Tian Sheng turned and left. Outside the office, he took several deep breaths to compose himself before knocking on the door. Gumin, Tian Sheng entered with a fruit platter, wearing a broad smile. Boss, the kitchen has prepared some fruit, freshly air-freighted from Thailand. They are delightful. Please have a taste. Seat. No need to rush. First, tell me about these marketing expenses. Just as expected, Tian Sheng quickly straightened up, detailing the previous operational model. He then retrieved a folder from the cabinet, filled with the consumption details of the second-generation heirs, listing names and their orders in meticulous detail. This was a requirement from young Master Zhang, and these records were kept in paper format only. Lin Qi nodded, smiling. Very good, keep those. Boss, regarding our future operations, let us keep things as they are. I don't have the time to manage trivial matters. There will be no personnel changes for now. If anyone seems unsuitable after a month, we will replace them. Remember this, I detest complications. If I trust you, you will be trusted, though you weren't previously under my command. As long as you maintain the right mindset, I will not treat you unfairly. Tian Sheng was immediately elated, bowing repeatedly. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure everything is handled beautifully. That will be all for today. I will come by to check in when I have time. Understood, boss, I'll see you off. Once the taillights of the U-8 were out of sight, Tian Sheng walked back with an exhilarated expression. So, Brother Sheng, what did he say? Haha, everything remains unchanged. Let's all work hard this month. Mr. Lin is not a stingy person. Our good days are coming. Excellent. Brother Sheng is amazing. Tian Sheng waved his hand. My prowess depends solely on the boss's words. Keep your eyes peeled. Memorize the looks of Mr. Lin and his girlfriend, and be sure not to create any blunders. Haha, Brother Sheng, you can rest easy. If we can't manage this small matter, we would have no face left to stay. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qi had escorted Wang Peitzen downstairs. Lin Qi, contact me if you need anything. Understood, you may head back upstairs. Wang Peitzen turned back several times as she ascended. It was still early, and Lin Qi had no intention of taking on any orders just yet. Instead, he decided to return home to check on the renovation progress. Half an hour later, at the Longhu Manor Villa, upon entering, he found 5 young ladies seated listlessly in the living room. What is the matter here? Have you all been boiled? Lin Qi, you're back. Husband, listen. Listen to what? Thud, thud, thud. The sound rumbled ominously. Are they demolishing something? Lin Qi paused for a moment. The construction crew is downstairs. I barely slept for an hour and a half last night. I didn't sleep at all. Lin Qi shot them a glare. Who told you to stay up late? Now you know the consequences. I'll go check. Li Sufan immediately stood up. I'm coming too. Upon reaching the basement, they saw Zhou Yun wearing a hard hat, arguing with a dark-skinned worker. The impact drill next to them was still buzzing away, creating cacophony that was maddening. Master Liu, don't take advantage of my ignorance. There is no reason to charge an additional fee for cleaning debris. The price was agreed upon beforehand. If you think the volume is less, you can raise it. But raising the price arbitrarily is unjust. Oh, Miss Zhou, who knew this property management was so strict. He let us dump the construction waste in the outside trash bin. I can't help that. You should have raised this issue yesterday. Bringing it up now seems like price gouging. Though I may be young, my parents have been in this area for over a decade. If this news gets out, how will you find work in the future? The foreman's face flushed crimson, but thankfully, his dark complexion masked it. If we have to take the debris 3 kilometers away to the dump, you can't blame me if the schedule is delayed. If there is a delay, we'll go by the contract. Don't worry, I have a cooperating law firm. Lin Qi stood at the door, having grasped the situation. He had no intention of delaying progress over a few petty coins, so he stepped forward. Oh, you're back? The foreman's eyes lit up, rushing over to shake hands. You're the owner, right? Please help settle this matter. Lin Qi waved his hand. I'll give you an additional 2,000. Just send 2 people specifically to handle the debris. Don't let it delay the work. Oh, you truly are a living bodhisattva. One look at you, and I can tell you are someone of significance. Zhou Yun immediately furrowed her brow, glaring at Lin Qi. I've already negotiated the price. What are you doing meddling? Meddling? I'm not even paying. Just don't delay the work. He wouldn't dare delay the work if you don't pay. The contract is crystal clear. Do you not trust me? Zhou Yun became furious, as if she were the one putting up the money. You're overthinking it. Lin Qi had no intention of explaining himself, swiftly transferring 2,000 to the foreman. All right, you carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. You must clarify things first. I've already stated that it was your misunderstanding. This woman is utterly obstinate. It does not require your financial contribution. Yet your gaze reveals your profound distrust in me. Whatever you say is what it is. Lin Qi shook his head. Curiosity piqued as he turned to leave with the inquisitive Li Sufan. Husband, why don't you treat her better? Huh? Why should I treat her any better? Don't you wish to woo her? Who said that? Lin Qi was taken aback. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. He had always kept a respectful distance from willful women like Zhou Yun. Stubbornness and trouble were synonymous. So how could he possibly entertain the thought of pursuing her? It was Xiao Yuan who mentioned it. She claimed you specifically sought out a voluptuous beauty for the renovations, merely to showcase your wealth before her, and then to corrupt her with money. Is that not the case? Wow. Lin Qi's temper flared immediately. Zhang Xiao Yuan, come here. What do you want? What nonsense fills your mind all day? Are you insane? What are you talking about? What have I done? Feigning ignorance, are we? Li Sufan has informed me that Zhou Yun was working diligently while you were behind her back, gossiping. Zhang Xiao Yuan widened her eyes, incredulous as she looked at the evasive Li Sufan. Wow, Sufan, you traitor. What nonsense are you babbling? You claim it was not you who spoke. Step aside. I shall duel this traitor. Oh dear, are you really going to resort to violence? You'll end up with a crooked head. Lin Qi, quick-witted and agile, caught Zhang Xiao Yuan as she lunged for Li Sufan, pulling her into his embrace. He curled his index finger and playfully tapped her forehead. Zhang Xiaoyuan pouted. You're so biased. Always picking on me. I'm not biased. I'm just correcting your reckless words. The other three girls, hearing the commotion, rushed over. They happened upon Zhang Xiaoyuan being scolded and instinctively covered their foreheads in fear. Once your thoughts are exposed, you resort to violence. I want to accept that. Exposed? Take this. Lin Qi, you're such a fickle-hearted cad. Dare to retort, do you? 5 girlfriends at home are not enough for you. You're a violent maniac. Still not convinced? What am I? Lin Qi seized her face, forcing her to meet his gaze. What did you just say? Zhang Xiaoyuan sensed his grip loosening, and like a flopping fish, she sprang upright. Run. The violent man is attacking. The others fled upstairs as if their lives depended on it. Only the slow-witted Li Sufan, as she lifted her leg to escape, was caught by him. What are you running from? I'm not. I just saw them running. Lin Qi's face darkened. You sit on the sofa. Okay. Li Sufan cumplía obediently. Fuming. Lin Qi dashed upstairs, finding me Jian's room empty, and Easy's room also devoid of occupants. Only Zhang Xiaoyuan's door was tightly shut. Bang, bang. Zhang Xiaoyuan. Come out. I want tea. You'll hit my head. What? I was merely teaching you a lesson. Don't twist my words. If you don't hurry, you might end up hurting me. I swear. Lin Qi was so enraged he nearly smashed the door, but ultimately restrained himself. Let us converse through the door. Once school resumes, I shall arrange for your enrollment and accommodation in the dormitory. Focus on acquiring some skills instead of constantly seeking amusement. I refuse. I want to attend classes. Should you refuse, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Then I want to go either. What? Fine then, ponder over it. No one will support you indefinitely. Ultimately, you must rely on yourselves. Having said that, Lin Qi descended the stairs. He intended to have a serious discussion with Li Sufan, to discern what mischief these girls were up to at home. Inside Zhang Xiaoyuan's room, the girls were hiding behind the door. Had he left? It seems he has. Ouch, it hurts so much, it's all swollen. That brute is quite merciless. Mi Jian's face flushed slightly. Xiaoyuan, are you all right? How could I be fine? You have no idea how strong he is. I felt like a little chick in front of him. Puffed. You ungrateful one. Laughing at my plight. Hurry and find some ointment. I remember purchasing some. Chapter 54. Xiaoyuan is quite nice. After applying the ointment to the whimpering Zhang Xiaoyuan, the girls fell into silence. Xiaoyuan, are we not acting rather inappropriately? Wes inappropriate. Do you dislike him? How could that be? Zhang Xiaoyuan asserted earnestly. We are currently relying on Sufan to stay close to him. Without his protection, we would end up on the streets. But Mi Jian seemed a bit hesitant. Let us not even mention Sufan. Without his protection, if her father finds her, he will certainly use her as a bargaining chip for your brother's bride price. And then there's by Wan Qing. Your mother once used you to settle debts, sending you away to facilitate her remarriage. Would you dare claim her as your mother? Lastly, Mi Jian, you were forced to drop out and work at 16. Would you dare return home? We are but fallen phoenixes, better off as chickens, with our limited means. We would surely suffer greatly if we ventured out alone. You only see me earning money from selling beer, but you know not the troubles I've encountered, nor the dangers I've faced. I have come to realize that to live with dignity, we must cling tightly to Brother Lin, our sturdy tree. Mi Jian twisted her clothing nervously, feeling embarrassed. But aren't we undermining Sufan's relationship with him? Zhang Xiaoyuan nonchalantly replied, Don't tell me Sufan hasn't begged you in private. With her physique, if it weren't for Brother Lin's affection, she would have been ruined long ago. Have you all noticed how Sufan seems to be growing more beautiful these days? Indeed, I've noticed too. Her skin has become remarkably radiant. Even after all-nighters, her skin remains supple and hydrated. Zhang Xiaoyuan exclaimed in frustration. Stop digressing. We're discussing serious matters. Oh right. However, will our actions lead Brother Lin to despise us? What if he is particularly devoted? Devoted my foot. Have you forgotten that woman in red from the other day? Will this method even work? I saw Brother Lin was quite upset. What can I do? It's all Sufan's fault for running her mouth. It drives me insane. What shall we do now? We can't just keep hiding. Zhang Xiaoyuan pondered for a moment. If it comes to it, we can always take another beating. It's not that painful anyway. Downstairs, Lin Qi, after finishing his discussion with Li Sufan, was left in a state of disbelief. He had never realized that the girls harbored such thoughts about him. Moreover, this foolish Li Sufan was aiding them in their schemes. Husband, please don't be angry with Xiaoyuan. She is actually a good person. You are truly a fool. Hey, I'm quite clever. Seeing his tone soften a bit, Li Sufan cheerfully wrapped her arms around his. Husband, you promised to take us out to sea. It's been several days now. What is so entertaining about a yacht? I'm not interested. Lin Qi reclined on the sofa, deciding to temporarily set aside thoughts of Zhang Xiaoyuan. He figured that once he sent them off to school, their relationship would gradually fade. But the basement renovations are making it difficult for us to rest. Who told you to stay up all night? They don't work at night. No, no. With no choice but to indulge her. Lin Qi thought it might be a good opportunity to take them out for some fun. He decided to treat it as a preemptive farewell and agreed. I'll ask where we can rent a yacht shortly, and then we can go, all right? Why not ask now? Li Sufin held out her phone and handed it over. You've promised several times, each time saying it would be in a few days. Lin Qi shot her a glare, exasperated by her incessant inquiries. He retrieved his phone and, after sifting through his contacts for an eternity, ultimately decided to call Tian Sheng. At present, he could think of no one with a broader network than Tian Sheng. Boss, what can I do for you? Tian Sheng inquired. Not much. Do you know where I might rent a yacht in the Magic City? I wish to take some people out to sea for a bit of fun. You've come to the right person. One of our bar shareholders specializes in this. What sort of yacht are you looking for? Something slightly larger for a 2 to 3 day excursion. What would the cost be? 150,000 will suffice. I'll transfer you 200,000. Consider the extra as a token of appreciation. With that, he ended the call. Setting down his phone, Lin Qi turned to her and asked, Are you satisfied now? Hee. I'm going to tell Xiao Yuan and the others. After sitting in the living room for a while, Jiang Qiyu arrived, arms laden with bags. Lin Qi arranged a room for her on the first floor. When you have a moment, please tidy up. If you need anything, just purchase it and I'll reimburse you. All right, Mr. Lin. I'll tidy up first and then prepare dinner. Take your time. Without any interruptions, the 6 dishes prepared were significantly more delectable than those of the previous day. Seeing everyone satisfied with the meal, Jiang Qiyu finally let out a sigh of relief. She desperately needed this high-paying job and was anxious about any potential slip-ups. Thankfully, Mr. Lin was amiable, and the 5 young ladies were not picky eaters. Content, Jiang Qiyu pursed her lips and retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. I'm stepping out for a bit. You all enjoy yourselves at home. After bidding them farewell, Lin Qi drove off, embarking on his journey as a delivery person. He spent some time delivering 2 orders. Since he only delivered 2 or 3 orders daily, the system had taken notice and assigned him distant, low-paying deliveries. Lin Qi was unbothered. As long as he didn't exceed the time limit, he could take his time. Once his work was completed, he visited Shi Xiaoyan for a while and presented her with a beauty-enhancing pill. What is this? Shi Xiaoyan asked, sitting in the passenger seat and dabbing at the sweat on her forehead. A good thing. You'll understand once you take it. Cut it out. If you're not going to explain. Shi Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and unwrapped the wax eel before swallowing the pill. Yet, she felt a pang of unease. A wealthy man suddenly asking the woman beside him to take medicine. What could it possibly be? With her astute mind, Shi Xiaoyan naturally believed she had deduced the truth. Don't worry, it's definitely not what you're thinking. Oh, she chuckled. Well, I believe whatever you say. Lin Qi refrained from elaborating. The truth would reveal itself once the pill took effect, saving him the breath. By the way, I might be away for a few days. Take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll remain virtuous. That is not what I meant. TCH, I know how men are, Shi Xiaoyan replied with a playful grin. She was not speaking insincerely. Her greatest virtue was her clarity of mind. If your lease is up, don't renew it. Constantly running back and forth is quite bothersome. Got it. After a few more affectionate moments, he reluctantly returned Shi Xiaoyan home. Just then, Tian Sheng's call came through. Boss, I've secured the yacht. I'll send you the number and location via WeChat shortly. We're on standby for tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. I can't wait for you to find a use for my services. I won't disturb you any longer. After hanging up, Lin Qi went straight home and relayed the news to Li Sufin and the others. Chapter 55. Single mothers are not easy. During his afternoon nap, he finally began to grasp the hardships faced by Li Sufin and the others. The sound of a power drill piercing through the concrete resonated through the basement and struck his brain, leaving him more fatigued after barely 30 minutes of sleep. This time, he had no choice but to head out to sea. With a sigh, Lin Qi rose and sought out Zhou Yun, the overseer in the basement. Zhou Yun still harbored a slight grudge over the events of the morning, her tone noticeably colder. What do you want? We're going out to play for a few days tomorrow. Could you arrange for the workers to put in some extra hours to complete the house as soon as possible? Sure, but since you have money, it cost extra. Zhou Yun wore a smug expression, as if she had won a victory. Money can solve problems. How much do you need? The over 10 million from the sale of the store had already been deposited, and his account was now comfortably in the 8-digit range. Let us say 30,000 to round it off, Zhou Yun casually suggested. Clearly taken aback by his ready agreement, she casually threw out a number. However, Lin Qi swiftly transferred the funds without hesitation, prompting Zhou Yun to mutter a curse under her breath. I should remind you, the natural process of cement and mortar hardening takes time. No amount of extra money can accelerate it. I can only guarantee the house will be ready within a week. 3 days less would be acceptable, right? Do your best. I have faith in you. after turning to head upstairs. He was once again pulled by Li Sufin to play a few rounds of games. By the time dinner was ready, the workers finally departed, leaving the house in blessed tranquility. After dinner, Li Sufin insisted on more games, just as an unexpected call came in. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. Lin Qi, are you busy? Get to the point. Could you come to Xinghua City? Is Miss Chu ready to pay back the money? Just transfer it to me. There's no need for a meeting. Chu Manning did not expect him to respond this way, and there was a moment of silence on the other end. He had been keeping an eye on this scheming former landlord. That's not it. I'm hoping you could assist me. Would that be possible? We don't seem that familiar, do we? Besides, you're asking me for help. So why should I have to make the trip? That doesn't make sense, does it? The woman on the other end became agitated, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. I thought it would be more convenient for you to come by, since you have a car. So it's my responsibility to run around for you? Can you take a taxi? Perhaps taken aback by his attitude, Chu Manning was momentarily at a loss for words. What? Cat got your tongue? Do you think everyone should cater to you? That's not how it is. Speak plainly. I detest guessing at others' thoughts. I want to treat you to a meal. You helped me tremendously before, and I even dragged you into trouble with the law. I wanted to express my gratitude properly. You have one last chance. Lin Qi had lost all patience with this woman. Undeniably, Chu Manning was stunningly beautiful, possessing a unique charm that combined youth and maturity. Perhaps it was because she had been married but had never borne children, a trait even Shi Xiaoyan and Wang Peitzen could not compete with. Yet her manipulative tendencies were utterly off-putting. Could you lend me some money? Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle. If you had said that from the start, we could have avoided all this roundabout conversation. If it were a typical young person, they would have surely fallen for her tricks. This woman was exceptionally skilled at manipulation. Although it was her own desire, she devised ways to make you take the initiative. You need money? That's easy enough. Just wait at home. With a smile, Lin Qi hung up the phone and instructed Li Sufin, I'm stepping out for a bit. Don't stay up too late. We're going out to sea tomorrow. All right. As he grabbed his phone and keys to head out, Jiang Qiuyue approached, clutching a thermal container. Sister Qiuyue, why are you going out so late? Huh, Mr. Lin. Indeed, there remains some rib soup from dinner. It would be a pity to waste it, so I shall take it home. Jiang Qiuyue smiled, suddenly recalling something that turned her complexion pale. Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. This was not reserved for me specifically. It was Miss Li who mentioned her aversion to second servings, which prompted my decision to bring it home. A mere housekeeper, contemplating exploiting her employer on the very first day. If she were to encounter a stricter employer, she would undoubtedly find herself dismissed. Lin Qi observed her fidgeting hands, offering reassurance. It's perfectly fine. I too dislike leftover food. From now on, every meal will be freshly prepared. You may take home whatever remains. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You are truly kind. I am at a loss for how to repay your generosity. Jiang Qiuyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bowed deeply in gratitude. Although it was her inaugural experience as a housekeeper, she had heard during training about the arduous nature of this profession. Enduring reprimands and hardships was commonplace. If one could no longer bear it, they were free to depart, yet many would readily take their place for a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. She had witnessed housekeepers ascend to the status of mistresses in their households. Initially apprehensive after witnessing Lin Qi's anger, she was pleasantly surprised to find not only the male head of the household amiable, but also the girls treating her with the utmost respect, addressing her as sister and entirely disregarding her status as an outsider. How could Jiang Qiuyue not be moved by such kindness? Simply performing your duties is the best way to express your gratitude. Where do you reside? I am about to head out and can give you a ride. I live in Shangang Village. That's conveniently along my route. Please wait here while I fetch the car. Thank you ever so much. Jiang Qiuyue departed with light steps. Lin Qi stole a glance at her retreating figure before hastily averting his gaze. This woman is undeniably stunning. As he drove, Jiang Qiuyue sat nervously in the passenger seat, fearing the soup might spill. She placed the thermos precariously on her pale thigh, unwilling to relax. Do not fret. I drive steadily and will not spill anything. Jiang Qiuyue offered a shy smile and explained, this thermos has been in use for over 2 years, and I lost the sealing ring, so if it jostles too much, the contents might spill. Lin Qi glanced at it. What is there to fear with some cushioning? You should purchase a new one tomorrow, without a proper seal. The warmth dissipates. Is the amount I gave you sufficient? Just let me know when you need more. That cannot be, Mr. Lin. You have already shown me ample consideration by allowing me to take leftovers. I cannot impose further by using your money for new items. Listen, you wouldn't want the children to miss out on warm meals, would you? For reasons unknown, Jiang Qiuyue did not rebut this statement. Lin Qi, expecting her to continue her objections, turned to find her biting her thin lips, her fair complexion flushed. Had he inadvertently pressed some peculiar button? Do not overthink it. Just take good care of those young girls. I'm usually quite busy and have little time to attend to them. Understood. I shall treat them as my own children, Jiang Qiu had declared, suppressing her bashfulness and gazing resolutely at Lin Qi. You appear to be barely in your 20s. Is it appropriate for you to act as their mother? Mr. Lin, you jest. I'm already in my 30s, hardly youthful. Though she spoke thus, the delight shimmering in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Lin Qi's attractiveness was already noteworthy, and with the enhancements from his regimen, his physique rivaled that of a model. To describe him as both handsome and affluent would be an understatement. Jiang Qiu, even if subconsciously perceiving him as merely engaging in flattery, could not suppress her joy. You simply lack confidence. Has no one informed you that Sister Qiu possesses great charm? You're truly humorous. Jiang Qiu's lips threatened to break into a smile. I have arrived. You may let me off here. It's too dangerous for you to walk alone. Allow me to see you home, Lin Qi remarked, casting a glance at a few young men loitering at the alley's entrance. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, Jiang Qiu did not decline. After a 10-minute drive, the car halted before a small courtyard. Thank you immensely, Mr. Lin. There are no streetlights along this route, and I typically do not venture out at night. You should return quickly. Do not keep the children waiting. Certainly goodbye, Mr. Lin. As she knocked on the courtyard door, Lin Qi peered inside and observed a number of people gathered together, seeking relief from the heat. It appeared to be a communal dwelling, suggesting she led a rather frugal life. However, it was her personal affair, and he refrained from intervening, turning back toward Xinhui City. Passing a bank, Lin Qi inexplicably withdrew 5,000 yuan in cash. 15 minutes later, he found himself standing at the entrance of Chu Manin's residence. Click. The door swung open. Gumanya, adorned in a flowing white dress, stood at the threshold, resembling a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. You've arrived. Did you not invite me for dinner? Am I not allowed inside? Chu Manin quickly stepped aside, urging him to enter. The living room was dimly lit, illuminated only by 2 auxiliary lamps. Yet the table set with an array of delicacies was adorned with candles, lending a unique charm to the ambience. Please take a seat. There is still a dish in the pot. Let me serve it. Lin Qi stifled a chuckle, unceremoniously seating himself at the table. Before long, Chu Manin approached, carefully balancing a bowl of soup in her hands. Ah, it's so hot, she exclaimed as a few drops splashed onto her delicate fingers. However, Lin Qi remained unmoved, showing no inclination to assist. A flicker of displeasure crossed Chu Manin's brow, yet she swiftly masked it, smiling as she said, "Let us enjoy some soup. It's rib and lotus seed soup, which I've simmered all afternoon." Lin Qi chuckled lightly, reclining back in his chair and crossing his legs. I've already dined. Miss Chu, if you have something to discuss, please speak directly. Well, then I shall be straightforward. You are aware of my situation. I have yet to secure employment. The narrative was rather simple, stripped of any embellishments meant to elicit sympathy. Lin Qi summarized it as a widowed woman unable to meet her mortgage obligations. She wished to maintain her dignity while seeking work, but ultimately found herself devoid of funds, hoping to borrow some from him. How much do you wish to borrow? 100,000? Lin Qi asked, a smirk playing on his lips. In the dim candlelight, Chu Manin's face flickered between light and shadow. She desperately wanted to say it wasn't sufficient, but feared that a larger sum might frighten him off, so she reluctantly nodded. I only need to get through this tough patch. Afterward, I can always turn to live streaming. With my looks, I'm sure I can earn a decent income. As she spoke, she covertly gauged Lin Qi's reaction. To her dismay, he appeared utterly disinterested. Then congratulations in advance, Miss Chu. Do you have paper and pen? Let us draft an IOU. An IOU? You want me to write one? Kumanyang exclaimed in disbelief. What else? I'm not your father. The interest will be calculated at an annual rate of 24% to be repaid in a year. Does that sound agreeable? Aye. Chu Manin felt a surge of indignation, her lips pouting as her eyes brimmed with tears. She had never endured such humiliation before. Internally, she seethed, reflecting on how many men would eagerly shower her with money. Had it not been for her high standards, she would not have resorted to this lowly position. Do you possess no sense of gentlemanly decorum? You are already so wealthy. Giving me a little would not make a difference. Moreover, considering her exquisite beauty, are you truly unmoved? Moved, of course I am. Lin Qi was overjoyed. He relished the expression on this multifaceted woman's face when her facade was shattered. A blend of indignation and disbelief, tinged with resentment and confusion. It was as if seeking interest from her was an affront. Miss Chu seems reluctant to lend. Do not misunderstand me. I am not a loan shark and would not coerce you. Borrowing, of course, I would be most grateful for your assistance. Chu Manin gritted her teeth as she spoke. You ought to be grateful. In this day and age, there are few willing to lend you 100,000 without familial ties. Chu Manin feeling disheartened, found paper and pen, meticulously crafting an IOU. Were it not for the talent of an art student, her delicate script would be a sight to behold. Lin Qi, thoroughly satisfied after confirming its authenticity, accepted it and promptly transferred 100,000 through his phone. The other party remained silent, and Lin Qi sat still, unconvinced that this matter would conclude so simply. For someone like Chu Manin, she would not relent until her goals were achieved. Indeed, after a silence of more than 10 seconds, Chu Manin rose. Her face flushed. She approached him with a sultry smile. You have been such a tremendous help. How should I express my gratitude? Lin Qi smiled, watching her advance step by step. Miss Chu, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not one to seek repayment for kindness. Lending you money was merely out of respect for our past connection, and I have already charged you interest, so there is no need for you to offer anything in return. Upon hearing his candid words, Chu Manin's expression shifted. Yet, she quickly gritted her teeth and pressed on. Have you always been this lacking in romantic sensibility? I merely wish to avoid misunderstandings and clarify matters in advance. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Miss Chu need not rush to repay me, for I am not short of money. With that, he casually revealed his Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Que mañana pupille constricted. Chapter 57. Setting sail. The next day, she found herself utterly alone. On the bedside table lay a stack of cash. She grasped the sheets tightly before sending the money flying with a swift slap. The impact on her knuckles against the bedside table sent a jolt of pain through her, and Chu Manin finally regained her composure. She retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Qi's WeChat. She intended to clarify the meaning behind this money. The call was disconnected. She dialed again. Again. It was cut off. Chu Manin gritted her teeth, her fingers flying over the screen. I want 2 million. I am injured. Que mañana spoke no falsud. Haven't you already received the money? If you're injured, go seek treatment. I'm not a doctor. But I was injured because of you. Is that your justification for demanding 2 million? Are you made of diamonds? Go to the hospital and register. Whatever the cost, I will reimburse you. Reimburse? Huh. A cold smile crept across Chu Manin's charming face. I will make you aware of just how costly that registration is. She opened the dialer and pressed a 3-digit number. Hello, I would like to report crime. On the other end, Lin Qi smirked as he closed WeChat and shouted out the window. Hurry up, stop dawdling. They're coming, they're coming. Li Sufan dashed into the passenger seat with a large bag. Zhang Xiaoyuan, like a big sister, urged everyone to get in the car. What are you rushing for? It's not even 7 yet. You're the ones going out to sea, and you're the ones dragging your feet. Such impatience. Ever since that day she had been beaten, Zhang Xiaoyuan seemed determined to spar verbally with him, arguing whether it made sense or not. 10 minutes later, the vehicle finally started. The girls were abuzz with excitement. Lin Qi quickly turned on the screen to let them watch a movie to stave off the cacophony. An hour later, they arrived at the dock. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? I am Huang Bo, the manager of Nanhai Tourism. Your yacht is ready and can set sail at any time. On board. The manager led everyone to the docking area, where a luxurious yacht appeared before them. Wow, what a magnificent yacht. It's beautiful. Look, there's even a swimming pool. Huang Bo explained while guiding them. This yacht, named Silver Fish, was manufactured in France and built by the Lagan Group, measuring 24 meters in length with 3 decks. It is equipped with 3 professional staff members who have separate rest areas, so you need not worry about being disturbed. We have arrived. Everyone may board now. Li Sufan and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Without Lin Qi's prompting, they grabbed their bags and climbed aboard. Husband, come quickly. There's a swimming pool here. You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. Lin Qi waved his hand, turning to Huang Bo. We want to encounter any dangers at sea, will we? Rest assured, we will only be cruising along the coastal waters of the Dragon Kingdom, nowhere near international waters. The communication equipment on board is advanced. In case of danger, you can contact the company for rescue or call the Coast Guard for assistance. Lin Qi nodded. This was not cowardice, merely a matter of habitually exercising caution. Once aboard, Lin Qi did not rush to join them in the pool. Instead, he stood aside, observing the crew prepare to set sail. He watched as they dismantled the wooden planks connecting the dock to the yacht and stowed away the ladder. They then used radios to communicate with the captain to commence the voyage. Initially, the speed was slow, but once they left the dock and reached the wide open sea, the speed increased significantly. Before long, the dock had transformed into a faint black line on the horizon. Only then did Lin Qi have the leisure to explore the yacht. The lower deck housed a vast bedroom, complete with a bathroom, a toilet, and a sofa bed. Through the expansive tempered glass, one could view the white waves churned up by the engine. The second level featured a large swimming pool that could accommodate 10 people for leisure. At the stern was an open-air deck with 5 sun loungers equipped with umbrellas, along with a staircase leading directly to the water, presumably for the guests' convenience when swimming. The third level offered the best view, with a shaded area beneath an umbrella featuring sofas, a bar, and a barbecue area. The staff area was completely separated from the guest area, and he had yet to encounter any staff member after being on board for so long. Just as he pondered this, a middle-aged man in a white sailor-esque uniform approached with a smile. "Mr. Lin, this is our company's classic tour route. If you have any destinations in mind, feel free to suggest them." "All right, let me take a look." The list of activities was extensive, ranging from diving and fishing to desert island explorations, accompanied by a menu for the next few days. "For now, everything seems fine. Let us proceed with this, and I will notify you if there are any issues." "Very well, sir. I will return to prepare. If you need me, please head to the staff area or call me via the radio." "Understood." The middle-aged man hurriedly departed. "Husband, come with me to swim." Li Sufin was dripping wet, grinning and pulling him toward the pool. This little girl was already quite pretty, albeit a bit slender. Ever since she started taking beauty-enhancing pills, she had been transforming daily. Fat was redistributing to where it was needed, and one could now feel the softness. Her skin was as white as milk, so soft that one could practically squeeze water from it. All right, stop pulling. I can walk on my own." "Then hurry up. Xiaoyuan and the others have already changed into their swimsuits. They're waiting for you to rate them." He chuckled, thinking, testing a cadre with this? What cadre could withstand such a trial? Lynch hastened his pace, and indeed, upon arriving at the swimming pool, he spotted several young ladies clad in various swimsuits, previously unnoticed. He was taken aback by Mi's impressive development. What on earth? Where did that water come from? Lynch angrily wiped his face. "Come and catch me, you fool." Zhang Xiaoyuan grinned, scooping up a handful of water and splashing it at him. "Let me show you how I'll deal with you today." With a playful laugh, Zhang Xiaoyuan swam to the center of the pool, calling out loudly, "Sisters, let us drown this scoundrel." "Haha, Brother Lin, prepare yourself. Witness my water escape technique." Just as Lynch contemplated whom to seize first, he was unexpectedly shoved from behind by Li Sufin. With a loud splash, he fell into the water. "Xiaoyuan, come avenge me," he shouted. "Haha, well done, Sufin. I'm on my way." In Chapter 58, how could this be overlooked? If they were on land, even a single Zhang Xiaoyuan would be no match for him. He could easily manage 10 or 8, yet his swimming skills were decidedly lacking. He was completely befuddled by a group of young girls. "Well, I buy you this and that every day, and this is how you repay me?" Lynch exclaimed. "Brother Lin, we were wrong," Mi said timidly, swimming over to apologize. Quick as a flash, Lynch seized her slender arm and cleverly tucked her under his armpit. "Now you're caught. You little minx. Take that. Wow, Brother Lin, you're so sly. Sisters, quick, save me. I'm coming, Xiaoyuan." The atmosphere on the boat became lively, while several employees from the tour company in the cockpit listened to the commotion overhead. One young man, with envy etched on his face, mused, "Ah, the life of the wealthy is truly vibrant. To take 5 beauties out to sea, how exhilarating that must be." "Stop rambling. I've told you countless times. No eyes and ears on the boat, and no mouths off the boat. Do you think someone who can afford to rent a yacht for over 200,000 is easy to deal with? Beware of trouble from your words." The young man, feeling sheepish, replied, "I was just saying." "Shut it. Turn the music up to maximum." "Understood, Captain He." The young man dared not retort, promptly cranking the volume to its peak. In an instant, the cockpit was filled with pulsating music, drowning out even the sound of the engine. Captain He frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the young man's back. That fool, dreaming away every day. With such a lack of self-control, he won't last long in this job. In an observation room 60 nautical miles from the ship, a serious-looking middle-aged man surveyed the rapidly forming storm on the screen and inquired, "Has everyone been notified? We've broadcasted it 3 times. Even the deaf should have heard it. This weather is truly cursed. One moment it's clear skies. The next it's a torrential downpour. It seems we're in for disasters every year." Indeed, just like this thunderstorm, our meteorological department only issued a half-hour advance warning. I heard that many of the old prediction models are now obsolete. The climate changes yearly. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the yacht remained blissfully unaware. Lynch, basking in the sun with 5 young ladies, awaited the survival challenge on a deserted island scheduled for an hour later. Though it was labeled as survival training, it was merely an uninhabited islet, home only to seabirds, with not even a snake in sight. The company was too frugal to invest in development, treating it as a survival project. In reality, it entailed little more than digging for shells on the beach, where collecting 10 cat's eye snails could earn a souvenir from the crew. Surprisingly, such absurd activities delighted the wealthy young gentleman, who rated them even higher than diving. "Darling, do you think there are wild men on the deserted island?" At that moment, Lynch was lost in thought, oblivious to her words. Nearby, Zhang Xiaoyuan lay on the floor. Boredom etched on her face. It's possible, Sufan. Just be careful not to wander off, or you might get captured by a wild man and taken as a wife. Xiaoyuan, you jinx. Haha, you actually believe that? I was just teasing you. Darling, look at her. Lynch removed his sunglasses, casting a puzzled glance at the two. Xiaoyuan is bullying me. Zhang Xiaoyuan quickly shielded her forehead with her hands and gritted her teeth. If you flick my forehead again, I'll retaliate. Calm down. We seem to be arriving soon. The two turned their heads to see a dark landmass emerging on the horizon. Didn't they say it would take another hour? How do we arrive so quickly? Li Sufin Gastunat. Lynch chuckled. Haven't you heard the saying, a mountain can be seen from afar? We can only see the outline of the island now. Who knows how long it will take to reach it? I see, darling, you're truly impressive. However, after a few minutes, Lynch suddenly sensed something amiss. The island was approaching too rapidly. In the span of just 2 minutes, the horizon had turned entirely dark. No, that's not an island. It's a mass of storm clouds. Captain He gritted his teeth as he rushed onto the deck, breathless as he reported, Mr. Lin, we have trouble. What is going on? Lynch pivoted abruptly, his gaze fierce. Captain He dared not conceal the truth, recounting how they had missed the Coast Guard's broadcast due to the music blaring from the cockpit. So, what you're saying is, not only did you not hear it, but you also ignored the warnings flashing on the monitoring panel? Yes, Mr. Lin. Captain He grimaced, nodding in admission of his error. He internally cursed the young man's entire lineage. The yacht was well-equipped, boasting not only a radio, but also satellite communication capable of receiving weather alerts from the coast. Yet, despite the warnings popping up 4 or 5 times, the young man had failed to notice. What is the situation now? We've already called for help. But the storm is approaching too swiftly. We won't be able to evade it. After finishing, Captain He added, I've altered the course to avoid the storm's path, but will likely still be caught. Lynch's expression darkened, wishing he could simply slap the young man into submission. Yet, given the circumstances, he had to rely on Captain He's expertise and restrained his impulse to lash out. Captain He, you're the professional. What do you suggest we do? We must proceed at full speed and find a small island to avoid being capsized by the waves. The coast confirmed that this storm is severe. Our small yacht won't withstand it. Then we must act immediately. Understood. I'm heading to the cockpit now. Everyone, please return to the sleeping quarters. Life jackets are located beneath the changing room. Captain He hurried away, and the young ladies, now panicked, followed Lynch back to the bedroom. Once everyone donned their life jackets, they glanced outside to see that the sky was already half dark. This storm approached with alarming speed. No wonder, Captain, he said they wouldn't be able to escape. Darling, we won't be in danger, will we? What are you thinking? With me here, there's no way anything will happen to you. Lynch reassured them, instructing everyone to fetch some rope. When the waves become too tumultuous, the greatest danger, aside from capsizing, is being tossed overboard by the waves. It's akin to not wearing a seatbelt in a car crash. Light injuries can occur, but severe ones can be fatal. Lynch rummaged beneath the cabinet for a bundle of rope, quickly tying everyone to the supporting pillars in the living room. The knots were all slip knots, allowing for quick escape if necessary. And you? Li Sufin asked, her worry evident. I'm strong. I'll be fine. Despite his words, Lynch wrapped the rope around himself several times and secured it to the pillar. Thus, he ensured he would not be flung away and was able to make his escape with ease. In less than 5 minutes of preparation, the sky suddenly turned ominous. The once sunny expanse of the sea became shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Chapter 59. The Shipwreck. Suddenly, a torrential downpour commenced. The raindrops striking the hull of the yacht like bullets, producing a cacophony of thuds so loud that conversation required shouting. Mr. Lin, hold on tight. The storm is upon us. A voice boomed from the intercom mounted on the wall. Before Lin Qi could respond, the yacht collided with an invisible wall of air, and its speed abruptly diminished. Everyone felt as though gravity had vanished entirely. What the hell? The entire yacht was lifted high, only to crash back down into the water with a heavy thud. The seawater surged into the cabin, and within mere seconds, it had risen to knee level. Several young women turned pale. Had they not been bound by ropes, they would have collapsed onto the floor. Fortunately, in the next instant, the yacht broke through the waves, soaring above the tumult. The roar of the engine mingled with the howling winds and crashing waves, flooding the cabin with sound. Mr. Lin, are you all right? We've spotted land and expect to reach the island in 10 minutes. Hold on. Lin Qi had no time to tend to the intercom. Instead, he clung tightly to the pillar with both legs. The ship was swaying dangerously, at risk of capsizing at any moment. And even the immensely powerful Lin Qi dared not relax his grip. The fierce winds, laden with rain, pelted the tempered glass, making him wonder if it might shatter under the relentless assault. From time to time, monstrous waves crashed down upon the yacht, subjecting the occupants to a constant state of weightlessness and heaviness. Like ingredients in a stir-fry pan, if not for the ropes binding them, they would have been thrown about. This was untenable. The water level in the cabin was rising rapidly. If they were not flung out, they would surely drown. With a steely resolve, Lin Qi loosened the rope slightly and reached for the intercom. "Oldie, what is your status? The water has reached waist height, and we're at risk of capsizing." "It's the same here. What should we do? Can we go to the deck?" "Absolutely not. There's a slim chance of survival in the cabin, on the deck. We'd only be flung away." Lin Qi punched the pillar in frustration. Despite his strength, he felt utterly powerless against the forces of nature. "I've got an idea. Mr. Lin, spit it out, don't dawdle. Let us capsize the boat. Being underwater is the safest option." "Are you suggesting we swim back?" "Not quite, Zizi." Suddenly, communication was lost. Lin Qi tucked the intercom behind his waist and began surveying the lounge area. Theoretically, if enough air was sealed within the cabin, the boat would not sink even if it capsized. They could initially evade the storm beneath the surface and resurface once the danger had passed. However, they might find themselves climbing not onto the deck, but rather the exposed bottom of the boat. A colossal wave crashed in, causing the vessel to pitch violently, sending everything inside tumbling to the opposite side. Lin Qi swiftly grabbed a case of bottled water and crawled over to the pale-faced young women. "Listen carefully. When the boat capsizes, take a deep breath and hold it. I'll wrap the rope around myself. Just follow me. Hubby, I'm scared." Lin Qi flashed a reassuring smile at Li Sufan. "Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen." "Really?" Hope flickered on Li Sufan's pale face. "Of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? I knew it. You're the best, hubby." The young girl immediately regained some color, her faith in him unwavering. The others also sighed in relief, as if Lin Qi's assurances rendered the impossible achievable. The storm did not keep them waiting long. Merely 3 minutes later, two towering waves, each 10 meters high, crashed in succession. The yacht, barely 23 meters long, had no chance to struggle and was swiftly engulfed by the sea. Water rushed into the cabin, and Lin Qi shouted, "Take a deep breath. Hold your breath. I'll help you untie." In just 2 seconds, the water had risen above their heads. Lin Qi, relying on instinct in the murky waters, swiftly untied the knots connecting the girls to the pillar. He then swam toward the hatch. After an initial panic, the young women quickly regained their composure, following the rope's lead and swimming out one by one. Remarkably, after the boat capsized and the cabin filled with water, everything seemed to quiet down. The cacophony of wind, rain, and waves faded into silence. Lin Qi, with a serious expression, widened his eyes in search of a glimmer of light. Fortunately, the boat had not sunk. It appeared old he had some skill. The primary objective now was to find an exit. Lin Qi's eyes brightened as he felt the staircase. This was the staircase leading from the second-floor deck to the lounge area. If they followed this direction, they could quickly reach the water's surface. However, a dire predicament arose. Due to everyone wearing life jackets, the buoyancy rendered them immobile beneath the staircase. It seemed they had no choice but to take a risk. With a determined resolve, Lin Qi unfastened his life jacket. He then swam over to Li Sufan, their faces just discernible through the murky water. Lin Qi gestured frantically. Li Sufan, confused, responded with a puzzled look. "What the hell? This silly girl." There was no time to waste. If they didn't T-act, they would all suffocate. A normal person could only hold their breath for a minute or two on land, let alone under the immense water pressure. Lin Qi extended his hand, quickly untying her ropes, and then removed her life jacket. Li Sufan, bewildered, allowed him to guide her as they swam through the staircase. "No, we can't surface now. The waves are too high. Going up without a life jacket is tantamount to suicide." With that thought, Lin Qi instinctively dragged Li Sufan into a small compartment. "Ugh, I can't breathe. Cough, cough, cough." Li Sufan emerged at the surface, yet everything around her was a blur. Lin Qi quickly cradled her head to keep her steady. He had guessed correctly. There was indeed sealed air within both. "I'm blind." "I'm blind." "Quiet. You're not blind. Stay put. I'm going down to save the others." Oh, hubby, hurry." Hearing she wasn't blind, Li Sufan let out a huge sigh of relief. However, thinking of Xia Yuan and the others still underwater, her anxiety resurfaced. "I'm going. Don't wander off." After giving her instructions, Lin Qi plunged back into the depths. Although he was not a proficient swimmer, this type of diving relied on sheer strength. Before long, he reached the location where the girls were. At that moment, they were on the verge of despair. Their most trusted Lin Gu had vanished with his girlfriend. Chapter 60, filming a video that would go viral. Gurgle, gurgle, cough, cough. The one with the least lung capacity, Mi Jian, was already choking on water. It's over, we're gonna drown. Just then, Lin Qi burst forth like a shark. Grasping the rope, he forcefully dragged the dazed individuals out of the staircase. Fortunately, they had previously followed suit in removing their life jackets, thus averting considerable trouble. Ugh, who? Huh, oh my goodness, I nearly suffocated. Hurry, Mi Jian is in trouble. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Hey, stop pushing me, I'm fine. The small room was engulfed in darkness, and the group could only rely on their senses to assess the situation. Wait, where's my husband? Li Sufan suddenly changed her expression. Forget about him for now. Let's see how Mi Jian is doing. It's too dark to see anything. I found her. Oh no, Mi Jian is unresponsive. At that moment, an orange glow emerged from the depths of the water, soon breaking the surface. It was Lin Qi, holding 2 glow sticks and a box of mineral water. He had turned back to retrieve these items. Lin, quickly check on Mi Jian. She seems to be in dire straits. Move aside. Lin Qi tossed the items onto the ceiling, then swiftly lifted Mi Jian's petite form and placed her face down across his knees. He then pressed down forcefully. Mi Jian instinctively expelled a large mouthful of water. There's hope. Lin Qi felt a surge of energy and continued to press a few more times until he had expelled all the water from her stomach. He then laid her on the ground. With a tearing sound, he ripped her swimsuit apart. My goodness, my husband has finally succumbed to his primal instincts. Li Sufan's eyes widened, and she was about to intervene. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoyuan, who often indulged in dramas, stopped her in time. He's saving her. Don't interfere. Lin Qi tilted his head, resting against Mi Jian's pale chest. There's a heartbeat. He quickly got up, pinched Mi Jian's nose, took a deep breath, and leaned down to breathe into her. Visibly, Mi Jian's chest rose high and then slowly fell. After several cycles, a violent coughing fit erupted. Cough, cough, cough. Mi Jian, how are you? Wake up. Lin Qi leaned in again to listen for her heartbeat, puzzled. This shouldn't be happening? But there was no time for reflection. Since the water in her lungs had been cleared, success was imminent. Lin Qi continued administering rescue breaths, one after another, to the point where he himself was running low on oxygen. Yet, Mi Jian showed no sign of awakening. Could it be that prolonged oxygen deprivation has led to some aftereffects? A wave of dread washed over Lin Qi. Please, not like this. This girl is petite and lively, always polite. It would be too unfortunate if she were to suffer any lasting consequences. Lin Qi leaned down once more. Just as he began to blow in her mouth, Zhang Xiaoyuan, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, Mi Jian, how long are you planning to pretend? Enough already. What? Cough. Gulf, gulf, I'm fine. Lin, stop kissing me. Mi Jian blushed fiercely as she scrambled to her feet, glancing down at her torn swimsuit. This is too crowded. What the heck? No, buddy, you must be misunderstanding something. Ha ha ha, Mi Jian, you're so funny. Li Sufan lauga heartily, carefree. Only Zhang Xiaoyuan, with irritation, explained. Lin was performing artificial respiration on you, you fool. Oh, I thought Mi Jian was just too shy to speak because she was blushing. She had struggled to hold her breath underwater, with seawater continuously rushing into her mouth and nose. Realizing she was on the brink of drowning, a wave of regret surged within Mi Jian. I haven't even properly repaid Lin yet, and now I'm going to die? If I must perish, I prefer to do so in his embrace. Mi Jian thought dreamily, only to awaken to find someone kissing her. Just as she was about to scream for help, she joyfully realized it was Lin Qi. Lacking experience, she was puzzled as to why he was blowing air into her stomach, but her shyness prevented her from asking. The result was a group holding their breath, watching Lin Qi perform artificial respiration. Mi Jian bashfully allowed him to continue. Cough, cough, good, you're all right now. Everyone was quite worried about you. Do you feel any discomfort? Lin Qi quickly changed the subject. Mi Jian pondered for a few moments. I feel a bit dizzy. Ha! Was it the prolonged kiss that caused the dizziness? Zhang Xiaoyuan teased. Xiaoyuan, stop being ridiculous. Mi Jian has just escaped danger. Why are you targeting her? Lin Qi scolded, his face stern. Zhang Xiaoyuan pouted, muttering biased. What did you say? All right, Mi Jian, I apologize. I didn't mean to target you. Mi Jian, blushing, sat on the ground, hugging her knees. It's fine, Sister Xiaoyuan. I know you didn't mean it. That's more like it. Let's all get along harmoniously. You all stay here and keep safe. I'll check if the rain has stopped to the surface. Lin Qi sighed with relief. Be careful, dear. Lin, stay safe. We can't help much, but we'll do our best not to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaoyuan maintained a serious demeanor, but secretly observed him. Lin Qi dove into the water, soon reaching the surface. No, the waves above are still quite fierce. Even without surfacing, he could feel the immense force of the waves pulling beneath the 2 meters of water. The storm had certainly not subsided. Lin Qi turned back to the cabin. This time, he didn't seek out Li Sufan and the others directly, but began searching throughout the cabin. They were a group of 6, and the oxygen trapped in the boat's bottom was limited. If the storm continued for too long, they would have to consider climbing to the surface. He wondered if Lao He and the others had survived. Soon, he pushed that thought aside as he discovered his phone. Even more astonishingly, it was still functional. Lin, are you all right? You're back. We were so worried about you. Zhang Sun scrutinized him, her eyes darting over him until she confirmed he bore no injuries. Then she felt relieved. Look what I found. Lin Qi smiled, waving his phone. Still working. Zhang Xiaoyuan asked, puzzled. Leading the way, what do you think? Then hurry and call for help. No signal, Lin Qi replied, exasperated. Li Sufan appeared disappointed. How can this be? Because we're in the bottom of the cabin, silly. Once the rain stops and we surface, there will be a signal. The group instantly rejoiced, their anxiety about being trapped underwater dissipating. Dear, can I borrow your phone? Li Sufan napruaka charafuli. For what? There's no signal. I want to record a video for Douyin. This is such an incredible event. It will definitely go viral. Chapter 61. Rescue. Lin Qi was immediately infuriated. You seem to have a serious issue. Even at a time like this, you think about posting on social media first. Li Sufan looked bewildered. Dear, can't you save us? Of course, we'll be fine, Lin Qi reassured her. Then can you let me use your phone to record a video? Lin Qi's face darkened now. This girl truly lacked intelligence, or perhaps harbored blind trust in him. As if everything he said was correct. Meanwhile, the travel company was in an uproar. Losing a luxury yacht was trivial, but the lives aboard were of significant concern. Zhou Xiao was enveloped in a cloud of gloom, hesitating for a long time before finally placing a call to Zhang Xiao. Half a minute later, a languid voice emanated from a phone. What brings you to me, Zhou Xiao? Oh, Zhang Xiao, you flatter me. I'm but a humble junior to you, hardly worthy of such a title. Haha, at the very least, Zhou Xiao was able to safeguard his own enterprise. Zhou Xiao's heart sank. This was troubling. ALX was indeed forced to sell by Zhang Xiao. What kind of person could compel the third most powerful figure in the Magic City to sever ties in a desperate bid for survival? The silver lining was that this individual had rented a yacht from Zhou Xiao as travel company, thus fostering a connection for future rapport. The grim news, however, was that the yacht was now trapped in a thunderstorm, leaving its fate hanging by a thread. He had just contacted the Coast Guard, and given the severity of the storm, vessels with a displacement under 2,000 tons stood little chance of surviving unless they could reach shore before the waves surged. Judging by the last communication from the yacht before it went dark, they had failed to escape. Zhou Xiao steeled himself, exchanging a few more pleasantries with Zhang Xiao before ending the call. As for Lin Qi's identity, he dared not inquire further. Go. Summon every rescue team available in the Magic City. If they're alive, we must find them. If not, we must recover their bodies. But boss, the storm hasn't passed yet. Damn it. It will be better to contact the crematorium once the storm clears. You'll accompany me into the furnace then. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know to offer more if no one responds? If they want take 100,000, then offer 1,000,000. If that is not enough, make it 10 million. Is that clear? His subordinates departed, visibly anxious. Zhou Xiao maintained a stern expression, contemplating whether he should visit the Fahua temple to light incense. At this moment, it seemed to be the only action within his reach. Meanwhile, Lin Qi and his companions beneath the sea were encountering new troubles. They were running low on oxygen. The confined space, initially only a small room, was now occupied by 6 individuals. The previously contemplated method of bringing others up for air was no longer viable. Lin Qi had tried himself, and the tumultuous surface waves were akin to courting death. The only recourse was to seek alternative solutions. Darling, I'm feeling a bit drowsy. This isn't mere drowsiness. It's a lack of oxygen. Not only were they deprived of oxygen, but they were also experiencing seasickness. Though the underwater environment was far calmer than the surface, the yacht was still less than 20 meters high and continued to bob amidst the colossal waves. Don't sleep just yet. Otherwise, you'll struggle to rest tonight. All right, can we go out yet? It's still raining outside. Let us wait a bit longer. Lin Qi observed the drowsy expressions of his companions and said, You all stay here. I'll see if there's another dry spot. After bidding them farewell, he took a deep breath and dove back into the water. Fortunately, he had previously discovered a few chemical glow sticks, which provided a semblance of visibility in the murky waters. Drawing upon his memory, Lin Qi once again located a usable space. This was a tool room filled with various equipment, and the area was even slightly larger than the previous one. However, it lacked a standing platform, forcing them to remain submerged. Thankfully, there was no shortage of flotation devices, and lying on a life ring alleviated the fear of sinking. He gathered more glow sticks and bottled water before returning to the small room. Without Lin Qi's supervision, Two of the group had already succumbed to slumber. Darling, you're back. I'm so sleepy. I found a new room. Let us go sleep there. All right. Upon hearing she could sleep, Li Sufan perked up a bit. She had unwavering faith in Lin Qi. Lin Qi gently ruffled Zhang Xiaoyuan's hair. Don't worry, we'll be fine. I'll take Sufan over first. Just wait here. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, he was only willing to escort one person at a time. Really? Zhang Xiaoyuan clung to the hope as if grasping a lifeline, her eyes pleading. Unlike the naive Li Sufan, she was acutely aware of the perilous situation. Lin Qi smiled and pinched her round face. Rest assured, I've never deceived you. I'll come back for you shortly. With that, he took Li Sufan and dove down once more. He had spoken the truth, although the yacht had capsized. Everyone had only sustained minor injuries. A day or two was unlikely to lead to fatal infections. Fresh water was plentiful, and communication devices were functional. They merely awaited the storm's cessation to surface for rescue. While dangers loomed, they were not life-threatening. Thus, one by one, he escorted all 5 girls to the equipment room. They replenished their fluids, and their spirits revived significantly. They began to chat about games once more. Should we keep our voices down? The oxygen might run low again. Zhang Xiaoyun seized an opportunity to glide over to Lin Qi and whispered, maintaining optimism is beneficial. It saves us from needing psychological counseling after we're rescued. Thus, Lin Qi made brief forays every half hour. By the 6th outing, the downpour had finally ceased. As he surfaced, he was taken aback to see the sea was eerily calm, with even the wind having died down. It was easy to climb atop the inverted hull floating on the water surface. Gazing around, he noticed scattered items from the yacht, but saw no signs of life. It seemed that Lao He and the others were in grave peril. Lin Qi lamented. Initially, he had harbored resentment towards those crew members, had they not been negligent. Li Sufan and the others would not have faced danger. Yet now that they lay at the ocean's depths, there was little to say. An hour later, the 6 of them lay on the ship's bottom, basking in the sun. Not far away, 2 vessels adorned with red flags approached slowly. Look, it's them. What are you waiting for? Quickly launch the lifeboats. Yes, one was the Coast Guard, and the other was a civilian rescue team that had received a 300,000 reward. They had been traversing this area, and upon receiving Lin Qi's signal, they rushed over. Thank you all. Lin Qi was draped in a silver emergency blanket to prevent further sunburn. It's our duty. Everyone, please remain quiet. There's a medical team on board. Let us check you all first. The accompanying doctor provided basic treatment for their wounds, and then the fleet began its journey back. What about the other crew members? Lin Qi inquired. Other rescue teams are still searching, but the chances are slim. Please accept our condolences. Oh, I'm fine. Lin Qi shook his head, choosing not to say more. In such turbulent conditions, without the shelter of the vessels, the likelihood of survival was nearly zero. However, he was astonished to learn that those individuals had indeed survived. Chapter 62. Lin Qi, your incident has become public. When Zhou Ziwei, the owner of the travel company, arrived at the hospital with 3 others, Lin Qi was utterly astonished. How are you all unharmed? Li Sufan and the others regarded the terrified trio with curiosity. Damn it. Pretending to be innocent before Lin Xiao. Huh? Speak clearly, word for word. Zhou Ziwei kicked Lao He to the ground. Lin Qi remained silent, merely observing them with a cold gaze. Zhou Ziwei wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and kicked the other 2 down as well. Lin Xiao, it's my failure to manage them properly. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Zhou Xiao, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. Lao He scrambled to his feet, clinging desperately to Zhou Ziwei's leg and wailing. I'm not concerned about that. I'm merely curious how you survived, Lin Qi said. His face stern. Lao He, no longer daring to conceal the truth, recounted the entire incident. It turned out that they had abandoned the ship when water flooded the cockpit, and it was evident that the vessel was on the brink of sinking. Upon the sudden onset of a thunderstorm, they hastened at full speed towards the nearest islet, abandoning ship when they were less than 300 meters from shore. All 3 were proficient swimmers, managing to reach the coastline, clinging to their life jackets amidst the towering waves. Lynch stood in stunned disbelief. Damn it, these fools actually fled the ship without even informing me. It turns out the vessel capsized just as we neared the shore. Had it not been for sheer luck, they would have met their demise beneath the waves. This is infuriating. Young Master Lin, I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. What do you intend to do? Zhou Ziwei inhaled deeply, contemplating the significant losses incurred by the company and the reckless abandonment of the vessel, prioritizing their own safety over that of the clients. He vowed to ensure that they paid dearly for their actions. This is unjust, young Master Zhou. We did communicate via radio before disembarking. This is not our fault, a young man exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic. Damn it, if not for your failure to heed the alarm. Will I have lost a ship worth tens of millions? How dare you argue with me? I will make you wish you were never born. The young man's fear was palpable, as if he were a mere leaf in the wind. Take them away and keep a close watch on them. We shall settle accounts during the trial. Zhou Ziwei commanded. Understood, young Master Zhou. Once they had departed, Zhou Ziwei's expression shifted to one of trepidation. Young Master Lin, aside from what I mentioned earlier, I will ensure they serve time in prison, where they will receive further attention. Lynch cast a surprised glance in his direction. This man appeared harmless, yet his mind was undeniably cunning. Nonetheless, Lynch bore no sympathy for them. After all, they had erred first by abandoning the ship. His leniency in not demanding harsher punishment was already generous. Ah, your efforts are appreciated, young Master Zhou. Of course, of course. Upon hearing Lynch finally respond, Zhou Ziwei breathed a sigh of relief. With a determined expression, he continued, to alleviate the distress for you and your companions. I would like to offer you a 10% stake in the company, hoping you will not find it lacking. Quite a generous offer. Lynch had learned from a manager who had received them that this tourism company owned 5 luxury yachts, along with various domestic mid-sized vessels, with fixed assets amounting to at least 200 million. To casually propose 10% was indeed bold. Seeing that Lynch was silent, Zhou Ziwei worried he found the offer insufficient. He quickly added, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a preliminary gesture of apology. Additionally, my family will provide 30 million as a further token of our regret, and I implore you not to decline. You certainly know how to conduct yourself. Lynch smiled non-committally, pondering the curious nature of Zhou Ziwei's motivations. Such an extravagant apology seemed out of place. Was he truly so eager to make amends? Was he willing to part with $500 million so easily? At this moment, he reflected on whether there had been any missteps in their earlier conversation when the door swung open once more. Young Master Zhou? Officer Wang, what brings you here? Upon entering, Zhou Ziwei noticed 2 stern-faced police officers, one of whom was Wang Yang, who had previously taken Lynch's statement. So, young Master Lin knows them. I see I have overstepped, Zhou Ziwei chuckled, standing aside. Officer Wang? Lynch inquired, puzzled. Wang Yang furrowed his brow, surveying the hospital room. His gaze fell upon a cluster of attractive young women, and notably, Zhou Ziwei, whom he recognized as the young heir of a prominent maritime family who ran a tourism company. Their apparent closeness to Lynch complicated matters. Yet, complications had to be addressed. Since donning this uniform, he had sent several such privileged young men behind bars. Otherwise, he would still be a mere ordinary officer after 8 years. Lynch, we need your cooperation regarding a case of sexual assault. Please accompany me. Lynch's eyes widened in shock, and before he could respond, Zhou Ziwei stepped forward. Officer Wang, my friend has just survived a maritime disaster, suffering great trauma, and is currently not in a position to comply. And you are? Wang Yang inquired, narrowing his gaze. Zhou Ziwei had already gathered information before arriving. The maritime disaster was indeed real, and while the parties involved had not sustained severe injuries, if they insisted on feeling unwell and bribed medical staff, it could create significant delays. I am merely a close friend of young Master Lin. However, Officer Wang, I am well aware of his character. He would never engage in any unlawful activities. Perhaps you should investigate others first? Zhou Ziwei spoke sincerely. His belief in Lynch's innocence was not grounded in naivety, but rather in the conviction that individuals of such stature could evade capture, even if guilty. At least not by the local precinct. Chapter 63. I later gave her 5,000. Regrettably, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lin is the sole suspect in this case. This is not a murder case. The victim is coherent and cannot misidentify the perpetrator. Zhou Ziwei was momentarily taken aback. Could this be a setup? Such incidents were common. His father had encountered similar situations. Once, while negotiating in Europe, he ended up in a hotel with a partner's wife. In 3 minutes, he lost 18 million euros. The authorities had grounds to act, as he had indeed entered, while the woman had persistently protested. Legally, they were justified, even if the victim had had several affairs and yet maintained a modest demeanor. Mr. Lin? Huh. Oh, all right. I will accompany you. Young Master Lin? Zhou Ziwei exclaimed in astonishment. It's fine. I am innocent. Lynch shrugged, rising from the hospital bed. The young women nearby also looked over, still unaware of the unfolding situation. Su Fun, pass me my phone. Li Sufan jolted awake at the request. What's wrong? My phone won't turn on. What? Is it out of battery? Not all. I had 40% while filming on the ship, then it suddenly went black. Damn, that unfortunate girl. No matter how well prepared she was. After being submerged for so long, it is only natural for it to malfunction. Can we leave now? Lynch approached Zhou Ziwei and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, please help me fix my girlfriend's phone. Huh? Oh, okay. Let's go, Officer Wang. Wang Yang pulled out a silver bracelet from behind him, preparing to put on Lynch. That's unnecessary, Officer Wang. Wang Yang fell silent for a couple of seconds and nodded. All right, then let us go. Given the other party's cooperation, without even using the shipwreck as an excuse, he naturally felt inclined to show some leniency. An hour later, at the XX police station. Name? Lynch. Gender? Male. Now, tell us how you committed the crime. I am innocent. I harmed no one. Nonsense. Wang Yang slammed his fist on the table in anger. The victim has bruising in her lower body, multiple contusions and strangulation marks all over, and we have extracted your bodily fluids from within her. Do you still wish to quibble? Lynch's expression turned ashen as he sat silently in the chair. Seeing this, Wang Yang spoke earnestly. Look at those words behind you. Confess and receive leniency. And what follows? Life imprisonment. What did you say? Wang Yang's nose flared with fury, utterly intolerable. I tell you, Lynch, regardless of your status in my presence, if you are a dragon, you shall coil. If you are a tiger, you shall lie down. I am truly innocent. Do not take the woman's word as gospel. Do you think we, the police, are idle? The forensic department has already collected your fingerprints for comparison. It is impossible for normal activities to cause such severe injuries. All evidence points to you. If you confess now, it might still be considered a contribution to the case. With your family's influence, you could easily persuade the victim to draft a letter of understanding, serve 3 to 5 years, and then be released. As Wang Yang attempted to coax him, he awaited news from the forensic department. Cases like this were the most challenging when met with obstinate defendants. Given the unique nature of the case, most evidence was circumstantial, making it particularly troublesome to advance without a confession. Insufficient evidence could lead to the prosecution sending it back for further investigation. He could only pray that the DNA and fingerprints matched. He was waiting, and so was Lynch. It was truly a case of misfortune compounding misfortune, a ship delayed encountering headwinds. Having survived a shipwreck, he was just rescued only to find himself in a holding cell. Originally prepared, he was vexed further when his phone succumbed to water damage and would not turn on. On the other side of the city, in a digital mall, Zhou Ziwei held a Mate 60 Pro, utterly at a loss. He knew how to buy a phone, but how to repair one. He had never repaired such a device in his life. Yet, he dared not purchase a new one to give to Lynch, as the latter had specifically instructed him to have it fixed. There must be evidence within that could turn the tide, particularly after that sister-in-law claimed the phone wasn't hers. Sir, how may I assist you? The busy sales associate finally had a moment to attend to him. I need help. My phone got waterlogged. Where can I get it repaired? Right this way, please. Zhou Ziwei exhaled in relief as he followed the associate through a winding path to a phone repair shop. Xiao Lu, I need a phone repair. Upon hearing it was a phone repair, the owner immediately wilted. What seems to be the issue? It got waterlogged. Oh, just leave it here and come back in 3 days. 3 days? Does it really take that long to fix a phone? Can it be done any faster? I'm in a hurry. The owner, Xiao Lu, glanced up at him, noticing the young man in an Armani suit, drenched in sweat. Water damage is minor, but internal component damage is a serious matter. I must check each part thoroughly. Speed is not an option. Stop wasting time. I'll pay you 10,000. Fix it immediately. What? 10,000? Xiao Lu stared at him as if he were mad. With that money, why not just buy a new one? You heard me right. My demand is for speed. The files inside must not be damaged. If you can't do it, I will go elsewhere. Xiao Lu perked up. Just watch. How long? Half an hour. Wow. Half an hour later, Zhou Ziwei beamed as the screen of the revived phone lit up, paying the fee with delight. WeChat payment 10,000. There was a password on the phone, but it did not dampen his excitement. Zhou Ziwei dashed to the side of the road, slipping into a Bentley that had already received 2 parking tickets. Hurry, to the XX police station. Yes, sir. Inside the interrogation room, Wang Yang slammed the comparison report in front of Lynch. Are you still planning to argue? The evidence is irrefutable. You despicable bully. Wang Yang was beside himself with rage. Miss Chu Manning possesses both beauty and character, yet she fell prey to such a shameless scoundrel due to her inability to repay a mortgage. You're the lowest of the low. Officer Wang, I am not lacking in women. Do you think I would stoop to such acts? That is no justification for harming others, nor does it absolve you. We have both eyewitness and material evidence. Your confession is unnecessary to secure your conviction. Lynch's complexion darkened. Isn't the presumption of innocence the standard? Why do I feel like I'm being shot at before the target is even drawn? The issue is that all evidence points to you, and you cannot provide any evidence in your favor. I've already stated. I merely sang with my girlfriend and later gave her 5,000. Wang Yang's expression darkened. This topic enraged him. Chapter 64. Lynch's countermeasure. The victim, Chu Manning, was also documented in his notes. The woman was exceptional in both appearance and character. Although she had been married once before, she had no children and, with no parental burdens, was a fine match. It was unfortunate she had encountered the wrong person and was taken advantage of. I will give you half an hour to think carefully. Do not entertain any notions of luck. Wang Yang's stern visage delivered his parting words as he exited the interrogation room. As he stepped out, he collided with a cheerful officer carrying a cup and a kettle of hot water. Zoyin, what good fortune has you grinning so widely? Wang Yang, infected by his enthusiasm, could not help but crack a smile. What good fortune could I possibly have? You're just rambling. By the way, did that kid crack? Zoyin casually inquired, his gaze inadvertently drifting aside. Stubborn as ever, Wang Yang scoffed. What, not pleased to see me? You think you can run off after a couple of words? Hey, that is not what I meant. I'm just delivering tea, afraid it might cool down. Is there no water in the lounge? This is tea Guanyin from the chief drawer. Don't let it slip out. You little rascal, always keeping an eye on the chief's treasures. Huh, I've taken quite a bit. Care for a cup? Wang Yang's eyes widened. Then make it one. TCH, and you call me out? The two chatted amiably as they made their way to a break room. Wang Yang paused, realizing, oh, so you're the one who poured for Miss Chu. I was wondering when you started being this attentive. Brother Wang, I genuinely like her. This isn't against the rules, right? Wang Yang rolled his eyes. I warn you. Do not use this uniform to forge friendships. If you get into trouble, I won't vouch for you. Got it. Zhao Yun grinned mischievously, adopting a serious expression at the door before pushing it open. Inside, Chu Manning appeared far from her usual radiance, her hair disheveled, dark circles under her eyes. Officer Zhou? Officer Wang, what brings you here? Miss Chu can just sit. I will pour you a cup of water. Zhou Yun discreetly glanced at her and promptly handed over the tea. Chu Manning pursed her lips and reached out for the cup, inadvertently grasping his fingers. Thank you. Chu Manning replied, her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly withdrew her hand, her voice barely a whisper. Zhou Yun felt a surge of infatuation. The exchange of glances between the two was so palpable that even Wang Yang could not bear to witness it. I am Miska. Officer Wang, what is it? Is there a development in the case? Not quite. The suspect has been interrogated, and with irrefutable evidence, his stubbornness is futile. I see. Chu Manning's expression grew slightly uncertain. Zhou Yun, filled with righteous indignation, interjected, he may have some filthy wealth, but Miss Chu need not fear him. We shall deliver you justice. If he is convicted, will he seek revenge on me? Zhou Yun assured her, rest assured, the identity of this suspect is quite peculiar. Once the case is handed to the prosecutor's office, I will provide you with personal protection for a while. If he dares to approach, he shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing the phrase, personal protection, Chu Manning appeared somewhat bashful, her gaze shifting to Wang Yang. Officer Wang, how long do you think he will be sentenced? Considering a good attitude and the victim's understanding, it will be at least 3 to 5 years. However, given his influential background, it is likely he possesses considerable resources. But do not worry. He cannot evade the law's punishment. The minimum sentence is 3 years. If you do not provide a letter of understanding, a 5-year sentence is certainly plausible. Once a criminal case is initiated, there is no possibility of withdrawal. Even if Chu Manning were to retract her statement, the police would pursue the matter to the end, unless new evidence exonerating Lin Qi emerges. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Chu Manning exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly reflecting, Lin Qi, if only you had obediently given me 2 million, none of this would have transpired. We could have even maintained our relationship, provided you were willing to meet my price. Now look, with the silver bracelet on your wrist, you have become quite subdued. Do not blame me for being merciless. It was you, Lin Qi, who first insulted me. With this thought, Chu Manning maintained an outward appearance of coyness, instinctively creating distance between herself and Zhou Yun. The two officers understood that victims of such cases often exhibit a few common symptoms, one being shame, as they feel sullied and burdened by guilt and humiliation, another being a fear of contact with the opposite sex. Had it not been for Zhou Yun's police uniform providing her a sense of security, she likely would have fled far away. Miss Chu, if you need to, you can return to rest. We will inform you of any developments in the case. Chu Manning shook her head. No, I do not dare to be alone. I shall wait here. Hearing this, Zhou Yun felt a pang in his heart. Damn rich second generation. Look at the good deed you've done. Very well, I will have Dr. Li come to speak with you shortly. Do not resist. The earlier psychological issues are addressed. The better. Okay. Thank you, Officer Wang. Chu Manning forced a smile. Thank you, Brother Yin. Not at all. It is our duty. With that, they refrained from disturbing her further and left the break room. Once they departed, a cold smile crept on Chu Manning's face. Let us see you experience what it means to be disgraced. Whether Lin Qi would face disgrace was uncertain. But Zhou Jiwei felt that the end was near for that woman who had reported the incident. At that moment, he held his phone, having found Wang Yang in the office reviewing the records. Young Master Zhou, If you're here to pull strings, please be on your way. Our XX precinct is no playground for you rich kids. Zhou Jiwei remained cheerful. Officer Wang, I assure you that my family values discipline. I do not engage in illegal activities. I am here to deliver something to young Master Lin. What is it? If it is clothing, it's a bit premature. He is still being interrogated. Zhou Jiwei shook his head. It is his phone. I believe it contains evidence that could prove his innocence. What did you say? Wang Yang's expression shifted. His immediate thought was of fabricated evidence. For the wealthy, it was trivial to find individuals to provide false testimonies or create an alibi. But why would he bring the suspect's phone? Wang Yang eyed him warily. How do you know there is evidence on his phone? Who told you? People like young Master Lin would never fall into a trap. Unless he encountered a maritime disaster causing his phone to get wet, he would likely be out by now. Officer Wang, you aren't going to prevent me from delivering the phone, are you? Wang Yang's expression darkened. Indeed, that was precisely what he was contemplating. Chapter 65, An Unexpected Video. It wasn't that he sought to frame Lin Qi. Rather, he suspected these wealthy young men would surely play tricks. Officer Wang, you should understand who I, Zhou Jiwei, am. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Wang Yang slammed his hand on the table, drawing the attention of nearby colleagues. What's going on, Brother Wang? Are you trying to act tough at the police station? Sir, this is an investigation area. Please leave if you're not involved. Zhou Jiwei was taken aback by his outburst. Damn, are these officers all on edge? Just a little spark and they explode. However, he remained unperturbed. This was not the old society. There was no issue of violent law enforcement, and the Zhou family was not a small clan. If he broke the law, there would be no question, but if he were unjustly bullied, the Zhou family would surely stand up for him. Calm down, Officer Wang. What I mean is, even someone of my standing is willing to go to great lengths for him. Do you think you can suppress this evidence? If you do not provide it, someone above will. Zhou Yin leapt to his feet. Mr. Zhou, this is not how we conduct ourselves. We will investigate as needed. Please leave for now. He prepared to push Zhou Jiwei out of the office. Wang Yang quickly seized his arm. Brother Wang? Zhou Yin, calm down. Wang Yang stood up, composed, very well. Show us the evidence. If it is genuine, I will personally apologize to him. Zhou Jiwei shook his head. I apologize, Officer Wang, but the phone is password protected. I cannot unlock it. It must be handed over to young Master Lin. Are you toying with us? Xiao Yun exploded in fury. The surrounding officers stood at attention. If Zhou Jiwei dared to make a move, he would be swiftly subdued by a dozen strongmen. Young Master Zhou, individuals like you may not have experienced an interrogation room. During interrogation, to prevent collusion, suspects are not allowed to access communication devices. I cannot assist you with this. It's simple. Just remove the SIM card. Zhou Jiwei's mind raced, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. Isn't it a prohibition on communication? Once the SIM card is removed, the device becomes a brick, only able to access local files. What is there to fear? Wang Yang remained silent for a moment before suddenly noticing Zhou Yin gesturing at him. I believe your police force would not allow young Master Lin to use his phone alone. There are monitors and personnel watching nearby. Are you afraid he might tamper with it? Fine, I will give him a chance. Brother Wang. Zhou Yun's expression changed drastically. Wang Yang's gaze hardened as he patted his shoulder. Zhou Yun, we are first and foremost police officers. Investigating the case is our mission. Officer Wang well said. Zhou Jiwei flattered casually, handing over the phone. Wang Yang instinctively pressed a button on the device he held, revealing a remaining battery life of 32. Let us wait here. I'll take it over to him. Zhou Yun, come with me. All right. Zhou Yun shot a glare at Zhou Jiwei, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he followed suit. Inside the interrogation room, Lin Qi was handcuffed to a chair by a silver bracelet, unable even to stretch his limbs. Drowsiness enveloped him, yet sleep eluded him. A female officer stood nearby, arms crossed, scrutinizing him intently. To her credit, she was quite attractive. Officer, could you please uncuff me so I can move a bit? You can have them removed once you start cooperating. I am wronged. Why won't you believe me? Save that for the presiding judge. Let us see if he believes you. With a sigh, Lin Qi shifted the conversation. What is your name, officer? Badge number 12138. You can use that for any complaints. I simply wish to know your name, not to file a complaint. I'll tell you once you start cooperating. Then I'll refrain from asking. Just then, the door swung open with a bang. The female officer quickly stood up. Brother Wang, Officer Zhou. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Will. Wang Yang nodded at her. He then approached the monitor, using a card extraction tool to remove the card tray. At this sight, Lin Qi suddenly chuckled. You seem quite pleased. It's not pride. It's the thrill of imminent vindication. Zhou Yun, his expression darkening, fixed Lin Qi with a steady gaze, enunciating each word. Don't think we 1T recognize the fabricated evidence you hastily concocted. Lin Qi maintained his composure, smiling. If this evidence is genuine, then there is no issue. Is there? Wang Yang placed the phone on the table. Please. Then I shall not hold back. Lin Qi casually took it, swiftly unlocking the screen. That woman thinks herself clever, but I'm exceedingly cautious. With a grin, he opened the WeChat chat history between himself and Chu Manning. I need 2 million. I was injured wherein you paid. If you're hurt, go see a doctor. I'm not a physician, but I was harmed due to your brutality. Is that your justification for demanding 2 million? Are you adorned with diamonds? Go register at the hospital, and I'll reimburse you for whatever you spend after observing for a while. Zoyan hastily retrieved his phone to find Chu Manning's WeChat. He had added her as a friend under the pretense of investigation earlier. Wang Yang Nodet. So what do you wish to convey? I suspect she is merely trying to extort after the fact. Having regretted her actions, Lin Qi stated gravely. No. She simply seeks compensation for her injuries. How can that be extortion? Lin Qi regarded the officer before him with an odd expression. Officer, you don't harbor feelings for Chu Manning, do you? Whether I do or not is irrelevant. To think you could overturn a case with such flimsy evidence is quite naive. It doesn't even qualify as indirect evidence. To even attempt to retaliate is a ludicrous joke. Do you take us officers for fools? We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Once the forensic reports are released, even if you were the mayor's son, I shall ensure you never rise again. Zhou Yun grew increasingly animated, causing Wang Yang to frown in concern. Xiao Yun, calm down. Yet Lin Qi appeared utterly unfazed, regarding him with a look of pity. All right, since you deem that insufficient, how about this? Lin Qi nonchalantly clicked on the first video in the album to display it to the two officers. Wow, darling dolphins. And panda dolphins. That's an orca, you fool. Lin Qi's expression darkened. Damn, I forgot that silly girl recorded a video. Misunderstanding. Not this one. He swiped a few times, finally locating the 1 hour and 48-minute video. The video began with a complete black screen, accompanied only by faint sounds of fabric rustling. Ding! It's the elevator. Wang Yang deduced immediately. They had taken that elevator during their first visit to Xinhui City. It was unmistakable. The two officers finally began to take the situation seriously. You've arrived. Weren't you going to treat me to dinner? Didn't you want to let me in? Come on in. A sense of ominous foreboding rose within Zhou Yun. Chapter 66. Do you dare attack an officer? He recognized the voices. It was Chu Manning and Lin Qi. This was a recording from a scene. Goodness, what a cunning individual. Meanwhile, Wang Yang's expression turned icy. That woman lied. She had initiated the dinner invitation with Lin Qi, contrary to her testimony that she was cooking at home, and Lin Qi had deceived her into opening the door under the pretense of moving and forgetting something, subsequently committing the offense. No, remain calm. With current AI technology, one cannot confirm if this is a synthesized audio. Keep listening. Please have a seat. There's still a dish in the pot. I'll serve it up. It's so hot. Have some soup first. It's rib and lotus seed soup, which I've simmered all afternoon. One could hear the joy in Chu Manning's voice. Clearly, Lin Qi's arrival was something she welcomed with delight. I just had dinner. Miss Chu, if you have something to say, please go ahead. Well, all right, then I'll be straightforward. You know my situation. I've been unable to find work. Let us discuss it. How much do you wish to borrow? 100,000? Is 100,000 sufficient? You've done me such a great favor. How can I thank you? Miss Chu, don't misunderstand. I'm not one to repay kindness with demands. The loan is merely out of our past friendship, and besides, I have charged you interest, so there is no need for you to offer your body. Have you always been this oblivious to romance? I merely wish to avoid misunderstandings. It's better to clarify things beforehand. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. You needn't rush to repay me. I have plenty of money to spare. At this point, Zhou Yun could no longer bear to listen. He pressed the screen, pausing the video. That's enough. We will submit this evidence for forensic analysis. Mr. Lin, I must remind you that fabricating evidence carries severe penalties. But Lin Qi's gaze remained fixed on Wang Yang. Officer Wang, aren't you going to finish watching? As he spoke, he reached to play the video again. I said, that's enough. Zhou Yun erupted in fury, reaching for the phone. In an instant, a large hand seized his wrist like a vice. This officer, what do you intend to do? What do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? Attacking an officer? It seems you seek death. Lin Qi stared at him expressionlessly, tightening his grip further. What do you intend to destroy the evidence? Let go. Release me. Zhou Yun exerted all his strength, his face turning crimson as he even placed a foot on the table, desperately pulling back. Yet that hand remained immovable, as if welded in place. Wang Yang's pupils constricted. This man possesses tremendous strength. Zhou Yun, who had ranked third in the previous district competition, had distinguished himself among 2,500 officers through sheer physical prowess. Yet now, in Lin Qi's grasp, he resembled a mere chick. Release me at once, do you hear? As you wish. Lin Qi relinquished his hold, causing Zhou Yun to tumble backwards suddenly. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground, startling the nearby female officer. "I'll make you pay." Zhou Yun abruptly sprang to his feet, swiftly grasping a pair of silver bracelets at his waist, and hurled them towards Lin Qi's head. "Stop!" Wang Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to intervene, but alas, his reaction time was too brief. Be careful." The female officer was taken aback, especially with the surveillance cameras actively recording. Bang! Lin Qi did not flinch, absorbing the blow. Blood cascaded down his forehead in a crimson torrent, swiftly saturating the table beneath him. Zhou Yun stood in shock, bewildered that Lin Qi had not evaded the strike. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister grin that showcased his white teeth. "You're finished. Quick, call a doctor." Wang Yang belowed, fortefully pushing Zhou Yun aside. The female officer, regaining her senses, rushed out in haste. Lin Qi, Zhou Yun acted impulsively. Do not stoop to his level. Seeing Lin Qi remain silent, Wang Yang grew frantic. He was a commendable officer, having never faced a complaint in 5 years of service. "Xiao Yun, come here and apologize at once." "Damn it, get over here." Half of Lin Qi's face was obscured by blood, his smile appearing somewhat deranged. "Never faced a complaint? Well, he's about to now. I demand to see my private doctor." "Private doctor?" "Yes, summon Zhou Ziwei. Moreover, I will send you a copy of this video. Study it carefully. Just a reminder, it's a video, not an audio recording." Wang Yang escontenance shifted entirely. He was acutely aware that those born into privilege feared them, not because they could not contend, but because they operated within the confines of established rules. Backed by the state apparatus, even the wealthy elite dared not confront such a formidable entity. Yet now, Zhou Yun had shattered that very rule. "Damn it, Zhou Yun, are you out of your mind? What connection do you have with that woman? You wretched fool. Kneel and apologize." Wang Yang forcefully dragged the stunned Zhou Yun closer, delivering 2 swift kicks. "Wang Yang, on what grounds do you strike me? Which side are you on? What did you say?" Wang Yang stared at him incredulously. "I'm trying to save you. Are you brainless? Huh, I thought you were genuinely a paragon of justice. But it seems the money hasn't arrived yet. Can't you discern such a blatant AI-generated audio? Is it that once the payment is sufficient, you can retire in peace?" Zhou Yun had completely lost his temper. In that moment, his sole focus was on transforming this case into an unassailable one. He had considered the possibility of the recording being authentic. Absurdity. If it were true, he wouldn't face any disciplinary actions, would he? The confrontation had already occurred. What more could be done? It was better to gamble. If things escalated, even the chief would be unable to suppress it. They could take it straight to the city bureau. Let us see if you dare to remain arrogant. Furthermore, he was not entirely without confidence. During this time, he had consistently checked in on Chu Manyin, ensuring they both kept their voices on during the night, as she dared not sleep. Did she not know who she was? How could she possibly lie? A woman would never jest about her own virtue. "I see you've truly lost your mind." Wang Yang gritted his teeth. "Huh, I wonder who is actually insane." "Wang Yang, you're seasoned. You know the methods of the Discipline Inspection Commission, whether it's cash or transfer. You won T escape. Just wait." With that, Zhou Yun turned and exited the interrogation room, colliding with the entering doctor. "Oh dear, Xiao Zhou, watch where you're going." Zhou Yun shot them a cold glance before turning away. "Hey, aren't you going to apologize for bumping into me?" Zhou Yun stopped. The female officer, frowning, called after him, but his figure vanished around the corner without a hint of hesitation. "Haha, this is truly amusing." Lin Qi could not help but laugh, as if the wound on his forehead were of no consequence to him. Chapter 67. Impossible, I believe her. Wang Yang realized Zhou Yun had committed a grave error. Although that scoundrel was insufferable, they had been colleagues for many years. He could not refrain from pleading Lin Qi's case. However, Lin Qi had never endured such a significant loss since his arrival in this world. Moreover, judging by the earlier exchange, it was clear that Zhou Yun had no intention of letting him off easily. Thus, there was nothing more to discuss. Since Zhou Yun sought to wield power, let them see whose influence was greater. "Officer Wang, you need not say more. I require treatment immediately, and I must see Zhou Ziwei at once." He acted rashly. Grant him another chance, and consider it a favor owed to me. "Ha!" Lin Qi chuckled, bemused. What was this? Officer Wang, the staunch defender of justice, was now resorting to such tactics? Wang Yang found himself momentarily speechless. He instinctively glanced at the camera overhead. "All right, I'll go fetch Zhou Ziwei." Jing Wu, copy that video from his phone. "Understood, Brother Wang." Wang Yang turned to leave, leaving Lin Qi, the doctor, and the female officer in the room. "Young man, bear with it. I'll start with a simple treatment." The doctor appeared cordial, placing his medical kit on the table and retrieving tweezers and an alcohol sponge. "No need for that right now. I'll wait for my people to arrive." This is reckless. The wound is quite deep. If it gets infected, it's your own body that will suffer. Lin Qi smiled at him. Precisely because the wound is deep, I intend to keep it. You, the doctor, respecting the patient's wishes, refrained from pressuring him further and set the tools aside, instead inquiring about the circumstances leading to the injury. Upon learning that Zhou Yun was the assailant, he immediately began to fume. I told you that kid would get into trouble sooner or later. He has all impulse. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hey, do you possess the ability to read people as fortunes? A bit, just a bit. The elderly doctor then began to critique Zhou Yun's character, sounding quite convincing. He was merely painting a target before shooting, yet it appeared to have some merit. Just don't gossip about him behind his back. It's not good to spread rumors, especially since we see each other often. The female officer could no longer endure and interjected. Nonsense. I, old Liu, have been a doctor my entire life, and I've seen 4 directors. Why should I fear a mere junior? Lin Qi raised his hands now. Shouldn't you unlock these handcuffs for me? No, that's against the regulations. Don't make me laugh. Are there regulations that permit police to strike people? The female officer was left speechless and had no choice but to assist him in removing the restraints. Lin Qi stretched out, completely unconcerned that the scab on his wound might split open. It felt utterly refreshing. Just then, Wang Yang returned with Zhou Ziwei in tow. Lin Qi swiftly resecured the handcuffs. Lin Xiao, who did this to you? Zhou Ziwei was simultaneously astonished and delighted. When Wang Yang had called for him, he and T disclosed the situation, and upon arrival, he saw Lin Qi with a gaping wound on his forehead, blood streaming profusely, soaking through his clothing. He was shocked at who had the audacity to strike in the interrogation room. Yet he was also thrilled. This was his opportunity. Having spent years in the metropolis, he had never heard of the Lin family. Lin Qi was clearly a dragon crossing the river, with shallow roots in this locality. At such a moment, a clown appearing was just the perfect opportunity for him. I, Zhou Ziwei, will lend my assistance. Who did this? We need to have a serious talk with our officer Wang. Zhou Xiao, could you do me a favor and take a picture? Understood. Wang Yang had not yet managed to intervene when the camera had already snapped several times. Officer Wang, is there any possibility that the surveillance footage might be compromised? Lin Qi observed him with a bemused expression. Wang Yang's countenance darkened. Absolutely not. That's reassuring. I must head to the hospital now. Please arrange for a few officers to accompany me. Jing Wu, you will follow him. No external communication is permitted. Document every word exchanged between them verbatim. Understood. After sending the individuals off, Wang Yang, still scowling, made his way to the chief's office. This matter was far too significant for a mere officer like him to manage alone. What did you say? Zhou Yun assaulted someone? Indeed, the surveillance captured it all. Bring him to me immediately. I wish to see what audacity he possesses to act so brazenly, relying solely on his uncle in the cultural sector. The chief was seething with rage. Wang Yang was aware of Zhou Yun's uncle, a deputy-level leader in the propaganda department, who, while sounding impressive, wielded no real power. He had chosen the wrong side in his earlier years and was now merely awaiting retirement. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yun was brought in, still maintaining his air of righteous indignation. Come, Zhou Xiao, enlighten me as to why you resorted to violence? If I hit him, so what? He is just a hardened criminal. He is not going to bring about the apocalypse, Zhou Yun retorted disdainfully. In his current predicament, he had no alternative but to firmly assert that he could turn this case into an ironclad conviction for a glimmer of hope. The chief clapped his hands together in exaggerated approval, mocking, Splendid, splendid. Truly, you are our brilliant detective. But have you secured any evidence? What more evidence do you need? Biological remnants exist, DNA matches, and we have his confession. Even the King of Heaven couldn't absolve him of his crimes. So you have managed to penetrate Lin Qi's testimony? Not exactly, but we possess the victim's account. The physical evidence has formed a chain of proof. If he remains silent, the prosecutor will simply view it as obstinacy. The chief erupted in fury, slamming his fist on the desk, leaving a crack in the surface. Do you think the prosecutor's office operates on your whims? What you say is not absolute. Zhou Yun was taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Am I mistaken? Is it the physical evidence or the witness testimony that is flawed? You're talking nonsense. Biological evidence can only demonstrate that they had relations. It does not prove a crime occurred. After all these years as a policeman, must I still educate you, Zhou Xiao? Xiao Yun froze momentarily. He had not considered it, but he was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. Miss Chu, being such a gentle soul, could never possibly lie. Impossible, I trust her. The chief had already uttered an abundance of profanities that day. Gazing at this indignant junior, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Wang Yang, call and inquire whether there has been any progress from the Economic Investigation Department. We must be accountable for our errors, but we certainly cannot prove that lad is innocent. Understood. I shall inquire immediately. Wang Yang hastily picked up his phone. This case had been under investigation since its inception, yet the Economic Investigation Department had remained silent. Logically, the underlying issues should be difficult to uncover, but the overt sources of those assets were not trivial matters. Was it truly necessary to prolong the investigation? From the outset, there had been an air of peculiarity surrounding this case. Hello, Director Liu, this is Wang Yang. Ah, little Wang, are you calling about the Lin Qi matter? Yes. Why is it taking so long to investigate this individual? We've yet to receive any updates. The voice on the other end chuckled awkwardly. There are no financial issues on his part. You need not pursue that line of inquiry. Is that it? Just one sentence, and that's the end of it? Yes. That's our leader's directive. No need to pry further. Could it be Director Zhang? Don't speculate. Our leader is merely following orders. As long as his financial sources are legitimate, you should investigate elsewhere. This was the Economic Investigation Department of the Magic City. The concept of a director carried significant weight, often a member of the standing committee and serving at the vice ministerial level. The thought of Director Zhang merely following orders sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to express his gratitude and end the call. Wang Yang cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou Yun and quietly whispered a few words in the chief's ear. Are you serious? I wouldn't joke about such matters. The chief took a deep breath, relieved that there were no further instructions from above. The unspoken implication was that this individual must not encounter financial troubles, but if he committed other crimes, they were free to apprehend him. He had encountered such individuals before, those who acted as white gloves for a few elite second-generation heirs in the capital, playing a grand game, specifically targeting foreign investors in primary and secondary markets. The higher-ups turned a blind eye as long as they did not harm their own citizens, with their profits remaining within the domestic economy. In reality, he was entirely correct. Every transaction in Lin Qi's accounts stemmed from a handful of substantial foreign investment accounts, each starting from a scale of $1 billion. His own few million in local currency was a mere drop in the bucket. Zhou Yun, you've heard all this. Haven to you? And so what? A clean financial record does not equate to a lack of criminal activity. That audio is undoubtedly AI-generated. Wang Yang's expression turned peculiar. Is it possible that it wasn't audio, but rather video? What do you mean? Wang Yang produced his phone and handed it to him. You'll know once you rewind the progress bar. Zhou Yun's heart sank. Could it be that Miss Chu truly deceived him? No, that was inconceivable. Well then, I shall see what tricks he is playing. As he opened the video, the familiar dialogue struck a discordant note, even if he believed it to be AI-generated. However, when he dragged the progress bar an hour forward, the screen unexpectedly illuminated. The camera revealed a room. Is this Miss Chu's bedroom? Zhou Yun's breath hitched as he continued to watch. Before long, a face radiating allure appeared on the screen. It was the beautiful visage of Chu Manyin, the one he longed for day and night. Is your phone more entertaining than I am? Huh, who was it that begged for mercy just now? I'm replying to a message. Don't make a fuss. He was responding to a message. He was filming surreptitiously. Zhou Yun seethed with rage, nearly crushing his phone. She had given him everything. Wouldn't he expect repayment, would he? One thing has nothing to do with the other. I never asked you to do anything. But since you're being so proactive, if I were to act like Lu Xianghui, wouldn't I be doing her a disservice? As for the money, we can discuss it later. I'm not in a rush. That's a rather rude way to speak about someone. I merely speak the truth. Then, the camera went dark, clearly indicating that Lin Qi had placed the phone on the nightstand. Yet, the sounds of their encounter continued to be recorded without omission. Zhou Yun's eyes turned crimson, brimming with a murderous intent. I will confront her directly. Stop. What do you intend to do? Is there not enough chaos already? The chief bellowed. Having witnessed the unfolding events, he understood precisely what had transpired. His disappointment in Zhou Yun was profound. He no longer considered how to protect him, but sought to prevent the situation from escalating further, preserving a semblance of dignity for the precinct. Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth as he stood rooted to the spot. The chief stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Xiao Yun, I have watched you grow up. Consider this incident a lesson. In the future, do not act so impulsively, understood? Zhou Yun remained tight-lipped, his teeth clenched in silence. The only desire consuming him was to confront Chu Manyin and demand clarity. Why had she chosen to deceive him? Why had she resorted to lies? Calm yourself, he reminded. Let Officer Wang accompany you to discuss matters with the complainant. Refrain from resorting to violence. With a fierce glint in his eye, Zhou Yun strode out, oblivious to the fleeting coldness that flickered in the chief's gaze. What a farce! Who would dare protect him after such a colossal blunder? Even now, he strutted about, as if untouchable, casting disdainful glances at everyone. Once the disciplinary measures were enforced and his uniform stripped away, he would learn the meaning of fear. In the break room, Chu Manning leisurely poured herself a cup of Lin tea, her makeup flawlessly applied, unbeknownst to her at what moment she had adorned herself. Upon hearing a noise at the door, she turned to reveal a faint smile. "Brother Yin, what brings you here?" Zhao Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on her with unwavering intensity. A flicker of panic ignited within Chu Manning, though she quickly regained her composure. The vibrancy in her expression visibly waned, transforming into a pitiful visage in the blink of an eye. "Has something happened? Did Lin Qi say something to you?" She continued, lost in her own thoughts. "He is quite the charmer. Otherwise, I would never have been duped into letting him into my room." Chu Maning's voice trailed off, her eyes meeting Zhou Yun's, and in an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks like raindrops. She wept for a full minute, with no one in the room offering her solace. "What is happening? Why won't Zhou Yun comfort me? Could it be that Lin Qi possesses some crucial evidence?" No, that was impossible. She had been exceedingly cautious when ensnaring Lin Qi. He had no reason to have recorded anything in advance. The WeChat messages could be easily explained. Unless Lin Qi had the gift of foresight, there would be no loopholes. How could she have anticipated that Lin Qi's delivery would intersect with her husband's cousin? "Why are you lying?" Zhou Yun's voice cut through the air, his confusion evident. "It cannot be. Why deceive me, you wretched woman?" His eyes reddened as he raised his hand, poised to strike. Fortunately, Officer Wang intervened, just in time, restraining him. "Xiao Yun, what do you intend to do? Is there not enough chaos already?" Breathing heavily, Zhou Yun's gaze remained fixed on Chu Manning. "Officer Wang, what is happening? What has transpired?" Seeing her still feigning ignorance, a flicker of disdain crossed Wang Yang's eyes. "That night, Lin Qi recorded everything. From the moment you entered until the very end, it was all captured on tape." "Impossible." Zhou Yun suddenly burst into laughter. "You also find this unbelievable, don't you?" "I do too. Come on, Chu Manning, tell me. Did you deliberately set me up? Do you harbor a grudge against me?" Chapter 69. "Officer, are you a doctor?" Zhou Yun lunged forward in a frenzy. At that moment, he sought nothing but retribution. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. Who would record such events beforehand? Who would compel themselves into action within an interrogation room? Truly a well-executed scheme. Stay away from me," Chu Manning cried out, stumbling backward and striking her head against the corner of the table, pain surging through her. "Behave yourself. Zhou Yun, do you honor the uniform you wear? Get away from me." Zhou Yun forcefully shook off Wang Yang's grip. "Fine, this is your doing." Wang Yang swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground and securing him with handcuffs. "Wang Yang, release me. Mind your language. I possess decorum, but I am not without temper." Silence. Sensing the lethal intent in Wang Yang's gaze, Zhou Yun's heart sank, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Unlock these cuffs." Bang! Wang Yang could no longer restrain himself and delivered a kick to Zhou Yun's abdomen. Doubling over in pain, Zhou Yun began to heave. Wang Yang paid him no mind and approached the dazed Chu Manning. "Miss Chu, I suspect you of making false accusations. Please accompany me to the interrogation room." Chu Manning's pupils dilated in fear. No, you have been bribed. I will report you. Suit yourself. But before that, you will submit to my inquiries." "I refuse to go." Chu Manning's beautiful face contorted in distress. "I am still in my prime. With my looks, I could easily become a star. How could I possibly end up in prison?" Wang Yang narrowed his eyes. If he had any lingering doubts before, witnessing Chu Manning's current state left no room for uncertainty. This woman was indeed fabricating accusations. Lin Qi was innocent. "You better understand, I'm not negotiating with you. It is your choice. Come willingly or I will assist you." Wang Yang retrieved a pair of handcuffs from behind him, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her. 10 minutes later, in the familiar interrogation room, traces of a faint bloodstain lingered on the table. "Name, Gumanya. Gender. What was your intention in reporting the alleged assault?" Chu Manning fell into silence. "It's all right. We have all the time in the world." She had plenty of time, but another's was running short. Zhou Yun's punishment came swiftly. Suspension, pending investigation, and monitored residence. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Yun was left in a daze. "Impossible. I merely made a minor error. How could it warrant suspension?" "Wang Yang, this is personal vendetta." "Isn't it?" Wang Yang cast him a disdainful glance. He had truly been blind before. The chief frowned. "Zhou Yun, there may still be hope for you. Do not disrupt others' work. Return home and await further news." "I will not leave. You are all in cahoots. I will file a formal complaint against you. How dare you think I would shy away from arresting you?" The chief exploded, barking orders at several officers. "Cuff him and take him to the holding cell. If he wishes to file a complaint, provide him with the necessary forms and contact information." The officers exchanged glances, hesitant to act. "Move quickly." "Brother Zhou, my apologies." "Release me." Xiao Yun struggled relentlessly. "Come on, don't hold back. Let him cool off for a bit." It took a full 5 minutes to conclude this farce. The chief, rubbing his temples in frustration, instructed Wang Yang, accompany me to the hospital to check on Lin Qi. Lu, continue interrogating the woman. We must strive for a breakthrough in her testimony. Understood. Meanwhile, at the hospital, are you experiencing any discomfort elsewhere? I feel a bit dizzy and nauseous. Li Sufan rushed forward, comforting him. What is happening? Isn't violence in law enforcement prohibited? Officer Zhuang Jingwu stood awkwardly to the side, and the doctor furrowed his brow, jotting notes in the medical record. What did you just say, doctor? Lin Qi inquired, bewildered. The doctor adjusted his reading glasses, returning to the images on the screen. Dizziness, nausea, accompanied by memory loss. It is highly probable that it is a brainstem injury. The young man should take care to rest during this period. He is to return for a follow-up examination tomorrow. Very well, Lynch nodded, leaving Zhou Ziwei utterly bewildered by the turn of events. What is going on? Wasn't he fine upon arrival? How come the more we examine, the more ailments we discover? Upon returning to the ward, Li Sufan immediately began to chatter incessantly, bombarding Lynch with questions. Behave yourself. I have matters to discuss with young Master Zhou. You should go play with Xiao Yuan and the others for a while. All right, but if you feel unwell, do call for me. Li Sufan turned her head back repeatedly as she departed. In the presence of Officer Zhuang Jingwu, Lynch grasped Zhou Ziwei's hand, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. Young Master Zhou, please engage the best lawyer for me. I must pursue legal recourse for my grievances. I am utterly wronged. Zhou Ziwei's lips twitched slightly. Rest assured, young Master Lin, the lawyer is already en route. We have secured the second best attorney in the metropolis. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Lynch, sensing the situation was favorable, lifted his head, showing no trace of his earlier tears. I trust you to handle this. Now, you may attend to your tasks. I wish to rest for a bit. Certainly, young Master Lin. I will wait for the lawyer outside. If anything arises, just summon me. Due to his head injury requiring quietude, he was assigned to a single occupancy room. Once Zhou Ziwei departed, only Zhuang Jingwu and Lynch remained. After a few moments of silence, Zhuang Jingwu could no longer contain herself. Could you not give him a break? Officer, what do you mean by that? I do not comprehend. Do not feign ignorance. Your head is surely unscathed. Your symptoms are all pretense. Having been with the force for 2.5 years, Zhuang Jingwu, even if she had not witnessed such cases firsthand, had heard tales from her predecessors. The legal standards for assessing injuries differ significantly from those in practice. If it were merely a superficial wound on the scalp, it would not even qualify as a minor injury in legal terms, far from meeting the threshold for criminal charges. A mutual agreement could often settle matters without the need for detention. However, a brainstem injury constitutes a level 9 disability, undoubtedly qualifying as a light injury. This would unequivocally justify sending Zhou Yun for legal repercussions. Lynch's injuries were certainly not that severe. His symptoms were all feigned. Before the examination, he had visited the restroom and spun around in circles 100 times before consenting to the checkup. One cannot truly fault the doctors for their assessments, as they had indeed observed these symptoms. Even if they suspected the patient was being duplicitous, should there remain even a slight possibility of a brainstem injury, they would dutifully document it in the case file. They are merely physicians. The responsibility of discerning truth from falsehood lies with the police. If a doctor were to confidently assert that there was nothing wrong with your head and that a few days of rest would suffice for recovery, only for the patient to succumb to a brain hemorrhage upon returning home, the blame would inevitably fall upon the doctor. A misdiagnosis is scarcely distinguishable from murder. Officer, are you a doctor? Certainly not. Then on what grounds do you claim that I am faking? Chapter 70. Brother Zhou, the surveillance is malfunctioning. Zhuang Jingwu opened her mouth, rendered speechless. Indeed, what grounds do I have to assert that he is feigning? The freedom of belief is a skill of the pugilist. The police only trust evidence. Zhou Yun is actually a good comrade, Zhuang Jingwu finally said after much contemplation, though he acts impulsively and enforces the law with excessive force. He's indeed a good comrade? Lynch replied with a hint of derision. This situation is akin to advocating for leniency based on the academic performance of a juvenile offender. Such reasoning is fraught with fallacies. Is it to imply that the victim is guilty of heinous crimes? If you have the time to engage in this discourse, you might as well assist in securing him a competent lawyer, which would be far more productive than arguing with me. I must also keep an eye on you. Zhuang Jingwu retorted coldly. How many times must I reiterate? I am innocent. I have already provided evidence to Wang Yang. Believe me, it won't be long before the department allows you to return. Zhuang Jingwu maintained her stern demeanor. I do not intend to target you. This is my duty. I have received orders to prevent you from contacting anyone else, and I have recorded all conversations between you and Zhou Ziwei. While her words were rather unpalatable, Lynch felt little aversion towards her. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Lin, Wang Yang has arrived. Come. Wang Yang entered the room, following behind a somewhat portly middle-aged man. Mr. Lin, that scoundrel Zhou Yun is already undergoing investigation. It is all my fault for not guiding him properly. Please forgive me. The middle-aged man beamed like a benevolent Buddha, were it not for his police uniform. One would hardly guess he was a public servant. Chief, Zhuang Jingwu stood and saluted. Ah, little Zhuang, thank you for your hard work. You may return. The misunderstanding has been resolved, and Mr. Lin is innocent. Zhuang Jingwu cast a curious glance at Lynch, who lay in bed, before nodding and departing. Lynch feigned surprise and, throwing off the covers, prepared to rise, only to be swiftly steadied by the chief. You are still injured. What are you doing up? Chief Wang, you truly humble me, Lynch said, his expression one of heartfelt gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries, they discovered an instant rapport, almost wishing to declare themselves brothers on the spot. Wang Yang looked on with a peculiar expression as the two clasped hands, calling each other brother, sending shivers down his spine. Were it not for the fact that one could ascend to leadership, he would have thought he was witnessing something absurd. To be honest, brother, my heart is heavy. I have done nothing wrong, neither stealing nor robbing, and finally earned some money to take my girlfriend out for hot pot and karaoke, only to be abruptly dragged into the interrogation room without food or drink. I truly feel, alas, it is all my fault, brother. You have endured much, Chief Wang exclaimed, genuinely moved, tears streaming down his cheeks, creating a touching tableau of brotherly affection. Let's speak no more of it. I will certainly ensure this matter is resolved for you. Zhou Yun will face dire consequences for his actions. Leave it to me. You focus on recuperating. The department will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Brother, you are truly benevolent. The two bid farewell with heartfelt reluctance. As soon as they stepped out of the room, the sorrowful expression on Chief Wang's face vanished. He sighed, stating, "This young man is no ordinary character. Gather materials on Zhou Yun's past conduct and expedite their delivery to the municipal bureau. We must swiftly implement disciplinary actions." Understood. In silence, they severed ties with Zhou Yun. Back in the ward, Lynch leisurely walked to the restroom to wash his face, already shedding any semblance of his earlier woeful demeanor. Feeling refreshed, he returned to bed. After enduring so much, even a body of iron grew weary. It wasn't long before the soft sounds of snoring filled the room. Zhou Ziwei worked with remarkable efficiency. As soon as the renowned attorney from the metropolis arrived, the entire precinct braced itself in anticipation. The so-called name of the person brings the shadow of a tree held true, as this attorney's most notable achievements included winning 3 cases against the municipal bureau and 6 against the procuratorate. In the entire metropolis, he was a name known to all. It was not that the best lawyers were unattainable. Rather, this attorney was the most fitting for the task at hand. With great ease, he accessed the surveillance footage and gathered evidence before heading straight to the municipal bureau. Upon hearing that the attorney with the surname Qi had arrived, the precinct had already submitted the materials. Without hesitation, the disciplinary actions against Zhou Yun were promptly enacted: expulsion from the police force, removal from his position, never to be re-employed, and assistance to the complainant in initiating civil litigation. Thus, a scandal was effortlessly transformed into a civil dispute. The law firm was satisfied, the complainant was satisfied, and the authorities were pleased. Only Zhou Yun found himself ensnared in a world of hurt. If it weren't for the fact that there are influential figures above, things might have proceeded more smoothly. The next day, while still confined in the detention room, Zhou Yun received a court summons. Confusion engulfed him. The hearing was scheduled for the very next day. An astonishing display of efficiency that even Lin Qi could not help but exclaim was unbeatable. "I refuse to accept this. I demand to see the director." "On what grounds are you punishing me?" Director Wang's expression was as cold as ice, wielding his authority with a vengeful hand. "Not having you locked up is already a leniency, Zhou Yun. I advise you not to deceive yourself." "What vengeance are you talking about? You are slandering me." Observing the uproarious Zhou Yun in the office, Wang Yang's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Zhou Yun, do not presume everyone is a fool, ensnared by a deceitful woman. How dare you create such a scene?" Zhou Yun's face flushed crimson. This was indeed a matter of immense shame. Chu Man-in had been confirmed as a false accuser, and given the director's temperament, she would undoubtedly face charges of defamation. She would spend the ensuing years in prison. "You are no longer a police officer. If you continue this ruckus, do not blame me for being merciless." With a harsh remark, Director Wang turned and departed. Zhou Yun glared at his former colleagues with gritted teeth. "Fine. Very well. You are all exemplary indeed. Colleagues and comrades can betray me so easily. Is there no one to hold the instigator accountable?" His words were laced with a venom that pierced the hearts of all present. It insinuated that having betrayed him once, they could just as easily betray each other. This was akin to cursing everyone, including the city bureau and the director, to their faces. Wang Yang could hardly contain himself, delivering 2 swift slaps that left Zhou Yun momentarily stunned. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Go report to Wang Jia," he exclaimed. "You ungrateful wretch. After all these years in the precinct, which senior has not looked out for you? The director has nurtured you as a successor, yet you, an ingrate." Bah! Zhou Yun was on the brink of madness, rushing to the alarm window in a frenzy. "Wang Jia, I wish to file a report. Wang Yang assaulted me without cause." Did he hit you?" "I didn't see anything," Wang Jia replied, rolling her eyes. "This is amusing. Just a moment ago, you were berating us, and now you realize the pain?" Zhou Yun, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pointed at the surveillance camera overhead and shouted, "The camera. Reviewing the footage will reveal the truth. Xiao Zhang, hurry to the monitoring room." The officer named Xiao Zhang awkwardly chuckled. "Zhou Gu, the camera is broken." Chapter 71, A Visit to Old Friends. "You, go, don't disrupt our work here." A security guard timely intervened, pushing him away. "Li Chu, even you are siding with them. I've even shared cigarettes with you. What is this supposed to mean?" Li Shu did not even spare him a glance. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a half-empty pack of cigarettes and stuffed it into Zhou Yun's pocket. "After 5 years, I've shared a red double happiness with you. Here, as half a pack in return. Stop causing a scene. It's embarrassing for everyone." Zhou Yun had matured somewhat over the years when he first arrived. He spoke to others with an air of arrogance. Coupled with his leader's favoritism, he often enjoyed mocking others' shortcomings. To be honest, not many appreciated him. There had initially been a few willing to plead his case, but that was before he had unleashed a torrent of insults upon everyone. "Well, look at you. Zhou the young master, riding high. With your Uncle S support, you can afford to disregard me. You might as well perish." Ultimately, Xiao Yun left in disgrace, silently vowing to make these people pay dearly. Worst case, he could go to his uncle's house and lament for a couple of days. Although the old man lacked real power, his aged face still held some value. While it might not be sufficient to elevate a mere officer, securing his return to work should pose no significant issue. However, instead of a reinstatement notice, he received a court enforcement document. He was ordered to compensate the victim, Lin Qi, for medical expenses, lost wages, and nutrition costs totaling a staggering 780,000 yuan, along with bearing the litigation fees. This was not a mere act of retribution from Lin Qi. The exorbitant costs stem from the private hospital's inflated prices. Who charges 800 yuan for an hour of oxygen? Isn't that akin to robbery? Fortunately, Director Wang had already made arrangements, declaring that all expenses would be covered by young Master Zhou. Lin Qi declined several times, but ultimately had to acquiesce with tears in his eyes. This group of individuals seemed eager for his demise. Listening to Zhou Ziwei's report, Lin Qi chuckled. During the hearing, he was preoccupied with a game of Honor of Kings with a few young ladies and did not even attend the court proceedings. Who can argue with that? However, if you ask me, that brat deserves it. Just compensating him is far too lenient. Zhou Ziwei laughed diplomatically. For the past few days, he had been by Lin Qi's side, akin to a devoted attendant. It was not that he lacked discernment. Rather, he had inquired through the Zhou family about Lin Qi's identity. He was not just speaking to anyone, but the head of the Economic Investigation Department at the City Bureau. The latter had imparted a single piece of advice. As long as Lin Qi did not act recklessly, no one could harm him. This immediately put Zhou Ziwei's mind at ease. Following such a powerful figure was not disgraceful. Yet, what puzzled him most was that this young Master Lin actually spared Zhou Yun. Although Zhou Yun's identity had vanished, and he would need to pay a hefty sum, at least his life was preserved. Zhou Ziwei believed he could not be so forgiving towards someone who had assaulted him, but Lin Qi's words had utterly convinced him. One must operate within the confines of rules. Zhou Ziwei suddenly realized that this was the essence of true perspective. The so-called wealthy heirs do not flaunt their wealth. By playing by the rules, one can render another nearly incapacitated. Why venture recklessly into danger? During this time, Zhou had been of immense assistance. Young Master Lin, you jest. It is my honor to serve you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Zhou Ziwei feigned modesty, yet his heart was brimming with joy. Then I shall not disturb young Master Lin's rest. Watching Zhou Ziwei depart, Lin Qi settled back on the bed to engage with his phone. The small wound on his head had long since healed. The only reason he remained in the hospital was that renovations at home were still incomplete. The conditions here were splendid, and the private hospital had no shortage of beds. He might as well be staying in a hotel. He retrieved his phone and replied to a few messages. He had not informed Xi Xiaoyan about the earlier incident, knowing she was away on business. As for Wang Peitzen, This woman was quite self-aware. After attempting to reach out to him twice without a response, she dutifully remained at home, not even daring to make a phone call. Lin Qi chuckled, transferring 20,000 yuan in cash to each of them. As his women, their obedience and understanding warranted such rewards. "Hubby, come join us in honor of kings," Li Sufan called out cheerfully from the doorway, peeking her head in. The girl was too timid to enter the room. "All right, stop lurking like a thief and come in." "Hee, but you mustn't scold me. It's just a phone. Why would I scold you?" "Komisit." "Oh, okay." Li Sufan gleefully climbed onto the bed, burrowing under the covers. "Hurry up and log into the game. We've been waiting for you. Who isn't playing?" Lin Qi glanced at the Apple 15 in her hand, shaking his head in exasperation. During the shipwreck incident, they had lost all their phones. Zhou Ziwei had volunteered to help buy new phones for his sisters-in-law. The concept of politeness was entirely absent from these girls. Li Sufan finally acquired the phone she had long coveted. Xiao Yuan went downstairs to order food. "Let us play first." "What? Why is it lagging?" "Of course. With an Apple, do you still care about signal?" "Oh, I just like this one." Accompanying her for a couple of rounds, Lin Qi estimated that Zhang Xiaoyuan should have returned. He reached out and playfully pinched her bottom before retreating to his room to indulge in some leisure. While I stepped outside to attend to a few matters. It must be said, ever since she began taking beauty-enhancing pills, this young lady's figure has become increasingly alluring. Among them, Mi Jian always possessed a certain appeal thanks to her genetic advantages. Now, however, Li Sufan subtly seemed to surpass Mi Jian. The fat has accumulated in all the right places, and in just a few short days, she has transformed from a mere outline to a figure of considerable substance. "Oh, do come back early. Look who has concern about me now. Hurry along." "Hee, I'm just showing you some care." Li Sufan pouted and bestowed a quick kiss upon him before departing. Satisfied, Lin Qi arose, changed his clothes, and took the car keys before heading out. It was anything of great importance. Calculating the time, he presumed that the case regarding Chu Manin should soon reach a conclusion. He intended to consult Wang Yang about the situation. Upon arriving at the XX police station, he announced his name, garnering curious glances from several officers nearby. "Gentlemen, are you planning to retaliate against me?" "Haha, Mr. Lin is joking. We are not like Zhou Yan. Brother Wang is in the office. You can head straight there." "Thank you." Upon entering the office area, he immediately spotted Officer Wang Yang seated at his desk, arms crossed, eyes shut in contemplation. "Officer Wang, taking a day off from duty today?" "Thanks to you, I've been promoted to captain," Wang Yang replied, opening his eyes and casting a meaningful glance in Lin Qi's direction. Lin Qi clapped his hands, congratulating Captain Wang on his elevation. What a significant event. "And you didn't even mention it. Had I known, I would have brought a gift. I never accept gifts. Does Captain Wang still hold a grudge against me?" Lin Qi moved a stool to sit opposite him. Wang Yang sighed, his tone softening. "I owe you an apology for my earlier actions. I arrested you without a thorough investigation, which almost led to a serious mishap." Lin Qi accepted this with grace, reflecting that had he not suspected Chu Manin ahead of time and recorded footage, the outcome could have been quite different. However, he bore no ill will. Chapter 72. I knew you couldn't forget me. It's all in the past. Indeed, all in the past. He chuckled. Zhou Yun has also faced consequences. He is now at odds with his uncle, which is quite satisfying. Lin Qi regarded him with surprise. Weren't they quite close before? Why the sudden glee over Zhou Yun's downfall? Is he subtly hinting at me? Cautiously, he inquired, what is the story? What else? That fellow couldn't pay his debts. So he went to borrow money from his uncle. He could have asked nicely, but he acted like the money was owed to him. I see, that is truly well deserved. As for the tens of thousands in compensation, Lin Qi didn't feel regretful. Getting him listed as a dishonest person was more than worth it. You didn't come here just to indulge in gossip, did you? Wang Yang remarqued, half smirking. Am I that idle? Lin Qi produced a cigarette and offered one to Wang Yang. Oh, look at you, the big boss, still indulging in smoke. I've grown accustomed to soft cigarettes. I'm not particularly picky. Wang Yang's impression of him improved further. So, what progress has been made on Chu Manin's case? Haha, I knew you would ask that. Wang Yang lit his cigarette, smiling. It has already been handed over to the prosecutor's office for charges of false accusation and entrapment with solid evidence. We're just waiting for the trial. Oh, such efficiency? Wang Yang thought to himself that it was all due to the lawyer Qi that you hired. Are you not anxious for her to be sentenced sooner? Of course not. Wang Yang looked at him in astonishment. Could it be that this man had a change of heart, or perhaps he was reluctant to part with that enchanting figure? Lin Qi wore an enigmatic smile. They say the days leading up to sentencing are the hardest for the accused, as they are uncertain of their future. Afterwards, they simply resign to their fate. Is that true? Wang Yang felt a chill run through him. Damn, this guy is something else. By the way, Chu Manin is very eager to see you, but I declined on the grounds of your recovery. Is that within the rules? She has already confessed, so of course it's permissible. Lin Qi clapped his hands. Please arrange it for me. Wang Yang stood, wishing to distance himself from this character. Just wait. I'll make the arrangements right away. Half an hour later, Lin Qi was escorted to the waiting room, which was essentially the area for detaining prisoners, previously known as the holding room. Through the iron bars, Lin Qi beheld Chu Manyin, disheveled and wild-eyed. Lin Qi, you are Lin Qi. As soon as he entered, Chu Manyin lunged at the bars like a famished wolf spotting its prey. Behave yourself. Sit down properly. Wang Yang admonichet. Chu Manyin trembled, hastily returning to her seat. I'll be outside. She is currently unstable. Don't provoke her. Understood. Thank you, Brother Wang. Watching Wang Yang départ, Lin Qi les yeux après que Mania. Even with her tousled hair and haggard appearance, this woman still exuded an undeniable allure. Miss Chu, long time no see. Lin Qi flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I want to kill you. Chu Manyin erupted instantly, leaping at the bars, intent on clawing at the man before her. Nearby, several lackadaisical men in the prison chuckled. Dude, take it easy. This woman is a lunatic. What a waste of such a fine figure. And that face is beautiful too. TSK, TSK, if it weren't for the fear of losing my manhood, I'd definitely want to sample the goods. The criminals unabashedly made crude jokes, their eyes fixated on Chu Manyin's alluring physique. Lin Qi appeared unaffected, regarding Chu Manyin's delicate fingers with an amused smile. Your nails are quite beautiful, Miss Chu. Where did you have them done? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Chu Manyin was utterly unable to communicate, her eyes filled with madness. Lin Qi chuckled. Don't worry, Miss Chu. I will arrange for the finest psychiatrist for you, ensuring you are well before the trial. Huh, you can speak? Lin Qi clapped his hands in delight. I knew I had a knack for medicine. Just a little intervention, and you're already improving. The madness in Chu Manyin's expression swiftly faded, and she pitifully implored. Lin Qi, I promise I won't cause any more trouble. Please forgive me? Of course. I've already forgiven you. Lin Qi nodded with a smile. Really? Kumanya exclaimed in joy. She had devised countless strategies during this time, rehearsing for this meeting repeatedly. First, she needed to evoke his sympathy, feigning madness to show Lin Qi that she had already faced punishment. Then, she would sincerely plead for forgiveness. Chu Manyin thought to herself, as long as he can accept me again, I am willing to do anything. What she did not anticipate was Lin Qi's surprising willingness to be accommodating. With this thought, Chu Manyin couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Of course it's genuine. I will write a letter of understanding for you shortly. While you're inside, behave well, reform yourself, and strive for an early release. What? Que manières pupille dilated. Things seem to be taking a turn for the worse. Lin Qi stepped back as if he had seen a ghost. You don't think I can have the prosecution drop the charges, do you? Surely not. Surely not? In matters concerning criminal cases, it is typically the public prosecutor, representing the prosecution office, who initiates the lawsuit. It is not sufficient for you, as the victim, to simply declare that you will not press charges. Would that not render the law a mere jest? Absolutely not. With your ample wealth, you undoubtedly possess the means to maneuver through this. Chiga, you surely have a way, don't you? Do not give up on Manyin. Miska, I implore you to choose your words with caution. Lin Qi's expression darkened as he stated firmly, I am a law-abiding citizen and will not engage in any unlawful activities. The nearby convicts found amusement in the exchange. It's evident he has no intention of rescuing you. You might as well relinquish hope, one remarked. Instead, why not consider how to make things more comfortable for us? We have connections in the women's prison. Rest assured, you will not be bullied once you are inside. Chu Manyin's face twisted in distress. She was acutely aware that Lin Qi was merely humoring her. Yet, he was her only lifeline at this moment. Whatever demands Lin Qi might present, she would acquiesce. It cannot be. You did not enter merely to witness my downfall. You still harbor feelings for me, do you not? Is it possible that I am indeed here to enjoy the spectacle? Lin Qi stifled a laugh, bemused by her unwavering confidence. No. Is my performance in bed lacking? Is my figure insufficiently alluring? Or is my face not beautiful enough? I can change. I could go to Korea or Thailand. All I ask is for your assistance. Hold on. I've already given you a chance. It is you who failed to seize it. What? Chu Manyin was left bewildered. When did you grant me an opportunity? I provided you with 5,000 yuan, and I even mentioned to Wang Yang that I was here for a girlfriend. Did he not inform you? Chu Manyin felt as if struck by lightning. Officer Wang had indeed inquired whether it was such a transaction, only to be met with her indignation. Chapter 73. Please, brother-in-law. While I may have spoken, it seems you did not grasp the opportunity, Miss Chu. It is truly regrettable. I can no longer assist you. Lin Qi shook his head with feigned sorrow and turned to leave. Lin Qi, wait, let us discuss this further. Discuss what? Hurry and leave. With a decisive click, the door shut, followed by a cacophony of wails akin to the slaughter of a pig. Wang Yang regarded Lin Qi with a bemused expression. You are truly despicable. Officer Wang, I find your words rather unpalatable. It was that woman who sought to ensnare me. Who can be blamed for a failed scheme? Lin Qi replied with a smile. Is it truly satisfying to kick someone when they are down? Is it not? Lin Qi replied, astonished. Wang Yang sighed, stating, what I mean is she has not yet descended to the depths of irredeemable evil. With proper reform, she still has a chance to become a productive member of society. Spare me the moral lectures. Lin Qi fixed his gaze upon him, articulating each word with precision. Officer Wang, do you truly believe that even if this woman is released, she will behave? Just wait and see. After serving her time, she will inevitably cause trouble. His conviction stemmed from a simple observation. Qi Man-in was fully aware that without income, her loans would soon be cut off, yet she stubbornly refused to seek employment. Can one expect such a person to suddenly become compliant? Wang Yang, accustomed to his role as a police officer, instinctively sought to rescue those in distress. However, for Lin Qi, the principle of an eye for an eye was paramount. To release Qi Man-in, I am afraid that is not feasible. Merely not imposing a doubled sentence is already a display of my moral awakening. Very well, let us conclude our conversation here. Officer Wang, please notify me on the day of the hearing. Lin Qi waved cheerfully, not waiting for a response before starting his vehicle. Upon returning to the hospital, he found the girls engrossed in gaming. Bored, Lin Qi began scrolling through short videos. If it were not for the notion that technology propels human advancement in ancient times, how could ordinary people ever encounter those suggestive streamers? Nowadays, all the money is spent in fierce competition for your attention. Whichever streamer performs, well, earned a little red heart, akin to a stamp of approval. Those with enviable figures might even receive a follow. Such privileges were once reserved for eunuchs who selected concubines for emperors. Lin Qi indulged in the whims of a dozen female streamers, feeling his spirits lift significantly. By chance, he stumbled into a live stream. The host was a provocatively dressed streamer, twisting her slender waist almost into a pretzel. With a slight blush, she breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling. Her breath brushed against the microphone, as if she were whispering directly into his ear. Welcome, new brothers. You can click to follow. Wow. Thank you, Jianghu brother. For the heart. Thank you, brother. Other brothers, could you send me some small gifts? Roses would be lovely. Not worth it. Fare thee well. Lin Qi decisively set his phone down. It was not that he was unwilling to spend, but the cost-benefit ratio was simply too low. Spending hundreds of thousands merely to secure a chance to meet was ludicrous. With that amount, he could have been a groom several times over. It would be wiser to purchase some jewelry for Su fun. One must allocate funds wisely. Unless a platform for virtual currency emerges, he would not consider recharging. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qi had a sudden epiphany and promptly inquired of the system. System, can treasure chests yield virtual currency intended for use on streaming platforms? Of course, as long as the host diligently embraces mediocrity. There will come a day when wishes are fulfilled. That is splendid. When the day arrives, conversing with a provocative streamer may not be out of the question. At that moment, the system interface still displayed only a few simple treasure chests and an item labeled Black Technology USB drive, which he had procured from the Silver Treasure chest the night before embarking on a sea voyage. This device could analyze vast amounts of internet information in a short time, somewhat akin to big data AI. Lin Qi was uncertain of its potential, and with the esports room not yet prepared, he could only set it aside for now. Suddenly, a call from Shi Xiaoyan interrupted his thoughts. What do you need from me? Cool me. Shi Xiaoyan laughed breathlessly. What did you give me last time? What is the matter? Are you unwell? Lin Qi furrowed his brow. That should not be the case. The pills produced by the system had shown remarkable effects when both he and Li Sufan consumed them. Impossible. I feel as though I have returned to the age of 16. My skin is as supple as a baby's. It's miraculous. Is that so? I do not believe it. Do you not believe? Come see for yourself. Would I deceive you? After hanging up, she also sent her location via WeChat. Lin Qi smiled slightly, took his keys, and headed out. In a rented apartment, Shi Xiaoyan ended the call, her face radiant with joy. After a quick inspection of the kitchen and realizing it was devoid of ingredients, she hurried to change her outfit. Sporting Balenciaga stockings. She grabbed a Chanel handbag and prepared to step out. Hey, Sister Xiaoyan, did you not say it was too hot to go out? Her roommate, Yan Xiaoyu, clutched a tub of ice cream, her curiosity piqued. Turning back with a smile, Shi Xiaoyan replied, I'm off to buy groceries. My man is coming over later. What? You should have mentioned it earlier. The place is a mess. Will he think we are untidy? Though the room was not dirty, clothes, shoes, and undergarments were strewn about haphazardly, leaving little room to move. Shi Xiaoyan stepped forward, a serious expression on her face as she patted Yin Xiaoyu's shoulder. Xiaoyu, tidy up the room while I handle the cooking tonight. I will treat you to a feast. All right, don't worry, Sister Xiaoyan. I will make sure the room is spotless. Upon hearing of the lavish meal, Yin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was a third-year student at a nearby college, where the cafeteria was both exorbitantly priced and notoriously unpalatable. After enduring 2 years, they were finally permitted to rent accommodations off-campus as juniors, spending their days eagerly awaiting the culinary creations of Shi Xiaoyan to savor a decent meal. Despite her lack of cooking skills, this girl excelled at washing dishes and tidying up the apartment. Over the past 2 months of cohabitation, the two had developed a remarkable synergy. Upon hearing Yin Xiaoyu's agreement, Shi Xiaoyan gleefully pinched her cheek. Sister will make you prawns tonight, so do your best. All right, Sister Xiaoyan, I'll get started right away. Half an hour later, a knock echoed at the door. I'm coming. Sister Xiaoyan, I'll open the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a bouquet of vibrant roses thrust directly into Yin Xiaoyu's face. Did I get the wrong place? Yin Xiaoyu tiptoed to glance at Lin Qi. Oh yes, he's quite handsome. Sister Xiaoyan truly has an eye for talent. Indeed. Come in, brother-in-law. Sister Xiaoyan is busy in the kitchen. With an eager demeanor, Yin Xiaoyu welcomed him inside, courteously retrieving a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet. These are the ones Sister Xiaoyan just bought. Brother-in-law, please sit. I'll get you a glass of water. No need, I'll check the kitchen. Chapter 74. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoyan. Let me arrange the flowers. There's a vase on the balcony. Yin Xiaoyu hurriedly dashed toward the balcony, clutching the roses. As she pushed the door open, she spotted Shi Xiaoyan, clad in a short skirt and black stockings, wearing an apron and tasting soup with a spoon. You've arrived? Shi Xiaoyan's face lit up, her eyes brimming with affection. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Today, Shi Xiaoyan had meticulously curated her attire and makeup, employing all her skills to elicit a smile from him. You look stunning today, Xiaoyan. Lin Qi chuckled, while Shi Xiaoyan cast a sly glance into the living room, her eyes sparkling. Was I not beautiful before? That was a slip of the tongue. It's just that your aura today is completely different. It's thrown me off balance. Although aware he was jesting, Shi Xiaoyan's heart fluttered with joy, her smile nearly overflowing. This is my newly learned Japanese makeup. It's said to be the perfect look for a virtuous wife. Shi Xiaoyan smiled gently at him. Why don't you wait in the living room? The meal will be ready shortly. No wonder she seemed transformed. Shi Xiaoyan typically presented herself as a modern urban beauty, but donned in an apron. She instantly morphed into the epitome of a devoted wife. Coupled with her long-term fitness regimen, she stood tall and poised. Everything was perfectly in place. Seeing he was reluctant to leave, Shi Xiaoyan playfully nudged him out of the kitchen. Go sit down and chat with Xiaoyu. All right. No need to push. I can walk myself. Xiaoyu, keep your brother-in-law company, she called back as she re-entered the kitchen. Moments later, Yin Xiaoyu returned with a 40-centimeter tall vase. Spotting Lin Qi lounging on the sofa, she beamed, brother-in-law. How do you think I arranged them? Lin Qi scrutinized the flowers. They look lovely. I knew I had a knack for it. After placing the vase down, Yin Xiaoyu confidently settled beside him, eager to inquire about how the two had met. Lin Qi, of course, would not divulge their blossoming romance. Instead, he concocted a heroic tale of saving the damsel in distress, leaving Yin Xiaoyu starry-eyed. Wow, how romantic. Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. What do you mean by amazing? Shi Xiaoyan emerged from the kitchen, carrying chicken soup, a teasing smile on her lips. Yin Xiaoyu hurriedly clarified. Sister Xiaoyan, don't misunderstand. I meant that when brother-in-law saved you, he was incredibly dashing. Did you feel frightened when he single-handedly took down 500 ruffians? Indeed, I was so terrified my legs turned to jelly. Shi Xiaoyan giggled, concealing her amusement behind her hand. Lin Qi remained unfazed, downplaying it. Oh, that was all in the past. Yin Xiaoyu praised. Brother-in-law is so impressive yet humble. You're incredible. Laughter erupted between them, and Yin Xiaoyu, oblivious to their shared joke, joined in the laughter. This girl was determined to impress, fully embracing her role as a sycophant. No matter what Lin Qi said, she found ways to shower him with compliments. With brother-in-law here, Sister Xiaoyan will cook. If I praise him enough, he'll surely visit often. And then I can feast on prawns daily. Spicy salt prawns, oil-braised prawns, butter-baked prawns. The dishes are ready. Come eat. I'll serve the rice. Yin Xiaoyu volunteered, dashing into the kitchen. Before long, she emerged with 3 bowls of glistening rice. After over half an hour of preparation, there were 6 dishes and a soup. including Yin Xiaoyu's favorite freshwater prawns. The three of them feasted to the point of near immobility. Oh, I'm so full. Sister Xiaoyan. I'll take a break before heading back to my room. Having indulged to her heart's content, Yin Xiaoyu demonstrated her consideration by leaving the couple alone. Just sit and digest. Even if you love food, you shouldn't overindulge, or you might end up with a stomach ailment, Shi Xiaoyan remarked, exasperated. She had consumed a staggering 2.5 pounds of freshwater shrimp, a considerable portion of which had vanished in her petite mouth. Noticing Lin Qi had nearly finished, Shi Xiaoyan promptly got up, bringing over napkins and toothpicks. Lin Qi casually accepted them and inquired, Xiaoyu, are you still studying? Yes. I'm at Hongkou City College right next door. I'm in my 3rd year. Lin Qi felt a flicker of recognition. The name sounded familiar. After pondering for a few seconds, he suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing it was the school Su Fun, that silly girl, had enrolled in. Xiaoyu, do you know any of the school leaders? Of course not. In 2 years, I've only seen my counselor 3 times. Lin Qi considered this. It was indeed unlikely for a typical student to know the administration, often avoiding them altogether. Could you provide me with your counselor's contact information? What do you want that for? Yin Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Beside her, Shi Xiaoyan playfully pinched her cheek. Oh, come on. After treating you to a delicious meal, you're turning your back on me? You want to help with this little favor? Sister Xiaoyan, stop pinching my face. It's only getting wider. My classmates say if I wait a few more years, I'll have a square face. Her comment made Lin Qi chuckle, and he quickly added, a square face is great. It looks respectable. Yin Xiaoyu slumped in her chair, feigning despair. I need to ask your school leader for assistance with a matter, but I have no connections, so I must go through your counselor. Do you think that is possible? Fine. Since you're Sister Xiaoyan's boyfriend, I trust you. Yin Xiaoyu obediently relayed her counselor's number to Lin Qi. While she scrolled through her contacts, Lin Qi caught a glimpse of the name Qiu Qiao. To his surprise, it was a woman. This makes things much easier. After saving the number, they continued chatting for a while until Yin Xiaoyu voluntarily retreated to her room. The next day, as the sun climbed high, Shi Xiaoyan stepped out of her bedroom. Where is he? He left early, saying he was heading to my school. Oh, okay. Strangely, upon receiving this news, Shi Xiaoyan felt an unexpected sense of relief. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm off to binge-watch some shows. The kitchen is all cleaned up. All right, you go ahead. I'll freshen up. As soon as Shi Xiaoyan departed, Yin Xiaoyu burst into laughter, resembling a cheerful little hamster. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to Lin Qi. Brother-in-law, are you coming over tonight? Chapter 75, Shi Xiaoyan. Please don't come over. Lin Qi. Uncertain, it depends on how busy I am. What's up? Xiaoyan mentioned that she feels taking advantage of others' misfortunes does not constitute true heroism. She is quite indignant. What were you all up to yesterday? Lin Qi. I wonder who was begging for mercy last night. Let her wait. Noted. I shall certainly convey that. Setting down her phone, Yin Xiaoyu called out loudly towards the bathroom. Sister Xiaoyan, brother-in-law, said he will stay here tonight. Oh, I see. I'll go buy some groceries shortly. Shi Xiaoyan, happily brushing her teeth, thought to herself. Who is afraid of whom? I can always take a day off. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoyu, having achieved her goal, grinned so widely that her eyes resembled crescent moons. Just some dark circles. For a grand feast, it's worth it. At that moment, Lin Qi, carrying a set of luxurious Chanel cosmetics, strolled toward a cafe. Teacher Qiu, observing Qiu Qiao, who bore no makeup, Lin Qi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Yin Xiaoyu's counselor would be so youthful, appearing only slightly older than Shi Xiaoyan. Most notably, she was strikingly beautiful, while she might not rival Wang Peitzen or the post-medication Shi Xiaoyan. She exuded an air of scholarly elegance reminiscent of the noble ladies portrayed in period dramas. You must be Lin Qi. A pleasure to meet you. Qiu Qiao rose and extended her hand, her gaze appraising the man before her. Clad in designer attire and adorned with a Patek Philippe watch worth several millions, he clearly belonged to affluent circles. Lin Qi shook her hand briefly before seating himself across from her. Teacher Qiu, I sincerely appreciate your care for Xiaoyu. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Such a lavish gift, I cannot accept. Qiu Qiao blushed, hastily attempting to decline. It was a jest, really. She had only recalled his existence after perusing the class roster upon receiving his call. How could she accept such an expensive present? Though she yearned for the cosmetics, what girl in this era doesn't cherish beauty? Her salary was reserved for more pressing matters, leaving little for indulgent purchases. She recognized the logo on the bag. It was Chanel, undoubtedly worth a fortune. Last night, Xiaoyu mentioned how beautiful and kind you are, and how well you look after them. Please don't refuse. As her brother, I may not be able to assist her academically, but I can certainly build rapport with her counselor. Qiu Qiao chuckled softly. Then I shall accept it? Absolutely, please do. Lin Qi ordered an Americano and engaged in light conversation with Qiao. Fortunately, the school was on break, allowing her to take her time. After about half an hour, they began to address each other as brother and sister. Being just 2.5 months older, Qiao naturally assumed the role of the elder sister. To Lin Qi's surprise, he discovered that Qiao possessed a remarkably straightforward and forthright personality, a stark contrast to her delicate appearance, reminiscent of a spirited girl from northeast China. Little brother, if you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask me directly. I'll do my best to help, and if I can't, I can at least offer some advice. With such openness, Lin Qi felt encouraged to share his intention of enrolling 5 girls in her school. That can be arranged. Our institution offers such programs, but the tuition is quite steep. Upon hearing that it was feasible, Lin Qi quickly inquired about the process. It's quite simple. If they lack a high school diploma, they can pursue self-study for the first year to resolve their enrollment issues. Then transition to full-time junior college for the remaining 2 years. Our vice principal oversees this aspect, and if you have the funds, it can be done. When the topic of money arose, Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, leaving Lin Qi puzzled. This seemingly plain woman, devoid of any jewelry and not a trace of makeup, was indeed so enamored by wealth. You can count on me for this. Once everything is settled, I'll give you a call. Then I'm in your debt. Sister Qiao, why bother with formalities? We're practically family now, just await my news. With that, she departed with the bag in hand. The proceedings had gone surprisingly smoothly, albeit at a considerable cost. Beyond the annual tuition fee of $26,000, each of the 4 unaccepted applicants would need to pay an additional $100,000, akin to extortion. Having concluded the serious matters, Lin Qi, seizing the early evening light, opened the long-neglected food delivery app. After accepting 2 long-distance orders that no one else was willing to take, he logged off. When he opened a treasure chest in the afternoon, he was met with something that left him both amused and bewildered. Congratulations to the host for opening a jadeite rough stone weighing 451 grams from the silver treasure chest. Wait, so you're saying this jadeite is valued at over 10 million, equivalent to the worth of the silver treasure chest? Indeed. Lin Qi scratched his head. You might as well have given me cash. I now have to find a place to sell this rough stone. Can't you just convert it into money for me? Although he knew it was futile, he couldn't help but ask. The system does not have a buyback function. The host may dispose of the item as they see fit. Well, it was as expected. With a thought, a stone slightly smaller than a volleyball appeared in his hand. It looked entirely unremarkable, devoid of any hint of hidden treasures within. Great. Now I need to find someone to cut this rough stone, since items obtained from the system cannot be reclaimed. Lin Qi reluctantly placed the rough stone into his storage cabinet, waiting for an opportunity to find a gem cutter and then sell it at a jewelry store. Before nightfall, he also took the time to return to Longhu Manor. After several days apart, he noticed that Zhou Yun had visibly lost weight, clearly having been preoccupied. By her own account, she regarded it as a form of dieting, saving on gym expenses. Lin Qi felt genuinely touched and encouraged them to hasten their efforts. Upon returning to Shi Xiaoyan's residence, the 2 lovely ladies awaited him eagerly. With ample time to prepare, the dishes on the table appeared notably more sumptuous. There were braised pork hocks, stewed lamb, and of course, Yin Xiaoyu's favorite prawns. The trio savored the meal, perspiration beading on their foreheads. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Brother-in-law, will you be staying here from now on? Yin Xiaoyu, practically devouring a hock, was so engrossed that she nearly dribbled oil onto her collar. Mind your manners, Yin Xiaoyu. You're dripping grease all over your clothes. Be a bit more ladylike. Shi Xiaoyan chided. ISNT it, because Sister Xiaoyan cooks so well. Woe is me. Lin Qi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's simply divine. The meal extended for nearly an hour, leaving them so stuffed that movement became a challenge. Take a break before your shower. I'll go prepare some fresh clothes for you. That would be much appreciated. Lin Qi lit a cigarette and reclined leisurely on the sofa. Chapter 76, Gambling on Stones. Early the next morning, Lin Qi stepped out with renewed vigor. He sought out a high-end dim sum restaurant and, while waiting, began searching for rough stone markets in the city. Damn, this search engine is filled with nonsense. Thankfully, there was still Douyin. While the short video platform was rife with advertising accounts, it could also pinpoint exactly what he sought. Before long, Lin Qi stumbled upon a live stream selling jade stones. Located in the city, he clicked on the profile of Qingyuan Jewelry and sent them a message. Curious sponge, does your establishment sell raw stones? Shortly thereafter, a reply arrived. Qingyuan Jewelry. Yes, indeed, sir. Our address is XX Street, XX District. We can also assist you online, depending on what you require. Online betting on stones? Is that not sheer deception? He is no fool and promptly expressed his desire to inspect the stones in person. After finishing breakfast, Lin Qi activated his navigation and set off towards the destination. 40 minutes later, he arrived at what resembled a factory entrance. The guard, without so much as a query, opened the gate upon seeing the U8. Without any effort, he found a stone gambling area. It was not due to any supernatural ability on his part. Rather, the sheer number of people in the factory was overwhelming, punctuated by occasional exclamations of surprise. "Oh no, that cut ruined it. I said just open a window. You never listen to the advice of the wise." "Nonsense. I just heard you say it was a guaranteed profit. You slander." After years of observing stones, how could I make such a mistake? Do not speak recklessly. Lin Qi squeezed into the crowd, where he encountered a dejected young man. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, washing the mud from his hands. "Young man, will you continue cutting?" The young man gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes. With this cut, I will prove it." "Fine, let us go straight to the cutting machine. That way, the losses might be minimized." "All right." The fate of stone gambling swings from poverty to wealth with each cut. Experienced craftsmen charge exorbitant fees, especially those who insist on a slow and meticulous approach. Fees can range from hundreds to thousands, or even tens of thousands. However, using a machine to slice through is straightforward, usually reserved for stones deemed hopeless. Although the young man found it hard to accept that the expensive stone he purchased was ruined, he remained reasonably clear-headed. Saving a little money now might allow him to choose a smaller stone later. Perhaps he could still recoup his losses. After all, children do not cry every day, and gamblers do not lose every day. Lin Qi, clutching his bag, wandered around to gain a better understanding of the stone unearthing process. Generally, one first purchases stones in the material area, which can be taken away or opened on-site. The staff selling the stones would recommend various stone unearthing masters based on the client's needs. Confident buyers usually hire the more expensive masters, who begin by using sandpaper to create a window. This involves slowly polishing to remove the outer layer of the raw stone. Whether one finds fortune or misfortune often hinges on this initial step. Naturally, a crowd gathers during the unearthing process, besides those eager to witness the spectacle and learn. Many representatives from various jewelry companies await the emergence of a chosen one to purchase the good materials on the spot. Lin Qi felt the stones in his bag and contemplated asking someone for advice. He approached a lean old man in his 50s or 60s, who was crouched on the ground smoking. Seeing Lin Qi approach, the old man grinned. "Young fellow, looking to unearth some stones? My fees are not cheap." "You are also a stone unearthing master?" "My apologies," Lin Qi replied in surprise, promptly offering him a cigarette. The old man glanced at the cigarette, and accepted it. What a novelty! Why else would I carry all this equipment? It was then that Lin Qi noticed the array of cutting tools beside him. Unlike the dirty stalls of other craftsmen, this elder had his workspace and machinery polished to a shine, making it far more pleasant to behold. Such care for his tools suggested his skill must be exceptional. Could it be that this old man was a hidden master? My machines are pristine because I haven't worked all day, he chuckled. Just kidding. I've been unearthing stones since I was 16, so my skills are naturally commendable. However, no matter how skilled I am, I cannot turn waste into jade. If you have money, I suggest you check out the place next door. Their fees are much more reasonable than mine. Lin Qi was taken aback. Could there truly be someone who would forgo profit? Perhaps, sensing his confusion, the old man laughed. That's my apprentice over there. I won't let my gains flow to outsiders." "Ah, so that was the reason." However, the old man's apprentice had several customers clutching stones in line, and with labor costs, it wouldn't be much cheaper. Deciding, he placed his bag on the ground. "Then I will have you do it. What are your charges?" "For a cigarette, I'll charge you 2,800. "No problem, let us begin." "All right." The old man chuckled, tossing away the cigarette, and extracting the stone from the bag. "Isn't this just a chunk of worthless rock?" "Young man, are you jesting with me?" The old man's smile faded, and he regarded Lin Qi with an unfriendly gaze. "Who would be so idle? Just go ahead and open a window for me. This must be a stone picked off the curb." The old man hesitated, beginning to wash it with water. Based on his decades of experience, this was nothing more than a rather ordinary large pebble, remarkably resembling those laid out in his backyard. The factory's materials were typically of high quality, primarily grayish-white and yellowish-white skins, while the one in his hands was clearly brought by someone else. "Which pit did the boss buy this stone from?" "I don't know. It was a gift from a friend. I could call my system for confirmation." "Saying it's from a friend isn't a lie, is it?" The old man chuckled inwardly, assuming Lin Qi was just reluctant to disclose the truth. He probably got duped into believing a stone picked up was valuable. He had witnessed such scenarios numerous times before. Small-time bosses on construction sites often favored this trick. Rather than brazenly handing over cash, they would find a seemingly decent stone from the site to gift to the supervising officials, claiming it was a rare piece worth millions. Those officials would be delighted. Once the project concluded, they would eagerly unearth the stone, only to find sand. The old man kept his thoughts to himself, meticulously polishing the stone with sandpaper. As more people gathered to watch him work, familiar faces greeted the old man. It was through their conversations that Lin Qi learned the old man's name, which seemed to carry some weight in the community. Well, Huang Laotu is back in business. He usually doesn't open for 3 days, but when he does, he eats for 3 days. The old man laughed and scolded, "Go away. Don't bring your bad luck here." Huang Laotu wasn't actually his surname. It was simply a nickname earned from his constant smoking, leaving him with yellowed teeth. Gradually, no one referred to him by his real name anymore. He was simply known as Huang Laotu. Chapter 77. Yen Ruyu. Haha, boss, you must have spent quite a bit. Huh, this old man is quite shrewd. His fees are at least double those of others. Lin Qi merely smiled, thinking 2,800 wasn't expensive at all. Oh, a middle-aged man with a large belly looked as though he had seen a ghost. When did Huang Laotu change his ways? He usually charged at least 20,000. But those bosses loved his style and always sought him out. May I ask your name? Lin Qi nodded politely. Haha, my surname is Zhang, manager of Dashing Jewelry. What do they call you, young brother? Shumalin, Lin Qi. A pleasure to meet you. After shaking hands, the talkative Zhang manager and Lin Qi opened up a dialogue. With such a vast enterprise, why do you still come to the factory to supervise? Every day at dawn, hundreds of people eat, drink, and relieve themselves. We don't bother with small transactions, and the big deals are beyond the control of the lower ranks. In the end, I have to come here myself to keep an eye on things. Any fruitful finds today? At this, Manager Zhang shook his head in resignation and whispered in Lin Qi's ear. Such simplicity is hardly the case. Those who become affluent overnight are but a handful. And this venture is even more treacherous than gambling. The masses fixate solely on the fortunate few, turning a blind eye to the countless souls who have lost everything. At day's end, what truly is of value? As he spoke, Manager Zhang's gaze was fixed on the movements of old Huang. Simultaneously, he scoffed at the peers who merely glanced and then turned away. How short-sighted they are, daring to compete with me. If they lacked confidence in themselves, would they have sought out old Huang for stone testing? The fees are exorbitantly steep. With a mere glance at the outer shell, they have condemned it to a fate of failure. If their vision were truly that keen, they ought to gamble on stones themselves. This turn of events was indeed a stroke of luck. Lin Qi merely wished to avoid the queue and save some trouble. For him, it mattered not who opened the stone. Regardless, it was still worth over 10 million, so it was all the same. Sure enough, it wasn't long before old Huang's incredulous voice rang out. Oh my, it's actually green. Let me see. Manager Zhang was even more anxious than the owner himself. He hurriedly approached, flashlight in hand, eager to illuminate the stone. Wow, the clarity is remarkable. I can't see a single crack. Where on earth did this material come from? It's glass grade. Absolutely glass grade. Manager Zhang was so excited that he slipped into his hometown dialect, his hand trembling as he held the flashlight. Shoo. The boss hasn't even taken a look yet. What are you crowding around for? Old Huang waved his hand impatiently, as though shooing away flies. Oh, look at me. Lin, my dear brother, come over here. It's a big score. Lin Qi approached with a grin, feigning ignorance about jade. When he opened his mouth, he nearly dropped the flashlight. Why does this thing look like the bottom of a beer bottle? Cough, you're impressive. You don't understand? Indeed, he didn't. This stone was a gift from a friend, just for fun. Manager Zhang immediately wore a look of envy and began to educate him on the nuances of jade quality and clarity. A torrent of jargon left Lin Qi feeling as though he were lost in a fog. However, one thing he was certain of was that this piece was worth at least 10 million. Brother, I'm not trying to cheat you. I would be willing to offer 3 million for this stone. What do you say? Huh? Just that little? Lin Qi eyed him suspiciously, realizing this fellow was putting on quite the act, seemingly preparing to swindle him. This price is no scam. If you don't believe me, ask others if they can offer more. This is just the initial reveal. Who knows what lies within? If there's no water or color inside, wouldn't that mean total loss? Lin Qi finally grasped the underlying concern. No worries, old Huang. You keep polishing it. Make it shine all over. Old Huang's face darkened. That would require extra fees. No discounts. Just go by your regular rates. Now that's more like it. Only then did old Huang reveal a smile, swiftly resuming his work on the other side. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang sighed repeatedly, lamenting about the risks and the need to know when to stop, like a nagging old woman. All right, Brother Zhang, I know what I'm doing. It won't drop in value. Let's hope so. His concern was genuine. He truly wished for Lin Qi to unveil a top-tier piece. If there were no competition, even purchasing at market price would yield him substantial profit. After all, he was in the jade processing business, and the more exceptional the material, the greater the value he could create. But as the saying goes, fear begets fear. Suddenly, the crowd parted. A red-haired beauty clad in elegance approached, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Yin Ruyu. Manager Zhang's expression changed dramatically. Do you know her? Lin Qi observed the newcomer with interest. Her beauty resembled that of a cold moon on a wintry night, exuding an aura of chill. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her brows like ink paintings. As she walked gracefully in high heels, a subtle smile graced her lips, radiating an allure that compelled admiration. Of course, she's the heiress of Qingyuan jewelry. This is a disaster. Disaster? What do you mean? Lin Qi asked, puzzled. She's incredibly wealthy. So what? I can't compete with her. Lin Qi burst into laughter. Yin Ryu did not rush to greet anyone, for experience taught her that her presence would inevitably draw all eyes. Even those who came to gamble on stones, fully aware of their slim chances, would be unable to resist approaching her for a chat. At that moment, Lin Qi could effortlessly set a price and secure the good fortune. Noticing Lin Qi standing still, Yin Ryu smiled gently at him, though her demeanor quickly returned to indifference. This fleeting glance sent waves of astonishment through the onlookers. My goodness, President Yin smiled at me. Could it be I have a chance? Please don't disgust me. With that receding hairline, does she fancy you for your baldness or your lack of wealth? Clearly, she smiled at me. Don't humiliate yourselves. You're not much better off. Just as the crowd debated fervently, old Huang let out another gasp. Oh my dear heavens, the base is as transparent as the sky. Manager Zhang craned his neck for a better look. Good heavens, this isn't just a piece of top-quality jade wrapped in a thin layer of skin. Inside, there's not a single crack, all glass grade. A rare top-tier jade material, worth at least 8 million. What? Only 800? Lin Qi's displeasure was palpable. You can look down on me, but you can't underestimate the value of my goods. When did I ever fall short, claiming it was worth 10 million? It must be polished. Old Huang was invigorated. He rarely encountered such splendid goods and was naturally thrilled. He even stated he would only charge 2008, no more. Did he think it was out of kindness? This old man was quite shrewd. Once the stone was opened, wouldn't the price inevitably rise? With just this little labor fee, he would recoup his earnings in a day. Chapter 78. If you wish to pursue me, you must wait in line. Now it makes sense. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi ceased his insistence. Saving money was, after all, the best course of action. Manager Zhang was in the midst of explaining how to judge jade quality when, unexpectedly, a delicate, white arm reached out from beside them. Yin Ruyu, may I introduce myself? Lin Qi turned to see that the red-haired beauty had approached without him noticing. An intoxicating yet subtle fragrance wafted between them. Hello, Lin Qi. Their hands touched briefly before separating. Yin Ruyu's eyes held a hint of surprise as her ruby lips parted. Mr. Lin, you truly are young and accomplished. You might as well say I'm just lucky. Lin Qi shrugged nonchalantly. After all, she was merely interested in purchasing his jade. Yet she engaged in small talk. While she was undeniably beautiful, surpassing even the women in his life, her queenly aura did pique his desire for conquest. However, to be frank, Lin Qi preferred conversing with Manager Zhang. At least this gentleman spoke plainly and directly, without any pretenses. In simpler terms, he found Yin Ryu a bit pretentious. Yin Ryu covered her mouth, laughing lightly. Mr. Lin, you're quite the character. I suppose I am decent at telling crude jokes. Coughing, Manager Zhang observed the exchange with a smirk, bowing slightly to Yin Ryu. President Yin, a pleasure to meet you. Yin Ryu did not even glance at him, but focused on Lin Qi. Mr. Lin, I offer 1 million for your stone. But it hasn't been fully opened yet. Manager Zhang estimated 800, while this woman proposed 1 million. The increase of 200,000 did improve Lin Qi's impression of her slightly. After all, nobody would refuse money, would they? However, it soon transformed into a negative figure. I am indifferent to such trifling sums. My sole desire is to forge a friendship with Mr. Lin. Lin Qi? Who are you scolding? If I acquiesce, it would imply that I care deeply about this 2 million. Lin Qi turned to Manager Zhang, his eyes seemingly questioning. Is this woman's emotional intelligence below zero? In truth, Lin Qi had misjudged her. She was not lacking in emotional intelligence. Rather, she simply did not care about others' opinions. If you are displeased, then do not involve yourself. I, Yin Ryu, am not in want of friends. Lin Qi's expression soured, and he flatly refused. I have no desire to befriend you. Why? Yin Ryu queried in astonishment. My mother forbids me from associating with fools. You. Yin Ruyu's countenance shifted dramatically. The 2 bodyguards behind her could no longer contain themselves and lunged forward. Lin Qi remained unfazed, confident in his ability to handle any confrontation. Enough. Do you not feel embarrassed enough? Yin Ruyu chastised coldly. But Mississippi. Silence. The two bodyguards retreated, their expressions filled with frustration. If looks could kill, Lin Qi would have been slain countless times over. At that moment, the elderly Huang suddenly stood up, rinsing the raw stone under the faucet before approaching with a triumphant air. Boss, I have lived up to expectations. This is a top-tier jade. Goodness, how large. Manager Zhang's eyes nearly bulged out. When illuminated by a flashlight, the entire stone revealed no impurities whatsoever. Such a sizable jade, without a single crack. And the quality so translucent, it resembled a beer bottle. Such is the nature of jade. The more it resembles glass, the more valuable it is. Manager Zhang, exhilarated, grasped Lin Qi's hand, exclaiming, Enough talk, my brother. 15 million, and I will reserve 2 rings for you, crafted by a master artisan. What say you? Before Lin Qi could respond, Yin Ruyu interjected. I, Qing Yuan, will offer 18 million for a 50% bracelet. What the hell? Yin Ruyu, what do you mean? Manager Zhang's countenance darkened. The anger on Yin Ruyu's face vanished, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. The highest bidder wins. That is the rule of the stone gambling factory. Are you suggesting that Boss Zhang intends to flout the rules? I will offer 16 million and a bracelet. That is my final bid. Manager Zhang's expression soured further. There was no alternative. Qing Yuan's connections far surpassed that of their company, making it impossible to compete on profit margins or prices. It seems Boss Zhang possesses some self-awareness. Then I shall accept this stone. With that, he reached to claim the jade. Wait, Lin Qi said with a smirk. Shouldn't Miss Yin consult me, the seller? Oh. Yin Ryu raised an eyebrow, coolly replying. If Mr. Lin is dissatisfied, I can authorize an additional 500,000. You need not consider anyone else in Magic City. Apart from Qing Yuan, there is no higher bid to be found. Therefore, Yin Ryu smiled radiantly, asserting that no one else could afford this stone but her. Who says so? Lin Qi pushed the jade into Manager Zhang's hands, stating, Brother Zhang, we agreed on 16 million and a bracelet. Now, the transaction is yours. The surrounding onlookers erupted in shock. Goodness, 2 million. Is this young man out of his mind? You know nothing. This is called a feigned retreat to lure in the catch. Just watch. CEO Yin will remember this face for at least a year. My goodness, this is a masterstroke. A true masterstroke. You. Yin Ryu's eyes nearly sparked with fury. What of it? The stone is mine. I will sell it to whomever I please. It is none of your concern. Lin Qi scoffed dismissively. Absurd. I am not one of your sycophants. Why should I hand my possession over to you? Mr. Lin, now is not the time for childish antics. This is 250,000, and you must think carefully. Lin Qi shrugged. Unconcerned. I do not care for such petty sums. I simply do not wish to befriend you. He then turned to Manager Zhang, feigning surprise. Brother Zhang, why are you dawdling? Hurry and complete the transaction. All right. I'll call finance immediately. Good brother, please provide me with your account number. In less than 3 minutes, the 16 million was transferred, coupled with the over 10 million he had previously made from selling his house. Lin Qi now had a staggering 27 million in cash at his disposal. Wow, he had never been so affluent in his dealings before. Perhaps it was time to prioritize purchasing a house. However, the gaming room at home was still under renovation. Perhaps he could inquire about that villa? After all, the landlord had gone abroad and might not return. Just as he contemplated when to ask Shi Xiaoyan about the villa's price, Yin Ruyu suddenly approached him. Her breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches from his. Their noses nearly touched. You are quite remarkable. Lin Qi, is it? I shall remember you. Lin Qi, undeterred, smiled back defiantly. Refusing to back down, do not think to attract my attention with such tactics. I have many women. If you wish to pursue me, you must join the queue. Splendid. You possess quite the character. Yin Ruyu's smile was radiant, but her gaze was icy. Let us go. Back to the company. Yes, Mississippi Chapter 79. We shall see. Yin Ruyu, her countenance darkened, led her entourage away. In her lifetime, no one had dared to humiliate her so. Just wait, Lin Qi. In hall. The onlookers raised their thumbs in approval. Well done. Heroes emerged from youth. They were not genuinely impressed, but rather delighted that Yin Ruyu, who had long dominated the factory, had finally been put in her place. Of course, many seasoned spectators believed Lin Qi had acted impulsively. Brother, while I appreciate your ability to sell me the material, crossing CEO Yin is truly not worth it. Manager Zhang, uncertain whether to laugh or cry, furrowed his brows as he cautioned. It matters not. I am not in the jewelry industry. I do not rely on her for my livelihood. What can she do to me? Great deeds require no thanks, my brother. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Manager Zhang clasped his hands in gratitude. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, I must swiftly deliver the materials to the company. No worries, Brother Zhang, you go ahead. I'll take a look around. The two exchanged contact information, and Manager Zhang hurriedly called a few employees to accompany him, rushing out of the factory. After all, carrying over 10 million in valuables could prove disastrous if they encountered the wrong sort. After selling the stone, Lin Qi generously transferred 30,000 to the elderly Huang for his labor, despite the old man's insistence that it was unnecessary. Your skills are truly commendable. If you refuse, how will I bring you future good materials? The old man graciously accepted, proclaiming, "May your business continue to prosper." After observing several failed stone gamblers, Lin Qi finally drove away from the factory. Just as he arrived at the hospital, Zhou Yun called. "The renovations on the house are complete. When can you come for inspection? So soon? Wasn't it said it would take a few more days?" Zhou Yun's tone was weary. "It's because you kept urging me. I had my younger brother work for 30 consecutive hours to finish it. Then I shall return now." "Good. I'll await your arrival." Upon hearing that the gaming room was finally ready, Li Sufan and the others clamored to return home. Since they were already there, they might as well take them along. Finally, they would have computers to play on. They had been cooped up for days. Li Sufan held her phone aloft, capturing a selfie while exclaiming. The passengers in the back seat, including Zhang Xiaoyuan, nodded enthusiastically, lamenting the lack of internet cafes in the vicinity of their community, deeming it exceedingly backward. "Is your perception of a place's development really based on the presence of internet cafes?" Lin Qi remarked in astonishment. "Of course. If there are no internet cafes, how can one dare to claim to be a first-tier city?" Exactly. Lin Qi found himself too weary to counter their assertions. Living in one's own world isn't necessarily a bad thing. By the way, I have secured a deal with a vocational college. You will be able to commence your studies by the end of August. Really? Bai Wonking, usually reticent, exclaimed in delight. Zhang Xiaoyuan looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. "Qing, you don't actually enjoy studying, do you?" It's all right. I find studying quite intriguing. Isn't it better to spend all day gaming at home?" "Lin Qi, I refuse to attend class." "Shut your mouth, or I shall spank you," Lin Qi said in exasperation. Thus, the matter was settled. "I will arrange for the 5 of you to be placed in the same class to look out for one another." Oh, Li Sufan understood that opposing her husband's decisions would be futile, so she pouted and acquiesced. Only Zhang Xiaoyuan, with her wide eyes, seemed to harbor some mischievous intent. Upon returning home, Zhou Yun, who had been dozing on the sofa, promptly stood up. "At last, you have arrived. I was about to doze off waiting for you. Take us to see the room, will you? Follow me." At that moment, the advantages of not bargaining with her became apparent. Although the place had been remodeled from scratch, every corner was impeccably clean. As the door swung open, ding ding, "Welcome to the specially designed esports room by Qingwei Design." "Wow, it's stunning. Hubby, look, the back glows." Zhou Yun began her proud introduction. "Since this is a computer room, much of the lighting has been concealed, with illumination achieved through the diffuse reflection from the walls and furniture, ensuring the room remains bright without being glaring." She then gestured towards the wall. And to everyone's astonishment, the curtains gradually opened automatically, revealing a massive glass wall. The curtain material is the finest available, composed of a full 7 layers of fabric, achieving a light-blocking rate of 99.9. The greenery outside was purchased casually. Feel free to replace it if you prefer. Lin Qi surveyed the room, nodding in satisfaction. Truly befitting a designer with experience in a major corporation, she demonstrated her remarkable skills. The room's design, seemingly unremarkable, emanated a profound sense of comfort. They even replaced non-load-bearing walls with glass, and the greenery outside was refreshing to behold. Moreover, the room was equipped with a brand-new air circulation system, featuring 8 air intakes and 4 exhausts, ensuring fresh air throughout. It was entirely intelligent. Upon detecting air pollution, it would automatically adjust its power. Lin Qi, in a relaxed manner, lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. The smoke ascended rapidly, swiftly entering the exhaust vent. "Do you smell the smoke?" "No. Whoa. This is better than the ventilation in internet cafes." Zhou Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Naturally, it's all German-made, providing not only excellent performance, but also near-silent operation. You get what you pay for. Indeed, it has been meticulously crafted, Lin Qi agreed. And the most important feature, Zhou Yun wore a triumphant smile, tapping the tabletop. "Sister Zhou Yun, this is just an ordinary table. Isn't it? It's merely a bit elongated." Lin Qi was also curious. Could there be some hidden marvel within this entire wall-length solid wood table? "Of course, watch closely," Zhou Yun said, reaching beneath the table to press a button. Suddenly, a segment of the formerly seamless long table began to rise. An astonishing 14-meter-long table was being elevated. It can actually be adjusted. Indeed, Zhou Yun snapped her fingers. This is the custom electric height-adjustable desk that took the longest to prepare. Every joint is flawlessly aligned, with each nut meticulously calibrated, and the embedded steel structure conceals the wiring. There isn't a second one like it throughout the entire long kingdom. The more Lin Qi observed, the more he appreciated it. This height-adjustable table is truly remarkable. He had not noticed any seams on the surface. The grain pattern was exquisitely designed. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Aside from the air circulation system, which comes with a permanent warranty, the other items are covered by a 5-year warranty from our store. Quite nice, I'm satisfied. Lin Qi readily settled the final payment. With the funds received, Zhou Yun's fatigue vanished, and she even suggested treating everyone to a meal.